You are listening to the story of Manga Explained 2, where your ike will always be respected. Hope you enjoy listening to the story. Summary.
Congratulatory notification appeared, and it was heard that he'd beaten it. Clenching his fist, the protagonist shouted that yes, finally, he'd beaten it. Raising his hands, he added that he'd finally finished that damn game, and comments from viewers began pouring in. The knight raised his sword, and it was announced that the game, famous for its near-impassable difficulty, was Empire Defense, and now, 10 years after its release, someone had finally beaten it, and yes, that person was him. The chair slid aside, and it was heard that he told them all. Smiling broadly, the protagonist said that no matter how difficult the game, it exists to be beaten, suggesting he was a gaming streamer. A webcam appeared, and it was said that he only beats the most difficult games. His channel profile appeared, suggesting that even his nickname sounded like a typical nerd. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thanked him for the $300. No, it was all thanks to them, they really did a great job. It was said he was the first person to beat this absurdly difficult game in its 10 years of existence. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that, frankly, his techniques weren't much. No, they were just damn cool. Ash looked at him in surprise and thought that every gamer dreams of beating an impossible game. But if there's something they regret, a user comment appeared. The protagonist stared ahead silently. The game's final scene appeared. It was said that perhaps because the audience had grown attached to the characters, they were hoping everyone would survive the final battle. However, in the end, everyone except the main character, Lucas, died. Looking at the monitor, the protagonist reflected that, well, his goal was to finish the game anyway, not save everyone. Game notifications appeared, and a thought flashed through his mind that after the final boss, the Princess of the Lake, unable to sleep, the game had ended. However, Lucas didn't move an inch. Corpses lay on the floor, as if in front of the boss he killed, surrounded by the corpses of allies and enemies. Ash sat silently at the table, wondering why this was happening. A man from the game appeared, and it occurred to him that even if he was just a game character, his back looked so sad. He slowly began to fade. The game credits rolled. Looking at the monitor, the hero thought things were better now. Suddenly, he winced, seeing a message asking if the developer shouldn't reward him somehow. Grinning, the protagonist asked why, and the viewer replied that their studio had literally been destroyed because of an unbeatable game, but he'd proven otherwise. At the very least, they should thank him. The computer was on the table, and a voice said, "Oh, come on, he was just playing for fun." Holding his hand out, Ash said he didn't need any reward. As long as he could have fun with them, everything would be fine. Comments from users appeared. Waving his hand, the hero said no, and then thought that Mr. A had disappeared years ago. The disc lay on the table, and the protagonist thought that in those 10 years, he hadn't created anything. Closing his eyes, Ash thought he didn't care if someone had beaten his game. Suddenly, a notification from the game director appeared. Ash winced, looking at the monitor. His eyes widened and he exclaimed. The hero froze in bewilderment as a ton of comments poured in. The protagonist's gaze froze when he read that. First, he wanted to thank him. He had already given up hope that anyone would beat his game, and he wondered if it was all real. Ash smiled, hearing that, but seeing how he handled it made him feel relieved. Again, thank him very much, to which he replied, no, there was no need to thank him. Sitting at the computer, the hero heard someone say he was glad they still had hope, to which he thought he was making something like a second Empire Defense. Looking at the monitor, the protagonist heard someone say he had proven his abilities and worth, and should come to him and help him, to which he asked again. Ash's eyes widened, thinking he was trying to get attention. The game developer would never sit on his stream. He should just kick him. Smiling, the hero asked about Mr. A, or rather, the self-proclaimed Mr. A. Suddenly, a notification appeared on his monitor. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that's what he was saying now. Suddenly, his head spun, wondering what was going on. Ash began to fall to the side, wondering if he'd been playing too much. The image in his eyes blurred. He said he thought his viewers would call an ambulance if they saw him faint. A notification appeared thanking him. Spheres were falling along the ground. The hero suddenly came to. He sat up abruptly and screamed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist wondered what that sound was. Debris was flying in his direction. Ash looked up in fear and asked what the hell was going on. The hero covered his head with his hands. He braced his hand on the ground. The protagonist gritted his teeth and cried out. Smoke was pouring out of the cannon. Putting his hand to his face, Ash thought it was the smell of gunpowder. The fuse began to ignite. A loud shot thundered. The hero looked away in fear. He froze in bewilderment. A shell landed right next to him. Frowning, the protagonist shouted, "What the hell? Let them finish this already." Suddenly, his eyes widened in surprise. The flags went up in the air. The knights stood at attention. Sitting on the battlefield, Ash heard a voice shout, "Hurry, don't let them get there." He froze in bewilderment. Sitting on the ground, the hero wondered what the hell was going on. The soldiers were firing their weapons. The knight clenched his teeth. Looking at them, the protagonist thought it was war. The man looked to the side and exclaimed. Rushing forward, he turned. Ash looked at him questioningly. The knight frowned and shouted that he was fine. His eyes widened. The hero thought it was an enemy soldier. Stretching his hand forward, The protagonist shouted for him to back off. The knight took a step forward. Ash looked at him in bewilderment. The sword fell to the ground. Bowing, the soldier asked for forgiveness. He began to cry, asking for mercy for his insignificant servant. Looking at him, the hero wondered what was wrong with this old man. The protagonist rose slightly. Stretching his hand forward, he addressed the knight. The sphere rushed toward them, and Ash added that he should calm down first. Suddenly, his eyes widened in fear. An explosion thundered in front of him. The hero landed on the ground. He clenched his teeth in pain. The protagonist cleared his throat and widened his eyes. Frowning, he wondered what the heck it was, a bomb. Suddenly, a glow appeared near his hand. A green flame burst in front of him. Ash looked in confusion and asked, "What the hell?" The man stepped forward and shouted, "What's that?" Stretching his hand forward, the soldier added that the enemy was attacking. The hero looked away in amazement. Looking at him, the infantryman shouted to stop them from climbing the wall. The man rushed forward with a cry. There was a sharp swing of the weapon. The man's eyes widened. The blow landed directly on the soldier. The protagonist looked in surprise. The soldier was pierced by a claw. The hand began to bounce off the ground. Blood splattered in front of the hero. He lowered his head. The hand lay right in front of him. The claws attacked the soldiers. Ash watched. Frowning, he wondered what the hell was hiding behind that wall. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. Its legs appeared. A huge spider stood before him. A bright light emanated from its eyes. Suddenly, the creature screamed furiously. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought it was the spider. The soldier rushed forward and shouted that the army was here. Opening his mouth wide, he added that he should immobilize him. The spider began to strike at the knights. The protagonist opened his mouth and thought it was his body. Sitting on the ground, he added that he was trembling with fear. The spider took a step forward. With wide eyes, Ash asked if he was dreaming or hallucinating. Looking at the monster, he muttered that this was simply impossible. His paw rose, and the thought occurred to him that he shouldn't dare touch it. Suddenly, the monster swung at him. The hero looked at him in fear and thought that it would be a shame to die like that. Looking at it, the boy transformed. Holding the weapon in his hands, he muttered that denying reality was impossible. A bright light appeared around the sword. The boy's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he struck the monster. The spider was cut in half. The knight looked at the hero. Grinning, he asked if that wasn't too cliché. The protagonist exclaimed in surprise. The boy's eyes widened. Sitting in front of the hero, the knight asked why he looked like that. The boy looked at him in fear and asked if he was wounded, to which Ash thought his face looked very familiar. The game character appeared. Holding out his finger, the hero asked about Lucas. The young man looked at him in bewilderment and said he knew it. Closing his eyes, he added that he'd injured his head that way. Standing before him, the protagonist heard him say he was genuinely happy he'd started calling him by his name. Despite being his bodyguard all his life, he still couldn't remember it. Ash froze in surprise. The boy stared at him silently, and the hero wondered if it was really Lucas. No, what all this meant. Turning around, the hero thought it couldn't be true. Suddenly, he froze. They were standing on the wall. Monsters were running toward the fortress. Projectiles flew at the spiders, and he heard the sound of being transported to Empire defense. The protagonist trembled with fear and thought he was done for. The game's intro appeared, saying it was the game with the highest difficulty, which he had completed just before arriving here. The monster's eyes lit up brightly. The creatures moved forward, and the thought arose that this game consisted entirely of carnage. The creatures fired projectiles, and it was said that there were endless hordes of very strong monsters. Ash looked in fear and thought he had landed in pure hell. The creature spewed slime. Spheres flew through the air. Projectiles hit the towers. An explosion erupted in front of the hero. Frowning, he wondered why he was in the game. Standing next to him, Lucas turned to him. He took the hero by the shoulder. Looking at the protagonist, the young man said that the enemy currently encroaching on them was an army of black spiders. The monsters were approaching the gates. It was heard that the forward operating base was on the verge of collapse, but these spiders were weak at sunset. The sun was visible from behind the mountains, and the young man said that the sun would set in 30 minutes. The young man grabbed his sword and said that was why. Lucas stood in front of the monsters. Looking away, he said that he should do everything possible to hold out. Looking at him, the hero wondered why he was trying so desperately to protect him. They called him Emperor. Who even was he? Black smoke billowed in the air. Lucas sheathed his sword. It sounded like he was still breathing. He wanted a stretcher brought here. Closing his eyes, the young man said that sunset had finally arrived, and the army of black spiders had begun to retreat. Looking straight ahead, he turned to the hero. The protagonist silently looked down. Spider corpses appeared, pierced with arrows. Looking to the side, Ash turned and asked where he was. Standing next to him, Lucas replied that it was the last day of February, 649, according to the imperial calendar, and that this was the forward operating base of Crossroad, a fortress city. Gritting his teeth, the hero said that this meant tomorrow would be March 1st, 649, to which the young man replied that it was indeed so. Looking down, he mused that March 1st, 649, according to the imperial calendar, a forward operating base against monsters, a painfully familiar situation. Biting his lip, the protagonist added that it was in a painfully familiar place. Well, of course. The towers came into view, and the hero thought that in all those 6 months he'd spent on Empire defense, this had always been the time and place where he'd begun the training he'd been through 1,000 times. Frowning, the prince shouted. Looking at the boy, he added that his name was Ash. The hero clutched his head, hearing that it was so accurate, to which he asked why, and then thought, why this bastard? The man held a flag in his hands. It was said that he was the insane third prince of the Empire, the worst commander, responsible for the deaths of most of the soldiers in the fortress city. His corpse appeared, and a thought occurred to him that this was the character who would meet the worst end in the training. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist thought, why did this bastard have to be him? The special quarters for the commanders appeared. Looking at his reflection, Ash shouted that he was a stupid idiot. He couldn't have just sat quietly in the city. Why the hell even leave the damn castle? Putting his hand to his head, he muttered that he'd go crazy. The game's intro appeared, and the hero thought it was a typical Empire defense game, the reason it's known for its monstrous difficulty. Difficulty levels appeared, and it was stated that the highest difficulty level was Hell, along with a Man of Steel mode, which forcibly saved his progress. The final scene appeared, and the thought occurred to him that the reason was the Hell Man of Steel difficulty, a combination of both, and that he was the only person who had ever completed this mode. No matter where the game took him, he was confident he could find a way out, except for this damn tutorial. Frowning, the hero brought up the system window, and then thought that this level was impossible to complete. People were standing on a tower, and a thought occurred to him that the tutorial was designed so that he would lose no matter how hard he tried, because the story begins with Lucas escaping alone from invading monsters. The creatures appeared, and it was said that in this game, which lasts 3 years, the army of black spiders are monsters that can be hunted after reaching the middle of the 2nd year. And why the hell should he defeat them at the very beginning of the game? Closing his eyes, the hero thought, no, he needs to concentrate. Looking straight ahead, he added that he had already beaten this game. The protagonist raised his hands, thinking that if he combined his knowledge and experience, he could definitely find a way out. Smiling, he thought there was none. Looking at the notifications, Ash said, "This is the end, he's in total shit, right?" Frowning, he asked what was wrong with the levels of these spiders. Level 55, level 60, and there are almost 1,000 of them, what the hell? Looking at the artifact, the hero said that, besides, the castle wall's durability is rock bottom, and the only usable thing is this mana cannon, and then thought that with that, their chances of victory are too low. Sitting at the table, the protagonist added that they needed to find a way to win, to calm down. The difficulty level icon appeared, and the thought occurred to him that while playing in Man of Steel mode, saving and loading the game was no longer possible, so as soon as he screwed up, the game was over. This made it incredibly important to make rational decisions every second. Numerous notifications appeared, saying that since he'd spent the last 6 months playing this game, he knew for sure that in any situation, he could do something and survive it. More and more messages appeared, and the protagonist began to wonder, something with even a small chance of survival. Ash looked away, wondering if something with at least a little more confidence was possible. The hero extended his hand forward. Suddenly, his eyes widened in amazement, and he thought he needed to find him. Kicking the door, the protagonist turned to Lucas. Turning his head, he shouted where he was, to which the boy replied that he was here, what had happened. Turning around, Ash said to summon those directly under his control. Looking at him, the young man asked what he meant by his guards. Raising his eyebrows, he added that he'd never summoned them before, so why this? The protagonist replied. Enough chatter and hurry up and call them. The protagonist extended a finger. Smiling, he said he knew how to get them out of this situation. The man pulled out a chair. Crossing his arms, Ash asked if everyone was there. The people were standing in the room. Looking at them, the protagonist thought they were so familiar. Lily smiled. Ken gritted his teeth. Damien stared ahead silently. The protagonist sat at the table, and the thought occurred to him that they were supposed to be familiar. Lucas stood still. It was said that he had seen them die countless times, but whatever. The girl looked away, hearing why he was curled up. Tears welled up in the boy's eyes. Lily grinned and replied that he was like this because he'd lost a comrade today, asking for understanding. It occurred to her that he was right. After all, he'd been like this throughout the entire in-game tutorial. The player character appeared, and it was explained that, since he'd been in an abnormal state from the start, he was destined to die first. He remembered being the most useless, even though he had the most important role, that of healer. Looking ahead, the hero said, "Well, for starters." Sitting at the table, he added that he'd use this time to explain their roles tomorrow. The girl responded at the sound of her name. Flames flew around her, and it was explained that Lily was a mage specializing in fire-type attacks, the main damage dealer on this team, capable of casting one powerful spell after another. She looked surprised when he said she'd be their shield, blocking the spiders' attacks like their main tank, to which Lily replied that she was a mage, after all. The man frowned at the address. The soldier held a sword. It was explained that Ken was a knight with a shield capable of aggroing at the forefront, using area of effect attacks to draw attention and endure all attacks. In other words, a tank. The knight winced when he heard that he was to stealthily infiltrate the center of their ranks and disrupt their formations, to which he asked again. The boy sat on the floor, and he heard Damien's voice. It occurred to him that, as he had said earlier, he was a healer, the most important class in the game. The young man looked up when he heard that from now on, he would be the team's sniper, tasked with killing the most important targets. Lucas frowned when he heard that he would command the rest of the soldiers to maintain the front line against the wall. Looking at them, the hero thought, what the heck, let them say something already. The man gritted his teeth in rage. He slammed his fist down, shouting, "Damn it, he's calling this crap a plan." Frowning, Ken added that he was serious. He'd put them in great danger with his erroneous orders, and now he was seriously saying such things. The protagonist looked at him in bewilderment and thought, but it wasn't him, it was that bastard. The monsters approached the gate, and the thought occurred to him that yes, even though it sounded like the ravings of a madman, this level couldn't be passed by conventional means, meaning there was nothing left but madness. Ash opened his mouth and turned to Ken, then thought, so he can't back down here. The hero's eyes lit up, and he said, to the son of the Emperor and the highest commanding officer of this entire place. Looking straight at him, the protagonist asked why he was being disobedient. Lily lowered her head. Lucas froze in place. Damien's eyes widened. The knight flinched in fear. He extended his hand forward and mumbled something, to which the hero thought, well, that's it. The man across from him, that same crazy psychopath, would ultimately lose the initiative, and it would all be over. Ash rose from his chair. The girl looked at him in bewilderment, the thought dawning on her that since his PLA, this was a senseless and reckless act. The hero reached for his weapon. He swung his sword sharply, thinking he needed them to follow him unquestioningly. The protagonist struck the girl's shoulder. The people flinched in surprise. Damien looked on in fear. Lily froze, staring at the sword. The room was deathly silent. Ash smiled and asked if they all had the ability to carry out their tasks, didn't they? Then he wondered if, since he was in the body of a psychopath, he would act the same way. The people stared at him silently. Frowning, Ken thought the prince had definitely gone mad. Didn't he know how valuable a mage was? The hero looked down, and he added, how are they supposed to fight when that damned Christian is leading them? Flames appeared around the weapon. Lily looked at it in amazement. The people flinched in surprise. The protagonist grinned and said yes, that's it. The character stood still, and it occurred to him that perhaps the developer had added it just as a joke, but all the characters in the tutorial had a hidden ability, an ability that completely contradicted their role. Looking at the mage, Ash asked about how she'd been slashed by a blade when a horde of goblins invaded her village as a child. Lily's eyes widened as she heard that after that incident, she'd acquired the ability of fiery skin. A notification about the ability appeared, and it was said that until she ran out of mana, she could block any attack. Standing before the girl, the hero asked if he was right. An image of Lily appeared, and it was said that the main damage dealer's ability was a tank, and there was no way to use it properly in the game, but that was reality. The sword stabbed into her skin, and the thought occurred to him that he, too, planned to take full advantage of this ability. Smiling broadly, the protagonist considered the impossibility of completing the level, in which case his only option was to resort to cheats. Looking straight ahead, he added that, as he'd said, the bastard who threw him here would beat this damn game, and then he'd grab him by the scruff of the neck and beat him so badly his own mother wouldn't recognize him. Ash drew his weapon and said that he should forgive them for resorting to such brutal means to prove the correctness of his plan. Standing before him, Lily replied that no, everything was fine, but how did he know that? The hero replied that it wasn't so important now. Looking away, he added, now. Smiling, the protagonist turned to Ken. The man frowned, hearing that he'd done a little stealing as a child. He was from the slums, where that was common, and thinking about becoming a knight, quite a job. Stretching his hand forward, he asked how he knew all of this. Holding the blade in his hands, Ash replied that, as he'd said, where he came from didn't matter now, what mattered was what he could do with it. A notification about the skill appeared. Looking at the hero, the knight heard that he could be as stealthy as he wanted, just like he could hide, avoiding unnecessary attention. Smiling, the hero said let him answer unless he wanted him to reveal everything himself. Bowing, Ken shouted that no, he was right, to which the protagonist replied that good, in that case he could handle his mission just fine. Placing his weapon on the table, Ash said, finally. Looking at the boy, he addressed the protagonist. The hero stepped forward and thought he was the most important person in this matter. Grinning, he asked, don't you think he has absolutely magnificent eyes? Kneeling, the protagonist explained that that was why he was able to clearly see his friend's death. The young man lowered his gaze and explained that he was his friend from his hometown. They were from the same orphanage. Damien looked at him with fear. The boy stood before the monster, and it seemed as if, in the midst of battle, he had decided to sacrifice himself to save it. Damien began to cry and asked why he had brought them here. Looking at him, the hero heard what his purpose had been. The knight looked at them, listening to how their pathetic lives were nothing more than mere entertainment to him. Lucas stood still, and he heard himself asking for his friend back. Lowering his head, the boy shouted for him to return it. Rays of sunlight fell on the flower. The protagonist grabbed the boy by the shoulder. Frowning, he said he could blame him, even despise him if necessary. Looking at him, Damien heard that although his friend had sacrificed his life to save him, he was simply going to sit and wait for death. Looking down, Ash said that, faced with death's door because of a shitty commander, he was truly ready to give up the life his friend had sacrificed for, He must resist with all his might. Squeezing the boy's shoulder, the hero added, "And avenge him." He slapped his chest and shouted for him to kill the spiders, get out of here alive, and teach him a lesson. Looking down, Damien heard himself say he wanted to kill those damn spiders, to which he responded approvingly. Frowning, the protagonist asked what was going to kill him. The boy froze in place and responded approvingly. The crowd flinched at this. Ash smiled broadly and said excellent. Raising a finger, the hero promised that if they got out of here alive, he wanted him to be the one to take his life, whenever that might be. Frowning, Lucas turned to him. Stretching his hand out to the side, the hero said that if the plan failed, they would all die here anyway, in which case he would allow him to take his life. Smiling, he added that he swears on the honor of the imperial family. One day is enough. The boy looked up, hearing that they should follow his orders, and the thought occurred to him that sometimes you have to use hatred as fuel. The young man lowered his head. Standing still, the protagonist thought that even if this revenge was aimed at him. Looking down, he said he wouldn't make excuses. His critical error in judgment had almost destroyed their army. A horde of monsters appeared, and it was heard that thanks to his plan, they could push back these creatures. It was thin ice, but there was still a chance to win, so just this once. Looking straight ahead, Ash said that just this once, let them trust him and follow his orders, and then thought that his hand was finally in place. Lily frowned. Ken stared angrily ahead. The boy's gaze froze. Lucas looked resolutely at the hero, wondering if she would turn a royal straight or a flush or not. The knight stood on the wall, and it was said that he had no choice but to go all in. A soldier struck a drum, and an army of black spiders could be heard advancing. The monsters were coming. Gritting his teeth, the knight asked if he would truly be okay, to which the hero replied that he shouldn't worry and do as he'd said. A horde of spiders rushed forward, and the plan was simple, as long as the team members were buying time. A huge monster appeared, and the thought occurred to them that they would find the queen giving orders to the spiders. The protagonist stood near the cannon, thinking about how they would then blow its skull apart with the mana cannon. The fragments lay on the ground. They were told that by removing the limiter, they had enhanced its magical power, so the cannon should be able to handle even the queen. The only problem was her position. The path to the fortress appeared, and the hero thought that they needed to find it from a fairly large distance. It would be impossible to do this with just their eyes, if that was even possible. Smiling broadly, the protagonist mentioned creating a map, then thought that of course, when he was here. A glow appeared around him. A blue wall appeared within the fortress. The barrier expanded further and further. The hare sat near a tree. Ash looked at the notification and realized that mapping was an ability that allowed its owner to see the surrounding area as a mini-map. His stats appeared, and the thought occurred to him that he'd been a bit shocked when he first saw those horrific stats, but the fact that he even had this skill was a relief. Holding his hand out in front of the map, the hero thought he'd see where she was hiding if he could find the boss mark. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he asked again. Looking at the notification, the protagonist realized there was no boss mark for the monsters here. The creatures rushed forward, and it occurred to him that the objective of this mission, the Queen of Enemies, wasn't even on the map. The knight stood before the gate. Looking at him, the protagonist said, "Let him take it. He'd collected all the stamina potions left in the fortress. He should go outside and attract their attention." Ken frowned, hearing that he thought he could handle it. A view of the room opened up. Lily trembled in fear, hearing that she, too, had been given a difficult but important role. Standing in the middle of the room, she heard him say that if the spiders managed to get even into the artillery section, he was counting on her to use her fiery skin to block the entrance, to which she replied that she could do that. Looking to the side, Lucas shouted for everyone to form up. The knights aimed their crossbows. Cannons protruded from behind the wall. Lucas held his weapon in his hands. Frowning, he shouted that they must endure this. They needed to buy themselves enough time to kill the queen. Turning his head, the boy said that this dignified expression undoubtedly meant that. Raising his sword, he added that his highness had completed all preparations. His eyes widened. The hero thought, let them wait. He didn't. Suddenly, shots were heard from the towers. Shells flew at the monsters. Lucas gave a thumbs up. The protagonist looked at him and thought, okay, fine, he needs to stay calm. A marker appeared on the map, and the thought occurred to Ash that, firstly, the main goal of the training isn't to kill the boss monsters. The fact that he's not even on the map is no surprise. Looking at the battlefield, Ash considered that he'd most likely appear during a full-scale attack. They had a secure rear, the guards were prepared for emergencies. All they had to do was wait. This was the only place the queen could be. Suddenly, markers appeared on the map, and the hero turned to Damien. Stretching his hand out to the side, the protagonist shouted that he could see them. Ash pointed to the empty field. Looking straight ahead, Damien said that yes, he could see a group of spiders gathered in a circle. The thought occurred to him that he thought it was possible. But was it really possible? Turning his head, the hero said that the queen must be among them, that he'd be able to find her. The boy stared ahead. The creature's eyes lit up, and he heard it talking about a monster with a spider-like lower body and a human-like upper body. Grinning broadly, the protagonist thought he caught the snaggle-toothed monster. Standing near the cannon, he said what exactly, to which Damien asked, "Doesn't that look suspicious?" Ash replied that there was no need to worry. She would soon be hit by a cannon blast and die in agony. The cannon swung to the side, and a command was heard to turn the artillery mount, facing southwest. He and Damien needed to aim accurately. The soldier, his eyes wide, announced that the man charge was ready, firing on command, to which he was told. Excellent. Turning his head, the hero said he should finish this. Damien's hands trembled, and he turned. Looking away, he said he wasn't sure. He'd never done anything like this before, so it was so sudden to force him. The protagonist opened his mouth and addressed him. Placing a hand on his shoulder, Ash said he might miss, then thought he'd take full responsibility. Frowning, the hero said that even if he missed and ruined the entire plan, everything would be fine, he shouldn't be afraid, then thought that all consequences were the commander's responsibility. Soldiers only did what they were ordered. The young man looked surprised to hear that all he had to do was pull the trigger. That was it, his revenge for his friend. Frowning, Damien said it was revenge for his friend. He pulled the cannon's trigger. A glow appeared around it. The gears began to move. Lightning emanated from the charge. Smiling, the hero said, "That's it." Suddenly, a shot rang out, and it sounded like he was going to wipe them off the face of the earth. A huge beam shot through the air, hurtling forward. The sphere headed toward the queen. Clenching his fist, the protagonist shouted, "Let it hit!" A devastating explosion resounded in the distance. Ash glanced to the side and turned to the lookout. Raising his hand, the soldier shouted that the shot had hit its target, striking the monsters directly. Smiling, the lookout said, "Well done, I'm sure it was his first time shooting." To which Damien replied that he was simply doing what he was told. The hero looked away, hearing his body begin to move as soon as he pulled the trigger, and wondered what he was talking about. A skill notification appeared, and the thought occurred to him that it was all thanks to his ability, a completely broken ability that allowed him to never miss. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist reflected that in the game, he was a character incapable of holding a real weapon, but here he simply had to grab a cannon. They bore the full force of his attack. Suddenly, he looked up in amazement and realized that, as expected, it was him. Watching the explosions, Ash asked what was going on. The spiders stood still, suggesting they were still moving. The boy looked at them fearfully and said they were continuing their advance. Turning his head, the hero asked again. Stretching his hand forward, he shouted that there was a swarm of spiders, advancing. The protagonist clenched his teeth. The queen stood amid the smoke. The spiders guarded her, suggesting they were forming a square. The spider queen glared furiously. Holding the telescope in his hands, Ash exclaimed. The monster's eyes glowed brightly. They rushed toward the fortress, and it was heard that they were suddenly heading somewhere, the spiders moving. The hero looked surprised to hear that they hadn't hit the queen, and how come nothing had happened to her? He replied that it was impossible. Frowning, the lookout shouted that there was trouble, all the spiders. A swarm of spiders rushed toward the fortress, and they could hear all the spiders running toward the artillery mount. Smiling, the protagonist said that she wasn't that stupid, for an insect. Shells were flying from the fortress. Ken was breathing heavily. Taking out the flask, he realized he only had one potion left. The knight sat down on the ground and added that he could just run away. A view of the blue sky opened up. Suddenly, the knight looked up in amazement and asked again. He took a step forward. Ken was standing near a tree. He froze in bewilderment. Leaves were flying in the air. The man fell to his knees. The boy's eyes suddenly widened. A devastating explosion thundered, and they heard the impact. They'd hit the queen. The hero clenched his teeth. The monsters were striking the wall, and the thought crossed his mind that the spiders were continuing their advance. The queen's eyes lit up, and the protagonist wondered if she was still alive. Frowning, Ash wondered if they weren't dealing enough damage. The monsters appeared, and he added that the spider army queen from the game died from 1 or 2 cannon shots. After all, compared to combat monsters, she wasn't that strong, but what about the queen from the tutorial? Eyes widening, the hero wondered how he knew nothing about her. What if she had different stats? What if she had a special ability? Blood spattered, and the thought occurred to him, if she couldn't be killed at all, then what about him? Lightning flashed through the air, and it sounded like the powerful explosion had nearly maxed out the mana core. Looking at the hero, the soldier shouted that the cannon was on the verge of destruction and that they wouldn't be able to fire as many shots as they planned, to which the protagonist responded that he was talking too much, asking how many shots they had left. Frowning, the man said that they could fire 5, but they'd already fired 2, so they had 3 left. Ash looked at him in surprise and thought 3 shots. Standing still, he considered the only remaining option, killing the spider queen in 3 shots. Damien was breathing heavily, and the hero thought, moreover, Damien's eyes, it seemed like using the 1,000-mile eye had its consequences. The young man grabbed the trigger, thinking 3 shots at most. Looking at him, the hero wondered if he could withstand it. Shells flew at the monsters, and the protagonist reflected on how fortunately the walls of the central castle were holding up well and withstanding the onslaught. He looked up in amazement, hearing the destroyer approaching, to which he asked again. The enormous monster stood still. Looking at it, Ash wondered if the destroyer was trying to break through. Nothing like that had ever happened in the game. He frowned angrily and shouted for the defense to concentrate all their firepower on the destroyer. Shots rang out from the cannons. Shells flew at the monster. The creature approached the fortress, and the thought crossed his mind that no, the fortress walls wouldn't hold. Suddenly, the monster broke through the wall. He stopped abruptly. A huge swarm of spiders swarmed into the fortress. The hero clenched his teeth and exclaimed. Frowning, the boy shouted that they should prepare their weapons and descend to the first floor. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted for them to pull themselves together. The soldiers below would protect them, and they needed to keep firing at the queen. He glared angrily and added that they must kill the queen before these abominations reached the artillery emplacement. The tower came into view, and preparations were heard to be complete. Looking at the boy, the hero turned. Damien clenched his teeth in anger. An explosion rang out in the distance, a sound like a hit, but she was still alive. Turning his head, the protagonist shouted for him to load the next shell immediately, quickly. Lucas swung his weapon sharply, striking the spiders. Frowning, the boy shouted for them to defend the artillery installation. They had to protect the prince. Ash looked down and exclaimed. The soldiers lined up in front of the monsters. A blow landed on the knight. The spiders were attacking the people. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought there were more and more victims. He didn't know. The man was holding a mouse in his hands. The man was pierced by a claw, and the thought occurred to him that while he'd been playing this as a simple game, he hadn't realized that real people lived in this place. A notification about the number of forces appeared, and the protagonist reflected on how death isn't just a number, but a horrific sight, accompanied by screams and the smell of blood. Ash glared and wondered, at this rate. Frowning, a soldier shouted for everyone to hold on to the cannon. They needed to cool it down. The hero took a step forward and thought 5 shots. It would be destroyed before the 4th. Lucas glanced away furiously. Wide-eyed, the protagonist pondered what to do, a way out of this situation. The monsters were advancing on the soldiers, and a thought that hadn't occurred to him came to mind. The man opened his mouth wide and addressed the monsters. Standing in the middle of the horde, Ken shouted that he was here. Let them look at him. Ash looked at him in amazement. The knight drank a stamina potion. He glared ahead. Raising his head, the man shouted that he was a knight of the Empire. A crowd of monsters rushed towards him. Ken froze in place. He started to run away, shouting that it was like this here. Suddenly, the man noticed a rock. He grinned broadly. Running behind it, Ken shouted that they should try to find it. He smiled and activated the pickpocket's survival method. The hero looked at the notification in amazement. Frowning, he shouted that his remaining health was gone. The knight was surrounded by monsters, and a notification appeared that he was low on health and his ability had been cancelled. Gritting his teeth, the man muttered. Damn it, he shouldn't have trusted that bastard. Blood spattered. The protagonist froze in fear. Frowning, he realized that even from a distance, he could clearly hear the horrific sound of tearing flesh. Spiders were eating a man's flesh. A photo of his family appeared, and a thought occurred to him that his orders had taken another man's precious life. The knights rushed forward, hearing Ken push them behind the defensive line and attack. Blows flew at the soldiers, and it was announced that not only Ken, but all those people outside were losing their lives because of his single command. His eyes widened. The hero thought he had killed them all. No, it was much worse. The protagonist, sitting at the computer, realized that throughout his playthrough, he had always used ordinary NPCs as bait. This damn game was built on dice. A notification appeared, asking if he would deploy a team of 2 to this point. Corpses of soldiers appeared, and it was explained that to save someone, to obtain an item, to complete a side quest, to earn an achievement, he happily sent people to their deaths every time. Ash yawned, and the thought flashed through his mind that he hadn't doubted it every single time. But now he understood everything. The hero's hand trembled, and he muttered. Enough. Then considered the significance of his actions so far. The protagonist glared furiously and shouted. Enough. Then considered the truth. Every death entails heartbreaking pain. Looking at the monster, Ash shouted. Enough. The thought dawning that they would never stop. Gritting his teeth, he added that monsters couldn't be stopped by mere screams. Suddenly, a blow landed. Frowning, Lucas questioned why he dared target the prince. Raising his head, he shouted that he was fine. The hero stared at the creature in silence. Holding the weapon in his hands, he muttered that he was right, and then thought there was only one way to stop these monsters. Suddenly, the protagonist struck the spider. Frowning, Ash considered killing them before they died. The soldier's eyes widened and he shouted that the 4th projectile was loaded, but Damien couldn't. The hero glared and asked if he could fire it. Closing his eyes, the boy responded approvingly. Suddenly, a shot rang out from the cannon. The projectile rushed towards the queen. She screamed upon seeing it. The beam flew swiftly through the air. The queen screamed in fear. A devastating explosion thundered, and it seemed as if the projectile had hit the queen directly in the head. The spider's eyes lit up. The monster stood amidst the flames, and it was said that this damn queen was still alive. The hero froze in bewilderment. The soldiers fell to their knees. The knight, holding out his hand, declared their attacks would be useless. Standing next to the cannon, the man said it had reached its limit. If they tried to fire again, it would simply explode. Looking at him, the protagonist heard that either way, it was over, so they would simply surrender. Ash sighed and wondered if this really was the end. Smoke billowed from the cannon, suggesting it was on the verge of destruction. The soldiers were fighting the spiders. It was said their line of defense had been breached. Damien clutched his face, and the protagonist wondered if the sniper couldn't even open his own eyes. Could this really be the end? The hero lowered his hand and thought they truly had no hope left. Looking through the telescope, the boy shouted that no, their shots hadn't been in vain. The protagonist looked away in amazement. Shrapnel appeared on the skin. It sounded like the queen's skin had been damaged. Looking straight ahead, Ash turned to the lookout, the thought dawning that despite this entire situation, he had remained true to his role to the very end. Frowning, the soldiers shouted that if they fired one more shot, they would definitely be able to kill her. The hero froze in bewilderment upon hearing this. An explosion thundered on the tower. Looking to the side, Lucas turned. The protagonist began to fall. Debris fell to the ground, and the thought dawned on him that everything was destroyed, the entire world, the hope of passage, all of it. The boy appeared in front of him, and turned. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. The hero suddenly came to. Lucas was sitting in front of him. Frowning, the protagonist turned to him. Holding the debris with his body, the boy asked that he was uninjured. Extending his hand forward, Ash replied that he should ask. He was fine. Blood was pouring from the boy's body. Looking down, the young man asked what he remembered, that same case that had happened 20 years ago. The hero froze, pondering his inability to remember, as a player who simply borrowed his body, unable to recall anything that connected them. Kneeling, Lucas recounted that when His Highness first chose him as his bodyguard, he told him right there. The protagonist asked what he had said, then thought that even if he couldn't become emperor, he would become the coolest man in the world. The young man bowed before the hero, the thought occurring that, as the one who would become his knight, he should strive to be the coolest knight in the world. Lucas looked at him in surprise, hearing something that even though this had happened when he was just a child. Smiling, the knight said that His Highness's words had touched him so deeply that he had carried them with him throughout his life, right up until this very day. Sitting before him, the protagonist heard him believe in him. Looking down, he asked, "What, even in such a situation?" Frowning, the young man replied that any time, anywhere. The rubble began to crush him. Suddenly, the boy collapsed to the ground. The ruins of the fortress became visible. Ash stood before the boy's corpse. Looking down, he thought, let him hang on. Lucas lay unconscious, and the protagonist added that he was the main hero, the savior of this world, he shouldn't die here. Turning his head, the hero thought that first, he needed to understand the situation. They were now under an artillery installation. How long had he been unconscious? The protagonist looked at the soldiers. People were lying on the ground, and the thought occurred to him that Damien and the other artillerymen, fortunately, seemed to have escaped fatal injuries, which could not be said about the cannon. Looking straight ahead, Ash thought, speaking of which, why are they still alive? What about the spiders? Standing amid the flames, the girl turned. The hero looked at her in surprise. Standing before him, Lily asked if this wasn't the end. She gritted her teeth in pain. Closing one eye, she asked if it was true. The protagonist's eyes widened. Stretching his hand forward, he addressed the mage. The girl's hand trembled, and she muttered that she couldn't hold out much longer. She could still hold back the passage for now, but the monsters were breaking through the wall. It sounded like they would soon break through. Stretching her arms out to the sides, Lily shouted that there was no time, hurry. Frowning, she added that they shouldn't make their deaths useless. Ash clenched his teeth. Looking at the soldiers, he shouted to get to their positions and load the last shell. The man looked at him in amazement, and said they had told him so. The weapon lay on the ground, and it sounded like the cannon had already reached its limit. As soon as they fired, it would explode. Looking away, the hero said that if they didn't do anything, they'd rot in the monsters' stomachs. Wouldn't it be better to risk it at least once? Frowning, he added that they had to. Standing next to him, a soldier asked how he'd aim, then said that they couldn't even see outside. There was no way they could hit the queen from here. Smoke was billowing from the cannon. It sounded like there wasn't even a stand for it anymore. He should hold it in his hands. The thought occurred to him that if he had lost his teeth, he should keep chewing with his gums. Looking at the boy, the protagonist said they would aim no matter what, as long as Damien fired. The man frowned, hearing that they should load the last shell. That was an order, to which he replied that he understood. Ash took a step forward, thinking that he couldn't say for sure how the 1,000-mile eye worked, but if Damien fired, the projectile would always hit its target. They just had to trust in him. Standing behind the boy, Ash addressed him. The boy looked away, hearing that this was the last time. He needed to fire one more time, just one more. Looking at the hero, Damien listened as he asked to do it again. Turning his head, the boy asked what the point of all this was. The hero looked down, hearing that no matter what he did, nothing would change. The Spider Queen appeared, and he heard a voice say that the creature would definitely die if he hit her one more time, to which Damien replied that no, that wasn't what he meant. Sitting on the ground, the boy said that if they pulled the trigger again, the Spider Queen would die. Lowering his head, he added, "What would change? Half his friends were already dead. Even if he avenged all his enemies, he couldn't bring them back, no matter how desperately he worked, no matter how hard he tried." Staring straight ahead, the hero heard the world always taking everything from him, which he addressed. The young man's gaze froze, and he said he wanted to stop this. He didn't want to continue living like this. Standing behind him, the protagonist shouted loudly that he believed this world was meaningless. Damien looked at him in amazement, hearing him think that even if he overcame serious difficulties, life would continue to be a living hell. Grabbing him by the clothes, Ash shouted at him to stop spouting such obvious nonsense. Difficulty levels appeared, and it was clear that if this world had difficulty, it was definitely hellish, plus a Man of Steel mode in which he couldn't even save. The thought arose that this hadn't been a game, that it had been a hellish world with a Man of Steel mode from the very beginning. The hero glared and shouted that he was pointless and ridiculous, that nothing was going according to his plan. This was life, who didn't know that? A bright light appeared, and it was said that they were living in this destructive environment, and he was going to stop fighting. The young man's eyes widened in surprise hearing this. He decided to simply leave, to be worthless. He froze, hearing that no, the thought occurred to him that they must continue fighting until death overtook them. Standing before the boy, the protagonist shouted that he would fight and strategize until his last breath. Taking up his weapon, he added that since he wanted to end it all so easily, the boy froze, hearing that he should cut off his own head with this sword right now. Swinging the weapon, Ash said, "What if he's a coward incapable of this?" Looking at the boy, he added that he should pull the damn trigger and stop looking for his dead friend. The weapon lay on the ground, and it seemed as if all he needed to do his job was obey his commander. He didn't need any trivial reason to live. Damien frowned, hearing that he was his tool, his key, his trigger. Nothing more was required of him. Looking straight at him, the hero said that was all he needed, and a notification about a new skill appeared. His eyes lit up, and he added that here were his orders. The protagonist grabbed the boy by the shoulder and told him to blow that thing's face off. A glow appeared around the young man. Looking at the hero, he replied that he would carry out his orders. The ruins of the fortress appeared, and the sound of the last shell being loaded was heard. The man looked at him fearfully, and said that there was no way to cool the barrel at this rate, to which Ash replied that they should get moving. Looking at the cannon, the hero said he would hold it. Stretching his hands forward, the soldier said it was too hot. Touching it would only cause more than a simple burn, to which the protagonist replied that it was better to burn alive than die and descend into hell. Looking at the boy, Ash asked if he was ready. Damien frowned and replied that he couldn't see, to which the hero replied that it didn't matter. Holding the trigger in his hands, he added that he couldn't feel his hands, to which the protagonist repeated the phrase. Smiling, Ash said it didn't matter. The young man glared ahead. The hero grabbed the cannon abruptly, gritting his teeth in pain. The protagonist began to lift it from the ground. Wide-eyed, the soldier shouted for help for his highness. The soldiers grabbed the red-hot cannon. Together, they began to lift it. The enormous monster stared at them. The hero's brow furrowed. His mouth wide open, he addressed Damien. The boy's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he pulled the trigger on command. Lightning began to appear around the cannon. The protagonist glared ahead. A projectile formed in the cannon's barrel. Suddenly, a shot thundered. The beam shot forward. The soldiers were surrounded by spiders. Frowning, Ash thought that this had seemed like an impossible task at first, shooting at an enemy they couldn't even see beneath the rubble of the fallen fortress. There was no chance of hitting its target. The projectile flew forward rapidly. A bright glow appeared in the air, suggesting that the projectile was flying directly at the Spider Queen, and that the difference in altitude was irrelevant. The beam flew forward swiftly, as if the distance didn't matter. Lightning flew through the air, suggesting that it didn't care about the hundreds of thousands of monsters in its path. The beam flew past the horde, as if it were simply reproducing the selected result. The projectile flew on, and the protagonist thought he was flying at the Spider Queen, screaming in anger or fear. The queen's eyes lit up. A glow appeared in the distance, and the protagonist thought he had hit her head, the projectile having completely blown off her damn skull. The hero looked in amazement at the messages about how he'd done it, and thought he was speechless. This was the first message he'd received since he'd started streaming, and he didn't even know how to react to it. A message appeared asking him to subscribe to his channel, and he wondered if he really remembered what he'd written back then. The protagonist's eyes widened and he gasped, and then he thought he was alive. He closed his eyes and clenched his teeth. Ash stood up abruptly, hearing the message advising him not to get up yet. The man wrote on a piece of paper and said that Damien had healed his wounds with magic. Sitting at the table, the girl mentioned that he had severe burns all over his body, so it would take some time for him to fully recover. Lily placed her pen on the table and added that he had slept for 3 days. Grinning, she said she was afraid he would never open his eyes again after that battle with the spider army. The hero looked at her in amazement. Lowering his head, he said that she had survived, to which the girl replied that it was thanks to his highness's orders. The monsters were leaving. The spider army was heard to retreat immediately after he decapitated the Spider Queen. The protagonist looked away, hearing that they had won. Soldiers were carrying the wounded. They stood before a huge flame. Reinforcements were heard tending to the dead and disposing of the remnants of the enemy army. Ash looked out the window, hearing that the cleanup was almost complete, to which he replied that he understood. Sitting in a chair, Lily explained that he had suffered severe burns on his palms, arms, shoulders, and neck, and that when they returned to the Crossroads, he would need to visit the temple. The hero looked at his hand, hearing that even after full recovery, he would still have scars, to which he replied that it was a small price to pay for his life. Looking at the girl, the protagonist asked how she was. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Lily, clutching the blanket, said that when she ran out of mana, a spider had injured her back, and then the queen had died immediately, so she hadn't been attacked again. Grinning, she added that it seemed the wound had damaged a nerve, and she would no longer be able to move her lower body. Ash's mouth dropped open in amazement. Looking down, the girl said he had nothing to worry about. She was grateful to fate for being alive after all that. Sitting in front of the hero, she added that, with the exception of the 5 artillerymen, Lucas, Damien, she, and His Highness were the only ones left. Closing his eyes, the protagonist considered the thought that 9 people, there had been over 200 of them, were now only 9 left. The girl sat in her chair, wondering if there really was no other way. Ken looked away, and Ash pondered a better way, one he'd overlooked. An army of soldiers appeared, and the thought occurred to him that maybe there was a way to save more people. Taking his hand, Lily told him he wasn't omnipotent. Sitting next to him, she added that it was impossible to save everyone in that situation. He did the best he could. Looking down, the hero said he was solely responsible for that battle, then reflected that even though he hadn't started it, since he was now in this body, responsibility lay with him as well. The hero held the flag in his hands, and it seemed as if no one knew the monsters would rain down like a river for decades, which was why no one had stopped him when he started the war. Looking down, the protagonist heard himself begging him not to blame himself. Frowning, Lucas shouted. Entering the room, he said that, thank heavens, he had woken up. Looking at the hero, the boy asked if he was in pain and would call Damien right away. Ash replied, "No, let him calm down, he's fine." The knight winced, hearing that he was also injured. Shouldn't he be licking his wounds? Placing his hands on his hips, the boy replied that he knew him, that he was a tough cookie, and that was where his strength lay. The hero thought, "Well, that goes without saying, he's the strongest knight of this century." Holding the papers in his hands, the young man said that while he was unconscious, he would compile a list of those killed in that battle. Unfortunately, they hadn't been able to find all the bodies. The protagonist frowned, hearing that they had done everything they could. A bright light shone through the window, and he heard someone ask where the corpses were now. The boy replied, "In the northern plains, at the forward base." The hero added that he wanted to see them. The protagonist stood up, and the girl said he couldn't, he hadn't fully recovered yet. Ash frowned and said that they had lost lives under his command. He would go to them, and let Lucas help him. A view of the fortress walls opened up. The boy was carrying the hero on his back. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought he felt like a backpack. They walked near the wall, and he heard someone say he wanted to be his horse, to which the knight replied that if that was his wish, he would accept. The hero added that he was joking and shouldn't take it so seriously. Damien looked up. They froze, looking at him. The boy smiled at the address, to which he replied that he had woken up. Standing before him, Ash asked how his eyes were, to which Damien replied that they were fine. His vision was gradually returning. Holding his glasses in his hands, he added that he could now see everything as before. The hero looked down and pondered what he'd heard. He'd single-handedly tended to the wounded soldiers, traversing the entire field using healing magic despite being blind. The boy grinned, the thought dawning that his ordeal had been no less difficult than his own. Looking at the boy, the protagonist said that thanks to him, they were able to successfully achieve their goal. Mountains of gold appeared, and it seemed as if he so desired, he would reward him so that for the rest of his days he would never have to worry about his livelihood. And of course, he would never have to fight on the battlefield again. The young man froze, hearing that, first and foremost, he was a mercenary, free to do what he truly desired. The protagonist frowned, hearing him say that he was the trigger, that he wanted to find out. The spider's eyes lit up, and it seemed as if he wondered where all those monsters came from, who had created them, and for what purpose. The boy stood before the monster, and heard a voice say, "Why did he die?" Frowning, Damien said, "Let him continue following him." Lucas smiled at this. The hero raised an eyebrow and replied, "Fine, he'll allow it." They needed a priest to honor the memory of those they'd lost. The people stood before the blue flames. The protagonist stared ahead silently, thinking he knew perfectly well. The blue flames appeared, and the thought occurred to him that there was no better way, no better strategy, nothing more foolish than wondering about these what-ifs, after everything had already happened. The bodies of fallen soldiers lay on the ground. It was said that he had chosen a strategy, which he had executed, and this was its result. Standing still, Ash reflected on how he must therefore take responsibility. He would shoulder it and move on. Frowning, he said that as soon as the funeral was over, he should take all the bodies and transport them. The flag was raised, and the thought occurred to him that thousands of disasters befell the Crossroads every year, and funerals cost more than the lives of people in this world. Numerous graves appeared, and a voice said that there was a vacant lot to the south of the Crossroads, and he should honor their memory and bury them there. The thought occurred to him that he was going to make a cemetery in the southern vacant lot, where he had placed memorials in the game. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that once a year, every other month. Standing before the flame, the protagonist added that they would honor the memory of those who sacrificed their lives in the war, to which Lucas replied that he would obey. The thought occurred to him that this was done not only for those people. The hero held the mouse in his hands, and it was said that it was also for all those. The soldier stood still, and the protagonist pondered who he'd killed without remorse for so long in the game. Looking at the flames, Ash thought this was his atonement. The flames burned brightly, and a voice addressed Lucas. Frowning, the hero said he would never lose again. Looking at him, the boy heard him say he would never make another mistake. Standing still, the protagonist announced they were returning to their main base. A view of the fortress opened up, and a notification appeared, indicating the prologue had ended. The carriage sped forward. The squad moved across the field, and the thought crossed his mind that they had left their base of operations. 3 days had passed since they began heading north, back to the fortress. A pendant glowed around the hero's neck. Looking up, the protagonist thought he was going to die of boredom. Sitting in the carriage, he shouted that they'd be there soon, to which Lucas replied that they were almost there, and that he should just be patient a little longer. Ash closed his eyes, thinking it was like talking to a Yandex delivery courier. He always said the same thing, no matter what. He frowned, looking at the notification, and then thought he needed to decide as soon as possible. A glow appeared near his hand, and the thought occurred to him that after completing the tutorial, he had reached level 5. It was at level 5 that the game prompted him to choose a class. Looking at his stats, the protagonist asked, "Seriously, why did my stats rise so much? What character had he gotten?" Putting his hand to his face, he thought about something interesting. No matter which stats improved, he could choose absolutely any class in the game. The problem was at the bottom of the list. Tapping the notification, Ash added, "Here it is. This is the first time I've seen a class like this, a newbie commander." An unknown character appeared, and he wondered what kind of class this was. A special class unlocked by completing Iron Man Hell mode, a so-called hidden class. The hero looked down. He frowned, wondering if the last time he'd gotten a skill called Stubborn Commander, why the whole damn world was screaming at him to choose a commander class. A notification about the skill appeared, and the protagonist thought it was a great skill. Looking at the notification, the protagonist reflected that it was useless at the beginning of the game, because mental debuffs only appeared towards the end. It was risky to choose a class he knew nothing about. A bright light shone through the window, and he heard a voice say, "Oh shit!" Ash looked up in surprise, hearing that he could see an intersection. Looking out the window, he replied, "Finally!" Suddenly, the hero's eyes widened. The wagons were moving toward the fortress. A view of the base opened up, and the thought occurred to me that this was the Crossroads, the name of the fortress built in the southernmost part of the world. The gates abruptly opened, and it was said that this fortress was built to contain the monsters that endlessly advanced from the dark lake located to the south. The carriages entered the fortress, and the hero thought that in the past, it had been the largest fortress in the entire empire. A view of the map opened up, and the thought occurred to him that as the monster invasion subsided, the army was redirected elsewhere due to the lack of an army necessary to defend the fortress, and mercenaries began to be hired. The protagonist stood still and reflected on how aged pensioners, with death breathing down their necks and inexperienced newcomers being taken in their place, were hired regardless of their nationality or abilities. The fortress came into view, and it was said that the empire simply needed cannon fodder on the front lines. The carriage entered the gates, and the hero thought that when the fortress filled with cheap lives, restaurants, banks, and hotels began to appear. Looking straight ahead, he added that after decades, the fortress had become a huge city. Tall towers appeared, suggesting that at some point, people had stopped calling the Crossroads a fortress. A view of the city opened up, and it was said that this place was now called a fortress city on the front lines of monsters. An insect appeared, and the protagonist mused that it had another name, mocking the mercenaries who blindly flocked here for money in their own deaths. Like moths, a city of suicides. Graves appeared, and it was said that it was a grave city. Ash glanced to the side and thought it was a human Maginot Line, a crossroads. Buildings appeared, and he added that during the game, he hadn't noticed that this city was much larger than he imagined. Torn fabric hung from the roof, and the hero mused that it was also more shabby than he imagined. Turning his head, he added that in any case, he would become lord of this city. Carts drove along the main street. Lucas looked at the townspeople. The protagonist stared silently out the window. The villagers frowned angrily, wondering why they were so sour. Ash stared ahead in confusion. The hero held a flag in his hands. It was explained that this was understandable, as the appointed commander and new lord had barely returned alive after his army was crushed. Smiling broadly, the hero reflected that he'd known something like this could happen, which is why he'd prepared. Looking at the carts, the people told him to look. They were all magic crystals. The stones glittered brightly, and the protagonist wondered if he'd deliberately placed them so carelessly. 400 magic crystals made from black spiders. The monster's eyes lit up, and it was explained that, since they were high-level monsters, these magic crystals were of a high degree of purity and worth a fortune, so much so that he wouldn't have to worry about wealth anytime soon. Ash crossed his arms and thought that after completing an impossible mission, he should have received at least something as a reward. For the game to run smoothly, interaction with the townspeople would be key. The people stared silently at the carriages, and the thought occurred to him that the townspeople currently lacked trust in him. The townspeople's characters appeared, and the protagonist began to think that he already knew how to win their hearts. Coins rained down. Looking away, the protagonist thought to himself that he should let them wait a little, using a simple and effective method. The townspeople looked at him in amazement, and he added that he would return and buy their damn souls. A view of the sky opened up. The carriage began to stop. A man grabbed the door handle. Closing his eyes, Lucas announced that they had arrived. Stepping forward, The protagonist replied that he thanked him for doing a great job. The lord's house opened up. His eyes widened and the protagonist exclaimed. Looking at the palace, he thought about living in a place like this. Ash frowned and added that he had nothing to compare it to. He never imagined his desire for his own home would be fulfilled in such a way. Stretching his arms forward, the boy exclaimed loudly. Looking at the hero, he shouted that, thank heavens, he was alive. The hero looked at him in bewilderment and said, and he is. Standing before him, the young man told him to wait. He shouldn't have called him the Lord. Asking for his apology, the protagonist replied that he could call him whatever he wanted. The boy took his hands and said he'd been so worried. His eyes widened. He added that His Highness would have scars on his body. The thought occurred to him that this emotional man with a hint of an ignorant servant's name was Ader. In the game, he was the city's manager. The player character appeared, and the protagonist thought to himself that this guy handled all the administrative work at the Crossroads, from the placement of structures to platoon management, and various system tasks, so he was here too. He would manage the city alongside this guy. The palace doors opened, and a welcome home was heard. Ader extended his hand and announced that he had already prepared a warm bath and a delicious dinner for him, telling him to rest well. The hero froze in amazement, at which point the boy addressed him. Looking at Lucas, the protagonist said he should make sure the soldiers got a good rest, to which the knight responded approvingly, adding that he was also resting today. The boy frowned and said that he had to protect him, to which Ash replied that nothing would happen overnight, let him rest, and would return to his duties tomorrow. Closing his eyes, he replied that he would obey. Looking at the knight, the hero heard someone calling. Grinning, he thought it looked like Lucas's room was on the ground floor. The bathtub was filling. Stretching his arm out to the side, Ada said that a cozy, warm bath would wash away all the fatigue from the journey and the smell of war. Smiling, the protagonist thought about how long it had been since he'd taken a bath. He was truly tired after the long drive, so he was going to get a good rest. Closing his eyes, he said thank you. He was free to go. Ash began unbuttoning his shirt. Smiling, the young man said that, by the way, that was simply incredible. Looking straight ahead, he added that Mr. is a typical nerd. The hero froze in amazement. The water was filling the bathtub. Closing the door, Ada said that he'd managed to complete the training. I'd never have believed it. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist asked what he was doing. Raising his hands, the boy shouted that he couldn't hide it any longer. It was true, he was the director of Empire Defense. Suddenly, Ash punched him. The boy fell to the ground. Gritting his teeth in rage, the hero thought the director, that bastard, had dragged him here. The young man looked at him with fear and told him to calm down. Kneeling, he screamed his forgiveness for bringing him to such a terrible place. Frowning, Ada added, but this world. The protagonist swung at him, hearing that he needed him. Closing his eyes, the boy apologized. Sitting before him, Ash said, okay, so that's it. A message from the director appeared, and he heard it said that he was indeed the director. Frowning, the hero said that he really was the director of this game, no, of this world, to which Ada replied that he was. A thought occurred to him, why the hell was he talking like that? Looking at the boy, the protagonist asked why he brought him here. Wiping a handkerchief over his face, the young man replied that this world had a true ending. Looking at him, Ash heard that this was the only ending no one had ever achieved. A planet appeared, and it was heard that he had restarted this world numerous times in an attempt to achieve this ending, but he had never achieved the ending he desired, not even once. Ader snapped his finger, hearing that this was why he had decided to ask someone else for help, to which he replied, well, basically, yes. Spheres appeared near them. Raising his hand, the young man declared that he had turned this world into a game, and showed it to players from other worlds. Server lists appeared, and it was heard that players had discovered many possibilities he had never considered. Raising his eyebrows, the young man added that, however, absolutely no one had ever achieved the true ending. Looking at him, the hero asked what was different about him, since he was hearing about this true ending for the first time. Turning his head, Ada replied that although he hadn't achieved the true ending, he had accomplished something no one else had. The difficulty levels appeared, and the protagonist thought he was the only one who had managed to complete them. Perhaps that was why. Sitting on the floor, the young man said he believed he had the highest chance of achieving the true meaning of this game, which was why he had decided to bring him. Clenching his fist, Ash shouted that bringing him here meant kidnapping him. The protagonist looked at him in fear, and it seemed as if he had thrown himself into this training in the body of this brat. Putting his hand to his head, the young man replied that it had been a mistake, some kind of bug. He hadn't expected something like that either. In any case, let him say something first. Extending his hand, Ader asked about the reward he would receive for helping them, to which the protagonist asked again. The boy smirked and said that if he brought this world to its true ending, he would grant him a wish. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked again, then thought it was like Dragon Ball. Raising his hand, the boy explained that technically he was a being close to the god of this world, to which Ash thought he looked like a complete liar. The box opened, and Ash heard him say that he wouldn't have any trouble bestowing gifts upon him when he sent him back to his world. Looking away, the hero asked if he wanted anything, to which the boy replied, anything, and he added, 10 billion won. Adjusting his glasses, the boy asked if it was only 10 billion. He could give hundreds of billions, or if he wanted more. The protagonist looked at him in confusion and thought, "This is definitely a scam. He'll probably give him a bad check." Although frankly, he was interested. He was granting him a wish. Ash sat at the computer, and it was said that there were many things he wanted to do. Looking straight ahead, the hero considered that no, there was one thing he wanted at any cost. If he could truly give it to him, then. Smiling, Ader asked if there was something he really wanted to do, something far more valuable than money, a dream he'd long ago given up on, thinking he couldn't achieve. The protagonist froze silently. Standing before the boy, he reflected that it was then that he realized this self-proclaimed deity had summoned him, already knowing it. Ash entered the room, the thought dawning on him that he knew he had something to regret, that there was something tearing his heart apart. The hero lowered his gaze and said that he hadn't been able to fulfill his deepest desire, and had given up. Stretching his arms out to his sides, the boy replied that as long as he carried her in his heart, nothing was over yet. Frowning, the protagonist said that if he possessed such power, then why couldn't he save this world himself? Looking directly at him, Ader explained that his abilities were subject to many limitations. In this world, he was a mere human. Ash sighed, hearing that this was precisely why he needed an agent to act on his behalf. The view of the palace opened up, and a voice said, "Okay, one more question. What would happen if he died?" Smiling, the boy replied that everything would end if he died, to which the hero exclaimed. Raising his finger, Ader remarked that life was a coin flip. There were no saves or loads. He thought he knew this well, having completed the game in Man of Steel mode, hadn't he? Frowning, the hero thought it was true. The game had always been like this. Perhaps sometimes it even made things more convenient. The spider's eyes lit up, and it was said that as soon as it came to death, it became incredibly merciless. Standing before the hero, the young man said that if he wanted to return to Earth right now, he could send him, to which the protagonist asked again. Adjusting his glasses, Ader said that, frankly, he'd been meaning to ask that right away, but something had happened, so. Looking at him, Ash heard him say, "Let him choose." Stretching his hand forward, the boy asked whether he would take the chance to achieve the true ending and fulfill his cherished wish. Looking straight ahead, he added, "Or." Stretching his other hand out to the side, the young man asked whether he would return to a peaceful life where he wouldn't have to put his life on the line. The hero froze, hearing that the choice was entirely his. He silently stared ahead, thinking that before, he would have returned without a second thought, but two things stopped him. A glow appeared, and the thought entered his mind. First, he wanted to fulfill that wish, and second, The hero's gaze froze, and he wondered if it was entirely possible, wasn't it? The protagonist raised his hands, and it was said he was confident. He'd beaten the game on the hardest difficulty, and knew absolutely everything about it. Smiling, Ash wondered what would stop him if he played it again. Water dripped from the faucet, sounding good. Standing before the boy, the hero said that no matter what, he'd try, to which Ader asked again. Frowning, the protagonist added that he'd do his best, so he better help him as best he could, and to remember his wish once he reached the true ending. Raising his hands, the young man shouted that of course he could use him like a yard dog, to which Ash replied that he insisted. The hero pointed a finger at him. Frowning, he said he should sell him all the magic crystals from the black spiders until morning, to which Ader asked again. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said that these were items that could be exchanged for money, and he had a place to sell them, so the guy replied, "Well, yes, but it was late and the market was closed." Ash's eyes widened, and he told him to shut up and do as he said. He could sell them overnight or at dawn, he didn't care, just finish by morning. Frowning, Ader replied, "Fine." There were 388 magical black spider crystals. The crystals appeared in the cart, and it sounded like they would bring him a huge amount of money, even if sold at the average price, so he was going to do something with them all. Looking straight ahead, the hero mentioned there was an empty spot in the party. Then he smiled and thought he really did need an answer. The protagonist looked at the mercenary guild, and the thought occurred to him that, of course, it was time for a gotcha. Flipping a coin, he said, "Now I'll take a look." Ash clenched his fist tightly. Smiling, he asked how about 100 tries. The protagonist, looking ahead, cautiously noted that they were quite energetic, and his comrade, Lucas, added that he would go first, addressing the prince as Highness. The prince, rudely barging into the room, bellowed a vulgar greeting. "Bonjour." The heroes entered the room. The mercenary, jumping up aggressively, furiously shouted who the hell he was and asked rudely if he had decided to die. Ash, looking around contemptuously, asked filthily what the stone piece of shit had just said, and they, the filthy dogs, stared. The protagonist, grabbing the mercenary's head imperiously, snarled arrogantly that he was their employer and asked if they really wanted a quick death. The mercenaries, looking at the heroes with fear, whispered worriedly that this was the third prince, Ash, the very same one. The girl added, alarmed, that she'd heard the prince had slaughtered his entire platoon on the front lines and asked if the spiders hadn't been dealt with. Ash, eyeing the assembled fighters curiously, wondered with interest if anyone was here worthwhile. An image of an old barn appeared, and the protagonist stated that new characters could be acquired in the mercenary guild, adding that, of course, their usefulness would depend on rank, and now it was time for action. Ash, casting a decisive glance forward, resolutely demanded that he needed the best of the best. The protagonist, turning toward the man, cursed in shock. The protagonist took a drag on his cigarette. Albert, exhaling politely from his cigar, greeted the protagonist politely. Albert turned gracefully toward the protagonist and solemnly announced that the prince was in the Crossroad Continental Mercenary Guild. The protagonist stared at him, mesmerized. The protagonist took one hesitant step forward. Ash, surprised, sat down on the chair next to the protagonist and curiously asked if he could learn his name, to which the man readily replied, "Of course." The man, proudly placing his hand on his chest, proudly declared his name to be Albert, and it was a true honor to meet him. The protagonist marveled at the idea of Albert being an SR rank lightning mage. He couldn't believe this old woman was sitting in a mercenary guild. Ash, glancing curiously at his interlocutor, wondered with interest whether he had ever seen such a uniform before and what country it belonged to. Albert, nostalgically stroking his old uniform, proudly replied that it was the uniform of their ever-black empire, and the prince might not recognize the model, as it was already several decades old. Ash, looking up respectfully at his interlocutor, deferentially asked if he had served the empire. The veteran, turning his bandaged eye toward the protagonist, proudly recounted that he had served for 30 years, even serving as captain of the 2nd Squadron of Magic Casters, and after retiring, began earning money as a mercenary. Ash, smiling admiringly at his new mercenary, nobly commented that sacrificing oneself for the country even after retirement is an example of a true soldier, to which Albert honestly retorted that it wasn't that. He was simply desperately short of money. Albert, busily placing a glass of whiskey on the bar, practically asked what had brought him to such a humble abode. Ash, looking at his new interlocutor, answered directly that he was looking for mercenaries, and sarcastically asked what else could have brought him to the mercenary guild. The one-eyed veteran, looking away from the protagonist, brazenly asked, meaning he wasn't here to buy some cannon fodder willing to die for him. Lucas, glaring at the mercenary, angrily exclaimed that he was being very insolent. Ash, calmly stopping his comrade, calmly told Lucas to calm down. The man, calmly smoking a cigar, indifferently remarked that all was well, and rumors of the battle on the front lines had already spread. An image of a man in a red cloak appeared. Sunlight illuminated the bar, and the protagonist added that the protagonist had likely paid a heavy price for his incompetence, even though they were pathetic little people fighting for money. Albert, glaring angrily at the protagonist, dignifiedly declared that they shouldn't be considered idiots digging their own graves, despite the aforementioned facts. Ash, giving the onlookers an indifferent look, understandingly agreed that he understood everything. The protagonist, rising from his chair, slowly began to tell them they should listen to him. Standing before the astonished audience, Ash sagely asked the mercenaries if they weren't all selling their lives for a handful of coins. The mercenaries stared at the protagonist in confusion, and he dismissively concluded that selling their lives was the only thing they were capable of, and whether he was wrong. He then asked why they were suddenly afraid to name their own price. Ash, slamming his hand on the table, sarcastically asked that they were idiots digging their own graves. The protagonist, glancing provocatively at the one-eyed veteran, slyly remarked that this smacked of tyranny. The hero, stunned, held his cigar in his hand, and the protagonist added that while his career had certainly been illustrious, he'd been fired for secretly embezzling from military funds. Ash, glaring at his interlocutor, smugly added that it was a lot like digging his own grave, and thought he probably hadn't even thought he knew about his past. An image of two dark figures in a warehouse appeared, and the hero mercilessly continued, describing his experiences, from corruption to smuggling with the enemy, and when he was caught, he was kicked out and dishonorably discharged, yet he still proudly wore his military uniform. Ash, leaning contemptuously toward the Empire's general, disgustedly summarized how shamelessly he was behaving and epically declared that he was the embodiment of corruption. An image of a red imperial flag appeared, and the hero tragically added that the one-eyed veteran was a corrupt soldier, rotten to the core, a dishonorably discharged veteran. An image of the dark figure of the veteran hero appeared, and the protagonist frankly admitted that he was an unrivaled warrior, colorfully concluding that this hero looked more like a pirate than a soldier, and officially announced that he was the lightning summoner Albert. Albert, turning away from the protagonist with dignity, proudly declared that, although his end had not been the best, she still had the pride of an imperial soldier. The hero inclined his head toward the protagonist, and asked him to watch his words, and Ash vied with him in asking how much he wanted and asked him to name his price, the price of his pathetic pride. The veteran glared menacingly at the protagonist. The protagonist lowered his gaze to the veteran and told him to name a price for the veteran to become his hunting companion. Albert pulled a cigar from his mouth and declared that despite his plain appearance, he certainly wouldn't come cheap, declaring that he needed at least 100,000 a year. The cigar fell to the floor, and the protagonist, Ash, shouted that he would pay him a whopping 200,000 for a year of work. Albert stared ahead, puzzled, and the protagonist decisively announced that he would double the amount, 200,000. He analytically noted that this was a high price for a mercenary, proudly proclaiming himself the prince of the empire and the lord of this city. An image of a mesmerized boy appeared, and the protagonist smugly added that, what's more, he had sold all 400 magic stones. Ash, tilting his head dismissively at his interlocutor, indifferently remarked that 200,000 was mere trifles, since he could get an SR rank mercenary. Ash, cynically presenting a check for the hefty sum of 200,000 conventional units, mercilessly announced that he would buy their fear of death and double their annual salary. Ash, turning contemptuously to the mercenaries, haughtily declared that cowards unwilling to trade their lives could go home, but if they were truly mercenaries looking to make a killing, they would need to fulfill a different set of conditions. The protagonist showed the mercenaries the check and commandingly ordered them to report to the western wasteland of Crossroad that evening. A Catholic church stood under a sunny sky. After the guild meeting, he was to go to the chapel. An image of the snow-white altar of a divine temple appeared. Saint Margaret, removing her hands from the protagonist's neck, competently informed her that everything was ready, but a scar would remain, and the protagonist politely thanked her. Margaret, looking modestly down at Ash, simply replied that there was nothing to thank her for, and the hero prudently thought that later, once he fulfilled a special condition, he could recruit her. The protagonist tucked the collar of his jacket and thought he would do it later, but not today. Ash, busily placing a bag of gold coins on a pole, announced that, as he had said earlier, he had fulfilled all the terms of their joint agreement. The girl turned to the crowd of novices and said that she had brought everyone who was currently available here. The boy looked ahead with joyful eyes, and Ash noted with satisfaction that Damien had adapted well. Ash, decisively turning his head to the novices, announced matter-of-factly that they would begin then. The sun illuminated the top of the god's temple, and the protagonist added solemnly that they still had much to do today, and it would not be easy. That evening, they would head west of Crossroad. The heroes stood in a fenced-in cemetery. An image of a menacing soldier appeared next to a coffin, and the protagonist stated with pomp and circumstance that a parade of coffins had arrived from the front. A watch with a family photograph lay next to one of the graves. The protagonist silently gazed into the distance. Soldiers in black uniforms stood in front of the gravestones, and the protagonist impressively added that the soldiers were in formation, and imperial flags draped each coffin. Girls held books with choral lyrics, and the protagonist solemnly noted that a large choir was present, wisely stating that in a city where death is so common and cheap, proper burials are a rarity. A girl convulsed over one of the graves, and Ash added that the affected families had been compensated. The townspeople conversed secretly, and the protagonist logically explained that the townspeople, shocked by such a large sum, had spread rumors, and the news quickly spread from person to person. He concluded that rumors are like an avalanche, unstoppable. Ash looked into the distance and frankly stated that he wasn't going to sugarcoat anything, and of course, it was all for show, but it was necessary. A huge red banner flooded in the evening sun, and the protagonist strategically added that here, on the front lines, their battle should be known as a noble mission to save humanity. The character stepped forward. Ash, standing solemnly against the backdrop of the red banner, officially announced that he was the third prince and newly appointed lord. The townspeople, looking at each other in bewilderment, murmured skeptically that he was a mad prince, a new lord who looked like a fool. The protagonist, turning decisively to the citizens, seriously stated what he would say. Ash gloomily tilted his head down at the people and realistically stated that the mortality rate on the front lines would steadily increase. Ash stood solemnly on the stage before a crowd of townspeople and solemnly continued that new tombstones would be added to the cemetery every week, each one sung by a choir. He asked for clarification. The townspeople stared at the stage in confusion, and the protagonist cynically declared that their deaths were more precious than survival, frankly stating that all the funeral expenses and compensation for the dead had cost a pretty penny. An image of a red crystal appeared, and the protagonist specifically added that about half of the money he had earned from the magic crystals had gone toward compensation. A novice in black robes stood next to the grave, and the protagonist wisely concluded that this was the right thing to do, because death shouldn't be something ordinary and simple. Ash, solemnly surveying the crowd of assembled townspeople, solemnly promised to try to preserve their lives for as long as possible. The girls stared at the protagonist in bewilderment, and he firmly added that he would do everything in his power to ensure they survived and continued working on the front lines. The helmeted knights turned their heads toward the scene with the protagonist, and he heartily asked them not to die. Albert smoked another cigar, and the protagonist matter-of-factly suggested they survive and take as much money as they could. The guns' bayonets were solemnly pointed at the sunset-red sky, and Ash pragmatically concluded that they shouldn't die and make him pay for their funerals. The sunset sky turned pink, and the protagonist epically concluded that this was the end of his speech, analytically wondering how the townspeople would perceive it. Ash, cynically walking away from the stage and the townspeople, added that this might seem like an excuse for an incompetent commander or a waste of money for a disgusting lord. He indifferently remarked that, on the other hand, he didn't care what they thought of him, firmly declaring that he simply needed to prove his words with actions. The protagonist's cloak fluttered in the wind, and he made an epic promise that he was the man who could save them, and as long as he stood on this front line filled with monsters, the world would not perish into the abyss of oblivion. The protagonist clapped his hands and declared it was time to complete the first level. A system screen appeared, stating that 3 days and 1 hour remained until the start. After the funeral, the moon illuminated the dark forest. In the backyard of the Crossroad estate, 2 dark silhouettes stood in the castle courtyard. 2 people stood near a pile of stones. A system notification appeared, and the system asked the protagonist if they wanted to activate the teleportation gate. Ash, looking confidently at the screen, decisively stated that, of course, he would press yes. The pile of stones flew into the air. The boulders began to form a figure. The portal shone with a bright magical glow. The heroes looked into the magical teleportation portal. The heroes looked at the portal, and the protagonist said it was a gateway leading to a dungeon beneath the lake. The protagonist stepped forward and clarified that this was the lake in front of them. Ash raised his hand and declared it a clear passage leading to the enemy base, and that was exactly what he meant. The game's title appeared on the screen, and the protagonist explained that Empire Defense was a game that combined two genres. The game's cover then appeared, and the hero added that this was also stated on the cover. The troops were heading toward the fortress, and the protagonist explained that the levels where monsters besiege Crossroads are defenses, but there are other levels between them. An image of a dim ravine appeared on the screen, and the hero explained that this was a place where enemies don't attack. Here they could explore the dungeon beneath the lake and uncover the origins of the monsters. Pixel graphics appeared, and the protagonist called it free exploration, adding that the game's basic structure was alternating between offense and defense. Ash turned to the portal and said he thought they could be activated before the first level, and thought the game was challenging but fair. The protagonist's memories flashed on the screen, and he added that he'd indeed been through a lot during the tutorial, but the start was excellent. 2D heroes appeared, and the protagonist mentioned that he had Damien, a character that could easily be considered a cheat character, and Albert. A coin appeared on the screen, and the protagonist added that he now had a lot of money. Ash frowned excitedly and said that it looked very realistic. The protagonist turned to his companion and said that he had explained the rules of the game to Lucas, adding that they could scout the enemy base for the next level. The blonde-haired boy slammed his fist into his palm and declared that he understood everything. The hero straightened up and said he was ready. The protagonist stared at his interlocutor, dumbfounded, wondering what was going on. Lucas stared at the hero with interest, and the boy thought that, in fact, Lucas should have the most questions. An image of the hero's quarrel appeared, and the protagonist reflected that he had served him all his life, and now he had changed greatly. Besides, he knew the layout of the city he had just found himself in, knew about the dungeon's existence and how it worked, and added that it would be understandable if he found it even slightly odd, but for some reason Lucas simply followed his orders. The protagonist glared at his subordinate with displeasure, silently thinking that either he was crazy or something was wrong. The sky began to brighten, and the hero called out to his friend. Ash stared at his companion and asked if he had any questions. Lucas looked warily into the protagonist's eyes. The protagonist grimaced with displeasure. Lucas bowed respectfully before his master and said he would do whatever he ordered and had no questions. The moon brightly illuminated the sky, and the servant declared himself his sword and shield. The blond man looked down and said his job was to slash and block at the protagonist's command. Ash stared ahead, puzzled, and thought that this was impossible, since Lucas must have every doubt. The hero bowed before his master, and Ash thought Lucas was assuring him that he trusted him implicitly, and that this trust was more important to him than questions. The protagonist turned angrily, thinking that he didn't care about his subordinate's intelligence, and that he needed to be rewarded handsomely. The protagonist entered the portal and asked his subordinate if he was ready to enter the depths of hell with him. Lucas raised his head menacingly and declared that he would gladly enter the underworld if he were by Ash's side. The protagonist looked happily at his trusted companion. The game system formally offered to select a destination, appear on the lakeshore, and the protagonist tapped the screen. The portal glowed brightly. A pile of rocks crumbled violently. The game system mechanically announced that loading and teleportation were in progress. The game system, appearing on the screen, insistently announced that the heroes could become stronger by obtaining more powerful equipment, which could be obtained in dungeons or crafted in the forge. The protagonist exclaimed with displeasure that there was no need to simply flash all these windows with notes, sarcastically adding that it was too late to pretend this was a friendly game. The protagonist stepped onto the ground. The protagonists found themselves on the shore of the lake. Ash, surveying the area with satisfaction, matter-of-factly stated that they were in the right place. An image of dark lake water appeared, and the protagonist grimly described this black lake as the source of monsters. Rocky mountains stretched before the heroes, and Ash added apocalyptically that it was a hell spewing nightmares and a dungeon cutting off the southern half of the world. Lucas, looking alarmed at the danger, panically shouted for the prince to look over there. The water began to boil. The ocean parted before the heroes. Enormous magical hands protruded from the ground. The cauldron began to blaze with a blue aura. Warriors began to crawl out from beneath the seabed. Ash, looking at his enemies in horror, desperately screamed, "Whatever!" The enemy strode deathly toward the heroes, and Lucas, stunned, asked if it really was living armor. Ash, desperately clenching his teeth in anger, hopelessly screamed, "Why is everything so difficult?" He growled furiously, demanding to know why he had to deal with these particular overpowered monsters, and remarked that it didn't matter what kind of monsters he had to fight on the first level. An image of various monsters appeared, and the hero calmly continued, "Be it goblins or mermaids or even wyverns." Dark figures of monsters appeared, and Ash noted that among the vast number of low-level monsters, one could encounter truly powerful opponents. The warriors advanced on the protagonists, and Ash panicked. "Not these guys!" Ash, clutching his head in despair, vulgarly yelled that this was definitely not luck. Lucas, looking gloomily at the situation, resignedly concluded that these were the monsters they would have to stop this time. The game system, appearing above the protagonist's head, automatically notified that the enemy information had been updated. The game system, displaying detailed enemy statistics, informatively showed that on level 1, there were 1 level 1 enemy, 5 level 5 enemies, and 1,052 living armor warriors. Ash, shocked, asked again, "What thousand?" Lucas glanced at his superior, puzzled. Lucas, looking worriedly at the pale gentleman, anxiously asked if everything was all right, or if he was feeling unwell, as the prince had gone very pale. The hero grimaced. Ash, leaning gloomily toward his subordinate, gravely declared that Lucas should listen to him, and nostalgically remarked that he thought he'd said this before during training, summing up that they were in deep shit. The enemies were advancing on the heroes in a crowd. The number 741 appeared. Ash, bitterly scratching his head, sadly stated that this was how many times he'd restarted the game. He logically explained that each time the reasons were different, but as soon as he saw that the first level monsters were living armor, he'd restart without a second thought. An image of the hero's enemy appeared, and the boy explained that living armor were literally monsters made of armor, and their core was a ghost within. A red X appeared, and the protagonist expertly concluded that no physical attacks would work on them. A multitude of items from the game appeared in the frame, and Ash frankly admitted that, while they had gotten easier to deal with mid-game after acquiring some equipment, it wasn't that simple, and right now they had nothing that could help them fight these bastards. The enemies advanced on the heroes, and Ash furiously screamed at them, demanding to know why it had to be these particular enemies. Gritting his teeth with internal indignation, Ash angrily reflected on the anger boiling inside him, as if someone was deliberately trying to prevent him from completing this damned game. The enemies crawled toward the heroes, and the boy noted with alarm that there were 3 days left until the start of the level. The protagonist, resolutely glaring at the crowds of enemies, commanded that they should return now, and Lucas obediently agreed. The armor advanced on the protagonists, and Ash stoically concluded that he could only do what he could. The glass brightly reflected the sunlight, and the hero shouted commandingly for Ader to come closer. An image of an old palace appeared, and the hero irritably repeated its location, to which his subordinate excitedly reported that he had returned. Ash, turning away from the servant, asked practically about the state of the troops in the city, to which the analyst clearly replied that they currently had 526 men available for the front lines. Ash, turning his leg back in shock, exclaimed in shock, "How could this be?" and growled indignantly that he had been so evasive, while they only had 500. Ader, looking down in embarrassment, guiltily explained that most of the warriors had died during training, and the protagonist cursed furiously, asking how many they could recruit. The sun shone through the window, and the assistant despairingly announced that they had already hired all the mercenaries in the city. Ash anxiously asked, meaning there were no more left, to which the boy replied that, at least in the city, yes. Ash, turning decisively to his subordinate, commanded Ader to send men to the nearest city for help and promised to pay double the usual salary. Ader, obediently writing down the order, meekly agreed. An image of towers appeared at night, and the hero gravely added that the boy should also send a message to the imperial capital, inform them that the monsters had already begun to advance, and request maximum support. The hero wrote down all the orders. Ader, glancing worriedly at the protagonist, nervously asked if the prince was certain about this. The game system, with a warning pop-up notification, alarmingly informed them that requesting support from the Empire would trigger a special, fatal event that would occur later. The protagonist resolutely declared that they had no choice now and must survive at all costs. Ash, clutching his head wearily, firmly ordered Ader to contact them, and he obediently agreed. The protagonist, turning to his subordinate, added matter-of-factly that he should summon all the carpenters, masons, blacksmiths, and alchemists in the city, or, better yet, conscript them into the army. Ader, looking worriedly at the protagonist, objected, alarmed, that if they did so, the processing of the magic crystals would cease. Ash, furiously grabbing the boy by the scruff of the neck, growled furiously that their city would soon be razed to the ground, and he didn't care about the damn crystals, so they needed to stop the processing and bring them here, and Ader panically promised he'd do it right then. The hero slammed the door. Ash, bitterly holding his forehead, cynically remarked that the difficulty of this game was definitely not normal and admitted that he'd been hesitant until now. The protagonist brought up the control display and boldly concluded that there was apparently no time for such luxury as fear. Ash looked philosophically at the display and wisely stated that the more difficult the game, the more variables. The game system appeared on the hero's screen and formally asked if the rookie commander accepted his class, and the protagonist decisively concluded that he'd have to go all in. Ash, pressing the screen, furiously grumbled that it was fine and called the developers bastards, but agreed. The game system, appearing solemnly before the hero, officially announced its congratulations, and the class became Rookie Commander. Ash, looking disappointed at the visual changes, noted with displeasure that the effects were lousy. Suddenly, the hero clutched his chest. Ash, his eyes wide with surprise, asked in confusion what that feeling he just experienced, and the game system automatically informed him that a 50% debuff had been applied to his gross stats. Ash, looking up at the screen in confusion, asked what that was, and the game system indifferently informed him that a 50% debuff had been applied to his equipment proficiency. The hero looked up, confused. An image of a palace appeared, and he furiously screamed that the developers were making fun of him. Ash, furiously clutching the screen, furiously shouted, "What the hell is this? And what class could possibly impose such a crappy debuff?" Ash, furiously grabbing the poker, screamed furiously that they were stupid pieces of shit, and the game's system joyfully announced that abilities such as Attack Totem, Defense Totem, Overbuffer, and Master Order had been acquired, and that the party synergy system could now be used. The protagonist looked puzzled at the notifications around him and curiously asked what they were. The fireplace quietly crackled with logs. Ash, intrigued by the notifications, asked in surprise if he could give his allies a bonus buff to defense and attack while on the battlefield. The system displayed various characters, and the protagonist said that his allies received a buff to defense and attack, logically concluding that now it was clear what the debuffs meant. The protagonist looked puzzled at the notifications and honestly admitted that it was quite pleasant. A diagram appeared, and the game's system detailed that group synergy was a feature of the commander's class, and depending on the classes of the party members, it could receive a stat bonus. Ash, smiling admiringly, remarked contentedly that the class was magnificent, and pensively admitted that he was used to being a player, managing everyone from the sidelines. The hero grabbed his weapon. The poker hung near the fireplace. The next day, the sun brightly illuminated the palace roof. Ash, looking at his subordinate, indignantly asked if he would explain what the hell had happened. Ader, shamefacedly lowering his gaze, honestly explained that the artisans had disobeyed the summoning order. The artisans sat with their hands bound, and the hero declared that he had had to drag their leaders away as quickly as possible. The protagonist covered his face with his hand and whispered that it was a kidnapping. The president of the blacksmiths' union glared at the hero and asked what the hell was going on. The carpenter and mason glared at the hero, claiming they'd been interrupted while working on their crystals. He asked if Ash would take responsibility. The bearded president of the alchemists turned to Ash and asked if this wasn't too much for a member of the imperial family. The protagonist, looking worriedly at the enraged artisans, panically stated that they were furious and suggested the prince look at their faces, red from screaming, before judiciously remarking that he should have apologized first. Ash, suddenly glowing purple, growled menacingly, suggesting they probably wanted to die. Ash, towering over his subordinates, haughtily asked if they dared raise their voices in his presence, and who they thought they were, old clay kneaders. Pressing his fingers into the table, the hero authoritarianly explained that if he, the prince of this country and lord of these lands, summoned them, they were to come immediately, without excuses. Ash, glaring angrily at his subordinates, furiously added that they decided to play on his emotions and apparently wanted to die. The senior craftsman, turning fearfully to the prince, timidly apologized, saying it was their first apology, as it was their first time serving a lord from the imperial family. The protagonist smugly thought how convenient it was for them to be in such a situation, and officially declared the negotiations a success. The senior craftsman, looking ahead incredulously, exclaimed in shock, wondering if the prince was serious. Ash, raising his hand, matter-of-factly promised to provide them with 20% of the crystals the army had acquired at the original price, firmly adding that, of course, that was true. An image of magical crystals appeared, and the protagonist convincingly continued that if they had direct access to the production materials, they would be very profitable, and proposed trading directly with each other. Ash, looking confidently at the artisans, practically demanded that in exchange for this they should prioritize the production of military equipment if he ordered it, and he would pay exactly as much as was needed for production, and he asked in a businesslike manner how they liked this proposal. Ash, confidently clasping his hands, smugly concluded it was a good deal. The workers looked around in confusion, and the protagonist slyly considered enticing them with money and interest, honestly admitting that for now, this was the best he could afford. Coins rained down, and the protagonist philosophically remarked that some might call this wasteful. The senior craftsman, throwing his hands up, enthusiastically exclaimed his agreement and asked when they would begin. The protagonist watched his subordinates with satisfaction and wisely remarked that there was nothing in this world more trustworthy than money, and the game's system alarmingly announced 2 days and 13 hours until the start of the first level. The opponents walked toward the heroes, and the protagonist began to say that he thought they had already heard briefly about the situation from Lucas. The armor extended a hand toward the screen, and the hero ominously explained that the monsters would more accurately be described as thousands of living armor. An image of a fortress appeared, and the protagonist added anxiously that they were currently heading to the city, matter-of-factly stating that the estimated arrival time was about 2 days. The hero stared ahead, frustrated. He glanced at his stunned subordinates and realized from their expressions that they all realized they were in a hopeless situation. Lucas looked confidentially at the protagonist and asked what was required of them, and Ash replied that they should do their best. The hero leaned toward his subordinates and said that from now on, he would be giving them instructions. The castle was illuminated by the sun. Lucas placed his hand on his chest and promised to do his best. Ash, looking thoughtfully at his comrade, critically noted that their soldiers were too sluggish and commanded Lucas to train them, to which the boy obediently agreed. Lily, timidly scratching her chin, shyly addressed the protagonist. Lily, looking at the hero shyly, began hesitantly, but the prince interrupted her, apologetically declaring that he desperately needed her help. Ash, looking reassuringly at the girl, solicitously added that she wouldn't be on the battlefield, so there was no need to worry, and she asked, perplexed, what was required of her then. Lily bowed her head submissively and humbly replied that she understood, and the hero solemnly announced that Lily was the head of Protective Artifact Restoration and sadly stated that he apologized for upsetting her, but she could forget about her pension. Ash, looking away, mercilessly added that she would suffer as a civil servant in this wretched town for the rest of her life. Albert, smoking a cigar, asked practically if he could ask the prince about one thing, the annual salary he mentioned. Albert, casting a sly glance at the protagonist, asked prudently if she'd be given a raise if he performed well, and the protagonist thought with displeasure that she was a cheapskate. The game system displayed the game stats, and the protagonist considered that he had a quirk, an insane love of money, that couldn't be removed, sarcastically remarking that everything was just like in the game. Light filtered through the window, and the protagonist formally promised to increase the salary based on his performance. Albert, smiling smugly, confidently declared that the prince should then prepare for a raise. Albert, boastfully smoking a cigar, smugly added that no mercenary could do his job better than him, and the system solemnly declared Albert the commander of the special forces. The protagonist's assistant, carefully handing the weapon to his subordinate, patronizingly suggested Damien take the crossbow he prepared especially for him. The boy picked it up, and the system informed him that it was a standard level 10 crossbow with an attack of 10 to 15 and a durability of 30 out of 30, without bonuses, and Damien firmly promised he'd do his best. Damien, raising the weapon, solemnly added that since it was the prince's order, he would carry it out, and the system solemnly declared Damien a long-range sniper. Ash, eyeing the heroes critically, noted the slightly casual pose and added that, considering how well Damien had fired the mana cannon, he'd quickly get used to it. The protagonist, looking away, asked curiously what had happened to his glasses. Damien looked away in confusion, and Ash asked, puzzled, if Damien had decided to stop wearing them. The boy frankly admitted that his vision was too good. Damien, shyly scratching the back of his head, continued logically that he wore glasses, whatever they were, to at least somehow limit his vision. The boy, smiling sheepishly, practically concluded that since he now needed that vision, he decided to take them off. The protagonist glanced at his subordinates. The hero's assistant, contentedly adjusting his fancy glasses, smugly remarked that this was very fortunate, as he'd been worried about the overlapping characteristics of the glasses. Ash, turning rudely to the hero, growled vulgarly at him to shut up. After the mission meeting, they continued on to the southern wall of Crossroad. Workers were repairing the fortress wall. The construction foreman, happily gazing at the prince's arrival, excitedly exclaimed that he was here and welcome, and the protagonist asked matter-of-factly how the castle wall was doing. The foreman, looking sadly at the wall, honestly replied that it wasn't very good, as it had been neglected for so long. The protagonist frowned angrily. Ash, looking indignantly at his subordinate, furiously exclaimed that if this city was a fortress, then why the hell had everyone forgotten about repairing the walls? He then asked what he was doing there. The assistant, looking guiltily at Ash, sheepishly explained that they had no money. An image of a dark figure appeared, and the man logically continued that since monsters had become much less frequent, and the production of magic crystals had dropped sharply due to the reduction in monster infestations, the former lord had cut the budget. Ash, angrily scratching his forehead, philosophically remarked that he thought the fortress had been built to hold back monsters, but its capabilities had been exhausted due to the lack of invasions, cynically concluding that this was ironic. Ash, decisively raising his hand, commandingly ordered them to use any money and materials they could to strengthen and repair the wall until they dropped. Ash, hastily turning away from the craftsman, commandingly added that they needed to get to work now, as the monsters wouldn't wait. They arrived at the carpenter's workshop. The heroes stood before the carpenters. Planks lay scattered on the ground, and the hero gravely declared that he thought they were already aware of the situation and would spend the next 3 days building the wall. Ash looked confidently at the workers and solemnly declared that they would be building the wall, and the carpenter, perplexed, asked again at the incomprehensible demand. Ash, irritably raising his hand, categorically repeated that he had said to build a wall, a thing so tall it would block the way. The carpenter, looking at the protagonist with a puzzled expression, cautiously remarked that the monsters would easily break through a wooden wall, and added hesitantly that he didn't think it would perform well. The protagonist, mysteriously approaching the worker, slyly replied that he didn't need a wall that would hold them back forever, and the carpenter asked, perplexed, what the prince needed then. Ash, frowning, clearly explained that they were required to build a wooden wall, as he had instructed. The protagonist raised his hands in the air and added emphatically that the wall needed to be incredibly high. Ash, spreading his arms out categorically, firmly continued that it needed to be sturdy. The protagonist, looking up vulgarly, rudely concluded that it needed to be a real wall and imperiously asked if they had gotten the message. The protagonist stood before the workers with his hands raised. The sun shone on a small barn, and the protagonist commanded them to stop asking questions and get to work, informatively stating that preparations were to be completed in the remaining 2 days. Lucas stood in front of the warriors. Damien fired his crossbow. Albert rested under a tree. The protagonist fumed at his subordinate. The mages looked at the magic ball, and Ash energetically stated that preparations were in full swing. The image of a red flag appeared, and the protagonist quickly added that time had flown by. The southern wall of Crossroad. The fortress stood under a clear sky. The game system, tensely appearing on the screen, anxiously notified that 30 minutes remained until the start of the first level. The protagonist watched the forest through binoculars. Enemies rushed toward the fortress. The guard, excitedly tearing his gaze from his binoculars, cried out in alarm that the monsters were in sight. The warrior pounded the drum and added fearfully that they were advancing. The enemies were approaching the fortress. They advanced rapidly. The crowd of opponents rushed toward the heroes. The fortress shook from the number of enemies. The heroes smelted their weapons in their handles. An image of the fortress wall appeared, and the hero courageously shouted that there was no need to fear. The protagonist stood at the top of the fortress. Ash, throwing his head up, deceptively declared that these monsters were simply rabble, overwhelming in numbers. The warriors approached, and the hero honestly thought that this was, of course, a lie, and that these were the worst monsters he could have encountered at the beginning, a legion of living armor. The knights looked ahead, and the hero hypocritically continued that they were the strongest army in the southern part of the empire, and mentally admitted that this, too, was a lie, and that they were merely a group of wandering mercenaries, consisting of elderly retirees and inexperienced recruits. The warriors rolled out their cannons, and Ash enthusiastically declared that they were perfectly prepared for defense, and their equipment in top condition, and desperately thought that no matter how much money he invested, the preparations were still insufficient. Ash, turning confidently to his comrades, decisively declared that they could stop the monsters and there was no need to worry, and honestly thought everything he'd said was just a bluff. The warriors loaded the weapons, and Ash commandingly ordered everyone to simply follow his orders. Ash looked optimistically at the heroes and solemnly promised that today they would be able to celebrate victory, and frankly thought that the only one here who was nervous was probably himself. The opponents swirled in a whirlwind. The protagonist smiled nervously, and confidentially wished Albert luck. A thunderstorm cracked in the sky, and the hero added seriously that it was entirely up to him whether they could complete this level. Albert, grinning smugly, boastfully declared that the time had come and that the suckers should watch and learn, and then announced with a flourish that the expensive lightning mage had arrived. The horse trotted forward. The squad charged straight ahead, and the protagonist noted that all the monsters had a common goal. Jupiter took a drag on her cigar. Our hero introduced the monsters, adding that they wanted to destroy humanity. The squad moved away from the monsters, and our hero explained that if there were no obstacles in their way, they would take the shortest route to kill humans. The ground beneath the undead began to collapse. Afterward, everyone plummeted, and our hero noted that, in other words, their actions were easy to predict, which is why the trap would work perfectly. Jupiter turned toward the abyss. Our hero looked at her and shouted for her to use her abilities now, then reflected that they hadn't had time to dig a deep enough trench, but this would suffice. Lightning began to gather in the sky. The woman smiled and shouted that now was the time to fill her purse with shekels. Then a powerful bolt struck. The horse behind the lightning reared. The undead were completely covered in a volley of lightning. Jupiter stared at the pit of undead. The remaining survivors began to rise. The soul beneath the helmet glowed brightly. The woman opened her mouth and shouted, to which they stared. "Let them learn to respect their elders." Then lightning slowly began to descend from the sky. All the living armor was covered in charge. The protagonist backed away, wondering if this was Jupiter's symbol. Lightning erupted from the mage's cigar. She covered herself in lightning and shouted that they were having metal roast for dinner tonight. She immediately waved her hand forward. Second skill, and again the light summoned a huge bolt of lightning. The warriors on the wall shouted joyfully. The protagonist smiled and thought that the first skill had marked the enemies, and the second had destroyed them. Then he stared intently at the battlefield. The woman peered into the ditch. The remains of the armor lay on the ground. Jupiter crushed them with her foot. On the other side of the moat stood a huge army, and our hero noted that there were 1,000 of them. This attack was a drop in the bucket. The protagonist looked straight ahead and ordered everyone to retreat. Jupiter turned and ordered everyone to turn back. The squad headed away from the enemy army. The undead quickly ran after them. The woman turned her head and shouted for them to run if they wanted to live. The protagonist looked at the pursuit and noted that everything was going as planned. Then he turned his head and ordered them to do only as he told them, to get ready. The boy turned to the enemy. Ash gritted his teeth and thought that he was just a little bit closer. Jupiter turned her head and shouted for everyone to run inside. The boy looked at her in surprise. The squad quickly moved forward. They approached wooden fortifications. Ash clenched his fist and thought that this was excellent. Several wooden fortifications stood in the sun. Living armor raised their heads to the sun. A fortress appeared before the enemy army. The protagonist folded his arms and considered it their turn. The undead froze in place. Jupiter turned her head sharply. Horses appeared in front of the undead. The enemy army advanced through the wooden structures. The protagonist peered through the gap and thought that if they simply blocked their path, they would rush forward, destroying the walls, but they were crowded into a narrow space. Then he raised his hand and shouted for everyone to get ready to open fire. The undead began pushing against the wooden walls, and Ash thought their formation was getting narrower, their mobility diminishing. The protagonist raised his hand and shouted, "If they've waited long enough, what's wrong?" Then he extended his hand and added, "Don't spare the shells and just fire." The cannons opened fire. The cannons on the other side also opened fire. Shells appeared above the undead. The living armor raised its head. Powerful explosions rang out, and Ash noted that this is the basic foundation of defensive strategy games. Shells thinned the living armor formation. Shells flew across the entire battlefield. The shells tore through the enemy between the wooden fortifications. The protagonist extended his hand and ordered the bombardment to continue. Ash straightened. Damien glanced nervously to the side and wondered if it would be enough if it continued like this. The shelling of the battlefield continued, and the boy added that the monsters couldn't advance beyond that point. The protagonist's gaze tightened and he replied that they hadn't. The undead's eye lit up. He then pulled out his shield. A wall of shields suddenly appeared. Ash gritted his teeth and noted that this would never end so easily. The protagonist abruptly turned and shouted for Lily to begin. She looked at him and ordered the gravity field artifact to be activated. A ring rose above the orb. There were notches in the ring. The mages raised their hands and announced that everything was ready. A sphere appeared around the undead. Gravity began to press upon them. Ash turned and announced that it would now be more difficult for them to move. Lucas turned abruptly and ordered the ballistas to be prepared. The soldiers began to move the cannon. A moment later, all the weapons were ready. The knight raised his sword and shouted for them to aim for the enemy's chest. Then he turned and ordered fire. Arrows flew forward, immediately piercing the enemy. Living armor fell one after another. An arrow was lodged in the undead's head. Ash stared at the battlefield, thinking that the crossfire would increase the damage and finish them off with the artifact and the ballista, just as planned. The soldier took a step forward. Then he stared straight ahead and shouted that the monsters were bypassing the wall. Several thousand enemies began to bypass the wooden walls. Ash gritted his teeth and thought that he'd certainly thought this would happen, but there were more of them than expected. Jupiter raised her head when called. Our hero lowered his head and ordered that the living armor on her, emerging from the right side of the barriers, should fight them off, striking and retreating. The woman grinned and agreed. Then she ran forward, shouting that they would begin a real fight. The undead advanced. Jupiter grinned broadly and suggested they try it. Ash turned his head to the battlefield and wondered if Jupiter could handle that part. Only those on the left remained. Ash turned to the boy and announced that it was his turn. Then he stared at the enemies on the right, and ordered them to fire at those monsters. Damien raised his hand. Then he immediately raised his crossbow. He slowly began to pull the trigger. Then he fired. The arrow approached the enemy. It hit him square in the face. The living armor trembled completely. Then it crumbled. The boy blushed and noticed that he had hit. Ash smiled and thought about the 1,000-mile eye. He hadn't thought it could destroy a ghost soul with a regular arrow. How broken was this overpowered ability? Then he stared at Damien. In the center was a domed death zone. To the right stood Jupiter. And to the left, Damien. The protagonist grinned and thought he'd soon reach 500 kills. At this rate, everything would proceed as usual, at least until the boss appeared. Even though they were severely pressed for time, all these preparations had paid off. The armor's soul glowed brightly. The remains of enemies lay scattered across the battlefield. A huge crater appeared in the sky, and Ash thought that nothing like this had ever happened in the game. At that very moment, the kill count crossed 500. The silhouette of a face began to appear in the crater. Then the face finally appeared. Ash gritted his teeth. Then he saw a screen with the monster's name. A huge spirit approached the wall, and our hero assumed it was the boss monster of the Living Armor Legion, a ghost knight. He then presented a pixelated miniature of it, and explained that this is what gives these freaks their strength. The Legion itself is quite powerful, but even if they are completely crushed, like the second phase, the boss will appear. But they haven't destroyed all the living armor yet, so why has it already appeared? The spirit touched the ground. Then the face grinned, and our hero noted that the ghost knight that appeared didn't do anything, didn't apply an area of effect debuff, didn't use any powerful attacks, it simply hung in the air, doing nothing. However, this isn't just a game, this is reality. The warriors looked up in horror, and Ash added that even the sudden appearance of a huge monster in the sky had already sent the soldiers into a panic. The protagonist gritted his teeth and thought that this was all very bad. That was the difference between a human war and a war between humans and monsters. Then he imagined the soldiers looking at the knight, and noted that it was a primal fear evoked by the embodiment of hideous deformity. Our hero turned his head sharply and reported that the boss's mere appearance frightened the soldiers to death, and because of all this, the effectiveness of the front line had plummeted, and what's more, it wasn't just the frightened humans. The horses gritted their teeth. Jupiter did the same, not understanding what was happening. Her horse reared in fear. At that moment, Jupiter fell to the ground. The undead creature glared at her. The woman noticed this and cursed. Ash gritted his teeth and cursed silently. The undead creature charged at the woman. The squad charged forward. He then stood before the undead, and the commander shouted for them to form a defensive formation and protect the mage. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that Jupiter was their main strike force on the first level, and that her entire group was in danger. Lucas turned sharply and shouted that they needed to direct cannon fire toward Jupiter's squad to help them. Ash quickly turned to him and ordered that everything must remain as is. Without a death zone, there would only be more escaped monsters. He then imagined the monster in the sky and wondered if the soldiers standing atop the wall were distraught by the boss's appearance. He immediately glanced at the battlefield and added that the cannon and ballista fire had decreased, and the defense, which had seemingly been impenetrable, was soon breached. The protagonist waved his hand and shouted for them to concentrate on resuming fire. The soldiers had lost their minds. Ash clenched his teeth and wished Jupiter would hold on just a little longer. The woman's eyes snapped open. Then she clutched her head. Blood appeared on her hand, and she muttered that she was really at the age where she had to go through this. The mercenary stared at her and shouted. Like her, they need her help. All around, the squad was fighting the undead. Jupiter put her hand to her head and remarked that the situation was absolutely dire. Apparently, it wasn't time to sit quietly yet. The mercenary opened his mouth and shouted that a rescue party was on its way, and they needed to hold out until they arrived. At that moment, a living suit of armor appeared. The man quickly turned around. Then he delivered a powerful blow. The undead creature leaned on its leg. Then it bowed its head. The mercenary backed away and shouted that he had withstood the blow. Jupiter's eyes widened in surprise and she announced that the enemy was behind her. However, at that moment, the mercenary was already mortally wounded. He turned his gaze and considered what was happening behind him. He was sure all the bastards there were already dead. A single living suit of armor managed to land a blow. A moment later, more enemies appeared before him. Then only his arm remained in its place. Jupiter gritted her teeth and cursed loudly. Then she immediately raised her hand. Lightning appeared between her fingers, and the woman wondered if her magical control had weakened. At that moment, the girl was grabbed, then brutally killed. The boy looked at her with hopelessness in his eyes. Then he dropped his shield and began to run. The living suit of armor swung its spear. Then it hurled it at the boy. The projectile landed precisely on target. Jupiter turned her head to look at it. She stood before the enemy army and considered how the small defensive line, held by a couple of people, had been broken in the blink of an eye. She felt the power of the living suit of armor standing right before her, the smell of rusty armor and rancid water. A dark energy emanated from the enemy. Lightning appeared in Jupiter's hand, and she remarked that they should have stayed at the bottom of the lake. She then glared furiously and added that they really didn't want this lovely old woman to collect her wages peacefully. She immediately struck the enemy with a powerful bolt of lightning. A moment later, only the enemy's remains remained. The woman sighed and thought that this lightning bolt wasn't like the previous ones. It was weak. Then she saw more enemies and added that this seemed to be his end. Jupiter turned sharply and shouted at the mercenary to run away quickly. Then she glared at him and added that at least one of them had to survive. She would buy time with her magic, so he should run as fast as he could. The mercenary turned to her and replied that he would never leave, better to stay here and wait for a rescue party. She was a mage, after all, so let her strike them with her magic. After which, he pointed his weapon and added that the mercenary's survival guide, rule number 2, was to never leave your mage's side. Then he confidently looked ahead and shouted that rather than try to escape without a horse, it was better to try to survive by helping her. Jupiter was speechless. The young man began attacking the enemy. The living armor fell to the ground, and our hero noted that the young mercenary's tactics had worked. He wasn't killing the living armor, but pushing and smashing them with his spear, maintaining his distance. The mercenary turned and said he'd somehow hold out, and she should prepare her next spell. Damien looked at him with fear. The mercenary continued to fight the enemies, and Ash noted that although the archer tried to help from the wall, it wasn't enough to completely stop the monsters. Lightning appeared in the woman's hand. At that moment, the mercenary was mortally wounded, and our hero explained that when Jupiter finally managed to gather enough mana to summon a rain of lightning, the monster's spears pierced the young mercenary's body. At that moment, Jupiter flew into a rage. A powerful bolt of lightning struck from the sky. A moment later, the woman froze in place, wondering if she could have saved him if she had gathered her mana just a second earlier. The mercenary coughed up blood, and Ash explained that she was too old to remember every death she had witnessed. Jupiter narrowed her eyes and called out to the mercenary, asking what the first rule of mercenary survival was. The young man looked away. Then he lowered his head and replied that he shouldn't take on missions with a suspiciously high price tag. The next moment, his eyes rolled back in his head. The sky became completely overcast. Jupiter looked at his enemies and noted that his rules were foolish and naive, and that he would never succeed with them. She clenched her fist tightly and added that if he wanted to get rich, he should be a mercenary. Then she thrust her fist out and added that if he wanted glory, he should only take on dangerous missions with huge price tags. She delivered a powerful blow and continued that he should only take on dangerous missions with huge price tags. The woman lunged through the enemies and shouted at him to stay as far away from his mages as possible. Then she froze in place and added, "Because they'll take all the credit." Blood trickled down her hand, and Jupiter noted that, besides, if he wanted to survive, he should never have become a mercenary. The mage smiled. Then she raised her trembling hand and mused that she didn't even have the strength to light a cigar. Enemies had already appeared in front of her, and Jupiter said she thought everything was going smoothly, and she'd finally landed a well-paying job. Then she smiled and added that this was how it would all end. At that moment, a rider appeared from behind. Lucas raised his weapon, then instantly cut down all the enemies in front of the mage. Jupiter stared in surprise. The knight turned to her. Shortly before, Ash had held out his hand and shouted for them to concentrate on restoring the death zone. The soldiers had lost their morale. Then he gritted his teeth and asked Jupiter to hold on a little longer. He immediately struck the warrior and shouted for them to pull themselves together. The protagonist used a skill and asked what they'd done to one monster. The soldier immediately screamed and vented his fear. Ash looked at this in surprise, then held out his hand. A notification about the skill appeared, and it occurred to him that it not only prevented mental debuffs but also restored their morale. Our hero turned sharply. Then he looked at the knight and shouted that he would take care of the soldiers and restore the death zone. After which, he looked confidently and ordered Lucas to take charge of the rescue party, to open the gates and ride out to help Jupiter's squad. The knight stared at him confidently and shouted that he would return as quickly as possible. The next moment, the knight was behind the gates. At that moment, a shout was heard from the wall for them to get up quickly. Lucas raised his weapon. Then he thinned out the opponents. The woman stared at him in surprise. The knight turned to look at her. Lucas quickly grabbed the sorceress. Then he hit the stirrups. At that very moment, he galloped. The undead screamed furiously after him. The opponents began throwing spears after him. The projectiles flew forward. Lucas destroyed the spears with a single swing. Jupiter looked at the savior and called out to him. Then she smirked and asked if he would like to meet her granddaughter. She was quite a beauty. Lucas turned to her and said that if she still had the energy for jokes, she should spend it restoring her mana. The monsters were still there. The woman smiled and mused that she was like a dog next to her master, but without him, Lucas was a real iceberg. The horse continued to run, and the knight said there was no need to thank him. He was simply following his highness's orders. Then he stared ahead. The undead froze on the battlefield. Jupiter turned her head and remarked that they would grieve after it was all over. Our heroes approached the gate. The sorceress glared at them and remarked that she hadn't been this angry in a long time. Explosions echoed through the death zone. Ash looked down and wondered if Jupiter had also returned safely. He then introduced the mercenary squad and added that he had lost 4 precious characters in the blink of an eye. He had been overconfident in his gaming experience. Then he presented the icon of the living armor and explained that even in the game, he had to monitor the soldier's psychological state, as there were unusual states like fear or confusion, but in reality, the reactions were much more unpredictable. He remembered how the horses had gotten scared. Ash's gaze immediately tightened and he thought he should be more careful in the future. At that moment, the wooden fortifications began to burst into flames. They slowly began to burn away, and Ash noticed the death zone disintegrating, and the enemies were beginning to advance. The undead army headed for the castle. Our hero gritted his teeth and thought that from now on, he would have to fight at the fort wall. He wished he could end it here and now. At that moment, a notification with information appeared, and our hero added that at least they had already dealt with most of it. It was worth a try. A hand appeared over the battlefield, and Ash announced that this battlefield was still under his control. At that moment, Lucas appeared, announcing that he had saved the lady. The knight looked away, and our hero mentally noted that Lucas was reluctant to treat Jupiter like a lady. Clearly, he wouldn't like someone like her. She had been dismissed in disgrace, after all, but he was a good man. The protagonist turned to the sorceress and said he was glad she was alive, and Jupiter remarked that she was ashamed. She had made many mistakes. Blood was streaming from her hands, and the sorceress added that because of her, those younglings had died in vain. It was a shame. Ash looked at her seriously and said she couldn't have known that monsters would appear out of nowhere and the horses would go crazy. It wasn't her fault. Jupiter looked at her hand and declared that it was her mistake. Given her age, she should react appropriately on the battlefield. She immediately clenched her fist and remarked that this was precisely why she would repay everything. Then she stared at the spirit in the sky and added that, no matter the cost, she would bring the heads of those creatures. Our hero asked him to focus on recovery. They would need her power soon. The living armor moved forward. A volley of cannon fire began. The protagonist turned sharply and shouted that the death zone had been destroyed and that they should cease fire. The soldiers stopped abruptly. Damien turned, heard a command to rest, and noted that the enemy was still advancing. Ash placed a hand on his shoulder and informed him that he would have greater prey. Then he looked at him and asked him to rest and recover. The living armor had just reached the fort. They began to pierce the concrete with their fingers. Several enemies had already begun to climb the wall. Our hero turned to his allies and ordered them to prepare for close combat. The soldiers drew their maces. Then they formed a column. Ash looked down furiously and noted in his mind that this was a fight without magic, a fight built solely on brute force. A massive legion stood behind him. The undead were slowly approaching the edge of the wall. The living armor continued to climb. The soldiers strained their eyes. The enemy was sparing no effort climbing. Ash raised his hand and ordered everyone to get ready. The living armor approached the edge. The protagonist opened his mouth and shouted for them to drop it immediately. The soldiers lifted the barrels. Then they dumped all the debris. The undead fell, and our hero reported that stones, pieces of steel, and other debris, like remnants of rebar, immediately flew from all their walls. He ordered them to collect it from all over the city. The armor began to shatter on the ground, and Ash added that a large number of enemies fell to the ground and shattered. However, the remaining ones rose again. Our hero clenched his teeth and wondered what they were getting on his nerves. They continued to climb, ignoring all the debris flying above. The next moment, the order came to throw them down with spears. The protagonist opened the system window and thought about reorganizing the group. Jupiter main. An image of the entire squad appeared. Ash's eyes widened as he saw the buff percentages. At that very moment, one of the soldiers' spears was cut. The undead creature touched the edge of the wall. A moment later, the enemy climbed the wall. The living armor glared at the humans. The protagonist glared, thinking that from now on, they would have to fight them in close combat. The soldiers suddenly straightened up. The holy sword cut through the helmet of one of the monsters. A bright flash appeared. Lucas single-handedly cut down a large portion of the enemy. Then he stopped abruptly. He immediately turned to the commander and shouted that he would take care of them himself. They simply had to stand their ground and not let them in any further. The soldiers abruptly regrouped. The protagonist grinned and thought that no matter whether they could, they had to do it. The soldiers straightened up with inspiration, and Ash added that to survive, all soldiers must give 200%. They have no choice but to fight and win. Our hero turned sharply and ordered Lily to activate the next artifact. She looked at him and heard the order. Then he extended his hand and activated the artifact of haste. The soldiers received a powerful buff. A screen appeared in front of him, and Ash considered the stats he'd selected above, which would help in close combat. The soldiers began to push back the monsters. The protagonist watched them nervously, and realized they were holding their own for now. Chunks of ash began to rise into the sky. The soldiers were fighting the monsters with all their might. Lucas was also keeping up. He killed several enemies with a single blow. Ash looked at him in surprise and realized it was Lucas's first skill, a powerful will strike. The night glowed brightly, and our hero explained that Lucas alone could defeat half the creatures swarming the wall. The protagonist looked at the battlefield and realized it wasn't enough. They were losing. A soldier was starting to get wounded. A comrade grabbed the wounded man and shouted for all the downed soldiers to retreat immediately, and replace them. The armor glared at them, and Ash noted in his mind that, unlike the living armor, they were getting more and more wounded. Damien looked at our hero and asked him to return to the front lines. Our hero's gaze tightened, wondering if they needed his strength to fight the boss, and Jupiter too. What should they do? The soldier covered himself with his shield, and Ash added that there had to be a way to reduce the number of wounded and dispose of the remaining enemies. At that moment, a bright flash appeared. Our hero's eyes widened. A powerful beam of fire shot from the sky. Lily, sitting next to him, released a huge fountain of fire. The girl confidently extended her arms. Ash stared at her in surprise and remembered she could use magic. Lily turned and announced that she'd always been a mage. The next moment she looked sad when she heard she'd be promoted later, and remarked that she'd actually wanted to retire. Ash grabbed her wheelchair and shouted that she'd be getting a hefty raise on top of that. Then, with a smirk, he looked straight ahead and asked for more fire. Then, they furiously charged forward. All the undead erupted in flames. Ash and the girl rolled along the wall, shouting that she could do anything. The soldiers perked up and charged into battle. Lucas continued to slash with his sword. At that moment, our hero began pouring in a mana potion. Souls began to emerge from the living armor. Then, they fell apart. The soldiers froze and stared straight ahead. Then, they joyfully raised their hands and shouted that they had finally stopped them. They had done it. However, Ash looked at them and announced that it wasn't over yet. Lucas sighed, looking at him. The protagonist's gaze tightened and he shouted for them to stay focused. There was still one left. The armor began to rise. All the enemy remains flew into the sky. The Phantom Knight began to don his armor. A sword appeared in his hand. His eye glowed brightly. The next moment, it was fully combat ready. He quickly flew downwards. Then he landed on the ground. The soldiers dodged the debris. The protagonist clutched his head and shouted, "What's the joke? Where is this first-level boss?" The Phantom Knight straightened up. Then, his entire body glowed red. Our hero's hands trembled. However, he pulled himself together. Then he gritted his teeth and thought about how he shouldn't give in to fear. This was still just a simple first-level boss, just a level 25 monster. The cannons opened fire. The other side of the wall joined in. The Phantom Knight walked purposefully forward. Despite the gunshots, he looked forward. His pace quickened. The projectiles landed directly on his chest. The monster's entire front was covered in flames, and our hero noticed that despite the incessant fire, the Phantom Knight continued to advance. Lily turned in horror upon hearing her name. Ash looked at her and ordered the third artifact to be activated. The sphere glowed blue, and our hero explained that the magic multiplier, an R-rank artifact, could double the effect of magic cast, and that the recipient was Jupiter. The woman glowed at that moment. Then she closed her eyes. Then she smirked and remarked that it was like being back in the good old days. The protagonist pointed at the monster and ordered them to attack it with everything they had, telling it to concentrate all its power on its breastplate. Jupiter took a step forward. Then she unleashed a bolt of lightning and warned everyone to be careful with it. Thunder rumbled in the sky. A moment later, the lightning began to approach the ground. A bright flash appeared in front of the woman. The monster was covered in lightning. A moment later, its chest plate cracked. Then, its soul core was revealed. Ash quickly turned and called out to Damien. The boy quickly grabbed the ballista. Then, using sniper's sight, he began to adjust his course. The ropes began to crack. A moment later, the shot fired. The projectile hit its target directly. The core began to crack. Then, it completely shattered. The protagonist clenched his fist and praised the shooter. The knight raised his head. His eye glowed brightly. Ash looked at this in surprise. The monster gripped its sword. Then, it swung at the wall, and our hero mentally noted that if this sword touched walls, they would simply collapse. The protagonist opened his mouth and called out to the sorceress, asking her to strike him again. The woman looked straight ahead and noticed that he was raising his weapon during a thunderstorm. The undead sword became coated in lightning. The woman opened her mouth and screamed that he was finished. The Phantom Knight was coated in energy. He glowed brightly. Then, he received a powerful bolt of lightning. He was completely covered in charge. However, the sword moved forward. The protagonist turned sharply and shouted for everyone to run. The sword's shadow appeared on the wall. Lucas leaped at our hero, shouting for them to get out of here. The sword touched the wall. The soldiers scattered in all directions. Dust rose. Ash sat up and noticed that he was fine. 3 of the squad stared straight ahead in surprise. The sword merely rested against the wall. The Phantom Knight lowered his head. Then, he immediately fell apart. The sword remained protruding from the wall. Souls began to fly out of the armor, then headed towards our heroes. The souls flew quickly forward, and our hero said that he would never forget this sight. The Phantom Knight's final outburst of anger, a demonstration of fear, confusion, and madness. Ash confidently looked the danger squarely in the face and added that this attack would deal no damage, but if it worked, it could plunge them into madness. Our hero's eyes lit up. He then held out his hand and shouted for the monster to disappear. A powerful yellow wave washed over the souls. They began to slowly fade. After a moment, only golden dust remained. The soldiers stared at it in surprise. Then they approached the edge of the wall. The sun appeared through the clouds. After a while, the clouds practically disappeared from the sky. The flag began to flutter in the wind. Ash raised his hand and announced their victory. The sword was still stuck in the wall, and our hero added that they had survived. They continued to win. The soldiers stared at him. Lucas looked at him with a smile. Our hero froze with his hand raised and thought that it was clearly visible how the horror of battle gave way to the joy of victory, whether from his passive skill or his words, but it was pleasant. The protagonist straightened up and announced that they would continue to survive. The sun brightly illuminated the wall. A notification appeared about clearing the first level. People had gathered in the city, and we were told that the night after the battle, there had been a festival in the city's central square. Raising his mug of beer, Ash announced that he now congratulated everyone on their victory over those merciless monsters and the addition of their service record. He said with a serious expression that they would falter. The guys also raised their mugs. Standing before the people, the protagonist declared that they could drink as much as they wanted. Today he was paying for everything. The festival began and people began clinking glasses. Musicians began playing various melodies. The guys were delighted. Rice was frying in a frying pan. Smoke rose from the grill. The villagers were arm wrestling. A guard raised a guy's hand and shouted that the newcomer had won. MC was sitting on a bench. He watched the guys with a smile on his face. The warrior approached him and asked if His Highness was doing well. Lucas stood before him, explaining that Ash hadn't eaten anything all day. Examining his mug of beer, the boy listened as he explained that his appearance was unbecoming of a commander who had just achieved victory. Smiling, the warrior added that he had stopped 1,000 living armor without significant losses and thought he had reason to rejoice. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that there had been no significant losses. He suddenly spat out the beer. A shout could be heard throughout the city, saying he was fine, but the taste was different from what he expected. Stunned, the boy realized it wasn't beer, at least 20% of it was. Looking down, he reported that there had been no further casualties, but many had still lost precious lives. MC imagined the dead man and thought that when someone dies, no matter how many or few, every life is both important and precious. He imagined the castle and added that, of course, he knew he couldn't save everyone. In such a cruel game, such thoughts would be arrogant. The protagonist calmly remarked that if he'd been a little more careful, they wouldn't have died. He remembered sitting on the ground, dumbfounded, and thinking that everything hadn't been like in training. There had been chances to change everything. Glancing at the mug, the protagonist declared that this knowledge made him feel even worse. Lucas stood quietly and said that His Highness had done an excellent job, so there was no need to be sad. Glancing at the fire, he added that no matter what he said, it wouldn't dispel his regrets. Observing the delighted townspeople, the warrior explained that this was a celebration in honor of victory. If His Highness didn't rejoice, the soldiers' morale wouldn't rise. He contentedly asked him to smile and at least have fun with them now. After all, that was also part of a commander's duty. The protagonist was inspired, thinking that smiling was also part of a commander's duty. The cheerful cook began shouting that these were the right words. He held a tray in his hands and said that mourning the fallen was important, but one should also take time to celebrate victories. Standing before His Highness, the young man explained that eating only meat wasn't very healthy, so he brought some vegetables. Closing his eyes, the cook congratulated him on completing the first level, noting that it had been difficult, but he'd done well. Frowning, the protagonist listened. MC took a tomato from the tray. Waving his hand, the young man cried out that His Highness ate vegetables, and that he had no meat, so he had to make do with vegetables. The cries of the townspeople could be heard throughout the city, begging his forgiveness for having forgotten too much. The tearful boys said they couldn't believe they'd forced the prince, who ate only meat, to eat only vegetables, causing the protagonist to wonder what kind of life this Ash had led. The enraged man shouted for the rotten fools to serve His Highness the meat and bring all the alcohol. Ash hugged the men, who were shouting that they would drink until the bottom fell. Frowning, the boy thought he didn't understand how things had turned out this way. He'd planned to sit in a quiet, dark corner and think about today's battle. The girl tugged at his cape and addressed him. Lily began to tremble. She cried out tearfully that she was asking to be dismissed. Holding her hands, the protagonist refused her and asked her to work some more, then reflected that no one would retire these days and offered her more pay. The boys were suddenly taken aback. They began to lead the girl away. A smile crossed Damien's face. He sat next to the Lord and remarked that the water here was a bit bitter. The man began pouring him alcohol with an angry expression, and Ash asked what Jupiter was doing. Looking at him, the woman replied that Damien was no longer a child, but a full-fledged mercenary. He needed to learn to drink, learn to smoke, and learn to spend money on all sorts of things. He was like a grandson to her, so she would teach him everything. The enraged protagonist loudly asked why she would teach her grandson something like that. Damien rested his head on the prince's shoulder. Smiling, MC noted that the boy had grown stronger, having dared to touch his head to the prince's body. Looking down, Damien explained that when he was alone, he began to see the face of his dead friend. He imagined his friend falling to a giant spider and confided that he couldn't stop thinking about that day. The sin of surviving without him was tearing his heart apart. The boy smiled and said that being near Ash made him feel better. He hit his face on the table. The main character imagined touching Damien's shoulder and thought it wasn't because he was somehow special or amazing, but because of his skill, but he couldn't say it. Holding a glass in her hand, Jupiter stated that for some reason she also felt his magic grow stronger when under his command and wondered if it was because he was a great leader. The boy imagined the bonds with his comrades and emphasized that his leadership skills had nothing to do with it, but rather his stats and the group's interactions. In this battle, the buff was 25%. Confused, Ash wondered how to tell him this. A confused Lucas explained that when he stood next to him, all his doubts vanished, and his body became light and swift, all thanks to his highness's noble character and talent for leadership. Smiling, the protagonist asked if that was why the warrior was always on his side. Closing his eyes, the boy replied that it was possible, after which the protagonist silently wondered what possibly meant, as such an answer was completely unbecoming of a knight-like character like himself. Slamming their mugs on the table, the men shouted that they would drink to their fallen comrades, to the survivors, and to His Highness the Prince. The men surrounded him and told him his mug was full, after which Ash replied that he simply wasn't feeling well. The distraught men cried out their apologies, saying they were completely incapable of cheering people up, and that because of them, His Highness the Prince, famous for his week-long drinking sprees whenever he wanted, hadn't had a single drink today. Frowning, the protagonist silently wondered what was wrong with his reputation and what kind of life this godforsaken prince had lived. The townspeople could be heard shouting that they deserved to die and would stop exaggerating if he drank with them. Grimacing after drinking, Ash asked if they were satisfied now. Since they'd forced their lord and commander to drink, they should know what would happen next. The boys clinked glasses. They stood in the square, shouting that they would drink it all and die. Looking at the moon, the protagonist told us that while the moon shone dimly in the night sky, they ate, drank, sang, and chatted, the night of victory continuing. Opening the door to his room, MC declared himself exhausted. He sat down on the bed. Looking at the chests, he emphasized the fact that they needed to be opened before he fell asleep. Touching a chest, Ash asked if they would see what was inside. Looking at the bright glow, he checked to see if it was a max-level item. He pulled out a glove. Smiling, the protagonist noted it was an SSR item. The guy began to tremble with delight. He threw the glove at the wall and asked why. Inspecting the item, the protagonist read its stats and asked if he was dropping this useless thing out of all the possible SSR rank weapons. He imagined a slot machine and noted that the damage these gloves dealt was completely random. He sometimes entertained people on streams with these things, but in practice, they were completely useless. Standing over the gloves, the guy declared that they were still better than nothing. Putting them on, Ash said he couldn't throw them away, or even give them to anyone, but they were comfortable because they were an SSR rank item. The disappointed guy thought that maybe he'd get lucky a few times. He should think positively. The enraged protagonist declared these gloves useless, out of all the cheating items that could make his life easier. His screams could be heard from the manor, after which he told us that, although he had received an ultra-rare item, he couldn't fall asleep until the morning, having tossed and turned all night in frustration. The next day, the sun's rays fell on the manor. Leaving the room, the boy said he had a headache. An exhausted Lucas greeted him and said hello. Looking at him, Ash asked how he was feeling, saying he should have rested that morning. Holding back his vomit, the warrior declared he couldn't rest. After all, he was His Highness's bodyguard. The boy came in with a tray and wished him good morning. The boys stared at the teapot in shock as they heard someone bring them tea with honey. Sipping his tea, Ash assumed he was starting to come back to life and silently noted that it was time to start preparing for the next level. They arrived at the training grounds. The protagonist, crossing his arms, explained that in its current state, the wall wouldn't stop even wild animals, let alone monsters, and then asked how long it would take to repair it. Frowning, the man said they'd need at least 2 weeks. First, they needed to somehow retrieve that giant sword. A message popped up stating that there were 9 days and 20 seconds left until the start of the first level. Frowning, Ash ordered everyone able to stand to help with the repairs, then asked for everything to be completed as quickly as possible. Glancing at Ader, he asked about reinforcements, to which he was told that more soldiers from the surrounding area would arrive soon, and that those who had cleared the central district were expected back tomorrow. MC, with a thoughtful expression, concluded that there would be no progress until tomorrow, then noted that they needed to focus on other matters. Reinforcing the army would have to wait. There was nothing to do but pray that the reinforcements would arrive in time. Standing among his comrades, he declared that Ader should report immediately if anything happened, and that he and Lucas would use this opportunity to give it their all. Ash, smiling, explained that they were heading underground to eliminate those pesky monsters beforehand. The surprised warrior asked if they would be heading to the Black Lake like last time. The protagonist imagined a body of water and replied that this was exactly it. This time they would descend beneath the lake with the elite squad members. It was time to switch from defense to offense. A shout was heard near the estate, announcing that that was all for today. They should rest well until tomorrow. Looking at the boys, the protagonist thought he had only told the squad members that they were going on an expedition. Rather than explain it 100 times, it was better to show them once. Leading Lily away, Damon remarked that they would see each other tomorrow, and Ash apologized, as the elite squad was designed for 5. Ader stood with a notepad and asked what specifically to prepare for them. Frowning, MC began listing what they would need: canned food, camping supplies, all sorts of potions, as well as lanterns, torches, and anything else to light the way. He listened with a smile on his face. The next morning, the boys gathered in the backyard of the estate. Holding the bag over her back, Jupiter said it was impressive, then asked where they were going. A portal opened before them. Confused, the woman asked if they had disappeared hundreds of years ago. Ash, looking serious, explained that beyond this teleportation lay a breeding ground for monsters, their refuge beneath the Black Lake. The boys listened attentively, learning that their kingdom was essentially located at the bottom of the lake. Introducing a horde of undead, the Lord explained that they were exploring it to find the cause of the monster attacks. The only way to end this endless war forever. The protagonist, with a serious expression, emphasized the fact that destroying the source of the monsters was the true goal of this game. Tapping the screen where he had selected the lakeshore as his destination, he noted that he would explain the details later. For now, they simply needed to follow him. Stunned, Lucas watched his master vanish. A message appeared informing him that the location was loading, and the system advised that character stats increased with leveling, and they should level up by earning experience points in heated battles. They emerged from the portal. Jupiter, with a serious expression, declared that this place was indeed the same lake. They stood on the shore, and the protagonist asked if Jupiter had already been there. Frowning, the old woman explained that 20 years ago, when the royal soldiers were still in Crossroad, they received orders to drain the lake. Ash calmly asked if they tried to fill the entire lake with mud, then suggested that 20 years ago, the commander hadn't been the best either. Jupiter recalled standing in the crowd and explaining how numerous battle mages had been summoned and, with a combined effort, they'd filled the lake with soil. The girl let the mud fall from her hand while the woman explained that it had proven impossible to fill. Watching the ripples in the water, Jupiter noted that no matter how much dirt and rock fragments they'd been sending, the lake wouldn't shrink. Frowning, she reported that rumors had quickly spread throughout the royal army that the lake was connected to the abyss itself. The woman imagined a horde of monsters advancing on them and explained that a week later, the monsters had appeared, entire hordes, the troops were forced to retreat, and the plan had failed, the first time she'd been there. Standing before the lake, Ash warned them to be on guard, as they were about to go deeper. Lily was terrified. A message popped up asking if he wanted to enter the kingdom beneath the lake, to which he affirmatively responded. A warning appeared that he wouldn't be able to return until he reached a checkpoint. Examining the projection, the protagonist wondered how many times they thought he'd beaten the game. The water began to churn. As he watched, he noticed a passage opening. The protagonist jumped off the bridge. A message appeared informing him that he was entering a dungeon. The most common cause of death was carelessness, so he should be on guard. Frowning, MC thought it was very dark in there. His first reaction to the place, then and now, was that it was damn dark. He heard strange sounds in the darkness. The sounds grew louder, and the protagonist noted a feeling as if the darkness was getting closer and closer. Ash, his mouth hanging open, cried out for his companions not to worry, because he was there. Lucas held a torch in his hand. The boys illuminated the area around them. The darkness began to recede. Lily, engulfing her hands in flames, asked where they were. The boys were terrified. Standing next to the prince, the warrior asked what this place was. Looking at the enormous castle, MC explained that it was a kingdom under the lake, or more precisely, a dungeon at the bottom of the lake. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized that this was the home of monsters, which they would have to destroy one by one. Looking at his hand, he thought he could breathe there, his movement unrestricted. Noticing the black barrier, he assumed it was due to the ancient magic surrounding the city. The frightened girl surveyed the settlement and asked how such a huge city could be hidden underwater and why they could move there. Frowning, Lucas shouted for her to be quiet, because someone was coming. The mysterious stranger was walking toward them. He stopped in front of the boys. He continued walking toward them. Ash calmly ordered them to remain calm, as it wasn't an enemy, and then realized that since they were entering the dungeon for the first time, it was most likely an NPC guide. The man appeared before them and asked if they were treasure hunters seeking the kingdom's riches. Looking at the girl, the protagonist mentally questioned her. She calmly emphasized that they wouldn't find what they were looking for there, and that they should return to the surface while they could. Surprised, the protagonist silently wondered if such an NPC even existed in the game, as he'd never seen one before. He introduced the castle's inhabitants and explained that the abyss at the bottom of the lake was inhabited by numerous NPCs, about 100 of them, and that the NPC guide usually appeared at the entrance. Standing opposite, MC remarked that he'd played through the game 742 times, but had never met this girl. Stepping forward, he declared that they had come from the surface to deal with the source of the monsters. The girl looked at him silently. The protagonist explained with a serious expression that the outside world was suffering because of the monsters breaking through to the surface, and they had come to put an end to it. Standing before him, she declared that the monster plague would never end. No one had ever managed to stop it. The cycle was endless. She introduced the knights and explained that many great warriors, led by peerless heroes, had tried to break the curse of this place, but all had failed. Narrowing her eyes, the girl urged them not to step into this darkness and to return to the surface before it was too late, before they were swallowed up by the abyss of despair and regret. Ash, with an unperturbed expression, thought he was already running backwards with his hair. He imagined the castle and declared that he was the Lord of Crossroad, a bastion of defense against monsters, and that it was his responsibility to protect all of humanity from these monsters. Frowning, he added that he was not afraid of the darkness, so they would enter the city and destroy the source of the monsters. That was what they had come for. Standing before the gate, he noticed that the passage was blocked, preventing them from entering. Looking at the girl, the main character asked to be led. She stood quietly, saying she wondered if his words were genuine or just reckless bravado. The girl began to walk away and asked him to follow her, and MC asked how to address her. Turning around, she replied that she didn't remember her name. Disappointed, the girl remarked that they could call her Mumin if they wanted. After 15 minutes, they continued following her. Furious, Lucas asked why they were following a stranger. It could be a trap. To which he replied that everything was fine, he shouldn't be afraid, and simply needed to keep going. The warrior continued to follow him. The girl stopped. Turning around, Mumin noted that they had arrived. They stood before the passage and concluded that it was the sewers. The squad began to move through the sewers. Ash held a lantern in his hand. Standing in the dried-up sewers, the protagonist thought they had finally reached the first location of the kingdom beneath the lake. Examining the room, MC noted that all the sewer drains converged there. All the pipes were dry, not a single drop of water remained. He used telekinesis to lift the stones. A portal appeared, and a notification popped up stating that the checkpoint had been passed, the save had been successful, and the checkpoint was a safe zone where monsters could not enter. Examining the projection, the prince emphasized that next time they could start directly there. A frightened Lily cried out that she wanted to go home, and the protagonist silently wondered if she thought they'd brought all this gear to turn back. Mumin stood before them and declared that he would leave them there, and their future fate was in their hands. Sighing, the girl decided to warn them one last time that the kingdom had already been completely consumed by chaos. She imagined a castle and added that the further they went, the stronger and more terrifying the monsters would be. Standing opposite, Mumin remarked that if they were determined to step into the abyss, no matter what, she would give them advice. The girl, looking calm, told them to never turn off the light. The boys looked at her with serious expressions. The main character held a lantern. Mumin walked away from them down the dark corridor. Standing before the passage, Lucas inquired about this strange woman and how she could live in this eerie place. A frightened Damon turned to the prince and explained that the darkness here was strange. Even with his eyes, he couldn't see anything. The darkness seemed alive. The boy looked at him and asked how the woman could walk in such darkness without a torch. Imagining the emblems, the protagonist thought this dungeon was still full of secrets, secrets that even he, having cleared the map on the hellish Man of Steel difficulty, knew nothing about. He was certain of only one thing. Ash calmly announced that they would meet Mumin again, and that he would ask her then. He then reflected that they would definitely meet again there, at the bottom of the lake. As enemies or allies, it didn't matter. Standing before his comrades, he asked if everyone was ready, then told us that they had armed themselves to the teeth at the checkpoint. A message popped up informing them that the dried-out sewers contained 3 regular rooms and 1 boss room. MC, smiling, emphasized that with their party level, clearing them shouldn't be too difficult. They stood before a tunnel and announced that they were moving out. Lucas walked second, explaining that this was the main corridor of the sewers. Looking around, the warrior asked how long it was, to which he was told it would end soon. Imagining the corridor's layout, Ash reflected on the standard dungeon structure, which consisted of a series of rooms and corridors. In these rooms, they fought enemies and collected items, and occasionally encountered NPCs. They exited the corridor. The rats' eyes glowed brightly. A message appeared, warning them to destroy 14 giant rats. A horde of monsters looked on. Smiling, the main character noted that they shouldn't relax, as they all attacked at once, but were quite weak on their own. Lily was horrified. Extending his hand, the prince exclaimed that Lucas would tank, but would keep his distance and stop any who got too close. Looking at the boy, he declared that their skulls were quite strong, so they should aim for the eyes and neck. Turning his attention to the mages, he ordered them to spare their strength and to strike only those who managed to break through Lucas. Watching the warrior, Ash decided he would simply watch. The rat was destroyed. Damien fired numerous shots. The arrows struck the monsters. They killed all the rats. Holding the crossbow in his hands, the boy noted that they had done an excellent job. He was rather worried. Turning, Lucas said there were only 13 rats, then asked if he should collect their magic crystals. He was told that it wasn't worth it, they were low-ranked, so they wouldn't fetch much. The rat was preparing to attack him from behind, while he thought the information window said 14. The monster pounced on him. The stunned lord began to scream. He punched her in the face. The number 121 appeared on the slot machine. A powerful stream of energy threw the rat aside. It crashed into the wall, leaving a pool of blood. The boy looked at the fist in surprise and emphasized that it was a lucky hit. It was usually difficult to get more than 100. Lucas asked seriously if everything was okay, to which he replied in the affirmative. He looked at the overlord and asked how he had killed the monster in one blow. Perplexed, Ash thought he couldn't tell him that he earned chests for every kill and that he could choose his development path as he leveled up. Clenching his fist, the protagonist cried out that this was the prince's signature move. Raising his hand, MC explained that this was nothing unusual. If a member of the royal family was cornered, they could activate superpowers. The boys were delighted by what they heard, after which the boy realized that he hadn't surprised anyone except Lucas. They didn't ask any questions and moved on peacefully, quickly catching on. They reached the second room, which was empty. The prince then ordered them to search thoroughly, as something was definitely hidden there. Demon stood in front of the doorway and asked what it was. Looking at the chest, the boy exclaimed that it was a treasure chest. Jupiter ran there, looking frantic. A frightened Ash mentally called her a stupid, greedy old woman and clarified that if there was a trap, she would. The woman opened the chest. Taken aback, she apologized, noting that the scent of money instantly made her lose her mind. It was a disaster. The woman brought him the chest, after which the main character asked if she really intended to pretend nothing had happened. In the third room, a multitude of glowing eyes stared at them, after which MC reported that clearing the third room had been easy. He paused and noted that they had finally reached the boss room. A gate appeared before the boys. Smiling, the protagonist noted that after this room they would be heading home, so they shouldn't slow down. The doors began to open. The boys took a step forward. Dead monsters lay on the floor. Covering his nose, the prince asked what they were. A huge monster sat in the room and said that there was no end to the rats. Squeezing the monster in his hand, the creature said they needed to get rid of the rats. He crushed it and declared that he must eradicate them. The enraged monster cried out that he was doing this to restore the kingdom under the lake. Surprised, Damon asked if the monster spoke human language. The monster began to wiggle its ears. Turning around, he asked if there were any more living rats. A message popped up saying they had to defeat a boss, a giant level 15 ratman, the Peelig sewage director. The monster stood before them and declared that it had already killed so many, yet they still kept coming. MC, looking wary, thought about the Peelig sewage director and why the rat man had the same status as a human. The monster charged at them, screaming that it would kill them all. Taken aback, Ash decided he needed to say something. Lily released streams of flame from her hands. The rat began rolling around on the floor, screaming that it was hot. The boys watched in silence. The monster's corpse lay on the floor. The rat man, its eyes glowing, asked them not to approach it. Jupiter extended a finger and called it a stupid rat. She released lightning and offered to end the fight. A bolt of electricity struck it. The monster began to fall to the ground. Ash looked at the corpse. Looking over the rat man, he thought, that was quick. Thanks to the two mages working together, defeating the boss was easy. If their arsenal had only contained physical attacks, it would have been a bit more work. Lily touched his shoulder and loudly asked if they were going home now. The entire room was filled with rat corpses. They stood in front of a chest. A notification appeared above it stating that this was the boss room's treasure chest. Turning around, Ash ordered Lucas to hold Jupiter. The warrior began carrying the woman away. The boy removed a blade from the chest. Inspecting the sword, he read that its damage against rats would increase by 25%. He presented the weapon to Lucas. Looking at the warrior's main sword, the protagonist informed him that it wasn't good enough to replace his main sword, but it was worth holding onto, as they would need it. Examining the chest, the protagonist asked if there was anything else in it. He found a scroll to summon an automatic defense turret, and emphasized that it was guaranteed to be obtained in the first zone. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he'd come there solely for it. They had everything they needed, so there was no point in lingering there any longer. The door began to open. A message popped up saying the zone had been cleared. The guys continued forward, and we were told that the sewers ended after the corridor that connected to the boss room. Ash, surprised, mentally noted that they were now inside the Lake Kingdom. They entered the back streets. Perplexed, Ash thought it must be civilized, like the streets of a thriving city, since even the back streets looked like that. Examining the castle, MC explained that this was a city that embodied a magical civilization, the true essence of the kingdom beneath the lake. Glancing at the building, the guy added that even in such an advanced city, there wasn't a shred of light or a single living soul. The city was plunged into oblivion. A lone lantern illuminated the city street. A portal appeared before the boys, and a message popped up informing them that the back streets checkpoint had been passed, unlocking the area. A warning appeared, warning them that they couldn't leave this area for now. Examining the portal, Ash said he didn't think it was worth going any further, as they could easily be devoured there. Looking at the building, the prince emphasized that everyone had done a great job, and that was all for today. He tapped on the screen that he wanted to return to the lakeshore. Smiling, the protagonist emphasized that they were heading home. A system window appeared, stating that free exploration had been completed and that he had received a reward. The list of party members indicated whose levels had been increased. A man stood under a lantern, holding a flute and declaring that he was the last player to have traveled this far to reach this location. A horde of rats marched through the city. A masked stranger asked for forgiveness for their sins. The rats passed him as he spoke, saying that it was all for the sake of the kingdom under the lake. The boys emerged from the portal. The prince smiled and remarked that they had all done well and should have a good night's rest. Putting a cigar between her teeth, Jupiter declared that she wouldn't sleep. No one knew such a colossus hid under the lake, and what was happening there was simply incomprehensible. Frowning, she noted that this darkness was definitely not without reason. She glanced at His Highness and asked him to explain what was going on. The protagonist recalled scenes from the game and replied that it was difficult to explain, after which he reflected that even though he had completed the game, nothing had been explained to him properly either. The kingdom under the lake had simply always been like this. He had some guesses, of course, but he felt as if he might be able to understand something if he could break through to the very center of the city, and then he would uncover all its secrets. Smiling, MC said they'd take it one by one. Closing her eyes, the woman said she was certain she wouldn't sleep tonight, at least not sober, so she'd go get a drink. Lily raised her hand and cried out that she wanted to too, that she wouldn't sleep either, so they should drink. Jupiter began to lead her away and remarked that it was hard to say for sure, as she knew a wonderful place. Closing his eyes, the boy said he'd return to the temple. The darkness scared him, but he'd feel better after praying. Standing before him, Ash replied that he didn't mind and that he should rest. Looking at Lucas, the boy called him over, saying they should rest too. Looking at the moon, the warrior listened as they explained they wouldn't go there until the next siege and asked if they could find out what kind of monsters would be there next time. Smiling, the main character noted that they'd already done that. He introduced the monster and said that next time they would encounter a pack of sewer rats. He remembered how they'd entered the room and thought of the kingdom beneath the lake as teeming with hordes of monsters. During exploration, they'd usually encounter those who would attack next. They'd reach their limit, spread to the borders, and then push outward toward their city. They'd walk through the city streets while Ash had said that the monsters they'd encountered in nearby locations during exploration would be the ones who would attack them next. They'd entered the estate, shouting that they'd arrived and hoped the food and baths were ready. Ader had run toward him, shouting that they had a problem. The dumbfounded boy had declared that there would be no reinforcements. The capital and the provinces had said they couldn't send reinforcements. The embittered protagonist had asked why. Lucas's stomach had begun to rumble. He apologized, looking embarrassed. The protagonist's voice could be heard in the building, saying that it didn't matter now. Ader had to bring food. Morning arrived, and MC asked why there were no reinforcements. Holding his hand behind his back, Ader replied that war had recently broken out on the Western Front, and the Empire had sent all its forces there. The young man presented a map and explained that they were gathering all the soldiers from all regions and transferring them to the Western Front. There were simply no spare troops available for reinforcements. Frowning, the protagonist concluded that something was wrong. A vision of a night's battle appeared in his mind, and he reflected that the Empire was always at war with someone, regardless of the time of year or time of day. There had always been, were, and would always be friction with its neighbors. Folding his arms, the prince wondered why they had suddenly decided to pull all the soldiers from the south now, and why this, purely coincidence, had happened precisely when he had requested reinforcements. Looking out the window, Ash asked if Ader had managed to hire mercenaries, to which he was told they'd already hired everyone they had, and there weren't many new ones coming. Imagining the building, the main character thought that only a couple of days had passed since the last battle. It would be foolish to expect the mercenary guild to fill up immediately. Clutching his head, he wondered what he should do now. The boy grabbed Ader's face and asked if he knew a way to quickly recruit troops, after which he was told he did, but it would be a real pain. Furious, Ash declared he'd cut him in half, then clarified who cared when the next raid was just around the corner, and ordered him to tell them how to get more soldiers. Smiling, Ader asked them to follow him. The prince mounted his horse. Glancing at the steward, the knight asked where they were headed. The boys were taken aback by the words that they were going to the former steward. Smiling, the boy announced that they were going to Margrave Cross's mansion. Looking at the wall, Ash explained that Margrave is a title held by those in strategically important border regions. Examining the cannons, the protagonist added that since they must defend the borders from enemy countries, monsters, and natural disasters, Margraves wield greater power than ordinary counts. In other words, they're not just pampered provincial nobles, but military commanders responsible for defense. The horse moved slowly as Ader explained that when the first peasants migrated to Crossroad, Margrave Cross already ruled the town. He rode alongside his companions and emphasized that the fort itself was named after him. The boy presented the castle walls and explained that the road built by the Cross family and the fort at its base constituted Crossroad, and that he had defended the place from the very beginning, and that he was also from a rather distinguished family. The prince calmly inquired why he was the former steward. He presented chess pieces, and the plot explained that the southern front was quite far from the center. Frankly, the Margrave would have had more power there than the emperor, but he had given up his status as landlord and forced a man from the capital to be sent there, which is why Ash became lord of these lands. He held a flag in his hands. Looking down, MC mentally wondered if he had given up his ancestral lands. Ader, with a satisfied expression, noted that things were complicated there. It would be easier if he asked him in person. They saw an estate ahead. Walking toward the gates, the steward described it as something like Count Cross's country residence. After he gave up his position as Margrave, he moved there. Vines grew over the building. While inspecting the gate, Ash asked if anyone was living there, to which Ada replied that they were, as he regularly sent provisions there. The old man glanced at them and asked who they were. He exclaimed infuriatedly that he hadn't invited them and that they should get off his lands. Ada ran up to him, waving his arms, and asked how he was doing. The perplexed lord wondered which Cross was the Margrave. Looking at the old man's face, he noticed that he was just a drunkard. Someone like him couldn't possibly be the commander of Crossroad's defense. Standing before him, Ada announced that he had brought guests, and the Margrave asked if he hadn't told him to turn away anyone who came after him. Pointing at Ash, the man exclaimed that it was the newly minted landlord, His Highness Ash. The protagonist covered his mouth. He smiled and remarked that he was glad to meet him, as the Emperor's youngest son and the new lord of Crossroad. He also mentally noted that even though his character was a tyrant prince, a little respect was due to the Margrave, even if he was a former one. MC, looking pleased, emphasized that it was annoying, but he'd have to speak formally. He'd address him like a private addressing a superior. Closing his eyes, the lord declared that he'd very much like to talk to him, after which the old man interrupted him and ordered him to get out of there. Taken aback, the boy asked again. Furious, Cross began shouting for the prince to leave. Looking at the banner, the main character thought that the Everblack Empire was a state with a strict hierarchy. Even if this old man was the Margrave, he shouldn't dare treat the prince so rudely. Enraged, Ash asked what the Margrave was doing. The old man took up his weapon. The protagonist began to advance on him, and wondered who in their right mind would dare point a gun at a member of the imperial family. Cross charged into the fray, yelling for the boy to get lost. Shouts could be heard around the estate, telling him to get lost the easy way, to which MC replied that he'd be back and hoped he'd learn to communicate like a human being by then. He tried to restrain the enraged Lucas and asked for patience. Imagining the old man, Ash realized his full name was Charo Cross, who had never appeared in Empire Defense. The reason he didn't bother with him was because he was the father of the best tank in the game, Evangeline Cross. He imagined the girl's outline and noted that Evangeline had very cool SSR rank abilities and was also one of the most popular characters in the game. The protagonist calmly concluded that he would have to find a way to negotiate with this drunkard. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to recruit his daughter. As they rode back, he asked how the old man would solve his troop problems, to which Ada replied that Margrave Cross had his own private army. The steward introduced the soldiers and added that they were elite, deeply loyal to him. If they could reach an agreement, it would greatly ease their troop situation. Looking down, the young man concluded that they would have to reach an agreement one way or another, but he couldn't look at him without tears. Dialogue was out of the question. Ada looked at him and emphasized that there was one way to talk to him. With a smile on his face, he asked if the prince understood that a drinking companion was closer than a friend. A dumbfounded Ash reflected that he was trying to be a proper aristocrat, but it seemed to him that the world itself was against it. He approached the estate and asked if the Margrave was there. The enraged old man asked if he was tired of living. He noticed the cart and wondered what it was. The protagonist removed the cloth from the bottles. MC, looking pleased, declared it was his beloved swill. We were shown the drunken prince and told that he was known as a complete scumbag, a playboy prince who led a dissolute lifestyle, a disappointment in every sense of the word, so it wouldn't be surprising if he showed up with a pile of expensive booze. He showed the old man the bottles. Ash picked one up and offered him a drink. A stunned Cross exclaimed that he wasn't going to dry out. Frowning, he emphasized that they were brave guys, then asked them to bring everything in for a tasting. The protagonist entered the estate. Empty bottles lay at his feet. Covering his nose with his hand, MC thought the reek of alcohol was a mile away. This wasn't an amateur, but a professional alcoholic. Placing the glasses on the table, the Margrave announced that he hadn't had a drinking companion in a long time. Sitting across from him, the lord asked if the glass was clean, to which he was told it was crystal clear. He could ruin the whole house, but he kept the glasses clean, a tribute to alcohol. Taking the bottle, the old man asked to see what he had brought. He exclaimed, dumbfounded, that it was the first-year imperial whiskey, Peacemaker. It was priceless. Examining the spirit, Ash explained that Peacemaker was the nickname of the first emperor, and the batch itself was produced in the year of his coronation. It was a very expensive swill. Filling the Margrave's glass, the protagonist thought he'd shelled out for this bottomless cask, which couldn't fail. Smiling, he remarked that he hoped it would reach his alcohol-soaked brain. The old man tossed the glass back and downed it in one gulp. He enthusiastically declared that, as expected from a noble drink, this was a completely different experience. Looking at it, the protagonist asked if he'd tasted it, having gulped it down so quickly. He replied that there was no point in trying it any other way. He drank it as usual for comparison. Only then could he judge fairly. Frowning, the protagonist thought he couldn't understand, as he wasn't a drunk himself. Looking at the empty bottle, MC mentioned he wanted to ask something. Pouring himself a glass, the Margrave remarked that the boy should either drink or leave. If he came to chat, he'd better do so. The prince then emphasized that he wanted to ask about the snacks. Looking at the old man's face, Ash wondered how such a hardened alcoholic could ever drink on an empty stomach. Cross placed the bag on the table. Taking the prunes, the Lord explained that they were dried fruit, grown and dried by himself, and then asked if he had a garden. Noticing the window, the old man asked to open his eyes, as he could be seen from it. Examining the trees, he added that it was a small garden, and he even enjoyed pottering around in it. The protagonist's expression was one of disgust at the dried fruit. Inspecting the food, he asked how anyone could eat it, considering it was sour and at the same time terribly bitter. Biting into a prune, the Margrave asked if he dared spit out the fruits of his years of labor. He suddenly spat it out. Wiping his mouth, Cross declared it was disgusting. Labor never tasted good. Moving it over, he emphasized that labor shouldn't be wasted, so the boy should accept it as a gift. The prince then inquired why he was giving such an inedible gift, one he couldn't stomach. Closing his eyes, the old man declared that if dried fruit had stuck in his throat, he wouldn't have given it to him. Holding the bag in his hands, Ash concluded that his interlocutor was spouting nonsense, but somehow it sounded convincing. Examining the dried fruit, Cross said he didn't understand anything. Crossroad was located in the northernmost part of the continent. Watching the sunset, he added that the days were longer than average, and the soil was fertile. They said there was no better place for growing fruit. The dumbfounded protagonist asked why it tasted so bad, to which he replied that the old man himself didn't know. Any crop, not just fruit, should grow there as soon as it was sown. Looking down, the Margrave suggested it was the monsters that constantly haunted their land. He imagined a monster's corpse and described how they trampled their fields and killed farmers, and even when they died, they contaminated the land with their filth. The man imagined bald trees and noted that where the filth had spilled, the soil itself became leprous. Plants simply refused to grow in it. He added with a puzzled expression that this was why there were no fields around Crossroad. Cross examined the glass, and we were told his wistful gaze fell on the glass, filled with golden alcohol crafted from high-quality fruits and grains, the kind that would never grow on his soil. Looking out the window, Ash asked why he was working on the garden then. Sipping his whiskey, the Margrave asked if everyone had at least one regret in their life. The old man examined the garden and declared it his regret. Taking the bottle, he remarked that with such thoughts, he wouldn't even be able to get drunk. Filling his glass, the protagonist asked if the Margrave knew why he had come to him, after which his interlocutor asked if he hadn't told him to leave immediately with his conversations. Slamming the bottle on the table, the young man cried out that if he so desired, he could send him away, but he would still say what he had to say. The old man listened attentively as the monsters continued to arrive, their numbers enormous. The protagonist imagined an army of undead and added that the last time they barely repelled an attack by a legion of living armor. They managed to stop them, but the walls were heavily damaged, and the losses were countless. He recalled standing on the battlefield. An enraged Ash declared that now they desperately needed military support. They needed his soldiers. Closing his eyes, the old man replied that he had no soldiers, after which MC asked what about his personal army, which had served his family for years. Imagining an army, Cross explained that all that remained were friends he had trained in his time and with whom he had fought many glorious battles, but as soon as he renounced his title, he abandoned them. Looking at his weapon, the old man noted that as soon as he betrayed his faithful spear and shield, those friends also threw down their weapons and fled, all resigning. Rising from the table, the protagonist asked for them all to be recalled to service, to which he received the answer that it was futile. Examining the dried fruit, the man declared that this land wasn't worth defending. Ash listened seriously to the question of why waste innocent lives trying to defend a useless border when it would be better to simply evacuate everyone. Watching the man continue drinking, the prince thought it was disappointing to hear such a thing from a man whose ancestors had sworn to protect these lands and pass their will on to their descendants. The old man looked at him and asked how he had ended up in this wasteland. He pictured a castle and explained that only death awaited him there, like all living things around him. Frowning, he asked to listen to the advice of the elder, who had dedicated his entire youth to protecting these lands. Ash needed to flee as quickly as possible before this cursed place consumed him too. The main character left the estate. Showing the bag, the boy explained that he hadn't been persuaded. His only success was this generous gift. Looking over a bag of dried fruit, he added that, as they say, it's not over yet, and he's going back, because hard work shouldn't go to waste. MC imagined the old man and asked why he'd finally given up the title. Mounting his horse, the boy asked if Lucas knew anything about it, as he imagined the Margrave had been through a lot. He noted with a serious expression that Ader said it was easier to find out from the old man himself. No way. Imagining the manager, the main character emphasized the developer's cunning. They rode back, while Ash said they'd work with what they had and do their best. He paused and emphasized that all they had to do was repair the wall and prepare for war. The monsters would still come, even if they started dancing with a tambourine, so he would focus on preparation and formulate a strategy to destroy them with the forces at hand. The prince, with a serious expression, declared that they were returning to Crossroads, as they had much to do. A message about the second wave popped up. The next morning, a ruined fortress was shown. The characters stood by a huge crack when a man told the hero that they had finally destroyed the enormous sword stuck in the wall, and that today they would remove the fragments and begin rebuilding the fort's wall. The man looked at the destruction, saying that the fragments shouldn't be carried away, but rather spread out in front of the wall, where they would serve as an excellent barricade. The fragments lay on the ground, while Ash was told that it was ideal for repelling rats. Ash looked at the crack, asking a worker how long it would take to repair the wall, to which he replied that its condition was worse than they had initially estimated. The man turned, asking for a quick estimate, and the man replied that, counting today, it would be 10 days. The young man lowered his head, saying 10 days, and arguing that they had about a week until the next siege. Ash knew time was short. A destroyed wall was shown, as the young man reflected on the embodiment of imperial architecture, the Crossroad wall, and he knew full well it couldn't be patched up with a few boulders. The hero frowned, declaring he would take care of hiring workers and materials, so even if they tried their best, the repairs would be completed within a week. The man objected, calling out to the young man. The young man's eyes turned red as he clutched his shoulder, indicating he was listening intently. He thought it was clear the task was extremely difficult, but they had no choice. They had to hurry. The system window displayed information on the enemy and the second wave, and Ash added that this was a harsh reality. The young man received information on 3,000. The heroes stood at the entrance, observing the animals before them, while the boy considered the dog-sized rats they'd encountered in the dungeon, and a whopping 3,000 of them. A picture of a structure with a crack was shown, while the story was about needing an entire wall. A worker lowered his head and promised to do his best, and the hero thanked them, expressing his appreciation for their dedication and commitment. The young man raised his hand, looking at the workers, exclaiming that they had a tight deadline, and that they should hurry. If they valued their lives, it was time to get to work. A few days later, Ash and the man were sitting at the table, and the hero was telling them how he'd spent the day supervising renovations and that night drinking with Margrave Cross in his mansion. A glass was being poured while the young man was remarking that the two barely spoke, simply raising their glasses of liquor. A sad-faced worker lifted a sledgehammer, and the hero explained how the defensive line was gradually being restored. The boy felt ill when Lucas patted him on the back, telling him things that couldn't be said about his liver. It was the dead of night when the hero revealed how he'd been fueling himself with select and not-so-select booze for hours on end. After 4 days of drinking in deathly silence, the Margrave finally couldn't take it anymore. The man held a glass in his hand, asking the hero if he'd ever loved. A burning candle was depicted. Ash contorted his face, asking again. The Margrave drank, saying he was asking if he'd ever loved anyone. The old man closed his eyes, concluding that apparently not, to which he received the answer that apparently not. The man looked at the young man and asked again that, come to think of it, no one at all. Ash raised his hand to his face, wondering about his beloved. A guy thought about his life on Earth before he became a gaming streamer. He stood in the dark, and people were talking about being a loner. He lay with his phone, thinking about how no one had ever really sworn their love to him, and he didn't think it was worth wasting his time on it. He realized he was a lone wolf. He sat at the computer, talking about how after he started streaming, he began to feed off the love of his audience. The man smiled, commenting on how much he adored. A bald guy asked how much it would cost him to twerk on camera, and he'd keep 100,000 for starters. The boy gave the middle finger, writing an obscene comment. The young man shook his hands in anger, thinking that this wasn't it, and that, in fact, it was about the universal adoration of the great man. He reasoned that, in a word, no matter how you look at it. Ash put his hand to his face, exclaiming that there was no one, and the man replied that his life had been a crap one. The young man glared at the old man. He placed his hand on the table and began to talk nonsense, asking if he was drinking heavily in an empty house because he had a good life. The man laughed. The young man asked him the same question. The Margrave swirled his glass, explaining that he loved. A girl with flowers was shown when he talked about his wife, the only person he'd loved his entire life. The old man explained that she died 3 years ago. The protagonist stared at his interlocutor silently. The man poured himself another glass, adding that monsters had torn her apart in this very garden, and there wasn't even anything to put in her coffin. The filled glass sat on the table. The Margrave looked down, saying that every lord of these lands is haunted by misfortune, and he thought it could be called a curse. Ash asked about the curse. The city was shown as he explained about the fortress, or someone dear to him, that the time would come when he would have to choose between them. 3 characters were depicted with their backs to each other, as the old man spoke of how there had never been any exceptions. From the founding lords of the distant past to his grandfather and father, no one had escaped this curse. A trembling hand reached for a drink. The man narrowed his eyes, saying it had befallen him too. A flag fluttered against the sun. The Margrave explained how, over the past couple of decades, the monsters had shown almost no activity. The unknown man stood on the wall as they spoke of how peace reigned in the fortress, but income had begun to decline. Finances were in dire straits, so he was forced to open his own business. The old man looked at the hero, knowing that his wife had then suggested setting up a farm south of the fort. The young man clarified what that meant, outside the fort. The man raised his lantern as he continued his narrative, explaining that the northern lands were indeed mired in war, so the empty and peaceful southern lands seemed ideal. A forest was shown, and he explained that monster raids were rare there, so soil pollution was negligible, leading them to believe that farming would be a great idea. He noted that this was why he had expanded their farmland south. The Margrave watched the people working in the fields, commenting on how word of the fertile lands had spread, and officials had flocked there from far and wide, while monsters hardly bothered them and they easily fought off those who came. He added that all had been well for a time. A path through the trees to the house was depicted, and the old man spoke of how this orchard stood at the southernmost point of the new border, like a woman, his wife. The man looked out the window, adding that she had taken the initiative to plant trees and seeds, even in the most dangerous areas. The couple looked at each other in the garden, and the Margrave recalled how she fed him grapes with her slightly soiled but gentle hands. Their first harvest on the land had been modest. The woman clung to the man as he spoke of how nothing in the world had been sweeter than those fruits. The Margrave spoke of how, at some point, hope had arisen in him that one day he would be able to break free from the routine of monster slayer. He folded his hands in his pockets, observing the fortress, knowing he would work in the fields, picking fruit to feed his family. The old man frowned, recounting how he had experienced a new, unfamiliar life for him, a simple warrior. The man looked down, saying that, as expected, it hadn't lasted long. The Margrave recalled that in his second year as a farmer, the enraged creatures crowded around him as he continued to explain that information had been received about 100 enormous monsters rapidly advancing on their town. The man quickly returned to the front lines. He was on horseback, looking at his companion, remembering how warmly he had bid his wife farewell, promising her to be careful, and then leaving the farmland. The old man silently closed his eyes. The boy, his mouth wide open, stared at the monster. The Margrave said that even before they reached the fort, he had learned that the monsters had split into two groups, and some of them, having separated from the main group, were attacking from the south, where the farms were located. A bucket of harvest fell to the ground. The man watched the scene at the fortress, remarking that most of them were heading for the city, and that's when he had to choose. The old man clenched his teeth, trying to decide whether to turn around and save his wife or fulfill his duty and protect the tens of thousands of city residents. A candle burned in the darkness. The Margrave stared ahead, wondering if it was hard to guess what he'd chosen. The young man looked him in the eye, replying, "The city." A fortress wall was depicted, and the old man confirmed it, as had all his ancestors. Morally and legally, he'd done the right thing. Cannons fired at the enemy as he explained that he'd defended the fort's walls and slain the monsters, a long, grueling battle that lasted several days. The man said that afterward, he'd rushed straight to the farms, without a break. The Margrave looked at the dead, remembering that he found only trampled fields and piles of corpses. He stood by the harvest, recounting how just a dozen monsters had torn hundreds of people apart, his beloved wife among them. The man trembled, looking up as he spoke of how Margrave Cross had fulfilled his duty to the land of his ancestors at the cost of everything he'd ever held dear. He wondered who was to blame. Cannons were displayed on the fortress wall, while the old man wondered about the uncouth fools incapable of defending the front lines without leaders. The man raised his lantern, questioning whether it was his own decision to stretch the border and his forces along it. The old man looked down, insisting it was his own fault, which didn't make it any easier, but the hardest thing for him was the realization. The image of the woman cracked as he explained that he had betrayed his wife and chosen the city. The Margrave raised his glass to his lips, saying that even his own daughter had called him brainless. She couldn't understand how he could choose the city over her mother. The man watched the carriage drive away, explaining that a few days later, his daughter had also abandoned him. The old man's hand trembled, explaining that this was all he had ultimately received, having dedicated his entire life to defending this place. The Margrave looked away, remarking that his wife was dead, his daughter had left, and he was rotting here in utter solitude. He glanced at the hero's serious face, adding that this was just one example. The man took the bread, expressing his thoughts. He knew what this place was called. The boy asked again about the city of graves. Crosses were shown as the old man explained that this city stood on corpses, and one day, he too would face a choice. The Margrave crossed his fingers, saying that to protect this city, he would have to pay a high price and sacrifice everything he held dear. Ash sat silently in his chair, thinking that this didn't so much feel like a curse as it did like an inevitable future. He reasoned that it was something determined by a series of factors, leading to a lousy ending. A green flag was drawn, indicating that their family had carried this sacrifice through generations. The old man closed his eyes, declaring that they'd had enough. He couldn't push this damned work onto his daughter. The boy stared ahead, understanding. The young man crossed his arms, questioning whether he'd left his position to protect his daughter from inheriting his position and his fate, to which the prince replied that it was indeed so. The Margrave looked at his hand, declaring that he wanted his daughter to get out of here alive and well, so she could live happily, even if it was somewhere else. The girl watched the energy spread as it was revealed that this was the SSR rank tank Evangeline Cross, a character whose power he coveted more than anyone else, and whose Margrave tried to keep away from the battlefield. The man poured a drink, drawing the prince's attention, asking if he'd asked him to help defend the city, hadn't he? He set the bottle down. The old man looked at his companion and said he was fed up with this nonsense, even trading the lives of his loved ones for this crap. Ash stared at him silently. The man asked him to leave. His reflection was visible in the glass of alcohol as he recounted how the eyes reflected in his glass glowed with anything but pride for the work he'd done defending the fort. The path to the house was depicted at night, when the Margrave begged to die in this garden, not on the fort walls. The boy noticed that they rather reflected the bitterness of regret that he hadn't died with his wife. It was deep into the night, and when the old man clarified his hopes, Ash realized he had reasons why he couldn't help. A candle was depicted, and the Margrave explained that he told the young man the truth as thanks for keeping him company. The man watched attentively, asking him to leave and offering his final advice. The hero listened attentively, telling him that if he were faced with this choice, he should think carefully. The Margrave added, "Don't regret it later like he did." It was the 5th day of repair work. Shards lay scattered in front of the fortress, and it was said that only 2 days remained until the next wave. The prince stood up, saying how well they had all done. He extended his hand toward the table, declaring that they could rest and eat a little, and the workers rejoiced at this news. A red flag fluttered over the wall as shouts of gratitude for the young man could be heard, someone shouting that he would give them something to drink and something to eat. Someone else shouted that this guy would give them something to drink, and he'd probably drink it all up himself. Ash, displeased, asked the sly faces to shut up and keep going. The worker closed his eyes, holding out his glass, and heard a question about how the work was progressing. The builder looked him in the eye when he reported that it was a good job, as he had supplied them with sufficient workers and believed they could finish on time. Sheets of metal were depicted over a crack, and when the man explained that the repair wasn't the most reliable, but the wall would be intact in 2 days, the young man remarked that it was excellent work. He thought that the most pressing issue had been dealt with. The boy crossed his arms, saying it was time to put it to use. The old man held a bundle in his hands, exclaiming that they would finally be able to use it. A paper was shown, and it was explained that it was a magical summoning scroll they had found during their last expedition. It could only be used after research in the alchemist's workshop, which had just been completed today. A system window appeared, asking whether he wished to place a projectile on a defensive turret. The scroll in his hand lit up as the hero considered the answer. Of course, yes. A bright light blazed in his hand. A notification appeared that Ash had access to a new player skill, summoning magic. The young man crossed his arms in front of a pile of rocks, thinking that this should be enough. He sat on his bed, musing that he'd finally gotten lucky, that for once a proper item had dropped. He held a magic ball called an R-rank mana core, and with this thing, everything would work. The message window said to select a placement location. The hero pointed his finger at the map, wondering what could possibly be happening right there. The pile of rocks above the prince magically soared upward. The rocks fell, falling on top of each other. Ash watched the unfolding movement. People beheld a new cannon. The weapon looked modern. The young man, clapping his hands, declared it magnificent, when the old man remarked that it was magical architecture technology lost hundreds of years ago. The hero raised his hand, declaring that thanks to everyone's efforts, the defense line was becoming stronger and stronger. He looked at the workers, telling them to keep working, and he felt their spirits lift. Ash smiled, thinking how wonderful it would be if they could keep this up. A picture of a house with lanterns was shown, and it was said that their next stop was the forge. A fire was blazing in the furnace when they asked how things were going. Lucas placed his hands on his belt, exclaiming that it couldn't be better, and it was said that the custom armor was finally ready. A card for level 30 ghost armor was shown, explaining that this armor was crafted using the mana core of a ghost knight, but its durability was second to none. A notification popped up about the level 1 ghost skill, which made him invulnerable for 5 seconds, and the hero realized that this was much more useful than he thought. Lucas wiped away tears as he said he'd use them wisely. The prince replied that of course, after all, he'd paid for them well, he should use them to his heart's content. The young man crossed his arms, reflecting on how close he'd been to tears when they took his measurements, and how he should give him gifts more often. Ash turned to the blacksmith, thanking him for the beautiful armor, to which the blacksmith thanked him back, saying he'd finally been able to work with a worthy material. The man looked ahead, exclaiming that it was a pleasure working with him, so he hoped they'd work with him again, and that he could call him any time. The young man replied that it was a deal. The building was shown, and when a message appeared informing him that the forge was reaching level 3, the young man reasoned that upgrading the forge and equipment was crucial. Even in the late game, he'd definitely be a frequent visitor. The prince looked at Lucas, turning to him. He stared intently at his companion, explaining that they were heading to the western part of the city and needed to be there. Lights hung in the air above the wall, indicating that this was the western part of the fort, and the sounds of cannon fire echoed in the air in memory of the fallen. The prince and the warrior stood among the crowd, explaining that they were bidding farewell to the fallen, all the soldiers who perished during the previous defense of the fortress against a wave of monsters. Shovels were moving earth, when the hero explained that their comrades were buried beneath the fresh tombstones and a layer of earth. Ash mentioned that not many had died. The young man gazed thoughtfully ahead, claiming it was difficult to judge whether this was a good or a bad thing. A choir was performing a piece. The boy stood by the graves of the heroes, reflecting on how his day had passed in such endless hustle and bustle. Lucas approached the protagonist, who was sitting on the ground. A man approached them, noting how much money had been spent on the funeral. He mentioned that he'd even arranged for posthumous compensation. The old man put his hands behind his back, describing this as a truly royal act of generosity, and the hero noticed the Margrave. The man looked into his companion's eyes, saying that the boy needed to remember, this was the monster's front line, and it claimed lives like a giant whirlpool in a storm. He knew that sooner or later the moment would come when buying them off would be impossible. Ash, raising his head, noticed he'd come all this way just to say that. The old man listened to the question about whether he'd simply run out of booze at home, put his hands behind his back, and replied that there was no such thing as too much alcohol, and even he had to stock up. The Margrave added that he'd come today for a different reason. The man looked at the hero, explaining that he dropped in on his former comrades for a chat over a glass of white wine, and asked them if they still wanted to defend the city. Ash frowned when he asked what they'd said. The old man replied that they all said they did, and would protect him as long as it took. The young man shouted into the night sky, overjoyed. The boy smiled, exclaiming that this was the best news he'd heard all week. Warriors stood with green flags, and when he remarked that he didn't know how much use those old men were, but they were preparing right now, the old man spoke of handing over leadership to Ash. The man looked ahead, stating that he was asking not to waste these men's lives in vain. The joyful boy shook the old man's hand, thanking him, to which he received the reply that there was no need to thank him, since it was their decision. The protagonist remembered the man drinking, reflecting on how the Margrave was so adamant that he'd given up hope of getting anything out of him. He wondered who would have thought he'd just up and help him. The men stood overlooking the nighttime city as the boy reflected on how grateful he was to have finally spoken to them. It was unexpected, such a relief, thank God for the Margrave. The old man turned around after listening silently, and replied that he'd helped as best he could, asking them to take care of the city. He wished the young lord luck. Ash's expression was serious as he said the Empire wouldn't forget his help and vowed to personally do his utmost. A full moon was shown, and when the protagonist mentioned visiting them as soon as he needed his wisdom, the old man responded gruffly, telling him to let him drink in peace. The young man put his hands to his mouth, shouting that the Margrave drank too much and that he'd better bring him some medicinal herbs. The old man replied that he should drink his own and bring him some real swill. The man looked back, exhaling. He walked away, waving his hand. The boy watched him silently, thinking that he'd probably gone back to his garden. Ash was talking about how he'd wanted to stop him. The Margrave was shown in the past, and the young man reasoned that even as an old man, he'd been an excellent commander who'd successfully defended the border his entire life. The man was invaluable to the defense. The old man turned his back when it was said that he'd lost too much. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking that he had no right to stop him and should let him go. The young man recalled their feast, thinking that maybe next time they'd chat more, he'd give him some advice. The man disappeared into the darkness as the boy pondered something he hadn't yet imagined. The hero added that there would never be a next time. 2 days later, early in the morning, the fortress was shown and the wall repairs were finally complete. A worker, his hand shaking, told Ash that a couple of patches had been patched haphazardly, as they had been in such a hurry, but he promised the wall would be able to fulfill its purpose. The boy replied that it was excellent work and that nothing more was needed. The young man understood that all preparations were complete. Arrows and cannonballs were depicted when it was said that ammunition was available. An army with flags stood on the wall when he said that soldiers were available, plus 300 veterans. A man in armor placed his hand on his chest when information was revealed that there were originally around 1,000 of them. Ash turned his head back, saying that he couldn't ask for more. The cannon was ready for battle. The protagonist hugged it, calling it beautiful. He looked at the shields erected near the shard-covered fortress, pondering the existence of a barricade with a death zone. The young man understood that everything was perfect. Ash smiled, thinking that he could let the creatures attack if they dared. The masked man looked up. He moved step by step. Someone was approaching the fortress city. A rider approached the city wall. The horse galloped, its hooves clattering. The warrior shouted that there was an urgent message from intelligence. Enraged creatures were shown while he shouted that the monsters were advancing. The young man looked into the distance. A notification about the second wave appeared, and that it would begin in 10 minutes. Ash shouted at the top of his lungs that they were already close, ordering everyone to remain vigilant. Loud shouts could be heard from within the fortress. The boy understood that they were ready for this. The red flag fluttered in the wind as he reflected on how, in all his time playing this game, the conditions had never been better for the start of a battle. The young man smiled, thinking that he'd let those creatures just show up. The clouds of dust cleared as the unknown figure appeared. The masked man was nearby. Ash's eyes widened, lost in thought. He stared at the figure, wondering who it was. Lucas watched as the prince pointed, asking if something was wrong with his majesty. The boy wondered if he saw a person there. The hero saw the clouds of dust, wondering. Lucas looked more closely, confirming that he saw nothing. Ash shouted to Damien, asking if he saw a person there. The boy's eyes widened, wondering if there was anyone there. The young man gritted his teeth, wondering if he'd imagined it. The hero hoped so. A stranger appeared through the dust as Ash considered what if, there really was someone there. The boy wondered who the hell it could be. The kindling was burning in the urn, and he realized the ground beneath his feet had begun to tremble. The young man looked ahead, considering what they were coming. The hero clenched his fist, knowing he needed to remain calm. The enraged monsters opened their mouths, and Ash thought it didn't matter whether he'd imagined it or not, and it didn't matter how many there were. The prince stared ahead silently, pushing away the thought that the only thing he could do now was stop them. The warriors stood at the cannons when the command to ready the cannons sounded. Flames erupted from the barrels as someone shouted for them to fire. Simultaneously, all the cannons fired. Cannonballs soared upward, aiming at the undead. The explosion struck the vile rats. The creature opened its mouth as it was torn apart. A young man watched the large explosion, commenting on how it was. A notification appeared, indicating 9 kills. Ash reported that the first salvo had killed nearly 100 rats. The prince smiled and ordered them to continue, reasoning that the abominations were only superior in numbers, and that the rats were nothing special. The red-eyed mice advanced, and the young man reasoned that their large numbers would play a cruel trick on them, forming a crowd. The cannons fired in a concentrated fashion, as the hero reflected on how, as is well known, it's much easier to lay down barrage fire against the crowd, allowing them to hit as many targets as possible. Ash opened his palm, calling up the system window, thinking that about 30 minutes had passed since the battle began. He watched the notification window, knowing that at this rate, they could easily handle it. The swaddled creatures were climbing the fortification. The young man peered through the telescope, wondering. The creatures climbed the planks, making him wonder if they were using corpses. Rats leaped over the barricades, cursing. Ash watched the monsters, musing that the piles of corpses were so large they were creating a springboard for their fellows. Mice were everywhere, in large numbers, when the young man realized this was bad, as jumping the zone hadn't been part of his plan. The prince shouted about spreading out, widening the kill zone, ordering the ballistic squad to attack. Shrapnel lay against the wall, and the young man considered that the kill zone was far from the fort walls, and there was a barricade on the ground. He considered that for now, it was bearable. The warriors fired their cannons. An arrow flew toward the enemy. The battlefield erupted with gunfire and explosions, and Ash realized he'd overlooked something. The fighters turned to the prince, saying they were too fast, hard to hit. The young man gritted his teeth, cursed, and asked why they were so fast. A rat was depicted as he pondered why he hadn't thought of this beforehand. Those rodents are so fast, every single one. The creatures approached the fortress, as the boy considered how many more rats would now reach the fort's walls than he'd expected. The new cannon began to glow green. Energy rushed beyond the fortress. The protagonist looked in surprise, remembering there was also a turret. The vile creature opened its mouth. Ash watched the green explosions. Saliva flowed from his mouth as he, remembering the holy Torbjorn, thought how cool it was. The young man stared ahead, reflecting on how turrets were simply designed for defense. Numerous rats were hidden beneath clouds of dust, and the prince was saying that no matter how powerful a turret was, it couldn't cover the entire battlefield, much less. Ash looked up at the cannon, realizing the turret had already expended all its ammo and was reloading. He stared at the massive pile of rats, wondering how there were still too many of them. He thought about how the defensive line was rapidly shrinking. The monsters were bumping into the barricades, and he thought the sword shards were doing their job, but the rats would still reach the fort walls. It was only a matter of time. Ash gritted his teeth, thinking about the inevitable close combat, which was the worst possible outcome, as there would be more casualties. A huge explosion illuminated the surrounding area. The young man turned his attention to it. Pinpoint strikes were being made on the creatures, and he realized they were absolutely perfect shots. He looked away, wondering who it could be. The old man placed his hand on the fighter's helmet, exclaiming that he'd spoken to the rookie, and that they were there, to which the warrior was glad he made it, thanking the man. The hero thought of the Silver Army. Warriors with green flags stood waiting while it was said that experienced fighters, hardened in fierce battles, their presence had a far greater effect than he thought. The commander shouted for the bastards to stay awake, or they'd die in the afterlife, to move their butts before they got chewed off. The fighter in green armor pointed, telling him to punch less in the eyes and then he'd hit, to shoot more because it would increase the chances of hitting. Ash mused about how they dispensed advice and kept the soldiers' morale up. One of the commanders shouted for the prince to provide the soldiers. They would take good care of them. The young man grinned silently, reasoning that he could rely on them. The boy watched the battlefield, realizing that the defense was still going smoothly. The rat grinned. A fireball exploded in the pack. Thanks to the Silver Army's help, they were able to defend themselves more effectively against the rats. Ash looked ahead. Besides, if you were wondering what his best fighters were doing, Lucas was in charge of the front lines. The young man with golden hair stood and shouted for the left front to expand their range, adding that they should aim further and more carefully. The boys looked at the strategic map. Ash was merely outlining the defensive strategy, while Lucas was already issuing more detailed orders in accordance with his instructions. The commander looked ahead. Ash's knowledge of military terminology was still shaky, leading most of the soldiers to believe he was spouting nonsense. However, Lucas miraculously understood what he was trying to achieve and gave orders the soldiers could understand. The general watched the blonde boy, thinking, "What a clever fellow." The boy in the black suit pulled the lever. An arrow flies from the crossbow, and Damien fires slowly but surely. The arrows pierced the heads of rats, dispatching the rodents that had gotten too close to the walls with precise headshots. The boy's eye lights up. Damien is skilled at sniping, and while this ability might not seem so valuable to summon such a carnage, any loss to an enemy counts. Ash watches the child and thinks, "Excellent work." The ring flies toward the purple sphere. The woman raises her hands, while Lily is in charge of the artifacts. The girl in the chair looks to the side and shouts for gravity artifact number 1 to be used in 3 minutes, adding that gravity artifact number 2 should be ready. Lily turns her head to Ash, watching her yell energetically and scurry back and forth, as if trying to convey with her whole demeanor, "Leave me alone, old lady, she's working on it." The boy turns his head, and finally, the last member of their squad, Jupiter, appears. The old woman lies on the cot and says that everyone is doing well, and that their health is good. Ash thinks she's just lying there. The young man looks at her and thinks that he, of course, told her to rest and be on guard for now, but she's somehow settled in too comfortably. The old woman rises and groans about her back, saying that she's so sweaty collecting all that mana, that her back hurts. The general thinks he'd tell her who she is, but it's not the time to fight the only powerful mage, and asks why they're going so early, adding that she'll have time to sweat. Jupiter raises his glass and says that's true, and they should drink to that, and Ash thinks that's infuriating. He looks at the field beneath the walls. In short, thanks to the persistent work of everyone except the old woman, the defense is going smoothly, if you ignore the rats approaching. A green beam shoots out of the cannon. Green explosions appear on the field. The general forgot to mention the turret's incredible power. He pats the cockpit and says he's proud of it. Rats are dead in front of the gate. At this rate, they'll fight them off soon. The guy smiles and wonders if this is the first time they've won without taking any damage. He notices a figure in the distance and is surprised. A man in a cloak stands in the dust. Ash thinks it's the same guy from back then and clarifies that it wasn't a hallucination. The guy looks down and yells to create a map. He looks at it and says, "Oh shit." Ash looks at the glowing red dot and is surprised that it's an enemy NPC invasion, only in its second wave. A warning icon appears. Anything can happen during an attack. Any variables make the game more interesting, and an enemy NPC invasion is one of those events. A pixelated figure appears, be it an NPC from the kingdom beneath the lake, or simply a raid by the Empire's enemies. Any small detail can ruin all hopes of a successful completion, but not on the second level. Ash frowned, thinking that now wasn't the time for this. Ader smiled. Ash wondered if he was the developer. He would have confronted him, but the bastard had disappeared somewhere just in time. The boy turned to Damien and asked if he could see him too. The masked man stood there, looking at them. Damien looked at him and said yes, asking if he was some kind of traveling performer. The general looked at the boy and yelled at him to finish him off right now. The boy looked at Ash and asked if he was just a human, wasn't he? He replied that it didn't matter and ordered him to finish him off while he could. A pixelated figure appears. Ash is absolutely certain it's an NPC from the kingdom beneath the lake. He recognizes the jester's costume, and adds that he remembers who it is. The general points at the man and shouts that he must be killed before he plays the flute. Damien clutches his crossbow and objects. Ash leans over to the boy and shouts that he is his weapon, asking him to do as he says, and if he doesn't want more people to die, then blow his head off quickly. Waves rush through the air. Ash looks ahead. He glances to the side. The jester raises the flute. The rats look at him. The warriors stand on the wall. They look at the rats and are surprised that they have stopped. Red waves rush through the air. The rats' eyes turn red. The creature rushes forward. The pack rushes toward the gate. Ash shouts that they are all heading in the same direction. He turns his head and asks where they are all running. Lucas looks at him and replies, "Towards the center of the wall, and that's the spot they recently patched." The crowd runs toward the gate. Ash holds out his hand and orders the ballistas and cannons to adjust their course and fire their most powerful salvo at once. The cannons fire. Explosions appear across the field. The boy thinks they won't make it in time. The rats swarm together. Ash continues to ponder that the change in direction is too sudden. The monster stops. It prepares to pounce. A rat leaps forward. The soldier on the wall watches this. Ash watches from the wall. A rat smashes against the wall. The boy asks what they're doing. Several more rats rush toward the wall. They slam their heads into the fortifications. The soldiers look at this and declare that the rats have gone mad and ask why they're doing this. A pile of corpses forms under the wall. Ash says that they've only just finished repairing it. He looks at them and states that they shouldn't dare do this. The workers disperse, and Ash claims that the repairs, thank God, were completed a couple of hours ago. He adds that even though the workers left in a lather because they were on a tight deadline, they still couldn't patch it perfectly. Light shines through a crack in the wall, and the guy says that their goal was simply to fill the gap, meaning cracks are inevitable, adding that sewer rats are drawn to these cracks. The rats smash their heads against the wall, and Ash claims they're smashing their heads against the wall. The creature peers into the hole, and the guy continues to say that they're scratching the stone with their claws. The rat bites the stone, and the guy reasons that they're gnawing their way through the wall. A crack appears in the wall. Blood spurts from the rat's head, and the young man declares that this is the perfect strategy for monsters like rats. He frowns and curses. Ash looks ahead and says that for some reason he thinks the bastard is laughing at them. A man in a mask stands leaning slightly forward. A pixelated figure stands there, an NPC from the kingdom beneath the lake, a jester who can control monsters with a flute. The masked man looks ahead. Players have nicknamed him the Pied Piper of Hamelin. He must be disposed of immediately. Ash turns to Damien and shouts for him to shoot. The boy aims his crossbow at the jester. The masked man straightens. He adjusts his hat and begins to walk away. The jester disappears. Damien lowers his crossbow. He begins to cry and apologizes, then states that even though the jester is an enemy, he can't shoot a human. Ash frowns, thinking it's understandable, since the boy is a healer. He looks at Damien and reflects that most of their enemies are humans, and he will have to fight them in the future, adding that if this remains a problem, he won't be of much use. Ash places a hand on Damien's shoulder and declares that they will return to this conversation a little later. The boy looks down from the wall, thinking there's a more serious problem. The cannons begin firing after the archers, and cannons are ordered to continue firing. An arrow flies off the wall. Ash turns around and says that Jupiter has a job and to hurry up. Lightning bolts shoot from the old woman's hands, and she declares that this is exactly what she was waiting for, then asks where they'll be firing. The boy extends his hand and asks her to organize a rat barbecue in that direction. Lightning begins to strike the ground. Ash looks to the side and orders Lily to prepare all the fire artifacts at full power. The girl looks at him and agrees, then gives the order to activate the fire artifacts. Beams emanate from the orbs on the wall. A stream of fire erupts from the sphere after the command to open fire. Fire and lightning rage across the battlefield. Ash looks ahead and declares that this is exactly what he needs, and asks if the jester thought that firing at one point would help. The rats burn and become electrified. Ash spreads his arms and says that the death corridor can be set up in front of the wall. He laughs and declares that they scared the Imperial wall with their rat ass, and adds that they should patch their ass, it's full of holes. The guy looks at the light from the side. His eye widens, thinking that the wave boss's name, previously hidden behind question marks, is now revealed. Text appears next to the icon, and Ash reads that it's a Ratman champion. The rat roars, and the guy thinks that since the name is revealed, it means they've already appeared on the battlefield. Several monsters are standing on the field, and the commander speculates that they've even brought sewer rats with them. A pile of corpses lies under the gate. Ash notices that they're trying to break through the fort wall. The guy looks ahead and orders them to stop. The monster puts its foot on the ground. It starts running. The young man looks at the soldiers and asks why they're standing there, and adds that they should attack, stop the creatures. The cannons start firing again. The monster bursts into flames. The boy reflects that this effigy is 3 times larger than the one they encountered in the sewers. Shells fly toward the Ratman. One hit from him on the fort wall will be enough. A green beam erupts from the turret. The attack is aimed at the rats. The monster stands inside the explosion. It falls to the ground. Ash looks at the corpse. He clenches his teeth and orders another shot. The Ratman runs forward. The boy orders them to get rid of them first. Fire erupts from the cannon. The general orders them to fire without sparing their ammunition. A volley is fired. A blue sphere appears. Ash says to put the artifacts there too and to flood Jupiter with mana. The old woman holds out her hand. Lightning runs across it. She orders the rats to hold on. A storm sweeps across the field. The rats are dying. The boy thinks her power was great, and the monsters' carcasses melted like beeswax, but the rat man runs forward through the lightning. Jupiter asks what's going on. The monster approaches the gates. Because the fire was too diffuse, the rat man champions were able to avoid significant damage. Ash looks to the side and shouts for Lily to use the fire artifacts. The girl looks at him and says they're still warm, to which he replies that he doesn't care. She opens her mouth. Fire pours from the wall. Lily stretches out her hands and asks what she needs from all this. The monster runs into a fireball. There's an explosion. The rat man burns. Another creature approaches him. It bares its teeth. Ash looks at it and shouts that there's only one left, adding that they should kill it. Lucas raises his sword. He throws it at the monster. The blade strikes the rat man. The captain points his finger and orders them to shoot now. Ash turns to the boy and orders him to open fire. Damien takes aim. An arrow flies from the crossbow. It pierces the monster's head. The boy shouts that it's his, and that it's victory. The monster runs toward the fort. Ash looks at it, amazed that it still has the strength to move. The rat man grins, and the boy asks him to stop. The rat man breaks through the wall. Dust appears in the city. The man looks at the burning city. There was something strange about all this. As a commander who had dedicated his entire life to fighting monsters, he sensed this intuitively. An image of rats appeared, and the monsters began to attack differently, completely unlike when he himself was a lord. Ross looks at the battlefield. Firstly, there are many more of them. Secondly, a hierarchy has appeared. Tactics are beginning to emerge in their formation and method of engaging in combat. The old man turned his head and noted that Prince Ash had already fought 3 similar battles. An old man sat before the protagonist. He could understand why the newly minted landlord, Prince Ash, had turned to him for help in the first place. An image of the prince appeared, but it turned out he was handling things just fine on his own. It was hard to believe he was known as a drunken brawler. And yet things were taking a turn for the worse. The old man rested his hand on his swords and considered whether to intervene. The knight stood near the grapes. Ross looked away. The man closed his eyes. The old man walked toward the forest, thinking that he was already retired and there was no point in engaging in a pointless battle. He added that he could die in the garden, just as he had wanted. The old man's eyes widened. Stones fell on the body of a dead monster. Ross looked away. The city burned behind the old man, who thought he no longer wished to fight. The man stood near the woman, and the old man realized he wanted to return to his garden. The sun illuminated the grave, and Ross told his beloved to wait for him, for this time he would fulfill his duty to her. The protagonist raised his head and ordered the evacuation of the townspeople. The monster's dead body lay there. A crowd of creatures ran toward the city, and the hero noticed that the sewer rats were advancing and were getting close. The soldiers ran, and the hero shouted that, in addition to the riflemen and artillery, anyone capable of close combat was to immediately head to the breach point. The young man turned to Lucas and said he had assumed command of the swordsman. A cannonball ejected, and the hero ordered the riflemen to continue firing. The cannons erupted in a deafening salvo, and the protagonist added that they should strive to create a fiery barrier in front of the breach in the wall. Mana enveloped the woman's hands, and Ash declared that Jupiter had complete freedom of action and added that she should strike as she pleased, as long as she killed as many as possible. The woman exhaled, and the young man told her not to spare her mana, because they'd flood her again, and asked her to unleash the most powerful blast. Ash approached the girl and asked what artifacts they had left, to which she replied that only the acceleration ones remained. The girl raised her head and, when asked about the status of the fire artifact, replied that it still needed 10 minutes to recharge. Ash turned his head and said to use the acceleration on the fighting soldiers for now, and as soon as the fire artifact was ready, to activate it as well. The protagonist stopped and said the young man's name. The hero looks forward. Damien addressed the protagonist. The young man raised his hand. A man stands with a flute. Rats are running. A huge monster broke through the gate, and the hero guessed that Damien most likely now thinks it was his fault. Ash struck the young man. The protagonist looks forward and says they still need him. The young man raised his head. The hero placed a hand on his comrade's shoulder and said that they could all make mistakes, that it was okay, and added that the main thing was to not lose confidence. An image of a character from the game appeared, and the hero added that a shooter who never misses is too important a combat unit. Ash bowed his head and told Damien that his mere presence instilled hope. Tears began to stream down the young man's face, and the protagonist told him to believe in himself as much as he believed in him. The protagonist turned the young man around. The sun illuminated the city wall, and Ash said that Damien needed to secure the last line of defense, and to do that, he needed to shoot any rats that broke through the soldiers and rushed into the city. The young man straightened and said that he would do so. The hero frowned and realized that he could only hope that everyone was up to the task. A crowd of monsters was rushing toward the wall. The protagonist raised his head and told everyone to get ready, as the enemy was breaking through. The knight stood with his sword. Rats were crawling through a hole in the wall. A paw stepped on a body. The cut pierced the monster's neck. Lucas severed the rat's head. The blade fell to the ground. The knight stood up and said that the passage was quite narrow, they wouldn't all fit through at once, adding that they should remain calm and kill the creatures one by one. The soldiers raised their weapons. The protagonist lowered his head and tried to comprehend what was happening. The monsters were crawling through the hole, and the hero noticed that the number of rats breaking through was growing. A rat chewed off a piece of the wall, and Ash realized they were slowly enlarging the opening. He looked down and thought they were just rats, but in reality, they were actual moles. A beam of energy filled the structure, and someone shouted that the fire artifact was fully charged and ready for use. The structure moved to the side. The protagonist turned and asked what was going on with Lily. Monsters were devouring people. A man touched the girl and spoke her name. The prince ran. The protagonist struck the creature and told it to bite off the prince's punishing hand. The system window reported that the hero had hit the jackpot. A rat flew. The young man stood and tried to figure out how they had climbed the wall. Monsters were crawling along the wall. The girl looked ahead. Lily used fire magic and told the monsters to burn in hell. Ash looked away and realized that activating the artifact without scientists would be problematic. A soldier was missing an arm. Monsters were fighting people, and the protagonist noticed that there were also casualties among the troops blocking the passage from below. The knight fought off a rat, and the protagonist added that the archers were supposed to help them, but they had their own problems. Ash struck the monster. The prince raised his head. An image of the wall appeared, and the protagonist realized that at this rate the damage would be irreparable. The commander raised his head. The young man looked away, and the man shouted that the former Margrave was there. Light illuminated the young man's face. His hand raised his spear. The Margrave galloped on his horse. The old man attracted the attention of the monsters. The weapon emitted light. The young man raised his head and realized that the old man had drawn their attention to himself. The rats raised their heads. The old man stood still, and the hero tried to figure out what the hell he was doing. Ash raised his head and asked what the Margrave was doing, because he could die. The man lowered his head. An image of a knight appeared. Cross had fought monsters all his life. The city where he was born was a bastion of defense against monsters. His father had passed away very early, bequeathing the title of Margrave to his son, and despite his young age and the burden of being a landlord, he slew monsters every day. The spear pierced the worm's body. No matter what creature attempted its life, it was always one step ahead, its world simple and understandable. The girl greeted the lord, until the day this woman appeared in the city. The young man looked up and asked what she intended to do with them. The girl placed a flower in his hands and said she wanted to sell flowers, just a merchant asking permission to open her shop. Ross looked at the flower. The Margrave was perplexed by her chosen profession. The lord turned to the girl and said this was the monster's front line, where swords, spears, arrows, cannons, and the like were needed, and she thought no one would buy her flowers, since they faded quickly anyway. The girl folded her hands and said that people needed flowers, adding that they faded quickly, but that was their value. The hand held the flowers, and a female voice said that their lives might be fleeting, but they were truly beautiful. He hadn't understood her at all then. The girl smiles. At first, he even suspected her, thinking she was a foreign spy. The bell rings. The young man entered the shop and said he had never seen such flowers, enough to accuse her of espionage. He came to her shop every day for proof. The girl points to the flowers. Eventually, he learned to distinguish all the types and scents of flowers, even memorizing their intricate names. The young man bowed his head, but his understanding of the nature of beauty still eluded him. A year later, Cross proposed to that woman. A horse gallops across the ground. The old man attracts the attention of the monsters. The rats turn toward the man. Ash lowered his head and realized he had drawn their attention to himself. The young man looked ahead and shouted that the Margrave could die. The old man lowered his head. Cross gritted his teeth. The man began to scream. The monsters attack the man. The moon illuminates the buildings. The young man stands in the aisle. The girl lies with the child. The girl began to cry and said that it was his daughter. A young man holds the child. Cross, covered in sweat, blood, and dirt, had just returned from yet another battle. A tiny infant was carefully handed to him. Hands held the child, and someone said, "Isn't she beautiful, just like her name?" Cross still didn't understand, so he said nothing. A small hand held the finger. The boy tilted his head, silently perplexed. The child smiled, wondering why this small, fragile creature, with barely a flicker of life in its weak body. The boy held the baby, making his heart beat so fast. While he was killing monsters on the front lines, like recently, his world had been simple and clear, and then suddenly it had turned upside down. Ash raised his head and ordered all survivors to regroup, adding that the ranged squads should hold their fire, as they might hit the Margrave. The hero held out his hand and said to shoot the rats only if they were far away from him. The boy leaned over and addressed Lucas. The hero bowed his head and told him to gather a squad of the strongest men capable of holding out beyond the fort walls, as the Margrave needed to be rescued. The man raised his head and noted that it was Cross who was saving them. The knight looked at the rift and said that thanks to his provocation, they could attack the enemy from the rear, adding that this was their chance to deal with the rats. The man raised his head and said that they would destroy the monsters and return with the Margrave. The gates rose. The boy raised his hand and ordered them to cut down the monsters and drag out their savior. An army of men galloped on horseback. S turned his head and silently prayed for them to make it in time. Blood streamed down his armor. The old man rushed forward. Cross pierced the rat's body. The man bowed his head. The monsters opened their jaws. The old man swung. Margrave Cross himself couldn't understand why he was doing what he was doing. The sun illuminates the grave. He promised his late wife that he would meet his end at her grave, but it seems he won't even keep that word. The old man runs toward the rats, trying to understand why he's once again engaged in battle for this damned city. The man blocked the monster's attacks. The helmet flew off the old man's head, who doesn't understand anything. Cross's armor fell to the ground. He tried to understand it all his life, but still couldn't. The spear hit the ground. He knew only one thing for sure. The old man sits on the ground. The Margrave rushed to the attack. A girl stands with flowers. Her hands hold a baby. A boy stands with a child in his arms. Flowers, a daughter, their fragile lives, must be protected from the monsters. His hand holds a spear, and that's what he does best, kill monsters. The old man raised his head and shouted that this was their home, adding that it was their little world. The Margrave struck the rat with his shield and said that he would not allow anyone to cross his threshold. The monster broke the man's armor. Blood gushed from Cross's wound. The old man raised his head. He knew. The Margrave had speared a rat, no matter how many gardens he'd grown, no matter how many monsters he'd slain. A man and a woman stood in the garden, and the old man realized that the old days would never return. The young man rushed forward. All he knew was how to fight monsters, so he would raise his spear again and again. The young man killed the rat. The spear pierced the monster's body. The man struck the rat with his shield. A white light enveloped the warrior's body. Margrave Cross stood his ground, gritting his teeth, unleashing all his fury on the enemy. Blood trickled down the blade, and the old man tried to understand why it was so quiet. The young man stood before the city, confused as to why the monsters had stopped attacking. The young man raised his head and assumed he was dead. Lucas approached Margrave Cross. The knight straightened his back and said that all the monsters had already been killed, adding that the battle was over. The young man's eyes widened. Young Cross stood before the soldiers. The sun illuminates the old man's crippled body, and Lucas says the Margrave can rest now. The spear lies on the ground. The knight bows his head and addresses the prince. The man looks down and says that, unfortunately, they're too late. The protagonist breathes heavily. The hero walks past the knights. The young man looks up. Damien is trying to heal the old man. The young man looks up. The young man closes his eyes. The protagonist looks down. Ash pulled out a potion and thought it should work, since it fell from the last reward chest. Cross lies in a pool of blood and tells the protagonist to forget about it, since a potion can't heal such wounds, and it will only take longer to die. He asks for help to get up, because he can't see a thing. Rays of sun break through the clouds. Ash holds the Margrave in his arms, who asks if the battle is over, to which the protagonist replies that it is and that Cross made an immeasurable contribution to the victory. The man turns his head and notices that the wall has been breached, to which the young man replies that not a single monster has broken through to the city and that everyone inside is safe. The old man raises his head. Cross looks away. The Margrave looks at his crying soldiers and asks if they missed him. The man lowers his gaze and says that in this war with monsters, losses are inevitable, adding that it's simply his turn. The soldiers weep, and Cross says there's no need to mourn him, but rather let them think of themselves, asking them to rejoice in their victory and their survival. The old man begins to close his eyes. An image of graves appears, and the Margrave adds that this is a city of graves, as those who fell in battle are buried here time and again. Ash looks at the man, who says that only thanks to these graves can people continue to live peacefully for a while. Cross raised his head and said that if they constantly mourn the fallen, life will turn into an endless memorial service. He added that a proper burial is good, but he must ensure that his people's lives also have positive moments. The protagonist lowered his head. The banner fluttered in the wind, and a male voice added that people need hope to continue living. Blood trickled down the man's body, who said that if anyone dies, it will be those like him, who have lost all hope. The soldiers looked at their commanders, and Cross asked Ash to promise him something, to which the prince replied that he would do everything in his power to fulfill his request. The old man lowered his head and said that if his daughter ever returned here, he would. An image of a departing carriage appeared, and the man asked the young man to tell his daughter that her father was sorry for what happened. A hand lies in a pool of blood. The baby smiles, and Cross adds that she should live freely, as she wishes, to which Ash replied that he would certainly pass it on. Rays of light break through the clouds, and the old man apologizes to his daughter. Ash holds the man, who says he never fulfilled his promise, about the garden, about his daughter, and all of it. The protagonist takes the old man's hand and tells him not to say that, because he was protecting the world. The Margrave looks at the city, and the hero adds that he has defended this city his entire life, as well as his people on this battlefield. The man bows his head and says that they are all in his debt, but the Margrave says nothing. The old man lies on the ground and says that in the end, he never did anything, and the hero realizes he no longer heard what he said. The man's eyes widen as he remembers. The hand touches the bag, and Ash remembers that it is the very bag of dried fruit he gave him back then. The old man spat out the grapes, and the hero remembered he hadn't understood why he bothered with them, considering their poor taste. The prince shoved the dried fruit into the old man's mouth and thought it was all for this moment. The man held the dried fruit in his mouth. The man raised his head. An image of the Margrave and his wife appeared. Cross smiled and added that there was nothing sweeter in the world than these grapes. These were the Margrave's last breath. Bells rang, and suddenly the bell rang. People were standing in the square, meaning the monster attack was over, and there was no longer any need for evacuation. Ash held the old man, unable to understand him. The old man's image appeared, and the hero thought of the man who had lost everything defending the city, a man who hated his calling so much that he refused to pass it on to his successors, along with his title. The old man rushed forward, and the young man wondered what could have made the man change his mind and return at the last moment, and what he had decided to fight for, what he had died for. The monsters' bodies lay near the wall, and the young man tried to understand this insane war in which so many were forced to sacrifice themselves for victory. The prince bowed his head and said that it was a heavy cross to bear, defending these lands. The sun illuminated Cross's face, and the young man added that it was very difficult. Illuminated by the sun, the soldiers looked at their commanders. A system window appeared, announcing that Wave 2 had been repelled and the hero had received a reward. An in-game image of Lucas appeared, and the system indicated that he was a level MVP. A red system window popped up, announcing that Cross was dead. The moon illuminated the palace. Someone opened the doors. Ada approached the hero and asked about his condition. Blood dripped down the hero's clothes, and Ada said that the protagonist had handled this wave of monsters admirably. A hand grabbed the young man. Ash pinned his bewildered subordinate against the wall. The prince bowed his head and demanded that Ada speak. The young man looked up and shouted, "What the hell is going on here?" It was all too weird. The hero leaned over and inquired about the abnormal difficulty. An image of a monster appeared, and the protagonist said it was okay with the tutorial. It was always bad, so he didn't pay it any mind. Knights were crawling along the ground, and Ash added that even when the first wave turned out to be living armor, he chalked it up to his lousy luck and forgot about it. But that was it. The stranger was standing there with a pipe, and the prince said that on level 2, an enemy NPC suddenly appeared who could command monsters, adding that even on hell difficulty, this hadn't happened before, so the hero was very curious. The guy was holding the man in front of him by the collar, trying to figure out the source of the difficulty, and what this bespectacled maniac was planning on doing on the next level. Ash tilted his head and suggested that Ada was pretending to help, but secretly throwing in all sorts of tricks. The bespectacled man remained silent. The boy raised his head and said that the protagonist might not believe him, but he was truly on his side. A hand pinned Ada against the wall, and the hero said he wasn't interested in his excuses and asked specifically what he had planned next. The necklace hung around the hero's neck, and the subordinate replied that the necklace, which he received as a reward for completing the training, would unlock its functionality if he deflected the third wave. Light reflected off the stone, and Ada added that once that happened, Ash would understand what was happening here. The young man frowned, and the assistant reminded him that there was only one level left, and then he himself would understand why this was happening. Ada looked at the hero and asked him to overcome all the trials. The prince held the boy, who said he sincerely hoped he would continue to fight as he did today, even when he learned the bitter truth of this crazy world, because he would never escape. The hero tilted his head, trying to understand what he meant by He can't escape. Ader tilted his head. An image of a chess piece appeared, and the boy added that the protagonist couldn't escape this world. A woman's foot stepped onto the ground. An unknown girl looked ahead. A view of the city streets opened up, and it occurred to him that 3 days had passed since the successful repelling of the second wave. Flags were flying at half-mast throughout the city, and a gloomy atmosphere had settled in. The hero stood before the fortress. He grabbed the boy's face and thought that, however, Crossroads was no stranger to this. The protagonist looked at the glowing object, and the thought occurred to him that this was no time to mourn. It was time to begin preparing for the next war. The carriage moved forward, and it was said that, tired of the daily routine, they were returning to the estate. A notification for Wave 3 appeared. Ash frowned, thinking that given the 3 days that had passed, he only had 15 days left until the next level. It wasn't much, but it wasn't a bad time either, considering they'd at least have time to repair the wall properly, which was good news. Looking straight ahead, the hero exclaimed. The carriage was approaching the palace. The girl looked ahead, and he heard something behind it. Looking out the window, the protagonist asked who was standing there at the entrance. Suddenly, she struck the carriage. Ash's eyes widened and he screamed. The girl looked at him in fear, thinking they'd only intended to damage the wheel. Standing before the hero, Lucas asked if he was alright, to which the hero replied that he was, sort of. Turning around, the knight shouted at her. Who the hell is she? How dare she attack his highness? Drawing his weapon forward, he added that she would be arrested for such a thing, and her fate would be decided by a court. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist asked what the court was, about a child. Frowning, the boy said that he shouldn't underestimate an enemy just because of her age. She clearly had undergone special training, to which Ash asked how he figured that out. The girl placed her hand on her hip, and it seemed like he should look at her clothes. It was the Royal Academy uniform. The badge gleamed, and it seemed like she even had one. Holding his sword, the boy asked what kind of behavior was this for an academy student, who she was, and what she was doing there. Frowning, the girl replied that she wanted to ask them, the old men. The boys glared and shouted that they were the old men, and that they should open their eyes, or help her. The student, holding out her hand, said it was fine. After all, this was her house. She'd only just returned, and suddenly it was full of armed men she'd never seen before. The men glared at her, and she could hear how she knew they weren't bandits, or even conquerors occupying foreign territory, and now they were rolling out in their carriage. The girl struck out, and it was said that anyone in her place would have stopped her and demanded an explanation. Raising his hand, the hero shouted that anyone would have used their tongue for something so utterly incomprehensible that it was necessary to break the carriage. Smirking, the student replied that the key rule of the academy was that when in doubt, one must demonstrate force. That's the only way to gain control of the situation. Looking up, she added that she hadn't really meant to break the carriage that much, so. Holding her weapon out in front of her, the girl said it didn't matter. Let them explain who they were and what they wanted in her house. Frowning, she added that the more sincere the answer, the more lenient their punishment would be. They should answer wisely. Thrusting his weapon into the ground, Lucas shouted that he had stopped lying. This estate belonged to the landlord of Crossroads. Pointing at the hero, he added that he, too, was standing before her in person. Looking at him, the girl asked what he was talking about, then said that the landlord of these lands was her father. They both flinched in surprise at this. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said, I see, it's her. The man looked at his hand. Evangeline's eyes widened at the mention of her name, to which she asked if they knew each other. Standing before her, Ash remarked that her father had told her stories about her, and the thought occurred to her that one glance would be enough to tell whose child this was. She looked so much like the Margrave. Evangeline froze in bewilderment. He was told she had his eyes. A glow appeared in front of the girl, and the hero thought for a moment, like an SSS rank tank from the game. Evangeline was a tall and beautiful girl. He realized she was still young, but why was she so short? Stretching his hand out in front of him, the hero said he was quite short, and then wondered why everything was so different. Memories flashed back, and the thought arose that all the other characters were true to their prototypes. Frowning, the knight said that discussing someone's appearance right in front of him was a bit rude. The protagonist suddenly flinched and shouted that no, that wasn't what he meant, it was a mistake. Gritting her teeth, Evangeline replied that he had the nerve to criticize her appearance right in front of her. Was he immortal or something, or did he have an extra life tucked away in his pocket? Ash looked at her in surprise and said no, he only had one, to which she replied, well, that's all right. The girl clenched her fist tightly. A bird appeared in front of her. Evangeline glared angrily ahead. Moving her leg to the side, she said she changed her mind. Previously, she'd only wanted to stop the carriage and question them. Frowning, she added, but now it's serious. Suddenly, she rushed forward, the thought crossing her mind that like fathers don't fall far from the tree. The man glared, and the hero wondered if it was just his genes. Lucas parried her attack. He glared angrily and shouted at her to lower her spear immediately, for she'd even realized who stood before her. Prince Ash, the third prince of the empire. Frowning, Evangeline asked why they were so accustomed to stealing other people's property, even their identities. Suddenly, she swung her weapon. Swinging her spear, the girl shouted that she couldn't believe it was that same prince. As she struck, she added that he'd suddenly settled in this backwater, And who were they trying to deceive? Lucas glared at her angrily. He parried her blow, and the protagonist wondered what the big deal was. Smiling, Evangeline shouted that he did have some skills. Looking at her, the knight replied that of course he was a graduate of the same academy. Let her know. Holding his sword out in front of him, he added that he was number 2 of the 369th graduating class of the Royal Academy. Lucas. Ash looked surprised to hear that the prince standing behind him was also a graduate of the academy, to which he wondered if it was true, he had graduated from there too. Stretching his hand forward, Lucas said that, by the way, Prince Ash was the most legendary of the 369 students, to which the protagonist asked again. Smiling, the protagonist asked, "What's that like, in what sense? Let him tell me," he asked. "Come on, why are you silent?" A view of the sky opened up, and it sounded simple. The boy raised his hand, hearing that he was famous for something bad, to which he replied that no, many members of royal blood were famous for that, but he'd simply been so independent and brave in avoiding his studies that he deservedly placed first from last. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought that, of course, if he was an inveterate party animal, he'd come in last place. Keep it up. Smiling, Evangeline said that now that they were also graduates of the academy, they thought they could pull the wool over a little girl's eyes with impunity. They looked at her in bewilderment. Clutching her weapon, the girl said, "Well, let them introduce themselves." Frowning, she added that she was first place, class of 375. Rushing forward, Evangeline shouted her greetings. She swung at the knight. They parried each other's blows. The girl clenched her teeth. Watching them, the hero thought that such a spectacular fight was due to them both being SSR ranked. The protagonist looked surprised and added that he admitted that a battle between geniuses was on a completely different level, captivating. But at this rate, someone would definitely get hurt. The sky opened up, and a voice called for them to stop. Ash smirked and said there was no need to fight. It seemed there had been a misunderstanding, they would just talk it over. The hero watched the fight silently. Raising his eyebrows, he asked if they could even hear him. The girl glared ahead, and the thought occurred to him that they probably had other things to do now. The knight's gaze froze, indicating that the two knights were completely absorbed in their battle. The protagonist clenched his fist and thought that in fights like these, a third party was needed to step in and separate the fighters. And who that would be, they'd have to guess in 3 tries. Taking a step forward, he added that a normal attack would suffice. He simply needed to break their concentration and draw their attention to himself. Ash bent his arm at the elbow, thinking a light slap would do, just a little. He swung, shouting, "The prince's strike!" To which the girl asked again. His fist slammed into her back. Numbers appeared on the reel. A jackpot notification appeared. The hero looked down and asked, "Why?" Evangeline turned around in amazement. A bright glow appeared in the air. The protagonist froze in amazement. They stood before a hole in the wall. Frowning, the knight said that it was truly an astonishing blow. How did he do that? The girl lay on the ground, and he heard something that sounded like he should be asking. Putting his hand to his face, Logan asked how he could do such a cruel thing to a child, to which Ash replied that he didn't mean to. The debris lay on the ground. Standing next to the knight, the hero asked her if she thought she'd survived. Shells were flying from the cannons, and it was said that when Evangeline was younger, during monster attacks on the city, the girl sat on the bed, and the hero thought of her mother who always came to her room. Grinning, she said she'd come to make sure her little girl wasn't crying from fear of the monsters. It occurred to him that her mother always smiled when she said this, but Evangeline already knew the truth. The girl's eyes widened, and it was said that the only one here who was afraid was her mother. Smiling, she said she wasn't crying, and then asked that her father always defeated the monsters, so what was there to be afraid of? Looking at her, her mother replied that she was right. The warrior frowned, and the protagonist reflected that Evangeline later realized that her mother wasn't afraid of the monsters. She was afraid of losing her father. The girl raised her hand, and the hero thought that one day her daughter, too, would have to go out onto a bloody battlefield. Suddenly Evangeline exclaimed. A view of the room opened up, and he could hear that this was the place. Lying in bed, the girl thought about the familiar smell. A bright light came through the window, and she added that this was her room. Suddenly the doors opened. Evangeline glanced away. She hid under the covers. The man stepped forward. He pulled the chair closer. The hero stood next to her bed. Lying on the bed, the girl said that 3 years had passed since he'd been alive. Looking at her, the protagonist heard that it was all obvious. He didn't need to say it. He probably enjoyed hunting monsters day in and day out, right? Looking straight at her, Evangeline wondered if that wasn't what she wanted to say. Not that, but something more appropriate. Ash opened his mouth and replied that he should forgive him, but he wasn't her father. Suddenly, the girl looked up in surprise, wondering who it was. Extending her hand to the side, she added, "Where's her weapon?" Raising her eyebrows, Evangeline wondered if it was bandages, or if she was hurt. Putting his hand to his head, the hero said that she probably still hadn't recovered. The blow must have been too powerful. Memories surfaced in her mind. Stretching her hand forward, the girl shouted that yesterday's old man, to which the protagonist replied that he wasn't an old man at all. Frowning, she added that she was pretending to be a pathetic old man, but in reality, look at him. Ash looked at her in amazement, and asked what was pathetic, then replied that how many times did I have to repeat myself? He wasn't old, so fine, let him introduce himself again. Raising his hand, the hero said that he was the third prince of the empire and the current landlord of Crossroad. Evangeline looked away and asked why he was still spouting such nonsense. Smiling, she said that if he was a prince, then she was a grand duchess. Sitting before him, the girl asked why she didn't want to bow. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Holding the emblem in her hands, Evangeline said that the ever-black royal family's crest was, unbelievably, that prince. Crossing his arms, the hero replied that he had said so. Smiling, the girl said she was crazy about him, a fan of His Highness, and asked him to sign an autograph. A note from the hero appeared. Looking straight at her, the protagonist asked if she really fangirled over someone like him, the Empire's biggest rebel. Clenching her fists, Evangeline replied that he was a rebel, a crazy bastard, to which Ash replied, "Thank you, of course, but why?" Covering half her face with her hand, she said it was because she, too, had rebelled against her father. Closing her eyes, the girl screamed that he was much cooler, a fiend of hell, a scumbag who tarnished the royal family's reputation. The man looked at the carriage, and it seemed she'd run away from home, from her idiot father, and enrolled in the Royal Academy on her own. The man yelled at her, saying that it had only turned out they were training there all day, and she'd had to give in and put her rebellion aside to avoid being kicked out. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist thought he was sure it was true. She was more than just a model student. The students looked at her, and the thought occurred to him that Evangeline had graduated from the Royal Academy in just 3 years, topping her class, when it usually takes 6 years. She was a genius, deeply ingrained in the Academy's history. Looking at the protagonist, the girl remarked that her environment had been extremely restrictive, and that the most rebellious thing she could do was avoid contact with her father throughout her studies. The protagonist responded, "What a quiet rebellion." Ash grinned, but then she heard His Majesty's story. Even though he was the Emperor's son, he managed to become famous as a hardened brute through his own efforts, and his creativity allowed him to change newspaper headlines every week. The hero raised his hands, and Evangeline remarked on the fountain of gold coins, the carpet of precious stones that filled the entire room, and even made the Emperor faint from pure anger with his antics. Smiling, she added that it was amazing, simply amazing. He was her idol. She looked up to him, to which the protagonist asked again. Looking straight at him, he thought that what was amazing was that, despite his behavior, he was also someone's idol. Keep it up. His idol life hadn't been wasted. Wide-eyed, the girl asked where her good-for-nothing father was. Ash stared at her silently. Clenching her fist, she added that she wanted to follow his example and put her devious plans into action, hoping he wouldn't hide. Looking at her, the hero asked if she really hadn't heard the news. Sitting in front of him, Evangeline asked what news she'd heard. She'd just graduated and returned from the academy, and what had happened. The protagonist clenched his fist. Looking straight ahead, the girl asked if something had happened to him. Lowering his head, Ash replied that he apologized for not being properly informed and that she had to find out this way, but, sitting in a chair, he added that her father had died. The man glared angrily, and it was said that a few days ago, during a battle with monsters, he had sacrificed his life and once again protected the city. The warrior held a weapon in his hands, and it was said that he had died a hero's death, that he was a hero. Bloody equipment appeared, and the hero said he'd recorded all of her father's accomplishments and sent them to the palace. He'd worked hard all his life, so he'd receive, at the very least, the Royal Medal for Honor and Bravery. Evangeline froze when she heard that the funeral would be in 3 days, and they planned to hold it with full honors. Smiling, she said that she'd just been about to be a bad daughter, and he'd run off like that. An image of a man appeared, and she heard him say he'd always said he'd likely die fighting monsters, and now he really was dead. Placing her hands on the blanket, the girl muttered that she hadn't even had time to express all her anger. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that he should forgive her, but he was the current lord of these lands, and he gave the orders during battle. Frowning, he added that he was therefore responsible for her father's death, and he could take his anger out on him. Looking at him, Evangeline asked if he was definitely Prince Ash, just the prince she knew. Raising her eyebrows, she said she didn't think about others and only did what he wanted, like he was just a common scumbag. Looking down, the protagonist replied that he'd stop calling him scumbag in front of him. A view of the room opened up, and a voice said, "Thank you anyway for your concern." If she needed anything, there was a servant outside the door, at her disposal. The doors opened slightly. The protagonist turned, hearing the address. Grinning, Evangeline said that he should forgive her for yesterday, for the carriage, and for everything. Looking at her, Ash replied that he should rest. The girl was sitting on the bed. An image of Evangeline appeared, and it seemed as if, first of all, he should know her age. Extending his hand, the boy said she'd be turning 16 this year, to which the protagonist replied that she was so young, 2 years younger than Damien. Raising 2 fingers, Ader said that, as far as he knew, Evangeline would appear in the game somewhere between 2 and 3 years from now. The girl held a weapon in her hands, and it seemed as if, in this version of events, due to a number of circumstances, she had appeared earlier than expected. Putting his hand to his face, the protagonist said, "I see, so that's why she's not like she was in the original." And then thought, in other words, Evangeline would appear in the game approximately 2 years from now. The girl stood before the glow, and the thought occurred to him that in 2 years, she could easily gain a significant amount of height. Children grow very quickly these days. A notification with her stats appeared, and the protagonist thought that for a tank, her agility was quite high. Ash frowned, thinking that this was to be expected from the game's best tank. Her stats were simply astounding, not to mention her cheat like 100% resistance to physical attacks. Her stats appeared, and Ash wondered if this was clumsiness. She'd always had that stat, when a skill notification appeared. The hero looked in surprise and exclaimed, then thought that while it was good that the little tank had arrived early, with stats like that, she could easily be a hindrance. The girl smiled, thinking that she'd already done this once. She was 16 years old, she should be playing and having fun, not fighting on the battlefield. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The protagonist's eyes widened in surprise. Standing before him, Ader asked if he wanted to add Miss to the main squad. Ash looked at him and mumbled. The young man looked at him in confusion and asked if he wasn't going to invite her, as Evangeline would be a very powerful ally. Looking down, the hero replied that it wasn't that he didn't want to. The characters appeared, and the protagonist thought that getting 2 SSR-ranked characters at level 3, Lucas and Evangeline, was simply a dream. The man looked at his hand and said that he wanted his daughter to get out of here safe and sound, so she could live happily, even if it was somewhere else. Ash sat next to him, and the thought of his promise came to him. Looking straight at him, the warrior said to tell her to live freely, as she chose. The child smiled, and the protagonist thought that this was the Margrave's last wish, to protect his daughter from their family's debt, a dying request. Sitting at the table, Ash said that he would keep his word and allow her to choose whatever she wanted. He began to cry, hearing something that didn't seem right on his face. The view of the palace opened up, and he heard a voice say, "Shouldn't they at least try to keep her at all costs?" He himself wasn't sorry to lose her, to which the hero replied that he was. Looking away, the protagonist added that he wouldn't compromise his principles for profit. Looking at him, Ada asked, "But isn't that why he was able to beat the game on held difficulty? Because he completely abandoned his moral principles." Ash smiled and said that if he continued like this, he'd never get better, and he wanted to be better than he was yesterday with each passing day. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said he didn't want his principles to become a heavier burden. Flags rose, and the thought arose that he wasn't a saint, of course, but he didn't want to turn into a monster either. The hero stood before the graves, and it was said that even if human life wasn't worth a dime in this reality, he'd prefer to remain human, that's all. Stretching his hand out to the side, the protagonist said that in any case, he should keep an eye on Evangeline. She was going through puberty, he understood, to which Ada replied that he understood. A window appeared in the room, and the young man turned to it. Looking at the hero, the boy asked what about Evangeline's spear and shield, to which the hero asked what was in there. Equipment appeared, and a voice said that, according to preliminary estimates, they were SSR-ranked items, both a spear and a shield, but they were too badly damaged, not even suitable for recycling. It would be difficult to compensate. Ash's eyes widened, as if both items were SSR-ranked, which meant they were very rare and expensive. Smiling, the guy mentioned that they could probably get her new ones. There were some high-quality mana cores left over from their last run. The hero froze in amazement, hearing his face shrink, wondering what was wrong with him. He replied that he'd used all the cores to charge the turret, to which the guy yelled at how he could have wasted such a resource so senselessly. The protagonist's hand trembled, and he asked if he could give her the random bits, and how much of an equivalent it would be, to which Ada replied that it wasn't even close. Ash closed his eyes. Leaning against the table, he shouted to call the squad. Frowning, the hero added that they were going for mana cores, then thought that it was time to make another dungeon run anyway. Loot her some new items, that's all. People had gathered in the backyard of the estate. Grinning, the protagonist said it had been a while since they'd gathered and hoped they'd had a good rest. They looked at him. Clenching her fists, the girl screamed, "Why her again?" Closing her eyes, she added that he'd already said he recruited new guys, so he should bring them along, to which Ash replied, "Yeah, he had, but they were just ordinary mercenaries." An unknown character appeared, and a thought occurred to him that the problem was that they were all rank N. Maybe they'd level up over time, but including weaklings in a heroic party was dangerous. Lily grabbed the hero's clothes, and he thought that if there had been some hot bambina among them, he wouldn't have bothered at all and would have replaced Lily right then. But alas. Taking a step forward, the girl asked what this gathering was all about. The hero exclaimed in confusion. Evangeline was walking behind him. Lily looked at him in surprise and asked who it was. Extending his hand, the protagonist replied that most of them were seeing her for the first time, and let them get acquainted. The only daughter of a Margrave. The people lowered their heads. Beating her chest, Jupiter said she was sorry for her loss. Frowning, the girl replied that she thanked them for their concern, but she was fine. Smiling, she asked where they were going. Taking a step forward, Ash replied that he wanted to go underground, to which Evangeline replied that he didn't know where. Underground, there didn't seem to be anything there. Her eyes widened, she added that there really was a dungeon under the lake, to which the hero asked if she knew that. A view of the castle opened up, and she heard a voice say she thought it was all a lie, like she'd heard rumors of someone trying to get in there. Grinning, the girl said that no one had ever returned. Looking at her, the hero replied that no one except them. Standing before him, Evangeline asked what he meant. Images of people appeared, and it seemed as if there really were tunnels to a dungeon here, something even the crosses, who had owned this land for generations, knew nothing about, and His Highness had even managed to take them there and back a couple of times. She'd understood everything correctly. Stretching his hands forward, the protagonist replied that no, well, maybe her family knew, they just didn't tell her. A symbol appeared, and the thought occurred to her that she had fled without having time to properly absorb the knowledge needed to become an heir. So if the secret of the kingdom beneath the lake had been passed down in her family, she simply hadn't matured enough to grasp it. Ash closed his eyes and said he didn't have to believe it, it was her business, but it was time for them to go, to which the girl replied that she wanted to go too. Gesturing to herself, she added that while she didn't look down on her, she was the top graduate in her year at the academy and was willing to bet her combat skills were far more useful than anyone else's. A view of the sky opened up, and the hero replied that perhaps so, but if there really was an entire dungeon hidden beneath the lake, he wanted to see it with his own eyes. Raising her eyebrows, Evangeline said that she was now the sole heir of the Cross family, and both her parents had fallen in battle with the monsters that crawled out of the lake, and she thought she deserved to know. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that was precisely why he didn't want to drag her into it. A bloody body appeared, and he added that this was her late father's wish. Standing before the girl, Ash asked if she could handle it, how she was feeling, to which Evangeline replied that she was as healthy as an ox. The moon appeared, and he heard a question about her feelings. She had already calmed down for this. Looking down, the girl replied that she was afraid she would go crazy if she sat still, and that it would be better to occupy herself with something. Clenching her fists, she shouted, "So, he's taking her with him?" To which the protagonist responded approvingly, then thought that he couldn't just bail on her forever. Lily looked at him with delight, hearing that in that case she could stay. Closing her eyes, she exclaimed joyfully. The squad appeared, and it was announced that they had regrouped. Holding his shield, Ada said that he'd forgive him, but that was all they had for now. The girl replied that she'd wielded such weapons when she was barely able to walk under a table. It brought back memories, and the protagonist thought the party had definitely gotten stronger. Grinning, he said, "Okay, time to move, everyone's ready." The party looked at him. Extending his hand, Ash said he'd tell her about the party along the way. The girl frowned, hearing the word forward. A glow appeared in front of the hero's hand, and he said he'd show her where the dog was buried beneath their family estate. Notifications about the dungeon entrance appeared. The people moved forward. They stood in a dried-up sewer. Holding a torch in his hands, the knight asked them why they'd passed this place before, since they'd already been there. Grinning, the protagonist replied that it was because of the newcomer. He wanted to test her ability to work as a team in a simple location. Standing next to him, Lucas asked if he meant monsters would appear again, to which the protagonist responded approvingly. The characters were in a dungeon. It was explained that after a defensive round, monsters and dungeons respawn, allowing them to endlessly farm items and XP for their characters, as the monsters here are relatively easy for the main party, making them ideal for leveling up a guest character. As the group advanced, the idea occurred to them that a newcomer's party typically splits into two groups, one of which moves on, defeating bosses and completing quests appropriate to their level. A monster lay on the ground, suggesting that the other group was returning to farm previously explored areas to level up and gear up. Of course, this splitting of the group is a classic dungeon crawling strategy. Grinning, the hero thought that they wouldn't share, that they'd all return together and give Evangeline a chance to level up and work as a team. He couldn't leave the little one alone. Putting her hand to her face, the girl exclaimed. Looking at her, the protagonist asked if the teleportation had made her sick, to which Lucas replied that babies always get sick on the road, but it couldn't be helped. Turning around, Evangeline asked what he was talking about. She was perfectly fine. Smiling, the knight said it was just baby talk, and that he shouldn't have brought a bucket, but a pacifier. They glared at each other, causing the hero to think that he was trying to establish teamwork here, but they were just bickering and showing off, so what should he do with them? The entrances to the tunnels appeared. Raising her head, the girl said it really did exist, but how did he know about the dungeon if even she, a member of the Cross family, hadn't been told anything about it? Closing his eyes, the protagonist reflected that he'd known she'd ask about this. It was good he'd prepared his answer beforehand. Looking away, he said he couldn't tell her everything, but their powerful emperor probably had his reasons for sending him here, he didn't think. They exclaimed happily, the thought dawning on him that it had worked, even though the emperor had nothing to do with it. The man sat on the throne. It was said that having a title was truly pleasant and saved him from many unnecessary problems. In any unclear situation, he simply pulled out his badge and the job was done. Looking at his hands, Ash thought that even though he'd never seen his face, he was grateful for his existence. His dad, that is. Walking through the dungeon, he said that they should continue, let them light their torches. Holding a torch, the girl asked why it was so dark. Frowning, the hero replied that he should get used to it. Darkness was the only constant in the entire dungeon. Looking at the girl, he added that if she was afraid, she could return. Evangeline asked what anyone was afraid of here. It was nothing. A notification about the drained sewers appeared. The party moved forward. Stopping, the protagonist said, "Well, okay, what kind of monsters do they have here? They'll see." The golem's eyes lit up. Suddenly, he slammed his foot on the ground. Evangeline's eyes widened in surprise. Ash was looking at the golem. The squad froze in front of him, and a notification appeared about the destruction of enemies. Frowning, the hero said golems, then thought. One big pain in the ass. Monsters appeared, and he added that at least there weren't many of them, though size matters too. The girl held a weapon in her hands. Looking at her, the protagonist thought she was clearly nervous, not thinking she'd ever been in a real battle. Clapping his hands, Ash said, "Well, here's their enemy." Standing behind the squad, he added, "Get ready." Smiling, Evangeline shouted to attack. The golem swung its arm. The girl blocked it with her shield. Gritting her teeth, she shouted, "Easy!" Suddenly, Evangeline jumped up. She looked at him in surprise and asked, "Here it is, the power of a stone monster." Holding her weapon in her hands, the girl shouted that it was her turn. Rushing forward, she added, "Even a bull or a stone, I'll fall and do a push-up." Evangeline struck the golem. Frowning, the hero shouted, "That's it!" and then thought that now she looked like the game's best tank, a true Evangeline. This was her signature skill, a combo of defense and attack. Rushing toward the monsters, the girl shouted for them to come here. She was fighting the golems, and the thought occurred to her that she was blocking damage with the first skill, then releasing it with the second. Of course, there was a limit to the amount of damage this trick could work with, but that didn't make it any less cheating. The girl slid along the ground. She cried out in bewilderment. The hero's eyes widened. Stretching his hand out to the side, he shouted for help. "Cover him, quickly." Lucas stood still, and the protagonist thought about how it was. Another dungeon run was going along as usual. The golem began to crumble. Frowning, the girl shouted that they should at least leave her one, a thought crossing her mind that perhaps she was trying to make up for the incident with the fall. The squad stood still, and a notification appeared that the zone had been cleared. Grinning, the protagonist reflected on how fast they'd been. Less than an hour had passed. The first zone was too easy, it couldn't even be called training. Taking a step forward, he announced that now that everyone had warmed up, it was time to move on to a more difficult zone. He told them to catch their breath and then proceed. He warned them it would be harder there than here, so they should be on guard. The girl looked surprised and asked what this place was. Standing behind her, Ash replied that he didn't know. He was exploring for the first time. He grinned, thinking he really hoped to find a couple of mana cores here. It was time to delve deeper into the hell beneath the lake. Torches lay on the floor, suggesting they decided to take a short rest before heading into the second zone. People were sitting on the floor. It was said that while the first zone had been relatively easy, clearing it had still taken some effort. Looking at Lucas, the hero thought, seriously, he was even going to compete with a child in this kind of thing. A bright flame appeared. Looking at the boy, the protagonist asked how he was, to which Damien replied that everything was fine, he wasn't tired at all. Putting the rifle on the floor, Ash told him to take it, to which the boy asked what it was. A hunting rifle appeared. The hero looked at it, thinking he'd gotten this SR rank item from the chest in the last room. It was no less powerful than a real gun, only a portable version. A rifle was shown, and it was said that they deal high damage, but have a wide spread with extremely low ammunition. Hitting with one is quite a challenge. Due to all these drawbacks, such a rifle isn't in high demand. Damien looked down, and the protagonist thought, but what if you give it to a character like Damien? With a 100% hit rate, the picture changes dramatically, doesn't it? Grinning, Ash said he could use it as a backup weapon for now, to which the guy replied that it was much heavier than a crossbow. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thought he should just get stronger. In the future, he'd have to carry 5 or 6 of these guns with him. That's the only way to compensate for the lack of ammo. The man held a hammer in his hands, and the thought crossed his mind that he'd already ordered the forge to prepare for firearms. The game character appeared. It was stated that in the game, characters can only equip one weapon before a campaign, but in reality, no one will forbid them from carrying several at once. It's against the rules, but who cares? They'll forget the rules and live in the moment. The guy smiled and said thank you, he'll take care of it, to which the protagonist thought thank you, his dear cheat character. Holding a lantern, Ash said, Well. Lucas and the girl looked surprised to hear that everyone was well rested and ready to move on. A notification about the second zone appeared. The squad moved forward. Grinning, the hero said it was time to clear the next zone of the underground city. The man held a torch in his hands. They approached a huge gate, and the thought crossed their minds that their group was carefully stepping through the alleys that made up most of the kingdom beneath the lake. Of course, there wasn't a ray of light here. They walked forward. It had been said that when playing as the character, the darkness didn't bother them much, but the hero frowned and thought that when he himself was walking, seeing only a meter around him, it was very unnerving, understandable. It was a monster hideout, after all. A tower appeared, and he added that he never knew from what corner a golem the size of a house might jump out. The very thought gave him goosebumps. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of them. The protagonist looked in fear and screamed. Robot arms appeared. Smoke billowed from the pipes. The mechanical golem's eyes lit up. Gritting his teeth, Ash thought that this place counted as the first room. Hell, in this game, the tangled alleys wouldn't even know what was where. Suddenly, the golem waved its hand. Frowning, Lucas shouted that he would deal with it. Suddenly, a knight swung his sword. Looking at it, the hero shouted to be careful, he wasn't alone. Another robot suddenly appeared to the side. Frowning, Evangeline shouted that she was coming too. She was holding back a blow from the mechanical golem. Gritting her teeth, she shouted that it was stronger than the ones before. Watching the fight, the protagonist thought it was good that Evangeline and Lucas were there. It was a chance to think of a plan while the knight stalled for time, and that was his only role in the party, after all. Looking away, Ash shouted that they would attack the golem Lucas was fighting first. The characters appeared, and the thought occurred to him that both Lucas and Evangeline were knights. But if you compare their roles, Lucas is more like an off-tank, while Evangeline is more of a main tank type character. If you consider pure tanking ability, Evangeline would be the stronger one. The girl glanced away, hearing that her task was to restrain him, to let him go into a defensive stance. She responded approvingly, thinking that monsters of such size usually meant only one thing: they would be few in number, but they would be powerful. The knight swung his sword. He clenched his teeth, and the hero thought that this one also had an elite title, so a one-on-one fight was completely out of the question. It was precisely for such situations that they traveled as a group. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist shouted that he needed to knock him down, to which Lucas responded approvingly. The boy took a step forward. His eyes lit up. The robot's eyes widened. Jupiter smiled when she heard that she was targeting the armor on his chest, needing to locate his mana core, to which she replied that it would be a piece of cake. Suddenly, she extended her hand forward. The golem's eyes widened in surprise. Gritting her teeth, the woman said, "Well, maybe more than once." Frowning, Ash replied that that would be enough, then thought Damien didn't need a big hole. A cut appeared on the golem, and the thought occurred to him that such a small gap would be quite sufficient. The boy took aim at the command. Suddenly, he fired and exclaimed. Standing behind him, the hero announced he'd caught the shot. A view of the building opened up. Looking at the young man, the protagonist asked if he was alright, to which Damien replied that he was, yes, about the golem. Ash smiled and said let him take a look. A huge hole had been left in the golem, and it sounded like, "Wow." Lucas put his hand to his face and said it was a pain. Looking straight at it, the hero said it was an elite monster, much stronger than a regular one. It was strange that the difficulty had increased so much compared to the first zone. The golem lay on the ground, and it occurred to him that the second zone would likely consist primarily of battles with a small number of elite creatures. In other words, all their fights would be boss-style. Evangeline's eyes widened and she yelled that they were having a picnic or something, since she was still blocking. Looking at her, the protagonist replied that he was right. Her block was so silent, it was almost, to which the girl yelled. "What do you mean silent? He'd actually shatter her shield right now." Ash extended his hand and said, "Attack in a second, now." Blows flew at the golem, and it seemed like it was getting easier. Each time the alley widened, they braced themselves for golems to appear. Only the first one was difficult, as they weren't prepared for a surprise attack. A monster grabbed the hero, and a mimic disguised as a treasure chest also tried to devour him. The protagonist closed his eyes and wondered if they'd believe him if he'd deliberately walked into this trap. The squad laughed at him, to which he added, "Well, at least he'd made them laugh." A view of the house opened up. The knight stuck his hand in the liquid and shouted, "Oh damn!" Hanging from the balcony, Lucas added that the darkness seemed to take shape here and push his hand away. How slippery and disgusting it was. Turning around, the boy said that this was probably a sign to follow the path. Turning off the alley wouldn't work. Damien frowned and replied that they couldn't really investigate anything. Looking at them, the hero heard that the doors were simply boarded up. Holding a lantern, the woman said she'd tell them more. They were sealed, the enchantment was powerful, and they couldn't be forced open. Standing behind the hero, the boy asked if he thought someone was trying to hide from what was happening around them, to which the protagonist replied no. Frowning, he added that it was boarded up from the outside. Standing in front of the doors, Ash remarked that it looked like someone was desperate to keep whatever was inside from escaping, to which Damien asked what it was, and what exactly it was. Looking straight ahead, the hero replied that he didn't know, and it didn't matter, he couldn't check anyway. The boy rushed after them, hearing that they were going further. A notification about a second zone appeared. Stopping, the protagonist asked if this was their next room. The squad stood in the middle of a square that sounded quite large. Ash frowned and said that everyone should be on guard, lest they get a golem on their face. Holding out her hand, the girl said there was a fountain there, dried up, admittedly, but she could see a statue. Looking at the statue, the hero considered the fact that he was wearing a crown, so it was most likely a king. The statue appeared, and the thought occurred to him, why were the figures on either side destroyed, while he remained intact? Holding out his hand, Damien shouted out what was there, telling them to take a look. Pointing to the glow, he added that something was flickering. A blue glow appeared in the air. The hero looked closely and realized that the light in the dark dungeon wasn't coming from their torches and lamps. Standing behind him, the boy asked if there was a person there, to which the protagonist replied that they would go and check and that they should keep their weapons at the ready. The squad stood in the middle of the square. They began to move forward, the thought dawning on them that in a city teeming with monsters, only one thing was more frightening than the monsters themselves. An unknown character appeared, and Ash wondered if anyone, seriously, would agree to live here voluntarily. Only someone crazy. Standing behind the knight, the hero wondered if it was an enemy NPC, or an ally, or whoever it was. Crown smiled broadly, adding that any mistake could lead to the end of the game, and they couldn't relax. Blue fire burned on the rubble. Looking to the side, the protagonist wondered if these were fragments of dead mechanical golems. The squad examined the rubble, wondering if this man had dealt with them all single-handedly. Lowering her head, the girl said they'd already arrived. Standing behind her, Ash heard them begin exploring the place in earnest, to which he asked if it was her. Mumin turned her head, hearing her name. Standing before her, the hero asked her what she was doing there. Frowning, the protagonist considered that even though they were already acquainted, he shouldn't relax. It was strange that he had never encountered this NPC in all 742 attempts at completing the game. It was difficult to say whether she was an enemy or an ally. Turning her head, the girl replied that she was simply strolling around and relaxing. The kingdom under the lake was rather boring, if you really wanted to know. Raising her hand, she added that, by the way, since they'd come this far, she'd show them something. They deserved it. The party glared at her. The girl held a bag in her hands. A multitude of items appeared before her. Extending her hand forward, Mumin said that they shouldn't be shy. Come up and choose, she only had the best here. Ash's eyes widened and he shouted that he was an NPC merchant, to which she replied that she didn't know what an NPC was, but she was definitely a merchant. Sitting on the ground, the girl mentioned that, by the way, there was a special offer going on today, a gift with every purchase, plus a 30% discount on your first purchase. Pointing to the equipment, she added, "Well, if they buy it, he shouldn't be so quick, or he'll miss out on the limited offer." Looking straight at him, the merchant said it was only available today. Okay. The hero lowered his gaze. Crouching down, he asked what she had there. Items appeared, and he heard a voice say that these were things she'd found while wandering the kingdom beneath the lake. They were very rare, impossible to obtain in the human world, so they should choose and feel free. The protagonist stared at the glow in surprise and thought that this truly was excellent gear. Merchants usually sold high-ranking items, but these were of particularly high quality. Perhaps that's why Mumin was such a rare NPC. Looking at the girl, Ash asked how much everything was worth, to which she replied that outside money had no value here, so she accepted payment in magic stones or mana cores. A glowing crystal appeared, and it occurred to him that this was understandable. Magic stones had always been used for exchange. They could be sold or used for trading in dungeons, but there was one problem. Coins appeared, and it was explained that every time he looted magic stones, he exchanged them for currency, so now he had none. Putting his hand to his face, the hero wondered who would have known he'd encounter an NPC merchant so early. He was afraid of these things lying right in front of him, as unattainable as the stars, unless he tried to offer the things they'd acquired today. Throwing the magic stones, the protagonist asked what he could expect from them. Looking at the stone, the merchant said that, frankly, these were rather mediocre items, but it was a celebration of his first purchase, and given how serious he was about exploring this place. Putting the stone under his clothes, she added that she would let him choose one item as a small reward, which Ash thought was pure kindness. Wide-eyed, the hero shouted that it was true, he could choose any item from here, to which the girl replied that she was a woman of her word, and let him choose freely. Looking at the equipment, the protagonist wondered what he should choose. He wanted to choose something that would be praised by everyone. Holding the plant in her hands, Jupiter said she wasn't implying anything, but if she could eat this 100-year-old ginseng, she would rejuvenate herself by at least 10 years, to which Ash thought that this one was just trying to fill her belly. They should choose equipment, not food. Looking at her, the hero replied that the hint was lost. Holding the boots in his hands, Lucas asked what about those feathered boots, to which the protagonist thought they had a nice acceleration effect, then asked if he wanted to flutter like a butterfly. Smiling, the knight said no, they'd suit him better, they'd make it easier to escape danger. Frowning, Ash thought, what a bastard. At least he genuinely cared about him, but he wasn't the key to the battle, so he'd make do. Damien crouched down and asked about the automatic potion brewing stand, to which the protagonist thought that an item that created healing potions at a set interval was a powerful thing. Raising his eyebrows, he added that placing it in the temple would make healing wounded soldiers much easier. The man drank the potion, thinking that some practical advice, a slow but steady production of healing potions, would make their lives much easier. Putting his hand to his face, the hero thought that, well, potions were already plentiful in the outside world, so it would be foolish to waste such an opportunity. Looking at the girl, he asked what she had to say. Evangeline closed her eyes and replied that she was only a temporary member of this group and wasn't particularly interested in equipment. A weapon appeared, and the only exception was a high-quality spear and shield, which her teacher had given her for graduation. He'd said they were currently being repaired at the forge, and that would be enough for her. The boys looked at her in amazement, and the hero thought, yeah, right, they came to loot her gear after all. Greed had completely blinded him. How could he have forgotten? Frowning, the hero said, well, basically, I need a spear and shield. To which the merchant replied that they had one set. She held out the weapons. The protagonist looked at the gear in surprise and thought it was just what he needed, excellent design and fire-breathing stats, and everything would be fine, but a set of weapons appeared, and the thought occurred to him that this was a set. Without a pair, an item would lose a very good boost. Gritting his teeth, Ash wondered what to do. He could only choose one. Looking at him, the girl said that, as she'd said, there was a special offer going on right now, a gift with every purchase. He'd forgotten, he could take both items for free, to which the hero repeated. Handing over the gear, Mumin replied that he could take them. She had no need for them anyway, and besides, you couldn't sell a set without a part. Raising her eyebrows, she added that in exchange, he should promise to explore this place further and bargain with her when they met. Ash thought this strange girl was no longer just a saint in her eyes, but the Lord himself. Smiling, the protagonist replied that he swears by it and uttered a huge thank you, then thought that this is how a noob feels when a true game nerd generously gives him a few items. It immediately makes him want to try harder. With a wave of his hand, Ash said it was for her. The broken gear appeared, and the thought occurred to him that he could finally confess to her what had happened to her things, how they were shattered to pieces because of him and beyond repair, and that this was compensation. The girl looked at him in surprise and said, "But she was the one who started the fight, and he was just trying to stop her." A memory flashed through his mind, audibly suggesting that even if her gear was so badly damaged, it was her responsibility, and that there was no need. Turning around, the hero replied that she should consider it a gift, not compensation. Handing her the gear, he added that she should just take it. When a liege lord gives a vassal a gift, she should simply say thank you and see how cool they look. Smiling, Ash said she should consider it a graduation gift, from the Empire's best prince, and her idol to boot. She wasn't about to refuse a gift from a member of the royal family. The man glared, the thought crossing his mind that this was also a tribute to the Margrave, who had sacrificed himself for the city. He showed her the broken equipment, and said that while it certainly couldn't compare to the reward he deserved, he couldn't leave his daughter with broken equipment. His conscience would torment him. Looking down, Evangeline said thank you, she'd take good care of them, to which the protagonist replied that he was welcome. Frowning, Jupiter shouted, "What about her? Where's her gift?" To which the protagonist thought she was annoying. He was planning to buy her a ton of magic boosts in the future. Was it really that hard to endure? Closing his eyes, the knight shouted, "What about him?" To which Ash replied that he'd recently given him armor. It occurred to him that it was contagious or something. He was already constantly working on improving their equipment. Damien smiled and said he wasn't offended, to which the protagonist thought, "What's wrong with that? He'd just given him a gun, it was damn expensive." Holding a stone in her hands, the woman said she was buying ginseng, that would be enough. Looking at her, Ash wondered where she'd gotten that magic stone. The merchant was rolling up her linen and heard him say, "By the way, I could ask you something." To which she replied, "Let him ask. If he knows, she'll tell you." Mumin looked at the hero, hearing that she knew the Pied Piper of Hamelin, to which she asked, "What's that?" An image of Crown appeared, sounding like a bard, wearing a pointed black hat and mask, playing the flute, and apparently controlling monsters. Putting her hand to her face, the girl replied that there were many eccentrics wandering the kingdom, but this one was particularly famous. She knew him. The hero looked at her in surprise, thinking that he was a fairly prominent NPC in the game, and here too. Extending her hand, the merchant said that if he continued straight ahead, he would find a large camp between the 3rd and 4th zones. It was safe there. In fact, most of the intelligent creatures wandering the kingdom could be found there. The camp came into view, and he heard it called the main camp. Smiling, the protagonist thought he knew the main camp, too, a safe zone accessible after completing the 3rd zone. People were standing near houses, and he added that it was full of all sorts of NPCs, where he could gather quests and companions. Standing behind the girl, Ash heard that he might meet the person he was looking for there, or someone who could tell him how to find them. Where there's a will, there's a way. Grinning, she added that she thought he'd get there easily. As she left, Mumin said to see him soon, assuming they survived, of course. Raising his eyebrows, the boy said that a merchant in such a place was very interesting. Frowning, Lucas said he didn't trust this woman, to which the hero asked why, and the woman replied that she was too strong. The party stood amidst the ruins. They heard her playfully smashing golems to pieces, saying that she was relaxing like that. Wasn't it strange? The knight raised his sword, thinking that it wasn't so much that he could do that himself after maxing out and collecting a full set of gear. He'd worked for 3 years to achieve this, even though she might seem like a monster to some. The merchant appeared, and the hero thought that personally, he would have listed her as a friendly NPC. A bad person would never have given him an SSR set for next to nothing. Clapping his hands, the protagonist said it didn't matter. Looking to the side, he added that the boss was already waiting for them there. Then, thinking that the next room was the boss's room, it was time to defeat the boss and finally get the treasure chests. A notification about the 2nd zone appeared. A view of the building opened up. Standing before the entrance, the hero heard a hole, as if something had broken its way out. He added that yes, it had broken through and he didn't even feel it. He didn't even want to imagine what kind of creature it was. But they'd find out soon enough. In any case, they were only moving forward. Looking to the side, Damien asked if they should go back, to which Evangeline replied that she didn't feel like it. Smiling, the protagonist told them to keep quiet. He hadn't come all this way to be scared of the boss. Taking a step forward, he added that this was the place. An abandoned room appeared, and he heard what sounded like a dump, and what a mountain. Holding a torch, the knight muttered something about the stench and the place being covered in mold and something like moss, apparently having been underwater for a long time. Turning around, he asked where the water was coming from, to which the protagonist replied that they were under the lake, which he thought was his own fault, and that he wasn't surprised at all. Stretching his hand forward, the young man explained what was there, to which they asked what it was. Pointing to the ruins, he added that it was over there. Frowning, the protagonist asked what the hell was going on. The golem sat in the corner. It sounded like it wasn't just a pile of rubble. A boss notification appeared. Looking down, Ash thought it was the human's name again. The monster's eyes lit up, and the thought occurred to him that, like that time with the rat boss in the first zone, it too had a name and position like the humans. And why was that? Looking down, the golem muttered, "Oh no, I'm asleep again." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Standing before the squad, the boss said he still had to take out the trash. Suddenly, he fired lasers. The attack rushed forward. The people began to deflect the blows. The beam bounced off. Looking at the explosion, the woman said that beam magic wasn't something you see often. The hero smiled, hearing that he'd be told to act as he was told, to which he replied, "Just a moment." And then thought that, sure, he was a bit bigger than he expected, but... The boss stood still, the thought dawning on him that he knew exactly how to defeat him, even though there was basically no enemy in this game he hadn't defeated. Looking at the boss, the protagonist shouted that his size shouldn't intimidate them. He could easily be defeated using the same principle as the previous ones, simply destroy the mana core. A diagram of the robot appeared, and it was said that such a giant would have several such cores each, near the elbows, in the claws, thighs, feet, chest, and head, for a total of 10 mana cores if you count them. Evangeline looked surprised and asked again, and the knight said that meant he could fight until they destroyed them all. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist said that was damn right, but there was one important point. The boss's hands lit up, and it was said that after destroying one of the mana cores, the area underneath would shut down, so they should start with his claw. Smiling broadly, Jupiter said, "Okay, make way for the old lady." Aiming his gun, Damien said he'd work on the right arm. Suddenly, blows began flying at the robot. Smoke billowed from its arm. The golem took a step forward. The squad looked at it, and heard it move on to the legs. The men rushed forward, hearing the command to work on the hips. Lowering his arm, the boss muttered how his back hurt. Swinging it, he added that he'd spent his life taking out trash, of course. Ash's eyes widened in surprise, thinking he was attacking with his broken arm like a club. Suddenly, the robot struck the ground, and the thought occurred to him that this was an excellent maneuver. Gritting his teeth, the hero thought he was strong, but his movements were too sweeping. Frowning, Evangeline shouted that he himself was a piece of trash. She delivered a sharp blow. Looking straight at him, Lucas said he wouldn't give in. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The golem fell to his knees. Standing before the crowd, the boss said that he'd so wanted to enroll in the academy and study magic, but instead he was forced to clean endlessly like a robot. Frowning, the hero shouted for Evangeline to go on the defensive, and aimed for her right arm. The golem's arm flew off. Looking straight ahead, the monster said he'd invent cleaning magic first and foremost to make his colleagues' lives easier. Blows began to fly at the robot. Parts of its body fell to the ground. The knight stood still. Lucas lowered his gaze. He struck the robot. Frowning, the boy shouted that they destroyed the mana core in its chest, leaving only its head. Suddenly it began to plummet. Looking at the hero, the robot asked where all the trash was coming from, to which the protagonist thought he was now ramming something with his head. Crazy. Looking away, it added that he was just giving orders, so he could easily dodge, but those two. The protagonist gritted his teeth. Swinging his fist, he yelled for a moment of idleness. The jackpot counter appeared. Ash struck the boss. The golem fell to the ground. Frowning, the hero thought it was good that the damage was normal. He almost shit himself. Lightning emanated from the robot's eye. Suddenly, its eyes stopped glowing. The robot lay on the ground. Standing behind the hero, Lucas said to finish it off, to which the protagonist thanked him, then reflected on how much experience was given for finishing off the boss. The hero stepped forward. Standing on the robot's head, the protagonist realized that he was actually at the lowest level. Holding his weapon, he added that they should just kill it for free. Looking at him, the boss remarked that it was a nice rainstorm. Looking down, Ash said enough chatter, and a notification appeared that the boss had been destroyed. The squad stood among the rubble. Grinning, the hero considered the bonus he'd received for the complete annihilation, plus experience for the final blow, and how many levels he'd gain. Turning his head, Damien said, "His prince, there's a path and a treasure chest here." To which the protagonist replied, "Let him keep it." The protagonist looked at the glow in surprise and said it was an SR item, but Jupiter yelled that she couldn't even look. Holding the sphere in his hands, Ash wondered what it was. Frowning, he added that it was magical, and the woman said it was lovely. The hero held out his hands, hearing that it was for her, to which he replied, "Let him keep it." The woman looked at the sphere, thinking that, well, it would only suit her anyway. The items appeared, and she said that if only she knew where to look for the other two. A glow appeared around the sphere, suggesting the chest also contained 2 excellent quality mana cores, but overall, it was rather meager for a boss room. The second zone was cleared. Looking at the squad, the hero announced they were moving forward, searching for a checkpoint and heading home. A notification appeared about clearing the back alleys. Frowning, the protagonist said, "Well, here we are." A long staircase appeared, and it sounded like an ascent to some fortress. Grinning, Ash thought that so far everything had gone smoothly. The area was familiar, they were on the right path, and then said, "Well, let's go." The squad descended. The woman, her eyes wide, asked, "Well, how much further is it?" "Her knees are about to crumble," she said. She can already hear the ominous crunch. Breathing heavily, the hero announced that it was his, for sure. They were almost there. The squad stopped on one of the floors. Lying on the floor, the protagonist said it was almost there, the final push, and then thought he wanted to shake the throat of the man who invented spiral staircases. Looking away, Jupiter said she thought her heart was about to stop, a final drag before death, to which they replied that she'd rather kill her. Ash looked at the people in surprise and thought, "These cyborgs don't give a damn." Smiling, he said, "Well done everyone, they did it." An exit appeared, and it sounded like a teleportation gate. Rushing forward, Jupiter shouted that she was going home. Her old bones couldn't take it anymore. Frowning, she added that as soon as she got back, she'd dive straight into a hot bath, whiskey on the rocks in one hand, a cigar in the other. The protagonist walked forward. Looking at the woman, he asked what she was standing there for. Evangeline's eyes widened and she exclaimed. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that yes, this is what the kingdom beneath the lake actually looks like. A view of the kingdom opened up, and it sounded simply immense. Looking down, Damien said there was light. Looking at the city, he added that there was light there. Buildings came into view, and it occurred to him that maybe it wasn't quite like that, but rather that someone had installed magical lightstones throughout the city and in the central tower, allowing the few travelers to navigate here. Holding out her hand, the girl asked what it was, a kind of lighthouse. The hero stared ahead silently. A view of the tower opened up, and it was explained that this was the last zone they would one day enter, and that it was there that they would have to fight the final boss. The protagonist grinned, wondering if they had known how long it would actually take to get there. A view of the kingdom opened up. Their path appeared, and they could hear the sound of them entering through the sewers, wandering through the back alleys, and emerging on the wall of the city's northern gate. Turning his head, the protagonist said that, well, they'd think about their next route. Looking straight ahead, he added that it was time for them to go home, and then thought, "He smells a little more, and they'll carry him." Group notifications appeared. People were standing behind the building. It sounded like they'd worked hard and should rest. A view of the sky opened up, suggesting they'd entered at dawn and returned in the evening, having wasted a whole day. Ash yawned and said he needed to rest too, then thought about sleeping until dinner, eating a little, and then getting back to work. Suddenly, the protagonist's eyes widened. A clock appeared in the room. Looking at them, the protagonist said, "Before dinner, of course," and then thought it was time to look at the things he'd received yesterday. The man held a torch, and it occurred to him that he'd been given the blue flame torch for completing the second zone. Its fuel supply was inexhaustible. Sitting on his bed, Ash thought it wasn't a bad deal, considering dungeon exploration is a constant battle against darkness, but that's perhaps the only useful thing it can do. Putting the torch back in his inventory, he added that who would have thought it would be given as a bonus for a full clear? A boss summon scroll appeared. The golem's eyes lit up, and the hero thought that even though it was a one-time use, it was still very useful. He could use that huge golem they'd encountered for his own purposes. A notification appeared about the scroll's activation. Holding it in his hands, the hero thought there was no point in waiting. He'd activate it now. Smiling, he added that he'd keep it in the active slot and use it only in case of emergency, and that the inspection was over. Lowering his head, the protagonist considered his stomach's groaning. He walked down the hallway, yawning. Entering the kitchen, Ash asked if there was anything he could eat. Frowning, the knight exclaimed. The hero looked at him in surprise and asked what they were doing. The dishes were on the floor, and it sounded like she'd come into the kitchen because she was terribly hungry, and then there was this old man. It occurred to him that they were competing to see who could eat the most. Turning his head, the protagonist said that he was also hungry, and that they hadn't eaten everything, to which they replied that no, they only ate what was left lying around. Closing her eyes, Evangeline said that they were just bits and pieces. There was nothing cooked here. Looking at them, Ash asked why they were so hungry. Rolling up his sleeves, he added that it couldn't be helped. Let them sit down at the table. He'd cook them something. Looking at him, Lucas asked what he could cook, to which the protagonist replied that he didn't cook much, and the girl added that he was of royal blood, so how could he cook? Smiling, the protagonist replied that it wasn't illegal, and even if it was, he didn't care, being of royal blood. Then he thought, everyone present was hungry, so why not cook? A dish appeared, and the thought occurred to him that ramen with thinly sliced onions and egg, served with kimchi, would be great, but he was afraid that was impossible. Opening the cupboard, Ash thought that at least this estate was full of simple ingredients: butter, milk, eggs, and spices. Only one thing came to mind. The hero lit a fire with a torch. He held a frying pan in his hands. The protagonist began cooking. Smiling, he said, "It's ready, bon appetit." A sandwich appeared, and he heard the sound of royal toast. The thought occurred to him that slices of fresh bread were fried in an egg with a drop of honey, and that's why smoked ham, lettuce, and vegetables were placed between them. Ash began eating the sandwich. Sauces appeared, and he was told that there was no need for ketchup, mustard, or mayonnaise. It would still be delicious and juicy. Wiping away tears, Lucas shouted that it was divine, that the royal chef was incomparable, that he was eating food prepared by the prince himself. He told his descendants this, and they wouldn't believe it, to which the protagonist replied that he shouldn't exaggerate. Wide-eyed, Evangeline said that it really was so delicious, very similar to what they sell at festival stalls, to which they replied that that was spot on. The woman smiled broadly, and the protagonist considered the possibility that it was, after all, a street food recipe. Looking down, the girl said it reminded her of when she was very little. Evangeline looked at her father, and thought she heard, as if she heard, some sounds coming from the kitchen, and when she went to check, she saw her father eating a hastily prepared meal. The monsters advanced. It was said that monsters usually invaded regardless of the time of day, so Dad could return late at night after a battle and start gobbling everything in sight to satisfy the city's hunger. Smiling, the girl said that this time, too, he'd come back from the battlefield, thrown everything in the kitchen into a frying pan, and fried it. When their eyes met, he asked just one question. The man frowned and asked what he wanted too. The protagonist grinned and asked what she'd also eaten. Clutching her face, Evangeline replied that it was his fault she still had such round cheeks, to which the protagonist replied that at least she looked cute. Sitting at the table, she added that every time that happened, Mom would wake up and run out to them, grumbling at Dad for feeding her so late at night. Closing her eyes, the girl said they should have seen his face. It was just like that of a naughty kitten. She smirked slightly. Looking straight at him, Evangeline said that such snacks reminded her of the past, but it was a shame it was in the past. Looking at her, Ash replied that the Margrave's funeral would be tomorrow. The hero stood before the people, and it seemed that Crossroads didn't have a tradition of lavishly sending off chieftains, so he usually just gave a speech, but if she wanted, she could speak tomorrow. Sitting before him, the girl replied that no, she trusted him with that. The man held a spear in his hands, and it seemed she respected her father. In her opinion, he was an incredible man who protected the locals his entire life. Looking down, Evangeline said that, however, she still couldn't forgive him. Looking at the hero, she asked that he had told him how her mother died. An image of a girl appeared, and it was heard that she could never forgive him for abandoning her to die, preferring to defend the walls. Despite the pain in her heart, she could still understand. The man glared. It was said that defending the city was a lord's first duty, and her father had been simply faithful to his duty. People threw earth into the pit, and it was heard that on the day they buried their mother's coffin in the garden, her father didn't even show up, instead going off to fortify the southern military base. The fortress walls appeared, and the girl said that it was because they needed to prepare for the next attack. After all, this was Lord Crossroad's important work. Clenching her fist, she added that it was more important. People stood by the grave, and Evangeline said that burying her mother's empty coffin in his place had made her realize. The girl cried, and it seemed as if this was what the head of the Cross family should be like. She would never be like that. Frowning, the protagonist asked why she'd left. Lowering her head, Evangeline replied that she was grateful for organizing her father's funeral in her stead, even though she considered the Margrave a man worthy of admiration and respect. Frowning, she added that she would never forgive her father. Taking a step forward, Evangeline said thank you for the food. Walking down the hallway, she added that it was a true honor to eat food prepared personally by His Highness. Turning his head, the protagonist replied that it was family matters. That's what they were. An empty plate lay on the table, and it sounded like it was getting late. They would be leaving too. The boys walked forward. Looking at the protagonist, Lucas asked how he was doing, to which Ash repeated. Looking down, the knight replied, well, with his family. He'd heard he wasn't on the best terms with them, so he was taking care of Miss Evangeline. The hero looked at him in surprise, wondering if he really was at odds with his family, while he thought he was just some kind of local clown. Looking at the boy, he heard the suggestion that perhaps he saw a past self in Evangeline, though what could he possibly know about him? Looking away, Lucas asked if he was wrong. Frowning, the protagonist mumbled, then wondered if he was asking because he was genuinely worried or because he suspected he wasn't the real Ash. They stood silently next to each other, the thought dawning that he'd fallen into a stupor because he'd caught him off guard. Standing before the boy, Ash pondered how he suddenly saw Lucas in a new light, why he'd asked, and how he should respond. The hero sat on the throne. It was said that Ash was the Emperor's son, so it wouldn't be surprising if his family life left much to be desired, but he knew absolutely nothing about it. Looking down, the protagonist mumbled. The young man abruptly lowered his head and yelled that he was sorry. Perhaps it was too personal a question, to which Ash replied that he'd simply been a bit confused. Smiling, the knight said he was sure His Highness and Evangeline would resolve their family matters, to which the protagonist thought he was hearing the friendly smile of a puppy again. Closing his eyes, the protagonist thanked him, then wondered if perhaps he was overthinking things and was simply worried. The view of the palace opened up, and a voice said, well, to bed, see you tomorrow. The door suddenly slammed shut. Ash breathed heavily, thinking that he really was having trouble with his family. He'd have to find out more about it. Looking at his hands, he added that he needed to remind himself more often that this wasn't his body. It was hard for someone living someone else's life to answer questions. The hero stood next to the man. He was informed that preparations for the next wave had immediately begun in Crossroads, and an enemy notification had appeared. Golems advanced, and the protagonist thought about how this time there would be an army of golems, few large monsters, but they would be elite. They would have to adapt as the battle progressed. They still had a week until the third wave. Looking at the notification, Ash thought this time would be a real challenge. Crown looked ahead, and he added that they must be prepared for any unexpected change. Frowning, the hero thought that even this wasn't the way they should avoid such factors at the root. The protagonist yelled at the people, and the thought occurred to him that he had strained every possible production line and constantly pushed them, so that everything had to be perfect for the next wave. Ash looked at the mages. Funeral preparations were underway. He looked down and thought that the second wave had suffered many casualties, but only a dozen had died. Holding the list in his hands, the hero added that the Margrave was among them. Standing before the knight, the protagonist heard that the coffin was already on its way, to which he replied, "Okay, they're leaving." The coffin was carried from the temple along the town's main road, followed by a long procession of townspeople. Flags were raised, and it was announced that the former landlord, who had ruled here for decades, had died. As the people carried the coffin, the thought occurred to them that, at least in this town, death was a natural occurrence. Flowers lay on the ground, and it was said that many people were truly grieving. A man stood near a torch, and the hero thought that the coffin had finally been laid before a dug grave. People stood before the coffin, and he added that this would only be a demonstration. The actual burial of the body would take place in the Margrave's garden. The grave came into view, and the protagonist wondered if it was because his wife was waiting there. Ash stepped forward. He stood before the crowd. Frowning, the hero said, "Let me say this last. The death of any of them is a blow to him." Looking at him, the people heard it as a real, not metaphorical, blow to their wallets, but the death of a Margrave cannot be measured in money. Placing a hand on his chest, the hero said the bitterness of this loss spread throughout his heart. Lily wiped away tears. The protagonist held a man in his arms, and they heard the Margraves say that the people needed hope, that the city could not live in an endless funeral service. The fortress gates opened up, and they heard that this city was the monster's frontline, and that death was a given here, but he wanted hope and joy to remain in their hearts. Frowning, Ash said that today he would violate the Margrave's last will and allow himself to grieve. The loss of precious lives is inevitable on the battlefield. Damien gritted his teeth, hearing that, and not just the Margraves, any loss is accompanied by pain and tears. The torch burned with a blue flame, and the hero said that he wanted to remind them all that every loss is worth the pain it causes. Let them remember that only through struggle and sacrifice in the name of a greater goal will this city, this empire, and the people within it continue to exist. Let them always remember that. Standing on the stage, the protagonist said that he would never tire of repeating this again and again. Graves appeared, and a voice murmured that they could not do without losses, but every death was justified. Closing his eyes, Ash said that they would finally honor the departed defenders of peace with a moment of silence. The people bowed their heads. Standing before them, the hero thought he hoped that one day the series of funerals would give way to lavish and joyful festivals. The man closed his eyes, and he added that this was just as the Margrave had wished. Shots flew upward, and the thought arose that a cannon had been fired in honor of the fallen. The funeral finally over. The horse suddenly stopped. The carriage was heading toward the estate. From the horse, the man exclaimed. The girl looked away, hearing the address, to which she replied that he was here too. A building appeared, and a voice said that it was Miss Evangeline. She had returned. Standing before the people, the girl heard that she had been gone for 3 years, that she had come a long way from the capital, and that she should forgive them for the Margrave's death. It was their fault. Standing next to the coffin, Evangeline asked if she could look inside. A man lay inside, and it sounded as if he were truly dead. The girl's hands trembled, and she said that he had always rushed into the thick of things as if immortal, and now. Evangeline removed her hand. Turning, she said, "Thank you, that will do." They began to cover the coffin with earth. Standing before the girl, the man said what he thought, that she should know. Her eyes widened and she exclaimed. Holding a shield in his hands, the man said that this was the Margrave's equipment, passed down through generations. They had originally planned to bury it with its owner, but they would do as she said. Evangeline looked away. Standing behind her, the man said it was certainly worn, but had been treated, to which the girl replied, "Let them bury it." The coffin lay in the ground, and she heard someone say they should bury him and her father, to which she was told, "As he commands." Standing still, the hero thought that after the sacred prayers, everything was over. 2 graves appeared, and he added that he who built walls of ice chose the worst of evils, and that he walks a snowy path of excruciating adversity. He had once quoted his favorite poem to him. The image of a man appeared, and the protagonist reflected on how he remembered this passage because it quite accurately described the Margrave's life. But these words weren't meant for a funeral, so he decided to discard them. Ross looked ahead, the thought entering his mind that to protect this city, he would have to pay a high price and sacrifice everything he held dear. Looking up, Ash wondered what he would have to sacrifice, whether he would remain the same person afterward. Taking a step forward, Evangeline said she didn't think he was into poetry. Standing next to her, the hero replied that he wasn't particularly fond of poetry, just remembered it, so he recited a couple of lines. She said he had a beautiful voice and maybe he'd read it to everyone next time. Looking down, the protagonist asked how she was. Smiling, she replied that everything was fine. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Holding her equipment in her hands, it seemed as if she'd been hired as a knight. She might never have returned to this city, and after her father's death, she wouldn't have been able to be here to see him off. Standing before the grave, Evangeline said it was a miracle she even made it to his funeral. A view of the building opened up, and it seemed as if she still wanted to dedicate her life to battle, to which she replied that of course she definitely wouldn't stay here. She'd sort out the inheritance, sell all the family junk, and ride off into the sunset. Graves appeared, and the thought occurred to her that Evangeline had already been mentally prepared for this. She'd buried the family heirlooms with her father, to cast off the past once and for all. Smiling, the protagonist said he'd help her with the inheritance. There was too much red tape for a teenager. The senior would sort it out. Looking at him, the girl asked if he wasn't going to stop her, to which he repeated. Wide-eyed, she said she was abandoning her family's legacy and running away like a coward, then asked if that wasn't selfish. Flags fluttered in the wind, and it seemed the Cross family had served this place long enough. She didn't know if she could do as well, but she would do everything to protect this city. Beating his chest, Ash told her to forget her worries and live her life the way she wanted, and he would ensure that her family's hard work wouldn't be wasted. Frowning, Evangeline replied that he seemed too different from the rumored image. Turning her head, she added that if she were him, she would do everything in her power to return to the palace as quickly as possible, but instead, he took his job as lord of these lands with such seriousness, surprisingly. Looking down, the hero replied that someone had promised him a wish for protecting this place, which was why he was so hardworking. Then he considered the developer's condition. Raising his finger, Ader said that if he brought this world to its true ending, he would grant him a wish. The protagonist thought, rightly so, he wasn't trying so hard because he was so upright. Ash entered the room, the thought dawning on him that he was simply using this chance to get what he wanted. He was heading for the true ending. A view of the mountains opened up, and he added that it was only for that reason. Frowning, the hero shouted that she heard that sound. They seemed to be under attack. Placing her hand on her stomach, Evangeline replied that she was hungry, to which he wondered if it was her rumbling stomach. What a loud noise. Looking away, she asked what was there, what to eat, and then said that he'd cooked something delicious yesterday and wanted more. The protagonist smiled, thinking that their hunger was proof they were alive. Frowning, Ash shouted, "Go ahead, they'll fill their bellies." To which they responded approvingly. Graves appeared, and it was said that the dead should rest in peace, while the living should move forward, a new wave approaching. The protagonist extended his hand forward and thought that, at the moment, he had two main tasks. First, his usual work, preparing for the next level. A symbol appeared, and he added that the second was the paperwork regarding the division of Cross's property. They stood by the graves, and the thought occurred to them that Evangeline had renounced the title and decided to leave. It would be best to transfer at least part of the estate to her retroactively, so she could leave without regret. Bowing his head, Ader said that this was his decision to let Miss Evangeline go. Standing next to the protagonist, he added that it was understood he would take care of the sale of Cross's property and handle all the paperwork related to the inheritance, to which the protagonist replied, "Thank you, keep me informed." Raising his hand, the young man said that of course, but selling everything in a week would be practically impossible. Reaching for the receipt, he added that the biggest profit could be made from selling the estate. There weren't many luxury items there, and he didn't think a buyer would be found for the house within a week. Looking at the young man, Ash said he should buy it in his name for now, for a reasonable price. Frowning, he added that he had to finish this within a week and see Evangeline off. Everything needed to be sorted out before the next wave. Images of people appeared, and it was said that all members of the Cross family had died here. Evangeline was the last descendant of that family, in other words, the last survivor. The girl closed her eyes, the thought entering his mind that he had to send her as far away from this place as possible, so as not to involve her in the battle. The hero sat next to the man, the thought that this was the Margrave's last will and testament. He would keep his word. Grinning, the man said he understood, and that he should trust him. The protagonist thought that Ader was quite useful as a secretary. He would sort this out. Time was running out, and the next raid was just around the corner. Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought that he would do it. Frowning, he added that he would get through this game without using people as cannon fodder. Without compromising his principles, he would cope, no doubt. A view of the forge opened up, and the hero reflected on how quickly time had flown by. The man looked at them with fear and apologized, and the old man added that this was their first time creating magic guns, and there had been many difficulties. Standing before them, the protagonist heard that, in short, they didn't have enough time for 5 guns, and that he should forgive them. He replied that it was fine. He knew it might not work the first time. A gun appeared, and the thought occurred to him that magic guns had been invented in this world over a century ago, but due to their high cost and impracticality, they hadn't caught on in the local market. To create a single example, both an alchemist and a blacksmith were required, making them quite difficult. The forge furnace appeared, and a question was heard about what and how many they had created. The guns lay on the table, and he heard 2 guns. He wasn't going to scold them, let them show him what they had. Ash frowned, wondering what kind of beauty this was. The gun stats appeared, and he added, "What an absurd weapon." Smiling, the man said they'd created it from a special mana core he'd given them. The monster looked ahead, and it occurred to him that he was talking about the drop from the tutorial level. They'd killed the queen and obtained her core. Usually, an army of black spiders appears later in the game. The Spider Queen's mana core appeared, and he'd guessed it could be used to forge equipment even more powerful than what was expected for his current level. He'd expected that, but the gun appeared, and the hero thought, "This is a real bomb, it'll last at least a year." The character stood still, and he added that Damien certainly would, with his 1,000-mile eye, was perfectly suited to destroy all life. The protagonist laughed, thinking, damn this game, was there really even a single concession? Closing his eyes, the man said they were glad he liked it, and the old man added that they'd sculpted this masterpiece like men possessed, and they themselves didn't understand how they'd achieved this quintessence of style and firepower. The weapon stats were revealed, and it was stated that the second gun was quite ordinary, albeit slightly flawed, but it would still be useful, as Damien had no problems with accuracy. Standing before them, Ash said they'd done well, and like everyone else at the forge, they could be assured of a worthy reward. The next projects would go to them as well. The forge was revealed, and a murmur of thanks was heard. "Thank you very much, please come back again." Looking at the protagonist, Lucas asked what made this magical weapon so amazing. Smiling, the hero replied that it could change the course of the war, to which the boy asked what was so powerful. A wave notification appeared, and he figured that should be enough time for Damien to adjust to the weapon. A view of the sky opened up. The carriage suddenly stopped. Looking to the side, the knight said, "Look over there." To which the protagonist asked again. Ash looked at the girl. Standing before her, he addressed her. Holding an envelope in her hands, Evangeline said that his weird secretary had given her this today. The papers lay on the table, stating that all the Cross's property had cost a considerable sum, and with the proceeds, Evangeline would be able to start a new life without worrying about anything. Standing before the hero, the girl said, "Thank you for sorting this out so quickly." But as he handed her the papers, the secretary said something else. Smiling, she added that that was it, she had nothing more to do in the city, so he should take the money, pack his things, and leave, just like that. Holding the envelope in his hands, the protagonist heard the most offensive thing, that it was his order, to pack his things and get out of here. So, that meant he really wanted this. Frowning, Ash responded approvingly. Wide-eyed, Evangeline asked why he was trying to get rid of her quickly, when she hadn't even said goodbye. She froze in amazement, hearing that if she was going to leave, then he should leave quickly, there was no need to drag it out. The golems advanced, and she heard a voice saying there would be a massacre here tomorrow, and he wanted her dragged into it. Standing before the girl, the hero said enough, let him leave, she had nothing left to do with this city. Evangeline replied that since he had helped her, she wanted to help in the next siege too. The protagonist, putting his hand to his face, said no. His belongings were on the ground, and he heard a voice saying he should help himself and leave as soon as possible. This wasn't her fight, he could protect this city without the help of a child like her. Raising her eyebrows, the girl replied that he had seen her fight, she could help, she could handle it. Suddenly, Ash shouted her name loudly. Evangeline flinched in fear. Holding the envelope in his hands, the hero shouted that wasn't she the one who said she wanted to leave and start a new life, that she had given up her title and inheritance, and chosen to sever all ties with this place? Looking at him, the girl mumbled, to which he replied that since she had already decided, she should act, leave and never return. Red flags appeared, and it was heard that this war was filled with death and grief. It would only take away, and once she set foot on this path, she would never be free. Handing her a check, the hero told her there was no need to get involved in the war against monsters, that she should leave here forever and do what she truly wanted. The protagonist looked down. The man lay covered in blood, and he heard a voice say, "Let her live freely, as she wishes, that was her father's last will." The girl's eyes widened. Standing before her, Ash said that she had said she wanted to be a bad daughter, to do everything to spite him, but, frowning, he added that she should listen to her father one last time. Closing his eyes, the hero said that from now on she was a stranger here, and this house no longer belonged to her family. As he left, he added that he was busy, had a meeting about the defense, and that she should leave and not come back. The doors opened, and he heard her only want to say, "Thank you for everything." Closing her eyes, Evangeline shouted that she would visit her parents' graves and then leave Crossroad. Ash looked away, hearing her wish him easy victories in the future. The girl looked down, and the hero thought, "Good luck to her too, you little thing." Looking at him, Lucas said he shouldn't have been so stern. The hero looked away and replied that if he hadn't said that, she might have had doubts. No, he heard her, he could help, he could protect. The knight replied that he should have been gentler. Evangeline picked up her bag. Turning her head, she sighed. Looking out the window, the hero said that not all goodbyes have to be accompanied by tears, sometimes a check is enough. Then he thought she said she was going to visit her parents' graves. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist said goodbye. Smiling, Ash shouted, "Well, okay then, people come and go, but monsters remain, they'll handle themselves." Closing his eyes, Lucas replied that he would do as he said. His wish was his command. Entering the room, the hero asked how they were relaxing. People looked at him. Lily's eyes widened and she screamed, "Why her again?" A thought crossed her mind, perhaps because she was their little spark of hope. Putting a hand to her face, the protagonist asked if she had enjoyed her freedom, and now it was time to work. Grabbing the hero by the clothes, the girl shouted to send her to the workshop, where she would work until her death. Looking at the people, Ash said that there was less than a day left before the battle. They would go over their strategy one last time. Handing over the rifle, he added that he had another gift for him, to which Damien asked what it was, and the hero repeated that he liked it. The design was simply excellent. Looking at the boy, the protagonist said it was a magic rifle. Frowning, the soldier shouted that there was a report from intelligence. The monsters were advancing. Ash looked at him in surprise and asked again. The golems were advancing. It sounded like an army of golems, about 200 of them, approaching the city at incredible speed. The protagonist glared and shouted, "What nonsense!" There was still time before the attack began. A notification about Wave 3 had appeared. Half an hour remained. Looking at the message, Ash thought he was joking, although the system window couldn't lie like that. Standing before him, a soldier shouted that that wasn't all. The enemies had split into 2 groups. The hero thought, "An army of monsters, 2 groups, why?" His eyes widened. He added that most of them were heading for the city, and a small group of about 50 golems had separated from the main group. A view of the building opened up, and he heard sounds of people heading toward the Margrave's garden. The protagonist looked at him in surprise and asked again, then thought, "But right now, in the garden." The girl was looking at the grapes, and he added that Evangeline was there. The soldiers rushed forward, shouting for speed. A soldier waved his weapon, declaring that an army of golems was advancing and that monsters were on their way. At that very moment, someone was rapidly approaching them. It was Ash, who approached the knight and asked the scouts where they were, only to be told they were already within sight. Looking at the massive hordes of monsters, the warrior replied that they were right there. Staring straight ahead, puzzled, the boy reflected that even though they had fought them in the dungeon, as an organized army they were truly terrifying. Standing right on the fortress wall, the protagonist reasoned it was as if an impenetrable wall were bearing down on them. Rarely glancing at the soldier, Ash asked how long it would take them to reach cannon range. He was told that if their speed continued, it would be in 15 minutes. The soldier, hearing this, ordered the cannons to be rolled out and ready, as they needed to finish the job before then. Suddenly, the boy turned to Lucas, who was calling out to the prince and asking what had happened to his Evangeline, and whether he should leave her behind. Staring menacingly straight ahead, the protagonist couldn't understand why. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Ash wondered why this level had started so abruptly, and why the monsters had split into 2 groups. He imagined the image of a girl with white stripes, but he couldn't understand why now. Staring ahead with a serious, malicious gaze, the protagonist reasoned that he didn't believe this was just a coincidence, but rather that some hostile being was manipulating circumstances as it pleased. Against the backdrop of a system that had decided that something unknown was interfering with the game, Ash couldn't understand what kind of evil person was doing this or why he was so eager to make their lives difficult. Suddenly, knights approached him, saying they had heard rumors about the mistress and asked to be sent there. With a serious look, the warrior declared that the current defenses seemed secure, and even without them, everything would be fine, so he asked to send them for a subgroup of monsters, as they were obliged to help Evangeline. The old soldier, staring straight ahead, said there was no time, and the monsters were getting closer and closer, so the rescue party might not make it in time. Closing his eyes after hearing this, Ash concluded that this was doubly wrong. Looking directly at the artillerymen, the boy explained that, firstly, the current defense, as he put it, looked completely unreliable. While the soldiers were loading the cannons, the protagonist declared that due to the surprise attack, not even the artifacts, nor even the cannons, were ready yet, and the soldier noted that the artillery would definitely be ready by the time the enemy arrived. Looking directly at the warriors, who were dropping everything, unable to cope with anything, Ash asked if his soldiers were also ready, and explained that if they were coming, they would only have to recharge. Stunning the armored man with his words, the boy asked him if he thought they could resist with only greenhorns. Staring ahead with a disgruntled expression, the protagonist explained that, secondly, they couldn't help Evangeline in any way. Imagining the matter in his mind, Ash declared that the area where the enemy force was heading was simply a garden, devoid of fortifications or weapons. Visualizing the soldiers marching through the forest, the boy explained that the enemy force consisted of 50 enormous monsters, and even if there were some semblance of walls, they wouldn't hold out for a minute. Staring menacingly ahead, the protagonist concluded that such a march would be certain death because there was no line of defense. Standing directly in front of his soldiers, who silently bowed their heads, Ash inquired how they were planning to help Evangeline and asked them to explain. Imagining a massive fortress in his mind, the boy mused that in this game, defense was only possible thanks to the presence of impenetrable walls that held back attack. Visualizing the helmet lying on a bloodied flag, the protagonist reasoned that any attempt to organize a battle in an open field would only end in crushing defeat. Suddenly, the armored man, staring ahead, told His Highness that they weren't afraid to die and that they couldn't abandon a defenseless girl. Enraged by this, Ash declared that he told him to explain the nature of his poor plan. Instantly, the soldiers before him fell silent. Clutching his head, the boy said he needed a plan with a probability of success, and they could always die. Then the knight shouted that they couldn't simply do nothing, because if they left things as they were, Miss Evangeline would die, and he couldn't allow that to happen. After his words, the protagonist silently clutched his head. As he imagined the shattered image of the white-haired girl, Ash realized the soldiers were right, and she would certainly die without help, but saving her would require almost all his strength. Visualizing the icons of the characters under his command, the boy considered trying to go there with an elite squad and part of the army. But the problem was that they were desperately needed there to hold back the tide of monsters. Imagining the burning fortress and the notifications that he had lost, the protagonist reasoned that if the defense failed, everyone would die, even if they ultimately rescued Evangeline, so this was a real dilemma. At the same time, Ash recalled the image of the frightened Margrave Ross, who had told him he had to choose to deal with the situation from his bed and fulfill his purpose of studying tens of thousands of the city's inhabitants. The old man with the beard looked sadly straight ahead, saying that it was not hard to guess what he had chosen. Silently staring straight ahead, the boy thought that now, it seemed, he was beginning to understand the count. A moment later, the protagonist, standing directly in front of his soldiers, told them to listen to his orders, telling them that none of them were coming to their aid. Staring straight at the flag fluttering in the wind, Ash considered that there was only one answer to this situation. Imagining a scale in his mind, he considered thousands of lives versus one and realized there was no point in even considering it, as the scales were clearly tipping in a certain direction. Meanwhile, the soldiers were utterly stunned when the protagonist declared that if this wall collapsed, tens of thousands of Crossroad citizens would simply die, and then all of humanity would be at risk. Staring straight at the fortress walls, which housed the battle cannons, Ash reflected that no matter what happened, they must stand and fight to the end, because that was the logic of the game. Visualizing the game's character icon, the boy wondered what the point of saving a character, even in SSR Rank 1, was if the game ended there. Staring sternly ahead, the protagonist repeated the order that none of them would leave the wall until the defense was complete, so everyone must prepare for battle. Immediately after this narrative, the story shifts to the south of Crossroad, to the Margrave's farm and estate where he lived, overgrown with vines. Examining the tree leaves, the white-haired girl reflected that, unlike the house, considerable effort had clearly been expended in tending the garden, although it too had fallen into disrepair after the death of its owner. Watching the buds blooming on the tree branches, Evangeline reasoned that even so, with the arrival of spring, the trees would bloom and, in time, bear fruit on this polluted land. Continuing to stand before the trees, the white-haired girl understood that she was not destined to see this, for she was leaving this place forever. Silently clutching a green leaf, Evangeline thought that after her mother died and she left home, her late father had taken care of everything. Imagining an old man pruning grapes, the white-haired girl reflected that just a week ago he had walked this land, tending to the trees. Visualizing the fruit hanging straight from the branches, she understood that he had hoped that at least this time the grapes would be tasty. Looking to the side and seeming to see her father there, Evangeline realized that all this was truly impossible, and called him foolish. Then the white-haired girl took a step forward. Walking straight through the vineyard, she realized that it was all over, that her mother and father were dead, and that she was leaving. Looking down, Evangeline thought that this place would become as empty as it had been. Visualizing her family's crest in her mind, the white-haired girl reasoned that this was how the era of the Ross family, who had defended this place for centuries, ingloriously and selflessly, would end. Visualizing the tombstones standing directly on the parched earth, she understood that they had left behind nothing but ashes. Hands in her pockets, Evangeline thought that this was all happening while a descendant lived, inheriting the fortune. Standing directly before the two graves, the white-haired girl reflected on how she had fled the battlefield like a pathetic rat. Looking sadly ahead, she called out for her mother and father. Looking at the tombstones, Evangeline said that they would never see each other again, because she was going far, far away, while secretly hoping for objections, admonitions, some kind of sign, but it was clearly in vain. Looking at the rays of sun shining through the tree leaves, the white-haired girl declared she had so much she wanted to tell them, but for some reason, nothing sensible came to mind. While the ground beneath her feet shook, her thoughts were jumbled, her head pounded, and it felt as if the earth itself was shifting. Silently biting her lip, Evangeline understood that this was merely a storm of passions rising within her soul. Suddenly bursting into tears with a smile on her face, the white-haired girl wanted to set out for a new life with a smile, and said she was leaving. Standing before her parents' graves, she said goodbye. Then, Evangeline silently adjusted the backpack on her back. Suddenly, the white-haired girl stopped in her tracks. Sharply turning to the side, she declared it was time to go. At that very moment, a huge monster appeared right in front of her. Seeing it, Evangeline was terrified. With a deft blow of its hand, the golem knocked her back. The white-haired girl slammed into the wall from the damage she sustained. Evangeline suddenly had flashbacks to her childhood, sitting next to her mother and asking when she would be allowed to do this. Throwing a blanket over herself, the girl explained that her father had said that being a fighter on the battlefield was in their blood, and since she was the heir, she wanted to be one too. Hearing this, her mother was greatly surprised, and her daughter, seeing this, asked if she really didn't want her to fight. Hugging her child, the white-haired woman explained that she didn't think she could do anything about it, since it was their family's cross. With sadness in her eyes, she added that it was very hard. Sitting in her mother's arms, Evangeline asked if she really didn't know it would be like this. Imagining her father fighting on the battlefield, the girl wondered if she hadn't known that every time monsters invaded, she would constantly worry about her husband and that she, too, would fight when she grew up. Stroking her head, the white-haired woman explained that she had, in fact, known everything. Recalling the moment her beloved proposed, she explained that she knew even before marriage that she would spend countless nights in tears and fear if she accepted. Visualizing the moment she held her child in her arms after giving birth, Evangeline's mother added that she knew that if she gave birth to a child, it would be destined to become the next fighter and lead the fort's defense. Looking straight ahead in amazement after hearing all this, the white-haired girl asked why she had married her father and why she had given birth to her. Smiling broadly, the white-haired woman replied that it was because life goes on. Showing Evangeline standing before her parents' graves, the story explained that even 3 years after her mother's death, she couldn't understand why her mother chose a future full of uncertainty and sadness, as understanding such strange things had always eluded her. Suddenly, the narrative shifts to a white-haired girl coughing up blood, slammed into a wall. Looking at her weapon lying nearby, she wondered how long she'd been unconscious. Seeing a huge golem right in front of her, Evangeline assumed it hadn't been very long, and she wondered what it was doing there. A moment later, the white-haired girl lunged for her weapon, wondering if her body had reacted before her mind. Suddenly, she noticed something off to the side. At that very moment, the enormous monster struck with its fist. After sustaining damage, Evangeline broke through the wall of the estate and found herself inside. The white-haired girl held her weapon in her hands. Staring menacingly ahead, she asked if he was kidding. At that very moment, the golem began to approach her, and Evangeline, seeing this, asked who gave it the right to tumble into someone else's domain and trample everything there. Enveloping her blade in inner energy, the white-haired girl called her opponent a bucket with eyes. A moment later, she was surrounded on all sides by several monsters. Upon seeing them, she was terrified and couldn't understand where the other two had come from. Suddenly, Evangeline pulled her shield arm aside. Using her armor, she managed to deflect the attacks of 2 golems. Seeing the arm of a third monster approaching her, the white-haired girl knew she couldn't block it. Taking the blow directly, she was sent flying into the wall. Rising to her feet, Evangeline was coughing up blood. A moment later, the white-haired girl rushed forward, declaring that she wouldn't let these iron creatures get away with anything. Immediately after, she launched several blows directly at the metal monsters. Evangeline charged straight toward the golem. A moment later, she was right behind her opponent, having ripped a hole through it. Suddenly, the white-haired girl felt unwell. As her legs trembled with fatigue, Evangeline reflected on how the golem army had arrived much earlier than Crossroad had expected. Gritting her teeth in frustration, the white-haired girl knew she had to go back and warn them. As she left her estate, she couldn't believe what she saw. Looking at the massive horde of monsters right in front of her, Evangeline declared that it couldn't be. Pointing to the moment when 3 golems attacked her directly, the story explained that it was then that she realized the mechanical monsters were merely scouts. Seeing the massive number of monsters poised for battle, the white-haired girl realized the real troops were right behind them. She turned sharply, contemplating the need to flee immediately. Looking straight at the fence to which the rope was tied, Evangeline was surprised to see no horse. Looking straight at the fortress surrounding the city, she thought they should at least reach Crossroad. Looking at her injured leg, the white-haired girl wondered if she could make it with it. A moment later, she ran forward, realizing it didn't matter whether she could or couldn't. Suddenly, Evangeline was greatly surprised when an unknown monster appeared right out of the sky, and she thought she needed to close the distance at any cost. At that very moment, the golem began gathering its internal energy for an attack. Turning back in dismay, the white-haired girl didn't understand what it was, and she needed to block the attack. Trying to spin around, she tripped over her own foot. Losing her balance, Evangeline wondered why this had happened now. A moment later, the monster unleashed an attack of its crimson magic. Lying on the ground and bleeding, the white-haired girl said she was in pain. She leaned on her arm and tried to stand. Sitting upright, Evangeline silently stared at the massive number of monsters right before her. With a look of despair, the white-haired girl, who was quite intelligent, quickly realized it was over. Watching the golems approaching her, she mused that death had overtaken her at that moment, abruptly and without preamble. Lowering her head, Evangeline declared that she still had so much to do. Remembering how she held her parents' hands as a child, the white-haired girl reflected on how she hadn't experienced any kind of relationship. Imagining Jupiter and Lily sitting at the table, Evangeline reflected on how she hadn't tried alcohol or cigarettes. As if looking at the nights back, the white-haired girl thought she hadn't even had time to properly grow up and still hadn't figured out what she wanted to do with her life. Continuing to sit with her head bowed, she thought that the end had already come for her, and there was no anger, no fear, no despair, only regret. Evangeline scooped up some earth in her hand, as the story told her that this is exactly what the little girl felt in her final moments. As her tears fell, the white-haired girl realized she wanted to live. Suddenly, she saw an unknown white glow ahead, as someone told her she must do this. Directly in front of her, Evangeline saw a red cloak fluttering in the wind. Ash stood right in front of her, smiling as he declared that everything she hadn't done yet should be done, one by one, because life was short, and she should live it to the fullest. At that moment, the white-haired girl stared ahead in surprise and called out to His Highness. She remained sitting on the ground while the protagonist stood before her, shielding her with his back. Looking sharply at her, Ash declared that her savior had arrived. The story shifted back 30 minutes to the walls of Crossroad, battered by the enemy onslaught. Standing directly in front of his subordinates, Ash declared that he would go get her himself. Staring menacingly ahead, the boy explained that he would conduct the rescue operation alone and help Evangeline. Hearing this, Lucas stepped forward and asked the prince what he was even saying, and the prince begged him to calm down, as his eardrums were about to burst. Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, the blonde boy asked what eardrums he'd said, and he himself had said such a mission meant certain death, yet now he was declaring he would do it alone. He wondered if he really had a suicide pact on his schedule, or what that meant. Looking away, the boy begged him to calm down and asked the others to be quiet as well, explaining that he wasn't planning to go and die, as he actually had a plan with a probability of success. Imagining her own character icon in her head, the protagonist wondered if there was a more unpredictable character in the game than herself, the EX-rank protagonist. Visualizing the character's death icon, Ash mused that this was why he had to act alone, as attempting to bring anyone else would only increase the likelihood of their losses. Recalling the unknown reward from the game, the boy reasoned that he'd also kept a few aces up his sleeve just for such a contingency, as the game had been so prone to sudden events lately that it was simply impossible to prepare for everything. Staring menacingly ahead, the protagonist knew he could afford to take a risk this time. Looking directly at the flags fluttering in the wind, Ash declared that they had long been under his command and knew well. Standing before his subordinates, the boy added that he never underestimated monsters, and most of his strategies had worked in desperate situations. With a serious look, the boy asked them to trust him, as he had solutions, and this was a risk, but it was justified, so he must go alone. Hearing this, Lucas was deeply perplexed and unable to respond. Looking directly at him, Ash begged him not to argue, as there was no time. He then asked to assume command of the front lines, but the blonde boy suggested that he go after Evangeline, while he remained and commanded both operations. Ash refused, explaining that his abilities were too valuable and he could not leave the front lines. At that moment, the knight exclaimed that he couldn't do that. Meanwhile, the boy calmly stared straight ahead, while his subordinate added that they desperately needed him. Placing his hand directly on Lucas's shoulder, the protagonist declared that he had already made up his mind and asked him to be his friend and not argue with his master's decision, promising to return safe and sound. Looking confidently ahead, Ash understood that turning his back on Evangeline here and now would destroy the moral principles he had chosen to uphold throughout this playthrough. Looking directly at his subordinate, the boy explained that this was the only way to protect the city and aid evangelism, asking him to believe and stay with them, which Ash agreed to. Then the protagonist glanced at Lily and Jupiter, telling them they needed no reminding how important their magical contribution to the battle was, and asked them to do their best. Immediately, the two judges, their gazes filled with enthusiasm, responded that they would not fail, and he should not fail himself, asking him to trust them. Immediately after, Ash looked at Damien, who stood to the side, and Damien asked what His Majesty wanted. Suddenly, the brown-haired boy was greatly surprised when the boy declared he had only one request of him. Meanwhile, clouds drifted slowly across the sky. A moment later, the southern gates of the fortress began to open as the corresponding order was given. Standing right on the fortress wall, Lucas watched his master galloping on his horse. Turning back, Ash told him to guard the fortress, as he himself would return soon. Hearing the order, the knight placed his hand on his chest. Staring menacingly ahead, the boy mentally begged the Margrave not to worry. Imagining the tearful ruler of Ross, the protagonist thought there was no need to worry after everything he and his family had gone through to protect this fortress. Suddenly, the narrative shifted to the evangelist, who stared ahead in surprise. From ahead she saw Ash, shielding her with his back. The white-haired girl stared ahead in shock, asking if it was really His Highness, while he mused that he would save his daughter at any cost. Turning back, the boy assured her that her savior was there. Holding out a healing potion, the protagonist explained that he needed to heal her first, and asked her to drink it. She refused, saying he shouldn't be there and asking him to leave quickly. Holding her savior's hand, Evangeline asked him if he hadn't noticed the golem army and explained that they had no chance against them. Pushing him away, the white-haired girl urged him to hurry and take cover behind the walls of Crossroad, buying him time. Looking straight at the magical golems, Ash realized it was too late to run. They were already aiming their magic at him. Staring ahead, he thought seriously. 2 of the 5 magical golems were already at the ready. Staring directly at the system notification window with enemy information for the 3rd wave, the protagonist reasoned that this wasn't just a high-class monster. It had an elite title, meaning they were simply the bosses of this wave. At that moment, Evangeline stepped forward and asked if her sire was listening or just pretending to be a hero. Turning sharply, the white-haired girl declared that she was simply an orphan, so her life didn't matter. But with him, it was different. He was the Lord of Crossroad, and the lives of hundreds of thousands depended on him. At that very moment, Ash shoved a flask of healing potion into her mouth, having recently spoken words telling him to run away and not look back. Holding her head in his hand, the boy told her to drink to her mother, her father, her uncle, and was glad that she had finally fallen silent. Turning away from her, the protagonist asked her to be smart and leave the adult matters to the adults for now. Staring straight ahead, Ash thought he'd been waiting for this for a long time. Holding his hand out in front of him, he considered raising it dramatically and shouting triumphantly. Releasing his inner energy, the protagonist used his summoning technique and called upon the giant mechanical golem to appear. At that very moment, a blue magic circle appeared directly above his head. A moment later, a huge monster emerged from within it. The mechanical golem leaped out of the magic circle. The enormous monster landed on the ground, shaking everything around it. Evangeline, stunned, couldn't believe what was happening, and Ash, seeing it, remarked that her reflexes were excellent, and that rescue missions were worth it. Immediately afterward, the boy raised his hand. A moment later, the golem made the same movement. The enormous monster devoured its own hand into a fist, preparing to attack. Suddenly, several system notification windows appeared right in front of the boy, notifying him that control had been gained and the summoned monster was at his disposal, while Ash marveled at how much it could do. At the same time, the golem sorcerer was focusing its energy to attack. Noticing this, the boy became extremely angry. A moment later, a beam of crimson magic shot straight toward the summoned golem. The protagonist extended his hand, ordering it to block the attack. Hearing this, the mechanical monster created a magical barrier right in front of itself. The beams of crimson energy were blocked by the magical shield. The white-haired girl, seeing this, was confused as to how it managed it. He turned around smugly and declared that this was their ticket to salvation. Recalling the moment he used the summoning scroll, the boy mused that no one even knew he'd need it so soon. Looking at the massive hordes of golems ahead, the protagonist thought that since he was disposable, he would make full use of it, and he realized that the mages had returned to the rear. As the monsters approached the summoned creature, Ash mused that ranged attacks were no longer effective, so they were trying to overwhelm them with numbers. Pointing his finger forward, the boy wished them luck in breaking through and gave the order to attack. Hearing his master's words, the summoned golem suddenly glowed blue. A moment later, it charged at incredible speed. Enemy golems ran towards it. The summoned creature leaped upward to attack directly at the opponents. Menacingly staring straight ahead, Ash declared that his iron thing was superior to the others and ordered it to crush them completely. Upon receiving the order, the summoned golem began to destroy its opponents. Visualizing icons of different monster types in his head, Ash reflected that monsters in this game are divided into 3 groups, and even without leveling, they are already challenging opponents for humans. Visualizing a red golem icon, the boy reasoned that bosses are true monsters, strikingly different from the rest. Imagining the brain as neural connections, the protagonist thought that they act as the brains of their own army, and while most are quite intelligent, and even capable of teaching, their greatest challenge remains their terrifying physical strength. Visualizing a huge, enraged monster, Ash mused that among monsters, they are so powerful that when they meet, it's simply impossible to believe there's only one creature in front of him. At that very moment, his summoned golem raised its fist to attack. A moment later, the monster destroyed countless opponents with a single blow. It held the body of the enemy golem in its hands. A moment later, he managed to tear it in half, and the boy watching reflected that his power was akin to cheating, even if it was only usable once. At that very moment, the small monsters grabbed the summoned creature by the legs. The rest climbed right onto his arm. Watching the summoned golem be enveloped by enemies from all sides, the protagonist realized that no matter how much the lion fought, the hyenas still outnumbered him. Looking at the small monsters clambering right over the summoned creature's body, Ash reflected that while all monsters have a basic instinct to kill people, they are also quite sensitive to traitors. At that very moment, the protagonist monster swatted away its opponent with a deft wave of its hand. Seeing the sheer number of monsters right in front of his subordinate, the boy reasoned that no matter how strong he was, it was simply impossible for him to destroy the entire enemy army alone. Watching the summoned golem fight its enemies, the protagonist thought it was like a swarm of ants devouring a praying mantis. Staring straight ahead, puzzled, Ash mused that he hadn't expected it to defeat them all anyway. Abruptly turning toward Evangeline, the boy declared that they needed to run while they were distracted, much to her surprise. With a serious look, the protagonist explained that their protector wasn't eternal, so while he was buying them time, they needed to run, and asked how her leg was. Looking directly at her injured limb, the white-haired girl replied that everything was fine, but she didn't know about running. Hearing this, Ash pulled out another healing potion and asked if that was the case. Immediately after, the boy poured the liquid directly onto his girlfriend's leg. Looking at her with confusion, the protagonist asked if she could run now. Evangeline grinned mischievously and replied that it looked like it, and everything was fine now. Suddenly, Ash ran ahead, saying they should go then, and the white-haired girl ran after him, agreeing. Still shuffling his legs, the boy explained that they needed to go north, since that's where the horse was. Meanwhile, the golem sorcerers were right in the sky, gathering their inner energy to attack. Evangeline turned back, saying they needed to be careful, and then those flying things appeared behind them again. Frightened by the sight of ordinary golems chasing them, the white-haired girl asked if even simple monster soldiers had decided to chase them. Gritting his teeth in frustration after everything that had happened, Ash remarked that they wouldn't give them any slack. Noticing dark red magic in the sky, Evangeline said that magic projectiles were flying at them. Shielding her master with a shield, the white-haired girl asked him to duck. A moment later, an enemy attack landed directly on the boys. The magic projectiles flew off the shield, and the protagonist, noticing this, remarked that it was excellent work. Continuing to run forward, Ash asked if it was necessary to duck to his height, as his back was now hurting. Looking directly at him with displeasure, Evangeline declared that it was his own fault for growing so tall, and that he could straighten up and take a few projectiles if he so desired. Hearing this, the boy grinned broadly, thinking that while this was all fun and games, magical attacks were no joke. Immediately afterward, the protagonist changed the targets in the system notification window, stating that the magic golems were the priority. Accepting his master's order, the summoned monster glared menacingly ahead. A moment later, it reached straight for the airborne beast. Shielding itself from their attacks with a magical barrier, the golem advanced. Smiling at the system notification window, the protagonist remarked that this was excellent, and that now he could at least relax a little. Suddenly noticing the golem approaching directly behind him, Ash realized he still couldn't. Looking menacingly ahead, Evangeline declared that she would destroy it. Immediately after, she leaped directly above her opponent. Swinging her weapon, she was about to strike. Using her inner energy, the white-haired girl pierced the enemy. Watching with admiration, Ash remarked that it was cool, and that she had a great trick. Evangeline, slightly embarrassed, asked what the point of these compliments was and where his horse was. Pointing directly at the horse, which was tied to a tree, the boy replied that it was right there. At that moment, the horse, terrified, looked straight ahead. Noticing the monsters approaching her, she tried to break free, while the protagonist, watching, thought he should wait a little longer and not forget them. At that very moment, magical projectiles appeared directly overhead. They destroyed the tree the horse was tied to, and it ran away. This was done by a magical golem, which was caught at the last moment by a soldier summoned by Ash. Gritting his teeth in frustration after everything that had happened, the boy called his opponents too stubborn. Stopping near the destroyed tree, the protagonist began cursing, and Evangeline asked if there were any other options. Turning around, he explained that his only option was a backup plan, and the white-haired girl asked what that was. Rolling up his sleeves, the boy asked her what she thought he was talking about. Staring straight at the horde of golems approaching them, the protagonist declared that they all needed to be killed, while Evangeline, standing next to him, asked if he was crazy and that they would be completely destroyed, since there were only 2 of them. At that moment, the golem raised its fist to strike. Seeing this, Ash, glaring menacingly ahead, declared that there was no choice but to fight or die, asking if she was in. Suddenly charging, Evangeline said she no longer cared. Using her shield, she managed to block the enemy's attack. While the white-haired girl held off the enemy, the boy remarked that this was excellent, and that she should concentrate all her energy on defense, and use her spear only when the absorption reached its limit. Turning back, Evangeline asked who would attack then, and the protagonist replied that he would. A moment later, a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, revealing Jackpot 172. Immediately after, Ash punched the golem directly, creating a hole in it. Smiling broadly, the boy declared it was the prince's strike. Evangeline was stunned, asking if she was imagining it or if it was a punch. Staring directly at the protagonist's fist, the white-haired girl couldn't understand how he was doing it. Meanwhile, Ash easily destroyed each opponent with his strikes, musing that it was all simply the will of the great randomness. Looking at the monsters approaching them, the boy thought she didn't need to know and shouted that there were 2 more. Staring menacingly ahead, the protagonist ordered the one on the right to be destroyed with a reflection, then the one on the left to be blocked. Hearing his words, Evangeline did exactly as he said, and Ash praised her, musing that when you play games like this, relying solely on luck, sooner or later your luck will run out. Rushing forward, the boy declared it was his turn. A moment later, the protagonist was slashing straight at the golem, while the jackpot spun before him. Seeing all the zeros on the dial, the protagonist realized that luck was deciding whether he'd roll a 1 or a 99. Imagining the skull icon and the 0 dial, signaling his doom and the end of his life, Ash reasoned that probabilities often let players down in critical situations. At that moment, the boy was utterly stunned. His hand was covered in blood, and a moment later, imagining a dice in his head, Ash reflected that a person who desires victory should never rely on luck, and that every move must be precise and well thought out. Even knowing this, he trusted the randomness. Rushing into the attack, the boy declared that it was his turn, arguing that it was his principle to use everything possible at any given moment, and this was the result. Again visualizing the skull icon and the jackpot dial at 0, the protagonist received notifications from the system that he was doomed and should rest in peace, and he understood that this was the worst thing that could happen. Looking at his bloodied hand, Ash mused that he suspected this would come back to haunt him sooner or later. A moment later, the boy screamed loudly, experiencing pain coursing through his body, and he reasoned that this was the price of failure, the massive damage the attacker sustained. Looking at him in shock after what had happened, Evangeline asked what had happened to his arm. Opening a bottle of healing potion, Ash ordered him to put his worries aside and explained that everything was under control. Immediately afterward, the boy poured the potion directly onto his arm, musing that the torn skin would regenerate and the broken bones would mend. Staring fearfully ahead, the protagonist thought he was in great pain and that first aid had been administered, but for now, he would be unable to use his left arm. Looking at his ally, Ash asked for 10 seconds, and she asked if he was sure he didn't need more. Seeing the massive number of monsters approaching them, the boy declared that they wouldn't be given any more, and they advanced. Using her shield, Evangeline blocked the enemy's attack, declaring that these buckets of eyes must be destroyed. Meanwhile, The protagonist opened the system notification window for his inventory, reasoning that relying solely on luck inevitably leads to defeat, and he knew it well. Retrieving something from his subspace, Ash mused that there was a reason he used randomness no matter what. Using his rifle and aiming straight ahead, the boy thought he had a backup plan just in case his luck ran out. At that very moment, magic focused right in front of the gun's barrel. A moment later, an armor-piercing shot destroyed a huge golem. The white-haired girl who witnessed this was utterly stunned and confused. Staring menacingly ahead, Ash explained that this was his backup plan. Holding the SSR rank magic rifle, the boy reasoned that it was crafted using the Queen Spider's core and, of course, for Damien. But he kept it for just such an occasion, and one should take every advantage when taking risks. Placing his finger on the trigger, the protagonist mused that his arm could withstand it, and he would finish off the remaining monsters with the rifle. With another shot, Ash destroyed the golem right in front of him, thinking that this was his backup plan. Imagining his own character icon in his head, the boy mused that mana rifles were difficult to use, but at such close range, even with the prince's weak body, it would be easy to hit. Visualizing the man giving a thumbs down and saying he was dead, the protagonist mused that it was a shame that his experience as a marksman in the military was helpful in communication. Ash looked at his shoulder with displeasure, thinking that the recoil was like a real gun, and that he wouldn't escape with just bruises. Remembering the image of a smiling Damien, the boy silently begged his forgiveness. Evangeline, meanwhile, swung her weapon, declaring that he was the last one left. Immediately after, she struck him directly with her second skill, Reflect, which repels damage, while the protagonist, watching, rejoiced that they had finally finished off everyone pursuing them. When it was all over, Ash fell to the ground and sighed with relief. Looking straight at him seriously, the white-haired girl explained that she had a ton of questions, but she only had one. Looking directly at the summoned Galamai, who was already struggling with the last of his strength against the enemies, Evangeline asked what next, and the boy, rising from the ground, repeated that he would have to kill them all. Looking straight at the dilapidated estate, the protagonist declared that they needed to return to the house because he had a couple of scary moments hidden there, much to the surprise of the white-haired girl, who asked if he was really talking about that dilapidated house. Staring menacingly ahead, Ash declared that if they all chased them at once, they would be doomed, and if they wanted to survive, they needed to kill them all. Meanwhile, enemy golems surrounded the summoned monster. Seeing this, the boy opened the system notification window, declaring that they were using the finishing touch, musing that this was his favorite feature. Suddenly, the summoned monster's eye turned red as the protagonist gave it the order to self-destruct. A moment later, a huge explosion occurred right in front of the boys. Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, Evangeline was in shock. Ash placed his hand on his heart, and mused that the giant golem had done a good job. Looking straight at the enormous crater and the remains of the monsters, the boy mused that it would be wonderful if they all died in that explosion. Looking directly at the map in the system notification window, the protagonist announced that there were still 14 enemies remaining. At that moment, he saw the wounded golems, barely able to stand. Looking directly at Evangeline standing nearby, Ash told them to move on before they came to their senses, as they needed to get home, and she accepted the order. Immediately after, the boys rushed forward. At that moment, magical projectiles appeared directly above them. Noticing them, the white-haired girl declared that they were still alive. Using her shield, she managed to repel the attack. Turning back, Evangeline declared that the most annoying ones had survived. Staring ahead with a serious gaze, Ash noted that everything was as usual, and the worst always lived the longest. Looking straight at the golem sorcerer about to launch another attack, the boy was glad that at least his friends had been killed. Seeing the remains of the golem mage lying on the ground, the protagonist noted that it had struck their horse, and karma had caught up with him. Meanwhile, he continued to run forward at breakneck speed. Ash and his ally were running straight to the house, thinking they were almost done. Suddenly, Evangeline saw something behind her. Reflecting an enemy attack with her shield, the white-haired girl shouted that he was shooting and to be careful. Looking directly at the cracks in her shield, Evangeline said that it would soon give out. A moment later, the artifact shattered into tiny pieces, and the white-haired girl, who witnessed this, couldn't believe its durability had expired. At that very moment, magical projectiles were heading her way. Noticing this, Evangeline moved her foot to the side. Then she swung her weapon to deflect the projectiles. With a deft swing of her blade, she managed to parry the enemy's attack, and Ash, watching her, thought that the shield was gone, but she had deflected the shots with her weapon and was thinking quickly enough. At that very moment, her offensive artifact also cracked, greatly surprising Evangeline, and the boy reasoned that, unfortunately, a spear wasn't designed for defense. A moment later, several more magical projectiles were heading straight for the boys. Evangeline shielded the protagonist with her body, taking damage while he urged them to hurry up. Hugging his body, the white-haired girl replied that she was fine and that they should quickly find cover. Then the boys quickly headed straight for the dilapidated estate. They hid right behind the wall next to a broken window. Looking straight through the hole in the wall, Evangeline declared that they were there. Hiding behind a rock, the white-haired cat suggested that he had some sort of plan, and it was time to turn the tide in their favor. Reaching into his pocket inventory, Ash replied that she simply needed to trust him. Taking out a regular, top-grade SR mana core, the boy explained that he wasn't a knight in shining armor, but he was a skilled trickster. Throwing a magic ball forward, the protagonist cast a summon. A moment later, the artifact glowed blue. Ash summoned an automatic defense turret, musing that all he needed was at least an R-rank core and building materials like stones and planks. At that moment, the core began to draw in the surrounding objects, while the protagonist noted that there were plenty of those materials in this house. Immediately after, a defense turret appeared out of nowhere. The golem, noticing her, began to approach. At that very moment, the defensive turret turned its gun to the side. It then fired several shots, destroying the monster. Standing directly behind the turret, Ash exulted, declaring that they wouldn't get through and mused that he would use everything at his disposal. Looking smugly ahead, the boy declared that he had no intention of dying and asked if the monsters understood everything. Watching the turret destroy all the monsters, Ash declared that it served them right. Suddenly, he noticed something directly in front of him. Looking at the golems outside, the boy mused that the remaining monsters had stopped and retreated, perhaps realizing that at this rate they would all simply die. Standing directly behind the turret, the protagonist wondered why those bastards were so smart. Looking directly at the golems, Ash mused that their intelligence should only be enough to run straight at the humans, and now he could at least catch his breath. Everyone dropped to the ground, the boy declaring that they seemed to have given up on them for now, and Evangeline remarked that he seemed strange. Using a healing potion on her hand, the white-haired girl said she'd already used up enough of it today. Looking at her ally, she asked what to do next. Turning back, the protagonist replied that they needed to wait until the sun went down. Looking directly at the glittering turret, Ash explained that after sunset, they would use his latest preparation. At that moment, Evangeline winced in pain. Silently watching, the boy mused that she'd been pretty battered, and that she'd been hit hard, and wondered if potions had a healing limit. Rising to his feet, the protagonist said he'd go look for something like a bandage or a bandage for her. After some time, he managed to find some worn-out bandages in a drawer. Immediately afterward, Ash tied his ally's arm, saying he thought it would do. Sitting on the floor of the ruined room, Evangeline expressed her gratitude. Looking at the empty wine bottles, the white-haired girl asked where they got all that alcohol, which smelled so bad. Looking directly at her with a smile on his face, Ash explained that her father was simply a notorious drinker. Despite the vast number of bottles and glassware scattered everywhere, the boy asked if she seriously didn't know, and told her how he practically drained an entire lake in front of him. Looking straight ahead in amazement after hearing this, Evangeline declared it impossible, since the father she knew never touched a drop of alcohol. Recalling the image of the armored Margrave, the white-haired girl explained that he'd said he had to be always prepared, that monsters could appear and attack at any moment, which was why he didn't drink. Looking down, unable to bear a moment's pause, Ash explained that much had changed in her 3 years of absence. Envisioning the ruler of these lands with a trembling hand, the boy explained that after those events he, too, had been in great pain, so much so that he couldn't go a day without a drink. Hearing this, Evangeline was greatly surprised. Looking directly at the white-haired girl sitting on the floor in front of him, the protagonist asked if she still hated her father, to which she replied in the affirmative. Looking down, Evangeline explained that she couldn't forgive him. Imagining the Margrave defending the fortress of his own city, Ash wondered if her father had saved her mother 3 years ago, sacrificing the city, and she wouldn't be so angry with him. She replied that she wouldn't hate him as much as she did now. Staring forward, the boy explained that she was the one who remained in the city. While Evangeline looked away silently, the protagonist added that if her father had gone to save her mother, she herself would have been in danger. Visualizing his father caressing his daughter, Ash explained that he hadn't questioned her mother, protecting her, and she understood that perfectly. Looking down, the white-haired girl noted that he was right, and she knew it. Recalling the image of her father fighting on the battlefield, Evangeline declared that she knew he always did the best he could. Suddenly looking directly at him, the white-haired girl asked who she should blame. Imagining how furious she was at that moment, Evangeline explained that her mother had been torn apart and killed by monsters, and the anger and sadness had driven her mad. Visualizing herself standing right in front of a tombstone during a funeral, the white-haired girl explained that everyone said there was no point in hating monsters. Little Evangeline cried over everything that had happened, because it was just an accident and misfortune. With a look of melancholy, the white-haired girl asked, "Who is this?" She sat with Ash clutched to her lap and declared that she knew she was being very selfish. Recalling the image of her father standing before her mother's tombstone, Evangeline explained that looking for someone to blame for the monsters who killed her mother was selfish. Suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes, and the white-haired girl explained that if she didn't do this, she felt the melancholy would consume her from the inside. Staring menacingly ahead, Ash mused that instead of blaming the monsters, whose attacks were akin to a natural disaster, she had decided to blame someone and take out her anger on them, because it was easier to hate someone than to keep those feelings bottled up. Crossing her arms, Evangeline explained that her father had accepted her hatred, that he himself had said he was to blame for her mother's death, for not protecting her. At that very moment, the white-haired girl recalled her father knocking on her door. Standing right in front of the door, he recounted everything that had happened, and Evangeline claimed that was why she had simply silently agreed with him. Curled up in sadness, the white-haired girl asked what he was telling her now, to forgive him. Continuing to hug herself, Evangeline wondered what she should do then, because if it wasn't her father's fault, then whose was it? Looking sadly at her, Ash replied that no one was to blame, and it simply happened, so she had to move on. Imagining a busy city street in his mind, the boy mused that there had been no malicious intent, that this was simply their reality. Visualizing the Margrave standing amid his lands littered with corpses, the protagonist reasoned that monsters were constantly attacking, and people were constantly dying. Remembering the image of a girl sitting before her beloved's grave, Ash thought that loved ones died every day. Imagining the Ross family warriors crying after the death of their lord, the boy reflected on how friends were constantly dying. Then he visualized soldiers carrying the coffin of their comrade. With sadness in his eyes, the protagonist concluded that this was inevitable, and that humans were weak, which is why she needed to hate someone so much to live. Remembering his family's flag fluttering in the wind, Ash mused that it wasn't because she wanted to hate, but because she needed to cope, and a person simply needed someone to blame, someone to hold her accountable for all this hell. Immediately afterward, the boy began to stroke her head. A moment later, Evangeline looked at him in surprise when he suggested she could hate him. Staring sternly ahead, the protagonist declared he was willing to shoulder her father's burden, and as Lord of Crossroad, he was responsible for everything that happened. Visualizing the crest of the land in his mind, Ash reasoned that it was a burden the Rosses had borne their entire lives, and it was obvious he should inherit it as the new lord. Continuing to stroke his friend's head, the boy declared that it would be better for her to hate him and simply try to understand her father, even just a little. Envisioning the old man with his back turned to him, the protagonist explained that he wanted her to be happy. Suddenly, the white-haired girl became very angry, claiming he had ruined her bangs. Smiling slightly at this reaction, Ash explained that that was why he had come, to atone for his sins. After everything that had happened, Evangeline looked away silently. A moment later, everything around her shook. The white-haired girl looked straight out the window. Watching the massive number of golems gather around the turret, she declared that they were surrounded, and the protagonist, hearing this, declared that he couldn't relax even for a second. Watching the turret spin from side to side, Ash mused that if they surrounded it, it would fire only at one target, ignoring its blind spot, and the golems realized this and surrounded them. Shouldering the magic rifle, the boy declared that if they all attacked at once, they would be finished, so they had to strike first, musing that these freaks really were very smart. Spreading her arms, Evangeline asked for a moment, as she was completely unarmed. Looking directly at her parents' graves, the protagonist declared that her father's weapon, which they had buried a couple of days earlier, was still there. Hearing this, the white-haired girl was utterly stunned and unsure how to react. At that moment, the golem stepped forward and shattered the ground beneath its feet. A moment later, several monsters rushed to attack. Noticing them, the turret began to turn to the side. It then launched several magical attacks forward. They struck the monsters directly, destroying several of them. The automated turret attempted to engage the enemies, but they closed in on it. A moment later, they surrounded it from all sides. At that very moment, power began to build within it. Immediately after, a huge explosion occurred, destroying several monsters. At that moment, Ash and his ally ran outside, declaring that they needed to run quickly. The golems immediately noticed this and exchanged glances. Turning back, the boy saw the monsters approaching them. Grabbing his magic gun, the protagonist signaled to Evangeline. Using his weapon, he managed to destroy several monsters. Turning back, the man ordered her to draw it, as it was his last remaining weapon. Hearing this, the white-haired girl, gritting her teeth, ran forward. She ran right past the grape trees, while the plot described her reaching the back of the garden. A moment later, Evangeline fell to her knees. The white-haired girl was standing directly in front of her parents' graves, as the plot described. Turning back, Evangeline saw Ash approaching, followed by hordes of monsters, shouting that they needed to do it quickly, thinking that they had no time for emotions. Hearing this, the white-haired girl began digging the ground with her bare hands, as the plot described. A moment later, Evangeline was greatly surprised to see something ahead. Soon, a wooden coffin emerged from the ground, containing a worn shield and spear, before which the white-haired girl was born. Looking directly at her father's weapons, Evangeline mused that this was a Ross family heirloom, passed down from generation to generation. While the white-haired girl stared silently ahead, the narrative explained that she had asked for this weapon to be buried with her father. Immediately afterward, Evangeline grabbed the spear with her hand. Then she confidently rose to her feet. Releasing her inner energy, the white-haired girl seized this opportunity with her soiled hands. Evangeline recalled her father handing his weapon to his daughter and asking her to take it, as it would serve her well. Waving her hand, the white-haired girl declared that she had no need for this junk and didn't want anything from him as an inheritance. Afterward, she looked away in surprise as she hadn't meant to throw the weapon around like that. Immediately afterward, Evangeline turned behind her father and walked away, and he only watched her as the narrative explained that she was curious about how her father would react. Then the white-haired girl opened the carriage door, while the Margrave remarked that it was cold in the north, and that winters in the capital were especially harsh, and the plot explained that he simply said nothing. Watching his daughter depart, the landowner asked her to try to dress warmly so as not to catch a cold. Looking sadly ahead, Ross asked her to drop by whenever she wanted, and the plot explained that her voice wavered only at these words. A moment later, the carriage with Evangeline inside pulled out. The white-haired girl merely gazed silently out the carriage window, and the plot noted that she slammed the door behind her without even saying goodbye. Meanwhile, her father simply stood there, watching his daughter depart, following her with his gaze, as the plot described. He continued to stand there even after she had already disappeared behind the hills, for he was deeply sad. Suddenly, the narrative shifts back to Evangeline, who sadly looked ahead, musing that the spear and shield were old and well-worn. Looking directly at her father's weapons, she reasoned that he had aged very quickly after his mother's death. Visualizing the Margrave in his mind, Ash mused that when Evangeline was little, this spear and shield had looked very cool, but even they couldn't compare to the imposing silhouette of her father in full battle gear, preparing to fight monsters. Suddenly, the white-haired girl took the battle spear in her hand, wondering how this had happened. She stood confidently, truly confused. Meanwhile, the boy ran away from the golem, telling his friend to act faster. Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, Evangeline asked, "Didn't he say he had something else in stock?" Continuing to run rapidly toward her, the boy explained that he had indeed said so, to which the white-haired girl declared that now was the time to use her, as she was almost exhausted and wouldn't last much longer. Hearing this, the protagonist stopped in his tracks and declared that now was the time. Placing his hand directly on Evangeline's shoulder, Ash declared that she was right there. Looking happily ahead, the boy explained that she was his final preparation, greatly surprising the white-haired girl. Pushing her forward, the protagonist urged her to go forward, calling her Miss Last Hope, asking her to take up her father's weapon and fight as he had taught her. Evangeline stood directly in front of the golems heading toward her, and Ash mused that she wanted to object, but there was no time, as the enemies were already close. At that very moment, the white-haired girl took up the shield and spear in her hands, as the story had previously described. Clutching her shield tightly, Evangeline felt the equipment fit her perfectly, as if it had regained its lost owner. At that moment, memories of her father's lessons, instructing his daughter on how to properly wield a spear and shield, surfaced in her mind. Releasing her energy, Evangeline prepared for battle and recalled her childhood, specifically the day she first held a spear and shield. A moment later, the monster approached her very close. At that moment, the white-haired girl seemed to imagine her father adjusting his daughter's hand and telling her to adjust it just a little more for perfect balance. Evangeline was assisted in this battle by her father, who taught her how to properly wield the weapon. Using her spear, the white-haired girl easily destroyed the enemy. Meanwhile, the remaining golems rushed toward her. Without hesitation, Evangeline charged. Her eyes suddenly turned green. She easily dodged her opponent's attacks, and the plot explained that she even began to feel the monster's movements slow. Using her weapon, Evangeline destroyed another golem, as if she knew exactly how she should move. Sharply pivoting her foot on the ground, the white-haired girl sensed the pace. Turning her spear-wielding hand, Evangeline understood it all instinctively. She swiftly moved forward, weaving through crowds of opponents, as if a path had appeared before her eyes. Using her combat spear, she managed to destroy each enemy. A moment later, the white-haired girl stared straight ahead in amazement and asked what had just happened. Ash, watching, clapped his hands, saying it was simply incredible. Raising his hand, the boy exulted, saying he believed in her, and Evangeline wondered what had just happened. Looking at her shield-wielding hand, the white-haired girl explained that she felt as if she'd seen a path. Looking directly at Evangeline's artifacts, the protagonist explained that it was all due to the effect of her equipment, which was created for her and therefore worked perfectly even without buffs. Hearing all this, Evangeline stared straight ahead in surprise, unsure what he was even talking about. Looking directly at Ash, who averted his gaze and insisted that they weren't in a game and therefore didn't understand what he was talking about, the white-haired girl mused that she hadn't understood anything, but was certain the prince knew for sure how it all worked. Coughing into his fist, the boy declared that now was not the time for that. Pointing his finger directly at the monster flying in the sky, the protagonist declared that there was one more left. At that very moment, the golem mage was focusing its internal energy to strike. Evangeline, looking ahead in shock, asked what she would do, since he was too high for her, and couldn't he see it? Visualizing his battle with the golems with the magic gun, Ash considered that she had no ranged weapon, and his artifact was out of ammo. If she threw the spear and missed, they would be finished. A moment later, the boy grinned wickedly, declaring that there was always a way out, especially for a prince as glamorous as himself. Looking at the horizon, the protagonist reflected that the sun had almost set and night would soon fall. Ash glanced at Evangeline, declaring this was his final order for the day. She listened. While the white-haired girl stared at the enemy flying in the sky, the boy said she should run straight at him, and he would descend from the sky to the ground. Obeying the order, Evangeline immediately charged forward. Raising his hand, Ash declared this was the final push, musing that she hadn't even bothered to ask how exactly the enemy would descend. If this was the commander's order, she would do it, as it was the most sensible and most likely to lead to success. At that moment, the golem sorcerer, noticing the enemy's approach, launched magical projectiles at them. Evangeline, seeing the dark red magic approaching, didn't understand the feeling. Following a trail that seemed to appear out of nowhere, the white-haired girl dodged each enemy attack. Ash stepped forward, remarking that she was doing well. Taking out a torch with a blue flame, the boy declared it was his turn. Throwing this same blue torch directly at his opponent, the protagonist declared it checkmate. Instantly, everyone present was utterly stunned that the torch had missed its target. The golem sorcerer stared dumbfoundedly at his opponent. Evangeline was equally astonished and didn't even know what to say. At that very moment, a bright light was visible directly from the city fortress. A moment later, a beam of red energy pierced the monster in the sky. The white-haired girl who witnessed this was utterly astonished. Staring into the distance, she couldn't understand how the bullet could have come from the walls of Crossroad. At that moment, a huge number of golems were approaching the fortress. Directly ahead, Damien fired his magic gun, while Evangeline wondered what it meant, that it was simply the signal to fire from such a great distance. While the healer sighed with relief after the perfect night, the white-haired girl thought it was physically impossible, that a human couldn't do such a thing. Ash pointed his finger straight ahead, declaring that no one cared and telling Evangeline that this was their chance. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl approached the golem falling from the sky, receiving the order to kill it. A moment later, Evangeline kicked off the ground with her foot. She swung her spear and shouted loudly, preparing to strike. She managed to hit the golem directly. After the blow, Evangeline landed on the ground as an explosion erupted behind her. Finished with the fight, the white-haired girl dropped her weapon to the ground. At that moment, Ash approached her. The boy stroked her head and praised her, calling her his little ace, and she asked if it was all over now. Staring at the massive pile of golem wreckage surrounding them, the protagonist declared it was definitely over, musing that the two of them had taken down 50 enormous monsters using nothing but their willpower. Smiling slightly, Evangeline remarked that the prince truly was amazing, and that this was all just pure madness, while he explained that if she told anyone, they wouldn't believe her. Turning sharply to the side, Ash declared that the important thing was that they knew how it all happened. Leaning directly on his shoulder, Evangeline asked if she could pass out already. Looking directly at her, the boy asked what would happen if he said no, to which the white-haired girl replied that if that was his order, she would certainly try. Looking at the beautiful, multicolored sky, he said they were joking and told her to rest. Evangeline was already closing her eyes while Ash sang her a lullaby. Ash waved the torch with a blue flame. He stood right on the hill and signaled, thinking that 3 flashes meant the battle was a success. Closing his eyes, the boy was glad that everything had gone well there too. Looking directly at Evangeline, who was sleeping right next to the fire, the protagonist reflected that they had worked hard, but in the end, he only had 2 blanks left. Recalling the destruction of the flying golem, Ash mused that, firstly, it was Damien's shot. Imagining the surrounding trees, the boy realized that a bullet normally couldn't travel such a distance, and that this was only possible thanks to the 1,000-mile eye. Visualizing Damien using his skill, the protagonist reasoned that even such a shot was really stressing his friend out, so he should remember to thank him when he returned. Looking directly at the sleeping white-haired girl, Ash thought that this little girl was his last and final piece. Glancing at Ross's SR rank family spear and shield, the boy clarified that Evangeline's family equipment was more likely a piece of equipment. Imagining the icons for these artifacts in his head, the protagonist received notifications from the system about a set of family heirlooms and mused that these were usually somehow connected to their personal history, and they often had their own unique characteristics or traits. Visualizing Evangeline's character icon, Ash reasoned that this is why SSR heroes are exceptionally good, and that there are many outstanding heroes among SR ranks, but the presence of personal equipment makes the difference more noticeable. Looking directly at the system notification window notifying him of Ross's path, which is Evangeline's unique characteristic, the boy thought that the combined experience of all family members constituted the unique characteristic of the white-haired girl. Remembering how she dodged enemy attacks, following a visual path, the protagonist reflected that, as she said, in the moment of enlightenment she seemed to see a path. It was difficult to explain, but that was the nature of this buff, and during this mode, her combat effectiveness doubled, though it couldn't be maintained for long due to the mana drain. Imagining the system notifications about Evangeline Ross acquiring personal equipment, which would maximize her power, Ash reflected that usually in the game, once a character's loyalty reached the maximum level, a personal set was granted automatically. Recalling the moment when the knight was filling the grave, the boy thought he'd barely restrained himself while watching. Visualizing the smiling white-haired girl, the protagonist reflected that he'd allowed this to happen, as he'd intended to send her away anyway, but desperate times call for desperate measures, and he'd had to resort to it. Looking at the Margrave's unearthed grave, Ash wondered if he should be angry, since the Margrave was simply trying to save his daughter. Crouching next to the fire, the boy said his back and arm hurt terribly, and hoped all was well outside the city. Watching the battle unfolding right outside the fortress, the protagonist reasoned that they must be finishing off the remaining golems. Closing his eyes, Ash said they would be fine, so he might as well rest. At that very moment, he had a dream about life support. A stranger lay right there in the hospital bed. Ash from the real world stood next to him. A moment later, the boy woke up in fear. He looked around at himself in shock. At that very moment, Evangeline approached him, asking if he was awake, and he replied that he was and asked how she was. Throwing sticks onto the fire, the white-haired girl replied that he was fine after sleeping and definitely wouldn't die, and asked how he was feeling. Waving a hand dismissively, Ash replied that, considering he'd defeated 50 golems, it was simply wonderful. Looking directly at him with a smile on her face, Evangeline couldn't understand the bravado, but he insisted that it wasn't her place to talk. At that moment, the moon shone brightly in the sky. Sitting by the fire, the white-haired girl wondered if they would have to spend the night there, and the boy replied that they most likely would, since they would only be able to return once the siege of the city was broken. Looking directly at the fire, Evangeline asked if everything was alright, to which she replied that it was definitely better there than back home, so there was no need to worry. Suddenly, a loud roar emanated from the forest. Turning sharply to the side, the protagonist asked who was there and if there were more enemies. Sighing heavily, the white-haired girl explained that she was simply hungry. Hearing this, Ash silently looked straight at her, until his stomach suddenly growled. Some time later, the boy was returning from the dilapidated estate. He placed a bag of unknown contents and a bottle on the ground, and Evangeline, seeing this, asked what it was, while he begged her to be grateful that at least there was something left. Taking a dried grape in her mouth, the white-haired girl wondered what it tasted like. A moment later, Evangeline grimaced in displeasure, saying it was very disgusting and asking what it was, to which the protagonist replied that it was fruit her father grew. Hearing this, the white-haired girl was greatly surprised. Recalling the image of the Margrave eating raisins, Ash said he chewed them every day. Looking at the dried grape in his hands, Evangeline noted that this old man certainly had plenty of tenacity. Immediately afterward, the white-haired girl popped the raisins into her mouth. Then she began chewing them slowly. Resisting her disgust, Evangeline swallowed the grapes. Afterward, she was still deeply dissatisfied. A moment later, the boy holding the glass of wine was surprised when Evangeline asked for one too, saying the wine was too bitter and needed something to wash it down with, while he insisted she was still too young. While the bottle of alcohol sat on the ground, the white-haired girl insisted it didn't matter, since she'd almost died, and he himself had told her to do whatever she wanted. Clenching her fist, Evangeline concluded she wouldn't linger any longer, and now she understood that not doing something when you want it is incredibly stupid. A moment later, the white-haired girl pounced on the protagonist, asking for a drink, and he called her a stubborn brat and said he'd only allow one sip. Immediately after, Evangeline downed the entire glass, and Ash, watching her, reflected on the eerily familiar sounds and wondered if everything was alright, given that it was very strong alcohol. Looking directly at the boy with displeasure, the white-haired girl declared that it tasted completely unappealing, that the fruit and the booze were complete garbage, while the boy remarked that, of course, that was true. Suddenly, Evangeline silently lowered her gaze. Looking straight at her empty glass, she asked what she meant. Her father ate and drank this every day. Recalling the image of the Margrave fighting on the front lines, the white-haired girl added that he defended the city for 3 years in that state. Hearing this, the protagonist poured himself a drink and remarked that often, "You only swallow dirt and dust," genuinely yearning to leave. With a smile, Ash concluded that he fulfilled his duty every day, without shirking, like a true adult. Sitting right next to him by the fire, Evangeline said she didn't want to be an adult back then, and the boy remarked that it was very sweet. Then they both stared straight into the burning fire. Staring straight ahead, the white-haired girl said she knew it herself, and Ash asked what exactly she knew. Recalling the image of her father standing next to the tombstone, Evangeline explained that she knew that her father secretly left the house every night and stood by his mother's grave. Visualizing herself watching him from around the corner of the house, the white-haired girl said that even though he didn't make a sound, deep down he wanted to cry, and she knew how he felt. Evangeline added sadly that she still hated him. Remembering how he stroked her head, the white-haired girl declared that that's why she wanted him alive, so she could hate him as much as she wanted. Looking directly at Ash sitting next to her, Evangeline concluded that he would simply give her a chance to be a bad daughter, and he could yell at her and scold her as much as he wanted. Trembling with anguish, the white-haired girl added that now she felt disgusted with herself, that she had to cry alone, that she was sad and worried alone, and the boy watching her thought that this was no longer a monologue, but a childish tantrum. Recalling how she walked with her parents, holding their hands, Evangeline said she missed them so much. Suddenly, the white-haired girl burst into tears, saying she missed her mom and dad. Sitting right next to her, doing nothing, the protagonist reasoned that Evangeline had started crying, and he silently allowed her to cry in peace. Imagining her parents letting go of their daughter, Ash thought that this world was very cold and cruel. After everything that had happened, Evangeline sadly stared straight ahead, and the boy thought that from now on, she would have to fulfill her duty without shirking. Her parents looked directly at her with smiles on their faces, and the protagonist reasoned that he would have to become a true adult and move on with his life. Meanwhile, the white-haired girl continued to cry bitterly. The story then shifts to the moment when the fire had almost died down. Evangeline was lying right next to him on the ground. The white-haired girl slept and called out for her father. Ash, in turn, stood right in front of her parents' graves. He silently placed a bottle of liquor next to the Margrave's tombstone. Then the boy drank some wine from his glass. After finishing it, the protagonist sighed heavily. Looking at the mountains stretching ahead, the protagonist reflected on the pale glow of the eastern sky, and that it was almost dawn. Noticing someone approaching on the horizon, Ash mused that under the brightening morning sky, he had seen his soldiers approaching from afar. Immediately, the boy raised his hand. Lucas, galloping on horseback, saw him and was greatly surprised. Realizing that his master was alright, the blond boy sighed with relief. Meanwhile, the protagonist stood in place, raising his hand, realizing that another level had come to an end. The story's narrative shifts to a massive temple building. The saint cast her magic on Ash, claiming she didn't know how he'd sustained such injuries. Standing right next to the boy, the girl explained that he wouldn't be able to use his left hand as he used to, and that his grip strength might weaken, his hand would be less flexible, making it generally uncomfortable. Looking at his bandaged hand, the protagonist reflected that the price of failure was high, and that it was good he wasn't a killer. Looking straight ahead, Margaret declared that he needed rest and asked him to come to the temple every day for treatment, and Ash thanked her. Looking directly at the saint, the boy asked if Evangeline was alright, and she replied that her shoulder had been badly injured. Recalling the white-haired girl eating meat while being healed, Margaret explained that if she didn't overexert herself, she'd recover quickly, as she was a very strong girl. Crossing his arms over his chest, the protagonist reasoned that she was, after all, an SSR-rank tank, and his regeneration couldn't compare to hers. He was already an old man, so they were falling apart, while she was still a teenager. Standing directly in front of Lucas, Ash reflected on how he'd reported the battle after the healing procedures. Imagining the destruction of the flying golems, the boy reflected that Damien had shot down all the magical monsters in the first 15 minutes. Visualizing the monsters advancing straight toward the fortress, the protagonist reasoned that the remaining ones would be calmly dispatched over the next 6 hours. Imagining Lucas galloping on horseback, Ash imagined that once the golems were dealt with, they rushed toward the Margrave's house. Remembering the golem mages, the boy couldn't believe they'd dispatched them so easily. Then the two walked slowly down the hallway. Bowing his head, Lucas declared that their rescue party was so delayed because they were thoroughly checking the front, and he apologized to His Highness. Glancing to the side after hearing this, the boy remarked that they had done an excellent job and asked about the casualties. Looking at the priest bandaging a soldier, the protagonist asked how many had died, and the blonde boy explained that 14 had serious injuries, 128 had minor wounds, and no one had died. Suddenly stopping in place, Ash asked what he had just said. Bowing his head, Lucas declared that there had been no deaths. Hearing this, the boy smiled broadly, thinking that this was the first time they'd fought back without a single death. Approaching his knight, the protagonist concluded that this was simply wonderful, and that not a single death meant he was doing better. Looking down, the blonde boy begged him not to say such things, as while His Highness was gone, everyone was on edge, and without him, people simply didn't know what to expect. Hearing this, Ash was greatly surprised and wondered if it was because they lacked a resilient commander. Imagining the system alerts about the resilient commander skill in his head, the boy mused that it simply kept people from going crazy during battle, but perhaps there was more to it than that. Recalling how he'd used this skill several times on his subordinates, the protagonist reasoned that it protected against fear and dismorality, supporting them on a psychological level, and it seemed he could calm people just by his presence. Visualizing himself as flowers, Ash wondered if he was some kind of aromatherapy, and what would happen if they became addicted, saving himself to worry about that later. Placing his hand on Lucas's shoulder, the boy concluded that in any case, this was an excellent result, and there was no need to worry, as he wouldn't be going anywhere anytime soon. Looking earnestly at his master, the blonde man asked for this promise, explaining that he had been His Highness's guard from their first meeting until the very end. Staring menacingly ahead, the knight asked them not to go anywhere without him, especially into dangerous places. After slapping him on the back after hearing this, the protagonist said he understood and asked not to worry, asking how the others were and if everything was okay, to which he received a positive answer and the explanation that they were fine. Recalling Damien crying blood, Lucas added that he had overdone it and his eyes were bleeding, but he said everything was fine and was currently undergoing treatment at the temple. Looking thoughtfully straight ahead after hearing this, Ash said he understood everything and mused that once he was treated, he would have to see him, and so far, things were going very well. The storytelling continued right there in the temple, while the boy thought he really needed to lie down. Immediately after this, the storytelling shifted to the inner garden of the Lord's estate. Ash sat on the bench, musing that spring seemed to be approaching and the weather was getting warmer. Suddenly, he was surprised when someone asked why he wasn't resting inside. Directly ahead, he saw Evangeline walking on stilts, saying he might get sick if he sat there for too long, and asking if she really thought he was a grandfather or if this was just another one of the teenager's taunts. A moment later, a white-haired girl sat down right next to him. Smiling, looking straight ahead, Evangeline said she never thought she'd live to see this beautiful sunrise again. Looking straight ahead at the small bridge over the artificial river, Ash apologized for having to go through this on the day she was supposed to leave, asking her to heal and recover, and to rest until she recovered, and then he could leave. Looking down, Evangeline declared that she didn't want to leave at all, and that she'd thought about it the night before, deciding she would become the next Margravine. The boy, looking at her in surprise after hearing this, asked if she knew what it meant and explained that his father wanted her to be free. Recalling the image of the bloody Margrave, the protagonist added that he wanted her to live her life the way she wanted, and Evangeline remarked that this was precisely it. Smiling broadly, the white-haired girl concluded that his last will and testament was the only thing she could disobey him on now, since she was a rebel, after all. Looking around the beautiful garden, Evangeline said she wanted to understand her father. Looking straight at the imperial family's flag fluttering in the wind, the white-haired girl inquired about his feelings and thoughts, explaining that she still couldn't understand his actions. Looking away, Evangeline suggested that perhaps, having been in his shoes, she could finally understand him a little better. Recalling the image of her father standing right on the fortress wall, the white-haired girl wanted to know the thoughts of that lisping and honest old man. Looking directly at Ash, who was sitting next to her, Evangeline apologized if she was contradicting herself, but she truly wanted to inherit her father's land and title, as befits the only daughter of the Rosses. While the boy looked directly at her with a smile, the white-haired girl declared that she would share with him the responsibility and hatred he bore alone. Showing the muscles on her arm, Evangeline remarked that, of course, it was embarrassing to say this, but she was the best student in her year at the academy. The protagonist mused that, of course, that was true. After all, she was SSS ranked. Waving her arms, the white-haired girl said she'd grow taller and be even tougher, while Ash, sitting before her, mused that in just a few years, she'd become a brave knight. Then the boy imagined her character icon and mused that once she'd upgraded her main ability, perks, and personal equipment, she'd become the best tank, while Evangeline declared that, most importantly, she'd become stronger as a knight and as a person. Then, throughout the garden, the white-haired girl's words echoed, begging him to say something, asking what exactly she wanted from him. Standing on her broken leg, Evangeline asked him to welcome her to his team. Smiling broadly, the white-haired girl suggested he tell him that from now on, they would fight side by side and protect this city together. Looking directly at the joyful Evangeline, Ash reflected that this was the strongest SSR rank tank from the Ross family, asking to join his party, and no idiot in the world would refuse such an offer. Then, with a broad grin, the boy denied it, and the white-haired girl, hearing this, laughed, saying, "Of course," and thanked him for the invitation. Standing directly in front of the protagonist, Evangeline was greatly surprised as he explained that he owed her a negative answer, and that he, as the Lord, would not hand over the city to her. After all this, the white-haired girl stared at him, dumbfounded. With a sly grin, Ash noted that, however, if she persisted and went through the proper succession process, she would be accepted under his command as a knight. A moment later, Evangeline's jaw dropped in surprise when the boy added that then she would have a chance to prove herself on the battlefield. Visualizing the street of a vast city in his mind, the protagonist explained that only when she grew up and became mature enough to rule the entire city, and if her decision hadn't changed by then, would he hand over the duties of Lord Crossroad to her for her services. Looking straight ahead, Ash added that he would also grant her the title of Margravine. Standing directly before him, Evangeline said that it would only take her 3 years, or even 2.5, to be an adult, while the boy declared that they would see what happened. With an enthusiastic expression, the white-haired girl said that he would acknowledge her, and only then expect his title and city back. Looking directly at her with a smile on his face, the protagonist noted how eagerly he was waiting for this, musing that in 3 years, this game would be over anyway. As the sun illuminated the Crossroads fortress, Ash reasoned that by then it wouldn't matter whether he handed over the city or not, and was ready to write a check. Sitting down next to him on the bench again, Evangeline asked if there was anything she could ask him. Looking directly at the stilt lying nearby, the white-haired girl explained that when she was little, her mother told her something, that she knew if she stayed there and married his father, she would have a troubled and difficult life. Recalling the image of her smiling mother, Evangeline added that she knew all this from the start, but also said she did it because life goes on. Looking down, the white-haired girl asked him what he thought she meant, because even if she knew the outcome, she still stayed in town for this. Ash stared silently at her while Evangeline explained that she thought she'd understand when she was older, but still didn't. Holding one finger, the boy asked if it was true. A moment later, the protagonist hit the white-haired girl square on the forehead, and she asked why. Pointing straight ahead, Ash asked her what it meant to say life goes on. While Evangeline stared at him in surprise, the boy explained that life that goes on was sitting right in front of him. Rising from his seat, the protagonist said he was glad to welcome Evangeline Ross to the front lines of monsters. Walking away, Ash told her she should get a good rest and that from now on, she was officially under his command, and he would harness her, musing that the sun was shining and the weather was beautiful. Smiling, looking straight ahead, the boy understood that spring had arrived. Meanwhile, Evangeline silently looked down, and now, it seemed, she was beginning to understand. Visualizing the woman embracing her daughter, the protagonist mused that Evangeline understood what her mother had meant, that she was confident and knew that for what she loved, one had to pay the highest price. Remembering the knight walking across the blood-stained ground covered in grapes, Ash considered that the price could be a terrible death. Imagining a woman holding a newborn child in her arms, the boy reflected that despite this, she remained by her beloved's side and gave birth to a daughter. Visualizing the moment when the Margrave proposed to his beloved, the protagonist reflected that she truly loved with all her heart. Imagining the moment when Ross held his own daughter in his arms, Ash reasoned that she did so to support her soulmate and to pass on her will to future generations. Remembering the image of the Margrave fighting on the front lines, the boy thought that if there was a reason why people stayed to fight monsters, it was this. Sitting on a bench in the middle of the garden, Evangeline understood that everyone in the city shared similar beliefs. Looking directly at a newly sprouted sapling, the white-haired girl reflected that when spring comes, a plant emerges from the earth. Looking directly at the flag fluttering in the wind, Evangeline thought that even if it perished in the winter frosts, A new sapling would emerge in its place with the arrival of spring. Standing directly on the fortress wall, the white-haired girl reflected that death comes to every living thing, but what remains is important, and the Ross family left behind more than just dust. Standing directly before her parents' graves, Evangeline reflected that she was beginning to understand everything. Holding her hand close to her chest, the white-haired girl thought that, though it had only been a small beginning, she was still aching, and yet her heart felt lighter than ever. Looking directly at the vast city, Evangeline rejoiced that spring had finally arrived. At that moment, a system notification window appeared out of nowhere, informing him that Wave 3 had been repelled and he'd received a reward, so he should check his inventory. Then another system notification appeared, informing him that Ash had received a level MVP. Seeing the system notification that he was the top player at the level, Ash didn't understand why. Suddenly, the story shifted to the Lord's chambers, where a boy sat on his bed, wondering if he should check his other rewards. At that moment, the necklace around his neck began to glow. The protagonist stared at it in surprise as the system announced that hidden abilities had activated on this unknown artifact. At that same moment, a system notification window appeared, notifying him of the Necklace of Rebellion, which could be used to exchange experience points for items in the personal store, greatly surprising Ash. Clicking directly on the system notification window, the boy didn't know why it was the Necklace of Rebellion, but it gave him access to the store. A moment later, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, welcoming him to the store. Ader showed his experience points and advised him to buy a dark event tracker. Upon seeing this, the boy was angered that he was being pestered even there, and he wondered what kind of artifact it was, since he'd never heard of it before. At that very moment, the protagonist read in the system notification window about a dark event, which occurs when unknown entities interfere with the game. Noticing this, Ash was utterly stunned. At that very moment, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying him that the dark event tracker had been purchased. Then the dark event log began loading. The boy stared at the system notification window in surprise, wondering what this thing meant on every level. Remembering his fight against the living armor, the protagonist mused that there was a reason for that worst enemy on level 1. Visualizing Crown with his flute in hand, Ash reasoned that the neutral character's invasion on level 2 was no accident. Imagining the image standing right before a horde of golems, the boy realized that the monster's strange behavior on level 3, with their initial split into 2 squads, had all been dark events. Staring discontentedly ahead, the protagonist wondered if his bad feeling had been justified and that someone was deliberately trying to ruin his game. Visualizing the man moving a chess piece, Ash couldn't understand why he was going through so much trouble, or who was behind all this manipulation. At the same time, the boy imagined a map of the area with the Empire marked on it, thinking that far north of Crossroad lay the center of the continent. Visualizing a vast city with a dark castle at its center, the protagonist mused that this might be the center of the entire world of New Terra, the capital of the thriving Everblack Empire. Imagining the vast number of ships moored at the port, Ash reasoned that this city was a hub of trade, its fleets spanning all the surrounding seas, and people flocked there by the river. Visualizing a castle right in the center of this city, the boy imagined that at the center of the largest and fastest-growing city in the world stood a palace, and because of its countless towers, it was nicknamed the Palace of Black Spikes. Suddenly, the story shifts to the administrative chamber of the Everblack Palace, inside one of the towers. Someone knocked on the door, addressing His Highness. Looking at the person who entered, the boy sitting at his desk asked what he had. While the prince was writing something directly on the paper, his subordinate explained that his younger brother had once again requested reinforcements. Adjusting his monocle, the Everblack Empire's Minister of the Interior, Fernandez Emerki for Everblack, asked if he was talking about Ash. Staring straight at the paper, the mustachioed man explained that he was saying that the monster invasion from the south was growing stronger every day and required immediate reinforcements. Placing his monocle on the table, his brother asked what the request was, to which he was told it was the third. Raising his hand to his face, Fernandez replied that he didn't care. Standing directly before his master, the mustachioed man noted that the situation on the southern front did indeed appear unstable, and based on their data, the invasions had never been so severe since the founding of the empire. Staring straight ahead, the black-haired man repeated that he'd already said he didn't care, and his subordinate apologized. Looking directly at the map, Fernandez explained that the war with the Bringer Principality in the west was drawing to a close, and now was not the time to split the troops while solving the problems in the south. Still staring straight ahead at the map, which depicted the two sides' forces, Fernandez concluded that the war with the Principality was the priority, and once the southern front was defeated, then they would sort things out. Staring straight ahead, the black-haired man declared that brat Ash was always whining and asked what was more important, how the battle with the Bringer Principality was progressing. Recalling the shelling of the city wall, the mustachioed man explained that the 1st Division was currently attacking the Principality's capital, and the enemy was expected to surrender within a week, while Fernandez asked about his older brother. Standing directly before his master, the soldier explained that he was on the front lines, and that he shouldn't do that. Imagining the first prince of the Everblack Empire, Lark Avalanche Everblack, riding a horse, the black-haired boy reflected that all the night soldiers followed his orders, as he was the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Army, and renowned for his bravery, he always charged into battle first. Visualizing the three candidates for the crown, Fernandez reasoned that no matter how excellent his combat skills, he was still the first prince, and a commander should be at headquarters, not on the battlefield. With a look of displeasure, the black-haired boy realized that both his brothers were complete idiots. Staring directly at the globe on his desk, Fernandez asked how his father was doing, to which his subordinate replied that he was in his quarters and that there was nothing new there. Imagining the emperor seated on his throne, the black-haired boy mused that the sole ruler had locked himself away in his chambers for many years, occasionally delivering letters of instruction and summoning servants from the depths of the palace. Visualizing himself and his older brother, Fernandez wondered if the first prince had therefore shouldered all external threats, leaving the second prince to handle internal affairs. Over time, rumors began to circulate that something had happened to the emperor. Sitting at his desk, the black-haired boy silently mused that the emperor's absence had likely influenced the Bringer Principality's activities, which had culminated in war. Then, from the tower of the Black Palace, a mustachioed man spoke, advising him to take a closer look at something else. Immediately afterward, a soldier held out documents in front of him, and Fernandez, seeing them, asked if this was a request for an execution. Imagining the castle dungeon in his mind, the man with the mustache explained that it was a request to execute the traitors held in the underground prison and asked if he would approve, and the boy with white hair replied that of course, after all, they were all traitors to the empire. As he was about to sign, he suddenly stopped, asking if Ash had requested reinforcements. Standing right in front of him, the man with the mustache explained that this was indeed the case, and whether soldiers should be sent to him, and the boy with black hair explained that they needed to be sent. Tearing up the execution document, Fernandez explained that he needed to send these condemned men to him so the monsters could deal with them. Looking directly at the request for reinforcements for the southern front, the boy with black hair explained that his brother simply needed human shields, and that he was going to die anyway, so what difference did it make if they died at the hands of monsters? Staring straight ahead, dumbfounded, the old soldier explained that they weren't ordinary criminals, and sending them there would only lead to chaos. Fernandez, glaring menacingly after hearing this, noted that that would be Ash's problem, and if his little brother needed toys, he didn't care if they were new or broken, any kind was fine with him. Sitting right at his desk, the black-haired man explained that they would be sent there by the authority of the Minister of the Interior, and that these 5 traitors would be sent as reinforcements, with the prince responsible for their execution. He immediately signed the document. Smiling broadly, Fernandez remarked that he would also help his little brother, and that he was a very kind brother. Then the black-haired man turned around smugly. At that moment, a question came from his tower, asking if he really was a good man. Suddenly, the narrative shifts to Ash, who was picking at his ear and wondering if someone was cursing him. A vase of flowers sat on the nightstand, and someone asked him what he just said, only for the boy to reply that it was nothing important. Looking directly at Damien, whose eyes were bandaged, the protagonist asked how his eyes were, reflecting on his visit early that morning. His serious gaze begged for forgiveness for the strain this time, musing that he'd never get used to visiting the injured in the hospital. Waving his hands, the healer explained that it wasn't his fault, and that everything was his own choice. Hearing this, Ash patted him on the head, calling him a brat. Smiling slightly afterward, Damien explained that his vision would return after a few days of rest, so there was no need to worry. Sitting in a chair right in front of his subordinate, the boy explained that he wouldn't bother him like that anymore and would command him, but in a different way. Holding out his little finger, he explained that he wouldn't force the protagonist to make such sacrifices again, and promised to do so. Smiling broadly at his words, the healer declared that he was His Majesty's trigger, and as long as it was useful, he should use it as he pleased. Clutching his eyes, Damien explained that if he could help get rid of these terrible monsters, he would gladly pull the trigger, even if it meant going blind. Imagining the imperial flag fluttering in the wind, the brown-haired boy asked him to feel free to use it as much as he needed, since that was why he stayed. After listening, Ash smiled silently, thinking that he couldn't refuse him, as his 1,000-mile eye was too valuable. Then, right in the healer's room, the boy's voice rang out, calling out to him and asking if he remembered his first promise. Recalling himself kneeling before him, the protagonist recounted how he told him that when the time came, he could kill him. Visualizing Damien's sad gaze, Ash reflected on how he'd lost his friend and his will to live. Placing his hand on his heart, the boy reasoned that he'd used his hatred for Damien as fuel to bring him back to his senses. So he wondered if he could feel anything now. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist asked if they still hated him for his friend's death. Hearing this question, the healer remained silent, unsure of what to say. Lowering his head slightly, Damien explained that he hadn't spoken of that promise since then. While Ash looked at him earnestly, the healer explained that the day they defeated all the monsters and finally saw the world was the time to ask. While a vase of flowers sat on the nightstand, Damien wondered if they would finally answer then, whether they still hated him. Placing his hand on his subordinate's shoulder, the boy noted that he would have to wait a long time. Imagining the fortress wall in his mind, the protagonist mused that in 3 years, once he reached the center, everything would end one way or another. With a serious look, Ash declared that no matter what answer he gave, he would accept it. Remembering Damien's enthusiastic gaze, the boy pondered loyalty and hatred. Imagining the healer crying over the death of his childhood friend, the protagonist thought he could feel both kindness and anger. At that very moment, Ash remembered Damien rejoicing with him. Visualizing himself glaring menacingly at his subordinate, the boy thought, "They're a player and a cheater." Imagining Damien aiming his magic gun, the protagonist realized that attitudes were irrelevant. Sitting in a chair directly in front of his subordinate, Ash mused that he simply hoped that this young man helping him could one day find happiness, and that no matter what ending he achieved, that was all he prayed for. Immediately after this, the story shifts to the night after the victory, when the moon shone brightly in the sky. The door into the room suddenly opened. Ash approached the bed and said his back was in terrible pain, musing that the intense battle had left his entire body aching, but there was no time to rest. Recalling the golem's attacks directly on the fortress, the boy realized he needed to know the exact course of the battle, which he hadn't been a part of. Visualizing his visit to Lily, the protagonist reflected that he'd checked the wall, the artifact storage, the injured soldiers in the temple, and the weapons factory before returning home. Looking away with displeasure, he heard someone mention a drink and reasoned that today was also a victory celebration, but he simply offered a toast and left. Imagining his subordinates enjoying themselves after drinking, the protagonist realized they could get drunk without his help. Then, Ash imagined Jupiter turning everything upside down, musing that she had plenty of experience in this, and she should be the ringleader for him. Sitting up straight on the bed, the protagonist yawned and mused that his brain was screaming for sleep immediately, but he still had things to do. At that very moment, a system notification window appeared right in front of him, notifying him of Lucas's SSR rank status. Ash, grinning broadly, asked if it was time to change classes. A message popped up with Lucas's stats. Sitting on his bed, Ash commented on his mind-blowing stats, then reflected that the knight had already buffed twice, making him an elite knight. Looking at the screen, the protagonist added that he had unlocked a second skill. A notification appeared stating that the dash skill allowed the user to cover vast distances to a target in seconds, activating without a delay. MC then reflected that while dash consumed a fair amount of mana, it allowed a cheating SSR rank character like Lucas to move at incredible speeds. Drooling, the young man thought that once the knight unlocked his ultimate and collected his personal equipment, he would become a battle god himself. Of course, this path was difficult and arduous. He imagined his subordinate and added that once they reached their goal, everything would pay off many times over. Their main hero, Lucas, must work hard. He flipped through the characters on screen. The distraught protagonist thought of the journey from a level 1 bot to level 20 mediocrity, and he felt like crying. He imagined the processor and concluded that the suffering had ended and now was the time for happiness. Until now, his class skills had been unknown. He hoped to unlock truly powerful ones. Perplexed, MC looked at his stats and noted that they weren't the most important thing. Skills were what really mattered. He began studying his skills. He wondered, surprised, what the hell was Commander's Eye. A message popped up saying that Commander's Eye was a skill that allowed Ash to control the mind of a target with whom he established eye contact. The lower the target's magical abilities, the higher the success rate and duration. It had no effect on allies under the effect of Unyielding Commander. The prince imagined his eye glowing and asked if it was an area of effect mind control skill, noting that it would obviously be difficult to use, but it meant he could control monsters if he made eye contact with them. Looking at the projection, the protagonist considered whether he'd wanted a more independent skill, but perhaps this one was good in its own way. Opening his inventory, he realized he had chests for completing levels, 3 silver ones and 1 gold. Examining the gold chest, MC emphasized that if he managed to open at least 10 of them by the end of the game, he'd be considered lucky. Looking down, Ash silently noted that he hoped to finally get a weapon he could use. Examining his hand, he explained that random gloves couldn't be relied upon. He needed a stable and practical weapon. Folding his arms, the protagonist began to pray to the god of SR to grant him a suitable weapon. Opening the chest, he said he wanted it to be a cool item. He held a magic wand. A message popped up stating that the maestro creates a magical blade under the caster's control. Attacking with the wand itself reduces an opponent's health by 1% and creates a random buff. Ash recalled this item in the game and emphasized that all SSR-ranked weapons have unique effects, but even among them, this wand is renowned for its own. Swords floated around the character, while MC explained that it mostly just creates blades. Several can be summoned at once and used to attack. Imagining himself as a mage, the prince reflected that as long as he had enough mana, this wand would be an excellent medium-range weapon. Even a magic nothing like him would seem like a true wizard, but the most interesting part was the attack buffs. He imagined the girl fighting the knight and added that attacking with the wand not only dealt damage, but also received a great buff. In the game, he always equipped one of his characters with this wand to buff his allies. Examining the weapon, the boy asked whether he would be beating the party members. Sitting on his bed, Ash wondered how he would explain it to them. He imagined himself beating his comrades and wondered where he should hit them. The night sky surrounded the estate, and while the protagonist was pondering the need to come up with a logical explanation for beating with a magic wand, he fell into a sleep tormented by contradictions. Morning arrived. The lord stood before the workers, thinking that he had begun slowly preparing for defense. First, he needed to take care of the front lines. He imagined a horde of monsters rushing toward them and emphasized that the part of the fort closest to the Black Lake had been heavily damaged during the battle with the spiders. Examining the ruins, Ash explained that this had happened during the training phase. The walls had been severely damaged and left as is, but now it was time for major repairs. The protagonist imagined the walls and explained that that wall was difficult to defend, but if they could improve it, they could reduce the number of monsters reaching the main fort. Standing before the old man, he pointed upward and informed us that he had also installed anti-aircraft artifacts to prepare for flying enemies. In this game, monsters have a specific spawn order. The boy imagined the knights watching the monsters and added that flying waves of monsters appeared at least once every 5 levels. One wave from levels 1 through 5, one wave from levels 6 through 10, and so on. Ash startled Lily and thought that there had already been 3 waves of foot monsters, so the flying monsters would appear very soon. Frowning, the girl stated that she urgently needed to prepare the artifacts then, and then asked permission to take her leave. Watching Lily, who quickly left, the Lord thought she should calm down, as he wouldn't send her into dangerous places anymore. Broken armor lay on the table. Lucas, dumbfounded, saw the protagonist build a casino. Ash wiped his mouth. 3 days later, a portal opened in the backyard of the estate. A message popped up saying there were 7 days and 9 hours left until the start of the 4th wave. Looking at his companions, the prince said he hoped they had rested well these past couple of days, then noted that it was time to find out what monsters awaited them next. Smiling, the protagonist apologized for harassing them, as they had no time to waste. He suddenly looked surprised. Evangeline was embarrassed. The protagonist approached her and asked if there were any problems. Turning away, the girl replied that she was simply embarrassed. The prince's mouth fell open in surprise. Remembering how he had protected the girl, he concluded that it had started after the time they had faced off against a whole squad of golems. Remembering Evangeline's tears, Ash assumed it was because of the truth about her parents. The stunned girl cried out that everything was fine, the protagonist should finish his speech and they would go. The perplexed lord reflected on how difficult it was to understand teenagers. Clutching his head, Damien admitted he felt strange too. Watching him, MC thought it was more like some contagious disease had settled among their ranks after the last time he'd visited. Jupiter chuckled, watching this, and the boy declared that if she had anything to say, she could speak up. Closing her eyes, the woman said she didn't want to interfere in the affairs of the youth. She'd only make herself look like an idiot. Standing before her, Ash replied that she was essentially an idiot anyway. Glancing at Lucas, the protagonist emphasized that he was their only hope. He certainly wouldn't get sick. Kneeling, the knight cried out that he, Lucas, was His Highness's protector and that he would be fine, no matter what. Clapping his fist, the boy said it was time to stop chatting. They were heading to the dungeon. Standing before his companions, MC noted that today they were exploring the 3rd zone, the outer northern wall. As usual, they were going straight ahead, keeping an eye on their surroundings. There would be no branches, so don't worry, the dungeon only leads straight ahead. He imagined a fortress wall and emphasized that they simply needed to fight monsters and move forward. The protagonist imagined them fighting demons and thought that to reach the ending, they would need to kill the recurring monsters underground and above ground. The 3rd zone seemed to be the easiest of them all. Looking up at the sky, Ash said it wouldn't take long. They would try to return by dinner. The boys excitedly exclaimed that they had no questions, they were ready. The main character, looking pleased, noted that they were moving then. He tapped the screen to teleport to the outer northern wall. The party entered the portal. The portal gate was destroyed. A message popped up that teleportation was in progress. A system window appeared, advising that previously completed zones could be re-explored, that he could send multiple squads to explore and level up. But Ash replied that he didn't have any such squads. They appeared on the outer wall. A white light emanated from the castle. Lucas, with a serious expression, declared that the kingdom beneath the lake was truly mesmerizing every time he looked at it. The protagonist, with a serious expression, ordered us to move on. The young man stopped and told us that they had descended from the watchtower and entered the arena. Examining the outer northern wall, the protagonist thought he had refreshed his knowledge of this zone. A notification about the outer northern wall popped up, and Ash told us that, compared to the previous zone, everything there was quite simple. Holding the lantern in front of him, MC emphasized the fact that this meant the battle would be tough, but no surprises. Much depended on the monsters that appeared, of course. Either way, they were in for a real fight. He wondered who would come for them this time. Grabbing his blade, Lucas cried out that something was approaching. A gargoyle landed on the wall. Monsters surrounded them. The prince was shocked by what he saw. Looking at the demon, Ash cried out that they were gargoyles, but mentally noted that, as he thought, they were flying monsters. A notification appeared, telling the boys to destroy 8 stone gargoyles. The protagonist then realized that the monsters would spawn endlessly, hence the wave number. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist cried out for them to deal with them quickly. They would keep coming, so delaying would only make things worse. The boy, looking serious, shouted for them to rush forward with all their might. The boys rushed into battle. Ash introduced the monster and explained that in the first half of the game, 2 types of flying monsters might appear. Wyverns, which many consider dragons. Imagining a wyvern, the protagonist noted that they weren't actually dragons, but rather a weaker subspecies. They were rather stupid and incapable of using dragon skills, but they did have some dragon traits. The boy imagined his stunned expression and declared that they were, after all, direct descendants of dragons, so magic wouldn't work on them. He remembered feeling so hopeless when, having assembled a squad of mages, he couldn't even scratch the wyverns. The monster began shooting fireballs, while Ash explained that, not to mention that, like dragons, they loved to throw fire. In short, they had flight and long-range attacks in their arsenal. Imagining a knight with a crossbow, the protagonist explained that they were vulnerable to physical attacks, so defeating them with archers and ballistas was possible, albeit difficult. Imagining another type of monster, the main character emphasized that the second type were gargoyles, which is what they encountered. Unlike wyverns, they were resilient to physical attacks but weak against magic. Watching the battle, the prince added that they also didn't attack from long range, preferring close combat. He imagined a beam of mana striking the monsters and noted that the tactics against them were simple: the frontline tanks, while the mages and artifacts in the rear work at full power to finish off these freaks. Jupiter cried out with satisfaction that mages ruled the roost. Electricity struck the monsters. Raising her hands above her head, the distraught woman declared that mages were king and that she couldn't wait for a raise, while the protagonist informed us that Jupiter could afford to go wild. A puzzled Ash watched the old woman, thinking she was drinking a sea of experience. He added with a slight smile that mages in this game were worth a lot. That was true, but he regretted that he couldn't buy them a normal personality. Damien approached him and asked if he had any orders, to which he was told he could simply rest. The boy listened calmly, explaining that his eyes hadn't fully recovered, nor had his left arm. They could handle it just fine without them. Lucas, looking serious, slew gargoyles. Evangeline pierced the monster. Jupiter began to laugh, and the protagonist thought that there were 2 SSR rank knights and an SR rank mage on the battlefield, 2 of whom had already leveled up twice. Such a force was more than enough to clear the third zone. The boys stood to the side, gaining experience. Standing among the monster corpses, MC reported that, thanks largely to the woman, they were able to clear a normal room fairly quickly. Watching the distraught old woman, the boy noted that she was a real pain, but her skills were excellent. They continued advancing along the castle wall. Stopping, Ash announced that they had made it. Standing before the gate, the protagonist said this was the boss room, then thought they'd reached the northern gate, where the descent began. Touching the gate, the protagonist said they'd finish him off quickly. The boys began to approach the enemy. A golden gargoyle, Centurion Malin, appeared before them. Holding out his hand with the lantern, the boy said in surprise that it was a golden gargoyle. Examining the monster, MC thought that, according to the story, this gargoyle adorned the palace of the kingdom beneath the lake. Its skills weren't much different from regular bosses, but it looked impressive and even dropped a ton of items. Slamming the gate, the prince exclaimed that this was excellent, and they should get some decent loot. Jupiter rushed into battle, drooling at the sight of gold. The stunned woman screamed that this monster was made of pure gold. A notification popped up that the Gold Rush trait had been activated. Watching the scene unfold, the protagonist wondered if this had driven her crazy. The distraught lord concluded the old woman had gone mad. The gargoyle grabbed her weapon. The monster, its eyes glowing, explained that 20 years ago it was a centurion, 10 years ago it was a centurion. Swinging its mace, Malin asked if he would be a centurion forever. A stunned Ash cried out for her to be covered. They couldn't let her die. The knights rushed into battle. After striking, the monster declared that if he were on the inner wall, he would have been promoted long ago. The protagonist was surprised by this. Watching the attack flying toward the woman, he concluded that they wouldn't have time to stop it. Jupiter laughed madly. Damien took up his weapon after ordering him to fire at his weapon. A stream of pink mana hit the mace. The blow's trajectory changed. The woman was thrown aside by the shockwave. Lying on the ground, she asked how it happened. Lucas grabbed her by the collar and began to pull. The knight ran off with the old woman above his head. The gargoyle's eyes glowed brightly. Evangeline stood beneath the monster, screaming that she was there. The enraged boss turned his attention to her. The girl shielded herself from the attack, shocked by the blows she had managed to block. Ash, furrowing his brow, shouted that she should pull herself together, as she had the most combat experience. Clutching her head, Jupiter replied that she had made a mistake, and that it had put them all in danger. Recalling the footage from the game, the protagonist began to think that in the game, this only worked on chests, but in reality, as it turned out, the trigger could be anything, and she needed to get rid of this gold fever of hers immediately. Lucas rushed into battle, declaring he'd go help the brat. Concentrating a ball of energy in her hand, the woman declared she'd melt this monster in no time. Her mana suddenly vanished, after which Ash remarked that everything was fine. It should be recovering for now. A distraught Jupiter said she hadn't suffered enough humiliation today, and the protagonist remarked that she didn't care about her image on the battlefield. Extending his hand, the prince asked Damien not to fire. Looking into the boy's eyes, the protagonist reflected that Damien had already used the 1,000-mile eye 3 times without giving his eyes time to fully recover. He must still be in pain after that fight with the Spider Queen. Taking his wand, Ash asked them to sit aside, as their prince wanted to try out his new toy. He conjured blades above himself, and declared the show was about to begin. Looking up, the protagonist noted he'd spent half his mana and had only summoned 3 blades. A stream of energy began to emanate from his chest, and he wondered if this was his first time using magic. He held his wand in his hands and said he'd take a look. The lord raised it above his head. Jupiter watched him and declared that His Highness never ceased to amaze him, to which she replied that it couldn't be helped. He was simply a genius. Smiling, Ash announced that it was time to stop showing off. He aimed his blades at the gargoyle. The weapons pierced the gargoyle's body, shattering its armor. MC, smiling, exclaimed that it wasn't bad. He imagined the blades breaking and noted that swords break after 5 hits. Their durability was only moderate. The monster stood before them, saying he'd chosen the wrong side and now had to rot in this hole. Frowning, Evangeline asked why he was complaining. They were opponents, after all. She stabbed Melon in the chest, declaring it was her turn. The stunned monster declared he wanted a promotion and wanted to wear armor like the statue. The gargoyle looked at her hand and wondered what it was. It began to rain. Lucas severed the demon's head. The gargoyle fell to her knees. Looking at the fallen corpse, the main character said that when they returned, Jupiter would write an explanatory note. The woman was shocked by the words that she would also return the week's advance payment, which would go toward the city's development. Looking at MC's enraged face, she cried out that this was just the right punishment. She would do everything as she was told. Looking at the monster's hand, Ash declared he didn't know why she went crazy whenever she saw anything shiny. Examining the medals on the woman's chest, the main character explained that before becoming a money-grubbing mercenary, she was a brave soldier of the Everblack Empire. The boy frowned, emphasizing that he wanted her to remember her honor before giving in to greed. Then he reflected that gold fever was an uncontrollable ability. His passive skill didn't dispel its effect, so he had no choice but to trust Jupiter herself in this matter. Looking at his trembling hand, the woman explained that an old woman like her should be guiding the way to a brighter future, not a hindrance. Frowning, she declared that if something like this happened again, she would pay with her own life. The protagonist then asked him not to go so far, to which he replied that she would pay with her own money, which to her was equivalent to lives. Smiling, Ash asked how much money she had. They began to laugh contentedly. A message popped up saying that the outer northern wall had been cleared. Examining the gold shards, the protagonist noted that it wasn't without its challenges, but they still managed to clear the third zone. The golden gargoyle didn't drop any equipment, but they did get a ton of gold. The guy opened the chest and explained that he'd been given an item from the Scream set. Examining the robe, he wondered if it was even possible to get 2 items in a row from the same set. MC imagined items from the game, and added that when completing the full Scream for Me set, each enemy killed inflicts a fear effect on a large area. Last time, a Scream orb dropped, so now all that was left to complete the set was the gloves. The guy gave the robe to Jupiter, who said he was having a hard time because of the old woman, and she even felt a bit awkward accepting it, while Ash thought he felt like he was rewarding a naughty child. Standing in front of the stairs, the protagonist explained that this is how they collected the items and finished with the third zone, after which he noted that as soon as they went down these steps, they would get to a safe zone. Imagining a campfire, the protagonist declared that of all the camps they'd encountered, it was the largest, the main camp Mumin had described. Imagining the town's inhabitants, the prince explained that the few who lived there often gathered at the camp, exchanging goods and offering blacksmithing services. He exclaimed with a serious expression that their goal today was to recruit a new member to the party. If anyone capable and friendly enough was found, they were obliged to recruit them at any cost. Imagining the figure, Ash declared that the reason he'd rushed through the dungeon so much was the long-awaited encounter with an NPC useful in combat. He intended to bring him out. Looking at the building, the protagonist explained that later, after the town had been upgraded, the mercenary guild would recruit more, but at this point, they had no choice but to suffer from a shortage of personnel. He recalled building the casino and added that this is why they say developing the city's infrastructure in this game is just as important as fighting. You have to take care of a huge number of things well in advance. Evangeline ate greedily and asked if the prince thought there would be anyone suitable in such a dark and eerie place, and whether there were even people there. MC smiled and replied that it wouldn't be a big deal if it wasn't human, and he silently noted that he'd even be okay with a ghost, as long as he could kill monsters and that would be it, although it would be cool to bring a zombie or a demon along. Descending the stairs, Ash announced that after a short break they had packed up and headed down the stairs. The walk down was just as long as the walk up. The exhausted protagonist thought he wished there was an escalator. Stopping, he announced that they had finally arrived. The girl was surprised. They gazed at the enormous gate, discussing how it was the same gate they'd seen when they first arrived. Recalling how they'd inspected the wall, MC explained that they'd looked at it from the outside, but now they were looking from the inside. They'd essentially had to go all the way back simply because the door was locked. Holding a torch in front of him, Lucas asked if the gate even opened, as there was no pulley or lever. Standing behind him, the prince suggested that it could be opened with magic, as this was a magical kingdom, and besides, it only opened in one situation. He solemnly noted that it would open when the invasion wave began. The children listened with surprise as they heard about their army marching from there to fight the humans. The children continued inspecting the gate. Ash smiled and announced that it was now moving. They entered the city, and the protagonist explained that the safe zone was right there. Holding a torch, he announced that they were heading toward the city center through the main road of the northern gate. The squad stopped in the square. They examined the gargoyles and discussed what kind of monsters would attack Crossroad next. Observing the monsters, the main character emphasized that there would be even more of them, that the entire line would soon advance on Crossroad. Drawing his blade from its sheath, Lucas suggested killing them immediately, to which he replied that they would give them a run for their money. The monsters flew over the city. They landed on the ground while the prince reasoned that even now, gargoyles from all over the city were flocking there and joining the army. Looking at the monsters, Ash asked him to consider what they would achieve by striking now, considering they were at the epicenter of the line, and there were only 5 of them. He stepped forward. Pointing to the side, the boy said that they should do what they could. The guys continued along the main road. The prince smiled and announced that they were there. The boys arrived at the safe zone, where the lord explained that this was the main camp, which would serve as a starting point for further exploration. The lanterns glowed blue. The protagonist, looking pleased, reasoned that after so many wanderings through dark, impenetrable places, the well-lit street was calming and reassuring. The boys lit a fire. Ash, looking pleased, emphasized that this was already good. They finally had a base. Grasping his sword, Lucas asked if His Highness had mentioned that people lived there. The boy noticed the knight, who said he saw no one. Looking around, MC thought the warrior was right. It was empty. Recalling scenes from the game, he noted that in the game, there were always about 4 NPCs there. Confused, the boy concluded that this was a bad sign. The stranger held a crossbow in his hands. The archers were preparing to fire. The squad was surrounded. The surprised prince wondered who it was. Looking over the opponents, he guessed he'd seen such attire somewhere, noting that their equipment clearly indicated they were high level. Ash frowned, wondering if they even had a gun and were prepared. Shifting his gaze, the protagonist added that they were surrounded on all sides, with no escape. Gritting his teeth, the lord realized he'd relaxed too much because this was theoretically a safe zone. Imagining the person, he remembered that weapons weren't allowed in a safe zone, monsters didn't venture there in the game, and attacking anyone was simply impossible. But this was reality, where there were no restrictions or taboos on conflicts between people. Ash, with a serious expression, wondered what was going on there, then explained that he'd been close to tears inside, but was trying his best to maintain a calm expression. The protagonist stepped forward. Extending his hand, the young man declared it a warm greeting, a commendable enthusiasm, and then asked to explain what was going on. Looking over the archers, the lord noted that they were new there, exploring the dungeon, not bothering anyone. If they'd been there a while, he wouldn't mind hearing advice from more experienced colleagues. The archers stared at them intently, and the protagonist reported that even his relaxed tone hadn't lowered their guard. Their frozen gazes remained fixed on them, their weapons cocked. He smugly suggested that this was some kind of initiation ritual for newcomers, noting that he hadn't expected modern society to still have room for such nonsense. The suspicious stranger, with a satisfied expression, inquired if it wasn't a fine custom. Taken aback, Ash wondered what that low, brutal voice was. Quite good enough for the opera. Surveying the squad, the man declared that testing newcomers was an ancient tradition dating back decades, and that it helped build proper relationships between elders and juniors. He then asked if they shouldn't cherish and honor this tradition for a bright, wonderful future. Looking around, the protagonist asked who was speaking, then realized the beautiful baritone had been spouting nonsense, and all he could think about was the waste of such a voice. Ash stood quietly and said that any savagery could be woven into culture like that. The explorer's thinking was rather outdated. The boy stood behind the archers, saying he heard it all the time, but there was nothing he could do about it. The masked stranger looked at them and said that after living a long life, you start to miss the old ways. An enraged MC announced it was the Pied Piper of Hamelin. The man followed him and said it was a funny nickname, but he wanted to be allowed to introduce himself properly. Placing his hand on his chest, the stranger declared himself a disloyal criminal wandering the Great Lake Kingdom, the last court musician remaining underground, the last court jester, and a court mage named Crown. His eyes sparkled as he emphasized that she was pleased to meet the last player. Taken aback, Ash asked again. He imagined Crown in the game, and noted that he wasn't exactly a significant NPC. A map appeared in his mind, and the lord added that even when appearing on the battlefield, the rat catcher didn't personally fight. He either directed monsters or applied debuffs to enemies. However, he did remember one thing, the game's final level. Crowds of people stood behind Crown, while Ash thought he appeared there in the very first room of the dungeon leading to the final boss. MC remembered picking his nose in front of the monitor and stressing that even there, he hadn't demonstrated any combat abilities. His squad was very strong, but he was a relatively easy opponent and fell after a couple of hits. The archers continued to target them. Looking at the archers, the main character added that these guys were there with him too, but he didn't understand why Crown called him that. He frowned. Examining the rat catcher, the prince wondered if this meant he understood how this world worked. The boy glanced away. Looking at the crossbow, Ash emphasized the fact that right now, either the plot nor anything else was worth more than his and his squad's lives. He calmly asked for the reason for such hostility. Holding out his hand, Crown replied that his squad had invaded the kingdom and were scouring its secrets, but they had no idea what terrible things lay buried there. Surveying the city, the rat catcher declared he was merely trying to prevent their exposure. Raising his hand, the jester noted that they were the last defenders of this kingdom, the last remaining remnants of the kingdom beneath the lake. Standing opposite, Crown announced that their group was called the Night Wanderers. Looking at the player, the rat catcher declared that they would burn to death anyone who dared touch the darkness of the city. He waved his hand, noting that it was them now. An embittered Ash thought that as soon as the ratcatcher lowered his hand, they would be finished. Glancing at the archer, he emphasized the danger. Standing behind Lucas, the protagonist considered that they were completely surrounded. All of them were high level and had superior equipment. If they all fired at once, one, if not all, of them would die. His face suddenly calmed. The prince, his eyes blazing, declared it was time to call on his aces. A notification popped up that he had activated the commander's eye and needed to establish eye contact with the target. The world before Ash froze. The archer's eyes began to glow. MC furrowed his brow and noted that complex orders with a high risk of failure meant he needed something that would help them escape, but also something simple. He extended his hand and ordered everyone to turn away. The screen indicated the order's difficulty was very easy, comparing the user's willpower with the target's magical abilities. The archers turned away, after which a notification popped up that the comparison had been completed, the skill having been used on 7 targets. Crown was shocked by what he saw. Turning around, Lucas cried out that His Highness was bleeding. Pointing forward, the Lord said they needed to escape from there to the teleportation gate. The knight rushed into battle, vowing to clear the way. The squad escaped. Watching this, the ratcatcher assumed it was mind control. It was getting more and more interesting. The archers began firing. The girl turned around. She deflected the arrows with her shield. Ash was suddenly taken aback. A hail of arrows rained down on them. The girl jumped up and asked him to leave it to her. She began breaking all the arrows. A smile crossed Evangeline's face. A shot rang out from the cannon. Damien began to aim. He fired at the flying cannonball. A shot echoed through the air. They continued running toward the teleporter, while the protagonists reasoned that they were almost there, that they could retreat and prepare a counterattack. Crown, his eyes glowing, told them not to act so quickly. The mages began casting spells above themselves. The protagonist imagined an explosion and thought that the elements of fire and wind, used together, were the most destructive. Their direct impact was hundreds of times more powerful than a cannon shot. It would immediately put an end to the entire party. Streams of mana began to merge. The prince watched the mana flows. Jupiter stepped forward and declared she wouldn't allow it. She released electricity. The woman created a barrier that contained the magic. Blood began to flow from her eyes. Turning around, Jupiter said they needed to act quickly, as she wouldn't last long. Ash was shocked. The boys began to run. Rocks lay at his feet. A portal began to form. Tapping the screen, the protagonist selected the backyard of the Lord's estate as his destination. Looking at his comrades, he shouted at them to hurry. Damien was dragging the woman. Looking at his opponents, the Lord reflected that as soon as they realized they couldn't stop them, the attack stopped. They simply stared after them. Looking at Crown, the boy added that he didn't know what he was planning under his mask, but that fake smile terrified him. Furious, Ash asked the ratcatcher to wait. Looking at his enemy, he cried out that he would return and then it would be the end for him. A message popped up stating that free exploration had ended, and new rewards in the form of 2 chests were available. The protagonist glanced at the characters who had leveled up. He read that Jupiter had suffered critical damage. Evening had fallen. The prince lowered his head. He imagined the Pied Piper's face and wondered if they were facing people like themselves. He imagined blood dripping from his blade and wondered if he would have to kill other people to protect his own. He recalled sitting at the computer and added that in the game, he easily killed hostile NPCs, but there, it had a completely different meaning, who he aimed his weapon at, because this was reality. A picture appeared in his mind of the protagonist standing before graves, emphasizing the fact that they were living and breathing people just like himself. He recalled yelling at Damien with a furious expression and realized he was facing the same dilemma as the boy. Looking at the angel statue, Ash asked if he would have to fight people for survival and to complete the level. Frowning, he asked if killing them was justified. He turned his gaze to the girl who had addressed him. Standing before her, the protagonist asked if the healing was complete. Wiping blood from her hands, the girl replied that it was. Thankfully, none of them were mortally wounded, but due to the intense magical strain, Lady Jupiter was currently in a state of magical overload. A bloody bandage covered the woman's face. Ash asked with a serious expression if this was a dangerous phenomenon. The girl imagined her hand enveloped in an aura and explained that in this state, mana flows spiral out of control and begin to devour the mage's body, possibly making it impossible for her to use magic again. Calmly, she emphasized that the woman needed rest. MC imagined Jupiter and mused that she had been the main force behind the coming wave. No one knew such a disaster would occur. Lowering her hands, the girl announced that the woman was in critical condition. She couldn't be approached right now. Looking at the blood-stained rag, Ash mentally surmised that he had been too rough with her last time, triggering her gold fever, and now feeling unwell. The evening sky enveloped the building where the girl had stated that the other's treatment had been completed. They were likely already waiting for him outside. He put down his bag and thanked the saint. Stepping outside, the Lord greeted his comrades and inquired about their well-being. Lucas was taken aback by the news that Jupiter's injuries were so serious that she wouldn't be able to fight for quite some time. Looking at the church, the protagonist remarked that it could have been worse, so be thankful for that, since they'd all nearly died there. The warriors' faces were dejected, and Ash explained that it was simply impossible for the boys to maintain their spirits any longer. With the mystical things awaiting within the dungeon and their comrade's injury, it would be strange not to care. Smiling, the protagonist declared that they would give those fools a taste of the real deal. The boys were shocked by this. Crossing his arms, the Lord added that since they dared to raise weapons against Prince Ash and his personal squad, they would pay a heavy price. Then he thought about how he'd have to think hard to kill them. The protagonists recalled how they were surrounded and emphasized that, no matter what, since they had stood in their way, they had to repay the debt. Frowning, he said that now was not the time. He glanced at the towers and added that after they repelled the incoming wave and prepared for the next, then they would defeat them. Recalling the battle, the embittered boy came to the conclusion that revenge was best served cold, rationally and carefully, after thinking everything through, sharpening the knives and preparing the bullets, and then unleashing it all on the enemy, and until then, he needed to remain calm and cool. Raising his hands, the boy cried out that that was all for today, they should run and rest, and leave all other thoughts to him. He entered the estate. Walking down the corridor, Ash sighed. Holding his chin, the prince mentally wondered what to do with the defense now. He could temporarily replace Jupiter with Lily. He imagined tying up the girl and added that her range was smaller than the old woman's. Ada ran toward him, looking dumbfounded. The boy tripped him. Ada began to fall to the floor. Ash stepped on him, turned to him, and said he hadn't seen him for a while. He then asked where he'd been and if he'd finished his work. Adjusting his glasses, the manager exclaimed that all the work for the city had been done, and that it didn't matter now. He'd be told that nothing was more important to him than managing this city. Standing opposite him, Ada said he simply wanted to point out that there was a more serious problem. Perhaps this level would be the worst of all. The prince then wondered what could be worse than the chief mage's absence from the battlefield. The frightened boy explained that the prisoners had escaped from prison, their cages, while being transported. Taken aback, Ash asked about the prisoners. He imagined a wagon and asked what kind of prisoners they were. The Lord clutched his head. Sighing, he asked if Ader had continued to request reinforcements. He was finally given an answer, adding that instead of soldiers, they had sent 5 death row prisoners. Imagining a carriage, the protagonist added that while these prisoners were being transported to Crossroads, they had broken out of the carriage and escaped. A scream could be heard throughout the estate, claiming it had all happened around noon today, but they still hadn't been caught. MC, raising his fist, declared he didn't understand why Ader hadn't done anything, considering he was the creator of this world. The terrified manager replied that he had no powers within the world and couldn't predict the future. The prince began to choke him, telling him his passive skill was 100% useless, before revealing that the boy had information on the 5 prisoners and had placed them in the system. Ash, holding out his hand, said that was where they should have started. He was shocked by what he saw, explaining that these were the people the capital had sent under the guise of reinforcements requested. Smiling, Ada suggested that the protagonists would be able to find a way to approach them. Perhaps they would become truly valuable. Reinforcements. The prince, with a calm expression, emphasized the fact that he would get them and would do anything to get them on his side. Clutching his glasses, Ada declared that they were hardened criminals, former Imperial soldiers. Looking at the character selection screen, Ash thought they were truly good, their skills quite good. Glancing at the manager, he declared that he hoped he could at least do something, and that he already knew where they were headed. Pointing to the screen with the mountainous terrain, Ada replied that, judging by the report, they should be somewhere in the mountains north of the city. It wasn't far, but it was pretty hard to find people there. Flexing his fists, the protagonist ordered them to put their doubts aside. They would head straight there and hold a gathering of those kicked out of the capital. The sun was setting below the horizon as we were told that there were uninhabited mountains north of Crossroad. The men worked in the fields while Ash explained that all the lands that could grow anything had long since been occupied. Although the occupied lands weren't as fertile as the southern ones, any means were good for survival. But even so, no one dared to cultivate the mountains. The party climbed the mountains while the prince explained that this meant it was difficult even to walk there, let alone work. The exhausted protagonist began to puff and curse. Lucas, smiling, offered to carry him to his destination. Ash, delighted, asked if he could really do it. Turning around, he asked Evangeline not to look at him like that, after which she asked if he was jealous and wanted to be carried too. The boys climbed on Lucas and concluded that the knight would carry the protagonist, and he would carry the girl. A stunned Evangeline began shouting that she was against it. Frowning, Lucas declared that his back was designed only for his highness. The man closed his eyes and apologized for their mistake, after which the captain of the prisoner escort was introduced. Ash turned around and replied that everything was fine and thought a little exercise wouldn't hurt anyone. The captain bowed his head and began shouting that his mistake was unforgivable, but he begged for mercy. Crossing her arms, Evangeline emphasized the fact that there were all sorts of rumors circulating about him in the capital. The protagonist imagined raising his hands and emphasizing that the prince before him had been a real man, so it was understandable why they were reacting that way. He solemnly remarked that they would get back to business, then asked if they had run to that mountain. Surveying the mountains, the prince wondered why they couldn't have chosen a more gentle slope and why they had to run there. The girl solemnly emphasized that bandits lived in the mountains north of Crossroads and had been causing them trouble for quite some time. She imagined a crowd of guys and explained that they were fools who attacked merchants and refugees to rob them. She thought their base was somewhere in the mountains. Looking down, MC began to speculate that, judging by all the broken weapons and wheels, people had been there quite recently. Taking a shard in his hand, Lucas asked if they thought the prisoners had gone there to join the bandits. Holding his chin, Ash replied that it was possible if they had joined the bandits. Well, that was a pretty good way to start a new life. The man knelt and shouted that the report was flawless. He wouldn't dare lie to His Highness. The protagonist crawled up the mountain and said they climbed for another 10 minutes. Lucas spotted a building and declared that there was something there. Drawing his blade, the knight said he would go scout, as bandits might live there. Evangeline emerged from the bushes and emphasized that she would also go. The warriors approached the structure, and Ash reported that he was increasingly worried that a hail of arrows would rain down on them. However, there was no sign of activity on the walls, but there was a scent that grew stronger as they approached. His gaze fell on the watchtower. He imagined blood and noted that it was that scent. Pressing himself against the wall, Lucas noted that they would begin to break through on the count of 3. The doors to the structure were broken down. The army had burst into the settlement. Corpses lay on the ground. Covering his nose with his hand, the protagonist asked what they were. Examining the corpses, the prince wondered if they were fighting among themselves. The knight pulled a survivor from the tent. The frightened boy screamed for release. On one knee, Ash asked him to calm down, because they were from the royal army. He calmly added that, given the boy's crimes, they could sentence him to hang or imprison him, but they would not kill him on the spot. The frightened bandit explained that they had done nothing wrong. They had only robbed a carriage. Frowning, the lord asked again. The boy remembered how they had been watching the carriage and said it was coming from the capital, so they thought it was full of treasure. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if there had only been prisoners inside when they had broken into it. The bandit remembered how a man with a smirk had opened the carriage. A weapon had pierced his head. Glancing at the captain, Ash wondered why the child was saying something completely different, since he had said the prisoners had escaped on their own. The prince's eyes began to glow as he asked if it was too humiliating to admit that they had been robbed by common bandits, since they were escorting noble prisoners from the capital itself. Bowing his head, the captain began to apologize, adding that they hadn't done it out of honor. He responded that Ash forgave accidents, but not mistakes, and that they would be punished with the utmost severity. Standing over him, the protagonist wondered why the man had lied to him so blatantly, probably thinking he'd simply listen to the report and not bother to investigate. Perplexed, the lord concluded that this might well have worked. Surveying the battlefield, he wondered where the 5 condemned men had disappeared to. Evangeline raised her hand and beckoned to him. She pointed forward and asked him to look. The stranger stood before them and welcomed His Highness and the valiant men of Crossroad. The men knelt, claiming they were 5 prisoners awaiting his arrival. Glancing at the handcuffs, the prince silently wondered why they had chained themselves, given their chance to escape. The elf closed his eyes and declared that they weren't going to run and hide. Ash could carry out the sentence if he wanted, but he had to report it to the capital. The protagonist, taken aback, thought about that light green hair. Examining the boy, MC pointed out that among all the game's characters, only one race had that hair color. Examining the prisoners, he emphasized that they were elves. The boy knelt and said they would accept his will. If the lord wanted, he could slit their throats immediately. Looking at the protagonist, he added that if he wanted to kill, he must kill them now. Ash, dumbfounded, wondered why he wanted to kill them, since he needed people in his party. The strangers were kneeling before the heroes. When he asked them to state their names first, the young man explained how, before the meeting, he had sent all his soldiers away so they couldn't eavesdrop on the upcoming conversation. Ash held a piece of paper in his hand, asking if his name was Godhunt, to which he replied in the affirmative. The young man clarified his origins. The man, kneeling, explained that they were the 8th squad of the Iki's counterintelligence corps. The young man's eyes widened when he mentioned that Lucas and Evangeline were greatly surprised by these words. The young man explained that this was understandable. A large building was depicted when he explained that this was a secret unit carrying out all the dirty work for the empire. The ruler looked away, as he explained that this was the royal family's personal operative unit. The robed soldiers were lined up, and it was said that the shadow that sustained the empire's light was the emperor's hunting dogs, the Iki's counterintelligence corps. The young man looked at the man, commenting that the name Godhunt sounded more like a nickname than a name. The man replied that members of the intelligence corps don't have real names. Their call signs are their names. The hero watched intently, aware of what he'd heard. He'd been accused of treason. Godhunt closed his eyes, confirming. Ash asked him if he admitted his guilt. The man looked at the boys and said that, with all due respect, they'd already been tried at a military tribunal in the capital, and the verdict and sentence had been rendered. Godhunt, without opening his eyes, asked what the point was. When everything was already clear, all they had to do was execute them. The young man's eyes widened, thinking that was precisely the wrong thing to do. He considered how he needed to convert them and force them to obey him. The prince's legs were shown as he said he was simply curious. If everything was already clear to him, why not clarify a few questions for his prince before he died? The man held a piece of paper in his hand, noting that at the very least, his authority allowed him to ask them. He mentioned that silence was consent, and then he would continue. Godhunt's eyes snapped open as he heard the man clarify that the final destination for him and his squad was the Bringer Principality. System windows appeared next to the hero as he clarified that just because he was stuck here in the south didn't mean he had no idea what was happening in the world, wondering in his mind that he was actually just using the system windows. There was a notification with a picture of Godhunt. The boy speculated that maybe it was because he was from a secret unit, but even his character profile only contained the bare information about when and where he was sent, and what his sentence was, and that was it. Ash understood that even with such scraps of information, a complete picture could be formed. There was an image of soldiers crossing the border, and the young man mentioned that his unit had been sent to the Principality of Bringer about a year ago, and that Ambassador Everblack had been killed there 9 months earlier. An explosion on the fortress wall was shown, with him explaining that after that, relations between the two countries had deteriorated, and naturally, the war had begun 6 months ago, and it was still ongoing. The boy looked at a piece of paper, explaining that their reconnaissance unit specialized in infiltration, sabotage, questioning, and assassination of key figures, right? The unknown person sat on the throne as Ash continued to say that from now on, their silence would be considered a positive answer. A theory emerged that some high-ranking official simply benefited from a war with the Bringer Principality. They only needed to find a pretext. The character was damaged, and the young man inquired about the assassination of an ambassador on foreign soil, saying it was easy to blame the Principality, and an excellent pretext for war. The prince raised his hand, deducing that their high-ranking official was sending an ambassador, then ordering his assassination by a secret squad, after which he would blame the Principality and declare war. Godhunt looked at the hero, voicing his suspicions. The young man interrupted him, mentioning that 3 months ago, upon completing their mission and returning to the Empire, his squad was immediately arrested and, without any explanation, sentenced to execution for treason. The boy smiled, saying something obvious, an attempt to silence witnesses, wondering what secret units are for, after all. The man stared at Ash silently. He began to speak, addressing the prince. The men in the squad were blindfolded and gagged. When Godhunt remarked that if what he said was true, then they were simply discarded after playing their part, clarifying why the hero thought they were obediently awaiting their deaths, when they could have escaped or tried to challenge him. The young man mentioned that it was all about the hostages they had. The man's eyes widened. The protagonist held a piece of paper in front of him, noting that their loved ones were now in their hands, like slaves, and in exchange for completing their mission and accepting death, their relatives would not die, right? Godhunt spread his cuffed hands, thinking he'd hit the nail on the head. They showed battles between heroes and knights, explaining that in this world, humanoid races, be they elves or dwarves, were akin to slaves. Hundreds of years ago, civilizations of other species were defeated by humans, and the survivors of that war were still enslaved. Numerous corpses lay on the ground, explaining that it was the Everblack Empire that led to human victory, which had also conquered the entire continent, and that was the end of the story. Guards stood at the gates, explaining that there weren't many slaves left anyway, most of them locked away in closed areas, where they eked out a rather miserable existence. The squad knelt, wondering why elves, serving in the Empire's secret detachment and patiently awaiting their execution, were suddenly here. He thought it was all obvious. Handcuffed hands were shown, and it was explained that their families were being held hostage, a similar reason for the Elven Queen in a game that would appear in about 3 years. It was also mentioned that this was precisely why most of the other races in the Empire were kept on a leash. The protagonist stood before them and spoke of sacrificing oneself for one's family. It sounded beautiful and selfless. The boy looked at them, declaring that it was also very stupid. Godhunt remained silent, looking at the prince, and said that even if the assumptions were correct, nothing would change. The girl and the boy were shackled when he continued to explain that they had already been sentenced to execution, and His Majesty had received an official decree, wondering if perhaps there was no need to continue rubbing salt into the wounds of prisoners who were soon to die anyway. Godhunt looked up, wondering if perhaps he was mocking them, and that the powers that be were now amusing themselves with this. The boy exhaled and asked his companion. He showed a document, explaining that the official decree called for an execution, but didn't specify how. The young man looked at the man intently, declaring that he could hang, behead, burn, or quarter them. He could do with their lives as he pleased. A fortress was depicted at sunset, and the boy explained that a war with monsters was raging there, the beasts attacking their fort in waves, leaving them only a few days to recuperate. Godhunt, kneeling, listened attentively as he explained that it would be logical to use their lives on the battlefield, and then report to his superiors that they had been successfully executed. The document was shown when the hero explained that he had requested reinforcements, and they had sent 5 capable prisoners, so he took this as a sign that he could do with them as he pleased. Ash lowered the sheet of paper, indicating that he should allow him to ask questions. Godhunt frowned as he listened to the question of whether he wanted to live. Ash knelt down, wondering if his family was relatively safe, and whether he wanted to continue to drag out his miserable existence. The man asked what would change if he chose to live. The young man smiled and replied that everything would. There was a wooden fence when the man explained that as long as they were alive, they had plenty of opportunities. Godhunt's hands were cuffed as he replied that they should not be given false hope, and that they should be torn apart with whips or slashed with swords. The prisoners wore hoods, and the man added that whatever was left of them should be chopped up and fed to the dogs, because no matter how they were disposed of, they would be disposed of. Godhunt stared intently at the hero, exclaiming that he should not give them false hope. A pink flower was stained with blood as he reasoned that hope was more poisonous than anything else. A small boy stood with his back to the darkness as the story was told of how many lived in despair, because if they dreamed of the future, the harsh reality would continue to hurt. The story was told that if they gave in, the pain would cease. The hero looked at his interlocutor carefully, making sure he didn't misunderstand. He didn't intend to go too far to help them. He thought about how this wasn't a nursing home, so he needed to make everything clear at the door. The young man frowned, insisting he was merely offering a chance to move on. Godhunt looked up, asking why he needed to save them. Ash grew angry, explaining why such an obvious question was necessary because he would need them, musing that even though it seemed like despair, it was worth explaining the real reason. A building was depicted as the hero explained that they currently lacked fighting force, strong, capable fighters, and that if they helped, the defense would be much easier. Various monsters and creatures were shown, and the young man explained that the waves of attackers were becoming increasingly difficult to repel with each passing day. The guards stood at the gate when he added that if this stronghold fell, the district where their families were held would also be in danger, arguing that by defending this place from monsters, they were also protecting their family. The young man lowered his head, saying he had said everything, and now the choice was theirs. The hero rose from his knees, commenting that what followed was a personal request. Ash extended his hand, asking for them to continue living and to help them all protect him, including their family. Godhunt, silent, began to remark that the prince was right. The squad members were in the building when the man explained that they had sworn an oath to the counterintelligence corps. Supply crates were stacked on top of each other, and the prisoner said that in exchange for the 5 of them completing their mission and leaving silently, their families would be provided with food and water for a whole year. It was said that they were practically the living dead. They sat on the ground by the cart while the story was told that they were elves, resigned to their fate. The gagged members of the squad listened as they explained that, of course, none of them wanted to die, but the situation for their loved ones was so dire that extreme measures had to be taken. A gagged man and woman were shown, arguing that it was enough for them to voluntarily agree to death. The entrance to the cart was depicted, where Godhunt apologized and said that if he couldn't take responsibility for them until the very end, then it would be better to kill them now. The man closed his eyes, declaring that if the hero accepted them, then please let him take that responsibility until the end. Ash placed his hand on his chest and said he could guarantee this, as the 3rd Prince of Everblack, and swore an oath on his name and blood. Godhunt frowned, recounting what had happened then. His shackles broke under the influence of magic as he explained that from this moment on, the 8th Squad of the Iki's Counterintelligence Corps pledged their allegiance to His Highness Prince Ash. The man uncuffed the others. The hero thought they could have easily escaped, but they had chosen to cuff themselves. The girl closed one eye after being freed, when the elf told him to consider them his arrows. The girl smiled when he continued, describing them as projectiles, bullets. Godhunt knelt and said, "A tailwind, if you will." The squad was at the protagonist's feet when the man declared that he should use them mercilessly and discard them without hesitation. The young man smiled, thinking that was excellent, but he would never discard them. He would use them to their full potential. A notification popped up about an additional unit, number 1. The boy reflected on how he finally had a worthy additional unit. The carriage pulled into town, and the young man reflected on how, immediately upon returning to Crossroads, he had intimidated the prisoner escort and sent them away. Ash glared at the man, explaining that although the captain had asked to be present at the execution, he had been adamant, declaring that he would not tolerate liars in his city. The building was depicted as he spoke of allowing the 8th unit of the Iki's Counterintelligence Corps to set up camp in the spare rooms of his estate, officially justifying this by saying that they were, after all, special prisoners, and so he intended to keep them imprisoned within the estate. The prince walked down the corridor, musing that, of course, his power was sufficient to keep them here for eternity. He was saying that it would still attract unwanted attention, which could become a problem in the future. The heroes fought against the knights, and the boy reasoned that humans had been fighting humanoid races for generations, and wars had lasted for centuries, and the hostility and hatred that had arisen between them could greatly complicate things. The young man raised his hand to his face, wondering how he could use them as soldiers then. He was saying that he was still thinking about it. Ash walked down the hallway, explaining how his feet led him to a door where 5 agents were standing. He knocked. The boy opened the door slightly, indicating that he was entering. There were 3 people in the room, and the girl exclaimed that it was a bed, asking when they had last been in such a comfortable room, saying that it was comfortable and soft. The elves smiled as they shouted about how the food was so delicious. They were messing around with the pillows when someone mentioned wanting something to eat, wondering if they should ask for something to eat. The agents noticed the young man and asked. The house was revealed at night. The elves bowed, kneeling, and greeted His Majesty, and the boy thought they were a bit late. The hero looked at them carefully, wondering if they understood that it was too late to pretend to be serious. Godhunt closed his eyes, saying he didn't understand what he was talking about, since they were Iki's special squad, cold-blooded tools, deprived of anything. Ash asked them not to continue. He picked up the basket and asked if they wanted a late-night snack or to take it away. The elves watched the basket silently. He speared cheese with his fork. The characters ate with restraint. The young man watched them and called out, The hero sat before them, asking if they'd had enough, suggesting they eat normally, arguing that they should stop eating one bite at a time, which was infuriating. The elf with the feather on his head noticed that they were eating normally, and the boy wondered what this feathered wonder was saying. The young man crossed his arms in front of the elves, remembering that before returning to Crossroads, Godhunt had told him about each of their abilities. A man was shown, described as the group's leader, codenamed Godhunt SR. The destroyed handcuffs were released from his hands, as it was said that he was a metal mage, specializing in iron. The elf held out his spear, and Ash reasoned that if metal contains iron, he can shape it as he pleases. A girl was shown, a young elf with an innocent, childish face, codenamed Bodyback R. The girl held Evangeline aloft with magic as the boy explained her telekinetic powers, allowing her to effortlessly lift heavy objects, move allies across the battlefield, and throw weapons. Ash explained that the other three were all archers, but with different roles. The girl, smiling, held a pie in her hands as the young man explained that the close-range marksmanship expert, Old Gaul, R, was the smallest of them all. The protagonist waved at her, and explained how she could destroy an entire crowd with just 2 crossbows, and that she also had extensive experience hunting monsters. The elf boy licked his fork as Ash explained that the only N-rank character of the 5, codenamed Scal, N, said he didn't understand what he'd been through, but his entire face was covered in scars from something sharp. The young man bowed to the young man, and the hero explained that Scal was a long-range marksman using a longbow, and that he moved extremely silently, making him ideal for stealth. The girl looked down sadly as he pondered the most powerful of the entire squad, Bonus, SR, and unlike her allies, she continued to wear a gag for some reason. The hero studied her carefully, mentioning that her weapon was a personally designed ballista, and that she was said to have not yet learned to control her abilities. A pixelated girl was shown, and he remarked that it would be nice if she demonstrated something powerful. The young man sat across from them at dinner, thinking that, in any case, they were just ordinary children now. Old Gull smiled sweetly, and Bonus bowed her head as the boy explained that if even such children had to sacrifice themselves so that their race could live another day, things must be very bad for the elves. Godhunt closed his eyes, declaring that they would keep the kindness he'd spoken to them deep in their hearts. The hero asked him what he was talking about, as he'd only brought food. The table was empty, and Ash noted that everything had been swept clean. He'd originally planned to loosen them up with food and then ask a few questions. The children lowered their heads, and the young man remarked that, judging by their behavior, they weren't expecting truthful answers. Ash looked at the elf, asking how long they'd been working together, to which he replied that it had been about 6 months since the creation of the 8th squad. Godhunt looked down, explaining that as candidates for the special squad, they'd all been trained together, so they'd known each other since childhood. The boy's eyes widened, asking about the candidates for the special squad and what they'd been training for. The elf crossed her arms as the chains wrapped around her. The man explained how they had lost their country and land, and the only thing left was their lives, so they had to please everyone. The elves were training when Godhunt explained how children capable of fighting were trained from an early age as future fighters for a special unit. Then, in accordance with the instructions set by higher command, those with the appropriate skills were united into a squad. The elf stared ahead, saying that they usually trained together as a team for a single mission, and after that mission, Ash looked at him and inquired about their elimination regardless of the mission's success, and received an affirmative answer. A building was depicted as the man spoke about how, from an efficiency standpoint for the Empire, this was a wise use of resources. The squad was crossing the border when he explained how, even on dangerous missions, people's lives are not in danger, and there are no risks. Ash argued that if the elves succeeded, great, and if not, then they could just pretend the humans had nothing to do with it. Godhunt watched the other elves as the young man explained how the elves had acted exactly the same way when they were humanity's main enemies, and in short, there were excuses for everything. The young man held a chain around the prisoner's neck while he explained that there were no practical or political risks involved. It was a very profitable tactic, requiring virtually no investment, extremely effective, but there was one downside: it was very cruel. He was also discussing the very idea of using the lives of other races as bargaining chips. Who even came up with such a thing? The young man looked ahead, asking about the Commander-in-Chief of the Counterintelligence Corps, Ikis, and who he was. Godhunt closed his eyes, replying that there was no point in hiding anything from him. He was sure the man already knew everything and was simply testing him. Ash's eyes widened as he realized he truly had no idea. The elf continued to explain that the Commander-in-Chief of the Ikis Counterintelligence Corps had always been someone from the royal family, even now. The protagonist's eyes widened when he heard it was the second prince, His Highness Fernandez. Documents lay on the table as he explained Fernandez Emberkey Forever Black, the Imperial Minister of Internal Affairs, currently in charge of the palace, and also his older brother, and that it was he who had sent these elves here. The prince looked at Godhunt, realizing it was the one who had chained them. The protagonist tried to shake off the memory of the elf asking him to take something. They knelt before Ash when the man explained it was a leash, a pledge of their loyalty. The boy asked again what it was. He was holding the device in his hands when he heard that this button would activate their collars, allowing them to be quickly killed if captured by enemies. The young man looked at the children and realized that at the mention of Fernandez's name, he had seen the fear etched on their faces. The hooded men glanced around as he explained that they were special agents unafraid to sacrifice their lives. But his very name made them tremble. The stranger stood with his back turned as the protagonist wondered who this man was, since he had never appeared in the game and had to be watched closely. Ash sat in front of the children, thinking that perhaps he shouldn't have asked, as the atmosphere had become too gloomy. He looked at the children and asked how they liked the room. The night wall was shown, as the prince was told they'd spent the last few months in a death row cell, and then been transported in a cramped, windswept cell. Scal glanced back as Godhunt spoke of this room as paradise, and frankly it was so good they didn't want to leave. The young man, looking at them, replied that would be difficult, clarifying about the food. He'd been thinking about it for quite some time. The cook was salting the food when the hero explained that it wasn't that elves don't eat meat, but he'd heard that most of them were vegetarians, so he made a special request to the cook, asking him to prepare vegetarian dishes. There were empty dishes on the table, and Ash explained that he'd cobbled together even this snack from leftover ingredients. The elf explained that after prison rations, one couldn't ask for more. The children smiled as the young man remarked that some of them were at the age when their appetites were particularly ravenous. The man kept his eyes closed, saying they were very grateful to the prince, but they were willing to eat anything, sleep anywhere, and do whatever he wanted, and he could treat them like objects. A bead of sweat appeared on Ash's face as he considered the idea that he wanted this. He was a simple 21st century city dweller. He couldn't treat a sentient being like a thing. A window of a building was shown from the street, and the young man spoke of how afterward they discussed their future lives, including such matters as clothing and careers. The protagonist looked at the five and hoped for a fruitful collaboration, saying it had been a pleasure talking with them. The elf thanked the prince and wished him good night. The boy looked at the girl, who waved, and waved back. He silently raised his palm. The hero looked at his hand in surprise, wondering why he kept waving back, just like last time. What the hell was that? The young man walked out the door, listening to their exclamations about how good he was, even bringing them food. He smiled when they hoped he'd bring something else, considering whether they should get a soundproof room. Ash reflected on how, ultimately, he hadn't been able to ask what he really wanted to know. He recalled the elves' pillow game, wondering if they'd really provoked the war. An explosion had occurred on the watchtower by the wall, and the protagonist had said that the war between the Everblack Empire and the Bringer Principality was a big event, even in the game. A lot had happened since the Principality's fall. Silhouettes of unknown people were shown as refugees began to fill Crossroads, and among them were many excellent mercenaries, along with a large group of hostile NPCs. He mused that if he could obtain them all, it would be a great asset in the war against the monsters. Fires blazed against the wall as the young man explained that if the war dragged on, he would have to fight not only monsters but also humans. Agents knelt before him as he explained that in the game, the troops were easy to unite, but he had recruited the elves responsible for organizing this war into his squad, and who knows how that would affect them in the future. The young man looked away, lost in thought. Ash mused about how he now had an additional one. Lucas sat behind the door with his sword. The hero shouted, saying he had scared him. He looked at the young man in surprise and asked what he was doing there. Lucas closed his eyes, thinking about how the young man had simply gone there alone, so he decided to be ready to burst in if anything went wrong. After all, they were death row prisoners accused of treason, so that couldn't be discounted. The boy showed the button, saying he had it, so there shouldn't be any problems. Ash reasoned that nothing could be known for sure, so he had to take action even without Lucas. The next morning at the forge, the man smiled, exclaiming that His Highness was waiting for him. The blacksmith held a box with a bright light, proclaiming that this was the result of the work he'd entrusted him with. The orb glowed brightly, indicating that it was a standard special mana core SSR. The hero exclaimed, holding the orb in his hands, contemplating his success. The young man recalled handing the broken weapon to the man, mentioning that he'd asked him to dismantle Evangeline's broken spears and shields, which were actually SSR ranked, even though it seemed like he'd lost 4 items for one. A notification popped up asking if he'd like to transform the equipment, explaining that given how badly damaged they were, the chances of even getting a mana core were quite slim. Realizing that everything had worked, and he now had a brand new mana core. The blacksmith showed the weapon, mentioning that he'd also finished the 3 pistols he'd requested. A monster orb was shown, explaining that these 3 pistols, crafted using a Ratman's mana core, were finally ready. The 3 barrels were in a box when a notification popped up about a level 25 Cerberus and its stats. The blacksmith explained that this was a unique trio of pistols, hence the name Cerberus. Ash examined the pistol in his hand, asking if it was like a Guardian of Hell, right? He added that it was a great name, and the hero recalled that he currently owned 6 guns. 6 weapons were depicted, and the young man explained that as soon as the blacksmith learned they would be used by one person, he began adjusting the recoil based on the wielder's stats, allowing him to optimize their performance. A pile of items lay on the table, and he commented on how their small size and lightness would make a difference in close combat. Excellent work. The man replied that there was no need to praise him. The hero looked at the blacksmith, mentioning a new task for him, saying he would have to begin crafting other equipment immediately. A pocket dimension was shown. Ash held out his hand, indicating what he was supposed to make this time. A golden gargoyle's mana core and fragments of golden armor lay on the table. The young man frowned, ordering the boss's equipment. The blacksmith smiled back. He was explaining the boss's gear. A picture of the Black Spider Queen's mana core was on display, as he explained that killing a boss monster has a high chance of dropping its own mana core. A diagram of weapons and clothing was shown, as he discussed how they could be used to craft artifacts or gear, or whatever else was needed. Golden artifacts lay on the table, as he discussed recreating the gear he used, in other words, the boss's gear, requiring a mana core and its materials. The protagonist glanced at the notification window as he reminisced, explaining that since they have exceptional stats, it's much more profitable to use the core for the boss's original gear. But until now, it hadn't really worked for anyone, so he couldn't recreate anything. The monster's head glowed with magic, as he discussed the level 1 boss, the Phantom Knight. A weapon was shown when the boy explained that his equipment was the Ghost Knight's giant sword, but no one else could wield swords that large, so he didn't bother making it. A ferocious rat and other creatures were depicted when Ash explained that later, instead of bosses, there were only elite monsters, so mana cores didn't drop. The young man found something valuable in the darkness when it turned out they finally had the golden gargoyle's mana core and pieces of its armor. The golden armor hung on the monster when the hero explained that thanks to this, they could now create golden armor, the very equipment the gargoyle boss had. Ash placed his hands on the table, insisting that the armor needed to be as thin and light as possible to fully preserve mobility and maneuverability. The blacksmith looked at him, arguing that doing so would reduce its durability. The young man replied that it didn't matter, they just needed to make it comfortable to move in. The protagonist reasoned that, although it was called armor, it was more like a mage's robe. Ash wished the man success in his work, and the blacksmith assured him he would give it his all, as the workshop was revealed from the street. The sun was setting behind the city wall when the young man mentioned that he'd gone to the alchemist's. The young man crossed his arms, watching the orb, saying that this was good, and that was excellent. The young man mentioned that the repair of the anti-aircraft artifact was going smoothly. The protagonist knew that wasn't why he'd come there. Ash waved to the girl, telling her that her beloved prince was here. Lily looked at him, wondering if she would have to fight this time too. The young man raised a finger, asking where they would be without her, wondering what they could possibly be bothered with when she survived every battle and every siege. The girl lowered her head and asked why she was born a mage. Ash exclaimed, seeing tears. He began asking if she was really crying, begging her not to, and apologized for it, mentioning that he would still have to put him on the front lines. Lily trembled, saying she had a request, and the boy said he was listening. The girl spoke of what would happen if new young mages joined them. She closed her eyes, gesturing to the wizards as she spoke of sending them all to her. A tall tower was shown, and Lily shared what she knew. They couldn't do without it, because she was a mage, but not all-powerful. She hadn't had a good teacher in the ivory tower, and she had learned everything herself. The girl grabbed the boy's hand, exclaiming that if more talented and capable mages appeared in the future, they should come and he would help them get used to it, and then the girl would only have to do paperwork. The mages looked at her from behind, laughing, saying she didn't want self-produced prodigies looking down on her. Lily clenched her fists, asking to be appointed head of the group when they arrived, and even if she couldn't walk, even if she wasn't as talented, she wanted to be respected. Ash thrust his fist forward, responding to what he understood. Lily. He assured her that no one would dare look down on her, just let them try, and the young man would deal with them. The protagonist placed his hand on the back of the chair, saying that she hadn't thought he'd refuse such a request. Ash, their beloved battle mage, explained that as long as she didn't ask for resignation, she could demand whatever she wanted. The girl closed her eyes and said that that was all she needed, that she wouldn't run away, that he shouldn't worry, and that she was where she belonged. The protagonist placed his finger to his temple, thanked Lily, and explained that he'd have to ask the mage Ikis to treat Lily with respect. Clouds were gathering in the sky. In pitch darkness, the carriage approached the house, and the young man explained that, having finished his business, he had finally returned to his estate. He gazed thoughtfully at the system window, musing that the main problem was that their main force, Jupiter, was currently unable to fight. 2 cards with the injured characters were shown, and about the additional squad number 1, the young man discussed how he now had an additional squad, and that his main squad was quite decent. He wondered how they could defend themselves most effectively this time. He ran through his head, thinking about strategies and combinations. A gemstone flashed on his neck. A bright light erupted from the carriage. The young man's eyes widened, wondering what this was, pondering the dark event. The player grabbed a piece on the chessboard, declaring that this was some damned misfortune someone had bestowed upon him to ruin the game. The young man reflected on how, at least to know in advance, a notification about a dark event had popped up this time, stating that the wave would arrive with an additional boss. Ash looked at the enemy information, realizing there were now 2 of them, and that it turned out there could be 2 bosses. The young man bowed his head in despair, pushing away the thought that the Gargoyle Army boss was already a difficult opponent, and there were 2 more. The hero silently stared ahead, musing on the need to think positively. He raised his hands near the 2 crates, thinking about how he could loot twice as many items from each boss, and double the experience, a double win, after all. The prince sat at the computer, explaining tactics for fighting 2 bosses, and even then, this is common in the second half of the game, so he has experience with it. A mustachioed man was shown, explaining that Nietzsche's words, "What doesn't kill you makes you stronger," were absolutely true in any RPG. Ash placed his hand on his face, wondering if they could at least throw surprises at him, suggesting they send their bosses and powerful enemies. The castle was depicted in the dark, when the hero was thinking that he would chew them all up and spit them out anyway, and would happily get tons of experience and cool things from them, but they would return to their hell with nothing. The prince clenched his fist, thinking about how he would make them regret making him stronger with obstacles that couldn't kill him. Clouds hid the full moon, overlooking the estate. A cry could be heard for them to attack, as there was enough for everyone. The carriage was heading toward the house, the smell of rain was mentioned, and news of approaching creatures arrived. Houses near the wall were shown. A young man described how preparations for the siege had gone smoothly. Lily screamed in horror when the boy suggested it was a mistake. The hero looked at the scene questioningly, wondering if there had been a snag after all. Ash and Godhunt watched the girl leave behind tire tracks. The protagonist, looking ahead, dumbfounded, wondering what that meant. Prince Ash, looking ahead in confusion, wisely remarked to himself that she herself had asked him to bring the newcomers to greet her, which was why he had brought Godhunt along. Lily, grabbing the gentleman by the cloak, exclaimed, "Can His Highness be distracted for a second?" Lily, peering suspiciously into the protagonist's face, cautiously asked if this newcomer from the supplementary squad was an elf. The protagonist noted with satisfaction that she was paying attention and that he was indeed an elf. Lily, her eyes widening darkly at the unpleasant memories, remained perplexed. Prince Ash asked, perplexed, what was wrong and what had happened. The girl, looking down gloomily, gravely asked if His Highness knew how she had acquired the ability of fiery skin. The protagonist, looking at his friend, excitedly replied that, of course, he knew that goblins had broken into her village and finding herself on the brink of death, she had awakened this skill. Lily, gloomily crossing her trembling hands, bitterly agreed that yes, that was true, and asked him who he thought had allowed the goblins to infiltrate their village. Looking painfully into the protagonist's face, Lily bitterly revealed that it was the elven servants of their family. An image of black-haired elves in the forest appeared, and the girl nostalgically recounted how they had taken pity on and sheltered an elven family hunted by slave traders, even giving them an entire house. An image of a house for refugee elves appeared, and the heroine continued that in exchange, the elves served them for a whole year, and they provided them with everything they needed. But then the unexpected happened. A mob of goblins rushed into the human village, and Lily tragically recounted that after just 1 year, the elves decided they were thirsty for revenge against the human race, so they opened the gates of their village and brought a pack of goblins. The buildings in the girl's memory were ablaze, and she sadly said that the village had burned down. A little red-haired girl cried beside her dead parents, and Lily added tragically that her parents had been hacked to death, leaving her all alone. Lily, turning away from the protagonist gravely, worriedly declared that no matter how well he treated them, elves would always hate humans. Lily, insistently repeating the important warning, forcefully reiterated that no matter how well he treated them, elves would always hate humans. The girl, turning her head to the side, frankly explained that, simply put, he could be betrayed at any moment, and she was worried about him. A green-haired goblin stood nearby, and the girl firmly warned him that, no matter what he'd hired them for, he shouldn't trust them. They could easily destroy their fort, just like they had her village. Prince Ash, looking thoughtfully into the distance, carefully asked if Lily hated elves. Lily, angrily clutching the hem of her dress, frankly replied that she hated them as much as she feared blades, and the protagonist gently asked if she really hated even those who had done her no harm. The girl, looking unsteadily at the floor, wisely concluded that she thought it was a matter of innate hatred for each other. She couldn't bring herself to feel warmth for them, and she assumed they felt the same. An image of the hero's battle appeared. The goblins were rushing into the village. The village had burned, and Lily soberly acknowledged that this was the reality engendered by the continent's long history. An elf was tying ropes on the deck. A goblin walked off. A little girl was crying. Godhunt, politely approaching the heroes, politely apologized. The protagonist, looking fearfully at the elf who had quietly approached, exclaimed in shock when he had managed to get here. Godhunt, bowing politely to the protagonist and his friend, honestly explained that, firstly, he apologized. He had been an undercover agent for a long time and had accidentally overheard their conversation. Ash, looking at the elf in surprise, asked in confusion if he had really heard everything, to which the elf apologetically admitted that he was truly ashamed, but yes, he had heard everything. Lily stared ahead at the elf, dumbfounded, and the protagonist noticed that the closer Godhunt approached, the paler Lily's face grew. She truly detested elves. Godhunt, politely approaching the girl, respectfully stated that he had something he wanted to say, and she anxiously asked what it was. Godhunt, looking her honestly in the eyes, humbly explained that he had no right to ask her forgiveness, as even if he apologized, her wounds would not heal. The girl glanced sheepishly at the elf, and he sadly added that the same was true of the emotions she felt for their entire race. An image of knights preparing for battle appeared, and Godhunt matter-of-factly remarked that, Miss Lily, they were at war now, and that even before his country fell, elves and humans had always fought off monster raids together. An image of rocks in the sea appeared, and the elf stated matter-of-factly that for now they had a common enemy. Godhunt, looking at his interlocutor with a reasonable expression, wisely suggested that, in his opinion, They should put aside personal animosity and continue fighting side by side under His Highness's command. The protagonist analytically noted that the elf's words were the embodiment of reason and logic, and the hero tensely added that, however, the girl had not made any concessions. Lily, furrowing her brows, categorically declared that she would never trust the elves again. The elf stood before the girl, perplexed, and she shrewdly remarked that she knew he was the same, the only difference being that he hated humans, hated them for winning the war and enslaving his race. Godhint meekly watched Lily. The girl, looking angrily up at her opponent, bitterly stated that they had fought so much, and then oppressed the losers for just as long, until one side died out, at least the mutual hatred would remain. Lily, looking away with concern, added anxiously that she was sure the other soldiers would also be uneasy about the elves at the front. The red-haired heroine, looking resolutely at the protagonist, insisted that hiring them had been a mistake and urged His Highness to reconsider. Prince Ash, looking at the girl in surprise, asked in bewilderment, even if it meant she would have to remain on the front lines, and she resolutely exclaimed that it was better that way. The heroine raised her hand to her chest and declared that it was better than fighting alongside the elves, and better to go to the front lines. The hero worriedly thought he couldn't even believe she was saying that. After all, she was constantly begging him to resign. An image of the protagonist's memory appeared, showing Lucas screaming furiously, and the hero worriedly reflected that Lucas had also been a little nervous about the elves, and most of the soldiers would likely feel the same way as Lily, and he puzzledly asked himself what he should do. Godhunt, looking calmly at the girl, frankly agreed that he would tell her honestly that Miss Lily was right. They really did dislike humans. The girl frowned angrily, and the hero pragmatically asked how that changed the current situation. An image of the guards appeared, and the hero grimly explained that their country had fallen, that this was the reality, and their kind lived under the oppression of humans. The elf, shaking his head tragically, continued hopelessly that the lives of their squad, and indeed their entire race, were in the hands of the Empire and His Highness. Without the Empire's mercy, they would have long since died out. Showing the artifact around his neck, the hero added practically that even if they harbored any devious thoughts, His Highness could crush them with a single movement. Godhunt, looking thoughtfully down, remained gravely silent. An image of a multitude of green-haired elves appeared, and Godhunt frankly admitted that all he wished was for his squad to survive just one more day and live even a little better than the last, humbly concluding that that was all he needed. The girl sat in her chair, and the hero understandingly suggested that he thought she felt the same way. The girl folded her hands in her lap, and the hero carefully asked if she worked here, despite her condition, to protect those dear to her. An image of a human and an elf appeared, and Godhunt wisely concluded that humans and elves might not get along, but as long as they shared a common enemy, they were obligated to unite to protect those they held dear. Godhunt, calmly looking at the girl in the chair, asked earnestly if there were any other reasons to fight together. Lily, reluctantly turning her head, tentatively agreed that they could fight monsters together, but she would still never forgive his race. Godhunt, calmly lowering his gaze to the floor, understandingly replied that it was her right. He was already accustomed to it. Lily, looking sternly at the protagonist, categorically clarified that it was only for one siege, and that they would only fight together for that siege. The girl cast a decisive glance at the protagonist and firmly warned that if their squad remained here, she would leave the battlefield. Lily, wearily pulling away from the heroes in a wheelchair, wearily declared that it was time for her to rest, and the protagonist warmly reflected that the Lily he knew was a good person. The heroine laughed cheerfully, and Ash respectfully reflected that she was sensitive, compassionate, and even willing to sacrifice herself for the greater good. The girl rode off into the distance, and the boy was amazed to note that he hadn't even thought Lily was capable of such open hatred. Prince Ash, looking ahead analytically, seriously concluded that her hatred was strong, much deeper than he had imagined, and that these feelings were further reinforced by personal negative experiences. Prince Ash, guiltily placing a hand on the elf's shoulder, sympathetically said that he had brought him here to introduce him, but instead she had been yelled at, and Godhunt philosophically replied that everything was fine, this was a common occurrence, and that Miss Lily was actually still holding back. Prince Ash, worriedly scratching his chin, worriedly considered that the problem was probably far more serious than he thought, and the elf sincerely remarked that he was an interesting man. The elf stood in the darkness, and the hero explained frankly that even from people who treated them well, they still sensed a biased attitude, a wariness in the air they couldn't hide. Godhunt, looking at the prince in surprise, gratefully added that he didn't emit any such wariness, which was why he said the prince was interesting, and he was grateful for it. Prince Ash, smiling cheerfully, honestly thought that he was simply from another world. On Earth, he was just an ordinary, narrow-minded citizen. The sun shone brightly through the door, and the hero solicitously advised that even if others were wary of them and expressed anger, there was no need to worry about them. Godhunt, looking resolutely at the protagonist, firmly promised that they would still devote themselves to the battle for the castle and prove their usefulness. Prince Ash looked confidently at his interlocutor and optimistically remarked that it would be excellent if the main and auxiliary squads had a good relationship. An image of old houses appeared, and the boy added worriedly that sparks were making him nervous even before the battle began, seriously considering that resolving internal conflicts was also part of a battle commander's duties. The game system appeared on screen and informatively indicated that Auxiliary Squad Number 1 was Body Back level 29, God Hunt SR level 35, Scowlen level 25, Old Gaul level 28, and Bonus SR level 22. Ash commandingly stated that it had already been decided that they would participate in the defense as auxiliary squads. The house's windows were dimly lit, and the hero announced matter-of-factly that there were 3 days left until the battle with the monsters. He offered to bring all of the items in, to which Lucas meekly agreed. God Hunt, curiously examining the items, asked inquisitively what they were. Prince Ash, solemnly holding up the new equipment, formally announced that from now on they would wear this uniform. The elves, joyfully throwing up their hands, exclaimed enthusiastically that it was clothing, and he would indeed provide them with everything. Prince Ash, looking at the heroes with bewilderment, matter-of-factly explained that it was the military uniform worn by all the local soldiers, and analytically remarked to himself that he had thought long and hard about how to unite them. An image of the game system appeared, and Ash practically concluded that there were, of course, many ways, but the simplest was to dress them in a single uniform. He added informatively that the uniform's color and production also contributed to team spirit. An image of in-game coins appeared, and the hero frankly admitted that it was certainly not a cheap pleasure, since the entire army needed to be clothed, but it was quite effective. An image of the protagonist's conversation with the mustachioed Zarek appeared, and the hero enthusiastically explained that, therefore, he decided to create a special uniform for soldiers fighting monsters. An image of a military vest appeared, and the hero artistically added that, in his personal opinion, a military uniform should look cool. The heroes showed off their new military uniforms, and the protagonist stylishly continued that they should conform to the canons of fashion, so that they could be proudly worn in any situation, and inspiredly concluded that they should be such that people would want to join them just to wear them. The hero jumped happily, and the protagonist happily stated that the new uniform for the soldiers was enthusiastically supported by Ader. Even Evangeline, who lived in the city, said it was quite beautiful, and the locals should also receive it well. Prince Ash, glancing cautiously at his comrades, suggested practically that he thought they should conceal their identities with hooded cloaks. The heroes pulled the hoods up, and the prince remarked contentedly that they looked great. The window of the house was brightly lit. Prince Ash, looking at the old unit, announced commandingly that from now on they were no longer the 8th Squad of the Iki's Counterintelligence Corps. To them, they were dead. He then proclaimed in an epic tone that they were now the Special Forces unit of 3rd Prince Ash von Hyder Everblack. The elves stood in a row, and the hero cryptically announced that they were now a Shadow Squad, adding that they were death row prisoners, officially supposed to have been executed by now. The elves vanished, and the protagonist explained that they needed new identities anyway, so continuing to refer to them as the Icky Squad would be problematic. It would be a shot in the dark, but he decided to simply change their name for now. The green-haired girl looked ahead. The elf looked into the distance. The hero stared ahead. The girl looked into the distance. The character peered ahead, and the protagonist commandingly declared, "Excellent, this is now his personal Shadow Squad." Prince Ash, arms crossed with inspiration, loudly declared that it was time to hunt monsters. Monsters flew across the sky, and the protagonist explained that 4 days later, the day of the siege arrived, the sky turned black due to the monsters advancing toward them. Prince Ash, turning decisively to the assembled warriors, commandingly declared that since everyone was here, they would begin. Prince Ash methodically raised his hand to the board and continued matter-of-factly that they would first go over the basic battle strategy. The knight raised his sword and shouted that they were advancing. The protagonist and his companion stood atop their fortress. A game notification appeared, identifying all of the hero's enemies. The protagonist looked ahead and sternly declared that he had been expecting them. Lucas watched the enemies with confusion and remarked that rain could affect the battle. The clouds thickened, and Ash worriedly noted that he didn't think this was good news for them. Prince Ash, looking philosophically ahead, stoically stated that it didn't matter whether it was rain or snow. The monsters charged forward, and the hero firmly proclaimed that their mission and goal, to kill monsters and protect humans, would not change. A red banner fluttered from the fortress, and the protagonist commandingly shouted for everyone to listen. The knights turned to their commander-in-chief, who enthusiastically declared that his speech would be brief. They would kill these creatures and celebrate. Prince Ash, looking optimistically at his comrades, added lightheartedly that they would then go to sleep peacefully. The fortress stood beneath dark clouds. Prince Ash, giving an authoritarian battle order, growled commandingly for everyone to stand at the ready. The soldiers, preparing for battle, resolutely took up their positions. Numerous cannons were visible on the fortress walls. Prince Ash, looking decisively into the distance, shouted loudly for them to open fire. The gunners fired a cannon. The hero desperately raised his hand and shouted for the warriors to open fire. The cannons fired at the enemies. Cannonballs flew at the monsters. A pillar of fire flew over the fortress. Smoke billowed from the cannon barrel. The gunners looked to the sky. The protagonist lowered his binoculars in confusion. The orcs were approaching the fortress, and the hero cried out in panic that their attacks were ineffective. The monsters' eyes blazed with fire, and it shouted that they were advancing. Prince Ash, looking resolutely at the warriors, confidently ordered them to hold their formation, not to worry about it, and just keep firing. A fiery shot flew over the monsters, and Ash resolutely repeated that they had to fire, and keep firing. Lucas, looking at his commander in bewilderment, asked what about the death zone, and Ash replied affirmatively that it was. The boy pointed out that this time the monsters were gargoyles, who could fly, so walls and barricades wouldn't work. Prince Ash, looking confidently at his comrade, honestly admitted that Lucas was right. There was no way to create a death zone on the ground. The prince, outlining the plan on the board, ingeniously announced that they would create one right in the sky. The heroes stared ahead in shock, and the young man strategically explained that they would fire cannons and ballistas incessantly to create a fiery web and a wall of projectiles and fire in the sky. Prince Ash, outlining the situation on the board with diagrams, analytically added that gargoyles were magical creatures of stone and steel, highly resistant to physical attacks, and frankly stated that no matter how powerful their firewall, killing them would be difficult. The prince, slyly eyeing the board with his plans, strategically explained that they would set a direction, the center of the defensive line, and once the firewall weakened in one spot, that spot would become a lethal zone. The protagonist drew chalk across the board. The protagonist frowned menacingly and shouted at the warriors to maintain their firepower. The soldiers desperately worked the cannons, at first stunned by the enemy's resilience, but they soon calmed down. The cannons fired at the enemies, and the hero added that if the soldiers were given a clear target, they wouldn't flinch. The monsters exploded into pieces, and the protagonist majestically stated that the storm of gunpowder had begun to push back the enemy forces. The monster desperately watched the explosion, and Ash smugly noted that this was exactly what he'd been counting on. The monsters attacked the fortress, and the protagonist wisely explained that whether they inflicted damage or not, pressing them with volleys was a surefire way to win. The orc growled desperately at the heroes. The enemy was torn to pieces, and the hero optimistically added that the coveted kills would eventually come. Prince Ash, clenching his fists triumphantly concluded that high resilience doesn't mean complete invulnerability. Explosions tore apart the antagonists, and the protagonist expertly noted that, albeit slowly, the damage was accumulating and far from insignificant. The game system cheerfully displayed the combat statistics and officially announced the kill count at 35, and the hero contentedly noted that the plan was working. A firestorm erupted over the fortress, and the protagonist energetically exclaimed that they were pushing back the enemy. Prince Ash, looking confidently at the warriors, commandingly ordered them to continue firing and maintain the curtain of fire, and they responded in unison, agreeing to carry out his orders. The cannons fired. The monster bared its teeth, and Ash analytically noted that the army of gargoyles, chaotically surrounding them left and right, had formed into a single line. Only one small gap remained. An overhead view of the fortress appeared, and the protagonist added pointedly that only one small gap remained, and that the gargoyles had begun to gather near the center of the wall, where there were relatively few arrows. Prince Ash, grinning maliciously, sneered contemptuously. "That's it, bastards." The hero's plan appeared on the board, and he strategized, understanding that they would draw the enemies together in one place. Lucas, looking worriedly at the troop commander, anxiously asked how the prince planned to kill them later if Madame Jupiter couldn't participate, and whether they could defeat them any other way. Prince Ash, eyeing the heroes cautiously, answered honestly that, of course, the plan wasn't entirely foolproof, but there was a way. Prince Ash stood mysteriously before the assembled warriors and cryptically remarked that he couldn't say more, but Lucas understood how gargoyles flew. Demias, raising his hand in response to the obvious question, innocently asked, "Not with wings?" And the protagonist expertly explained that such bulky rocks couldn't be lifted with wings alone, meaning they flew with magic. The prince drew a monster on the board and contentedly agreed that, yes, their wings were imbued with wind magic, asking if there would be a follow-up question. The girl raised her hand, and the hero pedagogically asked what would happen if two magical powers of the same element collided, turning to the senior mage for an answer. Senior mage Lily, confidently holding her hand up, expertly explained that higher-level magic would absorb lower-level magic, and the protagonist contentedly agreed that this was correct. Prince Ash, glaring at his friend, continued strategically, explaining what it would mean to shoot gargoyles with higher-level wind magic, and dramatically asked what would happen then. Ash, decisively turning away, shouted commandingly for Lily to act now. Lily, looking resolutely at the protagonist, excitedly exclaimed that yes, she would activate the wind artifact. The green orb began to spin, and the heroine mechanically announced that the artifact had been activated. The artifact spun, and the hero explained informatively that this K-rank wind artifact had no special effect, but simply fired powerful wind magic at the target. The opponents began to circle in the sky, and the hero contentedly concluded that this was enough for them. Prince Ash, triumphantly declaring the completion of the manipulation, shouted triumphantly that that was all. The prince drew on the board and explained in detail that if the gargoyles were shot with higher-level wind magic, the wind magic on their wings would dissipate, and they would lose the ability to fly. The gargoyle, confused by the loss of its magical powers, screamed in fear. The monster plummeted, and the hero scornfully remarked that these idiots were very heavy, composed of stone and steel. The opponents plummeted to the ground, and the hero categorically stated that if the gargoyles fell from their height to the ground, they would not survive. The antagonists plummeted, and the protagonist wisely concluded that if the gargoyles targeted the flanks, they would be attacked by artillery, but if they flew toward the center, they would fall. Prince Ash, looking analytically at the sky, noted that they would now observe their reaction, as monsters have a certain behavior pattern. The monster flew menacingly across the sky, and Ash explained in a knowledgeable tone that the gargoyles would use the shortest route to kill the nearest person before losing their ability to fly, and would then use their acceleration to crush the nearest target with their weight. The protagonist looked at the defeated opponents and shouted threateningly that this was the end and they had nowhere to retreat, and he shouted anxiously to Lily, asking how much longer the artifacts would work. Lily, barely looking up from her pocket watch, replied professionally that the first artifact still had 20 seconds left. The protagonist commanded them not to waste a single second and to activate the second artifact as soon as the first expired, and the girl obediently agreed that she understood. The girl held the watch in her hand, and the hero shouted commandingly for Lily to activate the second artifact now. Lily, immediately following the order, promptly activated the second artifact. The enemies landed, and the hero epically stated that the second artifact, combining with the remnants of the first power, instantly erupted into a powerful wind. The monsters crashed into the walls, and the prince analytically added that most of the gargoyles, affected by the magic, fell, but some reached the fort walls. A gargoyle landed on the fortress wall. The monster clung to the fortress. The enemy's shadow loomed over the boy. The monster screamed angrily. The green-haired girl looked ahead. The boy glanced at the enemy. The heroes attacked the enemy. The monster fell down. The boy turned forward and said he was defending the girl's right side. Evangeline, smiling confidently, boldly replied that she promised to defend the right side without a problem. A cannon shot thundered, and the hero matter-of-factly stated that all Crossroad soldiers were currently engaged in maintaining the firewall, so Prince Ash turned to Damien. The prince, turning encouragingly to the sniper, confidentially asked if Damien was ready, to which the boy firmly replied yes. Damien, heroically clutching his weapon, enthusiastically declared that he would do everything in his power, and the protagonist gravely stated that he and his squad would be responsible for repelling the remaining enemies. Prince Ash, raising his hand in satisfaction, declared, "Excellent," and commandingly shouted for the boys to move forward. The heroes marched into battle, and the protagonist solemnly announced that the first defensive squad had entered the fray. The narrator, epically proclaiming the beginning of the decisive battle, dramatically concluded that the main squad had entered the fray. The girl struck her opponent. The hero launched a magic bolt at the enemy. Damien looked ahead. Lucas swung his sword. The boy stepped forward. Lucas, standing not far from the protagonist, analytically stated that the first squad had been destroyed, but there was no need to relax, as this was only the beginning. Fiery flames engulfed the fortress, and the prince expertly explained that the gargoyles had divided into 6 large squads, and so far they had destroyed only about 100 gargoyles, which were only the first part of the monster army. The game system announced that Stage 2 was beginning, and Lucas, standing in the middle of the fortress, shouted that the second squad was approaching. Monsters were crawling along the walls. The hero threw his saber at the enemies. The monster climbed the wall. The monster's fingers remained embedded in the wall. The enemy fell to the ground. Prince Ash, looking down cheerfully, smugly remarked that this was wonderful, honestly adding that he'd actually been training a bit on his own. He hurled his sword at the enemies and complained that the class debuff was making it difficult, as his skills progressed rather slowly, but thanks to his training, he'd managed to gain better control in combat. Enemies fell from the sky, and the hero confidently concluded that if they kept up the good work, they'd easily deal with them. Lily, anxiously turning to the hero, panically announced that the second wind artifact's duration was about to expire. Prince Ash, turning his head in surprise, noted with bewilderment that time was flying too quickly and commandingly ordered Lily to activate the third artifact immediately, to which she obediently responded. Enemies fell to the ground. The hero drew on the board and matter-of-factly explained that this time, 3 wind artifacts would be placed on the castle walls, but there was a problem. Prince Ash, turning to the heroes, asked Lily, practically, how long each artifact lasted and recharged, to which she competently replied that each artifact lasted 5 minutes, with a 15-minute recharge. The prince, his head bowed gravely, worriedly remarked that this was the very flaw he'd mentioned. Prince Ash, drawing on the board, analytically explained that the first artifact would block airspace for 5 minutes, after which it would require 15 minutes to recharge. Even with the next 2 artifacts also lasting 5 minutes, there would still be a 5-minute gap before the first one's next activation. The hero drew on the board. Ash, looking dramatically at his comrades, tensely exclaimed that it was 5 minutes, and solemnly explained that they would have to hold the sky for those 5 minutes, otherwise the monsters would be able to break through. Lily, urgently warning of the approaching critical moment, anxiously cried out that there was only 1 minute left until the wind artifact's deactivation. The girl, looking at the protagonist, solemnly stated that they would have 5 minutes before the artifact's next activation. Prince Ash, looking worriedly at the sky, anxiously asked if they could hold out. The soldiers, panicking as the enemies approached, cried out in fear that the monsters were advancing and they needed to flee. The gargoyles were getting closer. The protagonist turned angrily. Prince Ash, clenching his fists resolutely, shouted commandingly for everyone to pull themselves together. The prince, looking categorically ahead, firmly declared that the question wasn't whether they could hold out, but that they had to hold out, and he would do everything to ensure that. That was precisely why he was here. Prince Ash, standing before his comrades in arms, commandingly shouted for everyone to prepare. Lucas, looking confidently at the protagonist, sensibly asked if they should give the signal to open fire on the area as soon as the artifact deactivated. The warriors loaded their weapons, and the protagonist wisely countered that this would weaken the positions on both flanks, giving the monsters an opportunity to break through, as cannons and ballistas were unsuitable for close combat and should remain the primary means of attack. Prince Ash, decisively clapping his hands, shouted commandingly for everyone to prepare. Ash, looking seriously at the heroes, solemnly announced that the real battle would begin in 5 minutes. The heroes looked ahead, puzzled, and the young man anxiously added that he hoped the experience of previous battles had sufficiently hardened the soldiers to easily withstand the gargoyles. But in a real fight there were too many variables, and anything could happen. Prince Ash meaningfully clutched his whip and began cryptically explaining why he wanted to tell them before the final battle. Prince Ash, suddenly raising his whip, growled shockingly that he would flog them. Lucas, looking at the hero in confusion, exclaimed in confusion that he'd heard right. Prince Ash, categorically showing the heroes the whip, declared that yes, he really was going to spank them all. The system displayed an information table for the maestro's special effect, and the hero silently considered whether it was time to use the random buff effect. The prince raised the whip and considered spanking the team members to do so, but he couldn't explain the strange mechanism of the wand to them, so he ultimately decided not to. Ash, hastily handing the whip to the boy, urgently ordered that they had little time and should hold out their hands, palms up. The boy anxiously asked what he'd done wrong, meekly adding that he would accept any punishment, as long as the prince explained his offense. Prince Ash, angrily slapping his comrades' hands, growled commandingly for them to stop chatting and hold out their palms, and then they would understand. The game system happily announced the upgrade and officially declared that Lucas had received an advanced buff, having his mana consumption for 3 minutes. Lucas stared in amazement at the magical changes on his hands. The hero looked at his hands in shock and exclaimed enthusiastically. Lucas, looking gratefully at the protagonist, gratefully asked to be spanked more often in the future, and the protagonist awkwardly replied that he would. Evangeline, shrewdly extending her hand, wisely remarked that they looked like perverts, but something good seemed to happen after a spanking. Ash slapped the girl and contentedly remarked that she was very smart, Miss Academy graduate, and she cried out in fear, aware of the pain and burning. The game system formally announced a weak buff and officially declared that Evangeline had received a low-level buff and increased her defense by 10% for 3 minutes. The girl looked away and declared that this was much better. Evangeline raised her hand and asked curiously, confirming that she was indeed feeling much better. She suggested that next time it would be better to strike not the palms, but somewhere less useful in combat. Prince Ash, perplexed, brought the whip closer to her face and curiously asked where he should strike her next, uncomfortably thinking that he really did sound like a pervert. The flag fluttered on the tower, and Evangeline sheepishly exclaimed that he shouldn't ask her about it. Let him think and decide for himself, and the hero understandingly agreed that this was true. Damien, timidly extending his hands, fearfully asked not to be beaten too hard. Prince Ash, perplexed by the boy's strange behavior, wondered what was going on. Prince Ash looked at Damien sympathetically, understandingly musing that he had spent his childhood in an orphanage, where he likely had bad memories of corporal punishment. Prince Ash, clutching a whip, apologetically stated that he was sorry, but Damien needed this buff. The game system triumphantly announced a powerful boost and joyfully announced that Damien had received a high-level buff and unlimited stamina for 3 minutes. The boy looked at his hands in shock. Damien, dazed and jumping with joy, began to express his shocked feelings of being able to do anything, and Ash cheerfully replied that it was wonderful, and that Damien should enjoy the feeling to the fullest, as it would disappear in 3 minutes. Prince Ash, holding his whip in his hand with satisfaction, contentedly stated that everything had gone smoothly, and that the vanguard was now fully prepared. Prince Ash, playfully covering his mouth, playfully called out to Lily, asking how she felt about a spanking. Lily, looking uncertainly at the protagonist, practically replied that no, she didn't think it was necessary. The girl, holding a watch in her hand, announced that the artifact had been deactivated. The protagonist looked up menacingly. The monsters were gliding downwards. The narrator dynamically described the enemy's rapid approach, tensely stating that they were moving quickly. The girl, looking up in panic, cried out in alarm that the monsters were advancing. The enemies were flying toward the heroes. They were lying beneath the wall, and Ash strategically calculated that about half the gargoyles had shattered under the artifact's influence, leaving only 50 monsters remaining. The enemies were approaching the heroes. Prince Ash, looking optimistically at the enemies, confidently remarked that 50 on 5 isn't all that much for an RPG defense. The prince, enthusiastically rolling up his sleeves, heroically proclaimed that they had 5 minutes to change the world, realistically admitting that he still felt a stiffness in his left hand, but that feeling was gradually returning. The enemies were flying toward the hero. The prince, furrowing his brows in inspiration, shouted in a combative tone that they needed to move forward. They were going to kick their asses, and the team unanimously exclaimed their agreement. The enemies were descending on the protagonists. Sabers levitated before the hero, and he solemnly declared that Stage 3 had begun, and the third squad of gargoyles numbered about 50 monsters. The gargoyles landed before the prince, who worriedly added that these gargoyles were much higher level than those in the previous squads. Prince Ash, confidently assessing the enemy, optimistically declared there was nothing to worry about, as they had the advantage. The prince drew his blade and slyly considered that if the going got tough, he could use his trump card and slay the monsters, as he had done in his third battle. Prince Ash, glaring defiantly at the enemies, belligerently shouted for them to attack. Lucas swung at the enemy, and the boy smugly noted that no one had managed to pin them down. Lucas, looking at the commander, anxiously asked if the prince was alright, and the hero reflected with impassion that the 3 team members he had buffed were fighting as if they were monsters themselves. The boy looked away, and Evangeline panicked and screamed that a gargoyle had broken through to the left flank. Lucas, resolutely rushing forward, heroically added that he'd go and sort this out. The hero used his dash skill and ran. The protagonist, watching his friend, dramatically exclaimed, "That's a rocket!" Lucas instantly teleported, and the hero analytically explained that mana consumption was halved for 3 minutes, and this skill, which usually consumes a lot of mana, Lucas could now use frequently and abundantly. The sun began to rise over the fortress. Rays of light grazed the edges of the fortress. The sun was visible over the horizon, and Ash noted with impress that Lucas was able to be both here and there. The prince, admiring Lucas's combat effectiveness, contentedly remarked that he was simply a bomb, not a character, and that had always been the case in the game. Evangeline, glaring defiantly at her opponent, shouted defiantly, drawing the tailed fossil's attention to her. The monster, furiously attacking the girl, roared in defiance. The heroine struck the monster. The girl struck the enemy. The girl began to scream in defiance, and the hero explained that Evangeline's defense had been increased by 10% for 3 minutes, and the buff made her as strong and indestructible as a rock. Arrows pierced enemies, and the protagonist analytically noted that while this duo, Lucas and Evangeline, were dispatching the bulk of the gargoyles, the third hero was mercilessly picking off those who had broken through. An image of Damien's weapon appeared, expertly explaining that the magic rifle is a powerful weapon with high recoil, which is quite difficult for a fragile marksman to counter, which is why, despite his excellent sniper skills, Damien cannot fight in the thick of the enemy. The guy fired at the enemies and specifically stated that the buff lasts for 3 minutes. The guy clutched the weapon in his hand. Damien held the crossbow in his hands, and the hero added that the buff allowed Damien to fire continuously without limitation, without worrying about the heavy recoil. The protagonist looked at the boy in surprise and logically concluded that the buff had made Damien a tireless machine, as the recoil's impact on his health was offset. Ash, thoughtfully observing his fighter, strategically considered whether he should work on Damien's stamina, as he was too good with it. Prince Ash, appraising the whip with satisfaction, smugly stated that this thing was far more useful than he expected. A game image appeared, and the hero analytically considered that in the game, buffs are random and last only 1 turn, while in this reality, his item provided a 3-minute buff. Ash, looking ahead philosophically, wisely concluded that if these 3 minutes had such a profound effect on the battle, it was beyond his wildest dreams, and until he tried it, he wouldn't understand the buff's true value. Lucas attacked the opponents, and the hero noted with satisfaction that with only a few monsters left to destroy, the third squad would be defeated. An arrow aimed at the hero, and Ash shouted his comrade's name. The saber struck the ground. Prince Ash, precisely pointing his hand at the target for the finishing blow, commanded the gargoyles to be lured to a specific location, and the hero obediently responded. Prince Ash, slowly approaching Lily, called her over in a businesslike manner, saying it was time to get back to work. Lily, looking at the protagonist with a puzzled expression, exclaimed in confusion as to why the prince had suddenly remembered her. Prince Ash, approvingly raising his whip, pleasantly noted that she had understood correctly and that before casting his spell, he wanted to crack her. Lily, looking at the whip in fear, anxiously asked why. The sky was covered with clouds, and the girl screamed in pain. Lucas ran, shouting that he had brought enemies. The protagonist pointed at the enemies and yelled for the girl to hit them. The heroine frowned and moaned. The girl raised her fiery hand and yelled why she hadn't retired. The protagonist recoiled, thinking it looked creepy, and asked what buff she had gotten. The girl used the fire cannon skill and commanded the creatures to die. The monsters burned. The enemies writhed in pain. The girl sat tiredly in her chair, and the protagonist thought she was a real fire mage, and that was impressive. The girl raised her sword, after which Evangeline gathered the gargoyles in one place. The girl looked excitedly at the enemies and asked if they were tired. The boy took aim at the enemies and shouted at the girl to raise her shield and use her woodpecker skill. Arrows flew at the enemies, striking the girl's shield. The protagonist looked at the battle in shock, wondering if the boy had calculated the bullet's trajectory and killed everyone with one shot. The boy cheerfully looked into the distance and shouted that he had hit, and the hero thought that, considering his previous skills, this was impressive. The girl raised her weapon and said that she would hit the enemies one last time. The heroine raised her hand and declared that the last gargoyle had been destroyed. The girl stood among the enemy corpses and asked him to do the same next time, and the system announced that Stage 3 had been completed. The hero looked at his comrades and said they had done well. The warriors smiled happily. The orb began to spin, and the heroine announced that the artifact was charged. The girl sat wearily, and the hero thought that even the unborn one was bringing good news. The artifact emitted a magical aura, and the hero ordered it activated. The boy looked at Ash and said he was out of ammo. The protagonist looked up at the sky and thought that Stage 4 had begun, and it was too early to celebrate. Weapons lay on the floor, and the hero assumed the rifles were empty. A sword gleamed in the light, and the hero assumed Lucas's sword was worn out. The shield was battered, and the boy told himself the girl's shield was damaged. The girl was losing her grip on the chair, and the hero thought she hadn't yet recovered. The hero looked worriedly into the distance, and realized he still had a couple of trump cards, as the team members had completed the task and could regain their strength. The protagonist's cloak fluttered in the wind. The hero stood before the elves and shouted that they were a shadow squad. The boy looked ahead and said that it was their turn to fight, and he would join if necessary. The elf bowed before the hero and told him to rest. The girl joyfully looked ahead and shouted that she would finally see their squad in action. Lily sat in the chair. The girl frowned and remained silent. She clenched her fists. The boy shook his head and asked what the atmosphere was, and the protagonist thought he sensed tension between the squads. Damien looked at the hero and asked if he should know about this, to which Ash agreed. Prince Ash, looking diplomatically ahead, calmly advised the boy to simply accept it for now, as he planned to continue using the new team. The heroes looked out over the battlefield, and Ash sensibly explained that it was not strange for the rivalry to arise between the participants, wisely adding that, on the contrary, it would have been strange if they had found common ground from the start. The enemy was approaching. A gargoyle was climbing the wall. Prince Ash, enthusiastically calling the Shadow Squad, shouted commandingly for them to advance. The prince, looking defiantly at the opponents, added with inspiration that the squad should show what they were capable of. The elves began to advance on the enemy. The protagonist placed his hand on the enemy's body. Godhunt, resolutely glaring at the enemies, professionally ordered them to move into battle formation in front of the large monsters. An image appeared showing the composition of the Shadow Squad. The hero mentally noted that the additional Shadow Squad's composition was rather questionable. 2 mages, 3 archers, and that he would never use such a combination in a game. The entire squad stood in a neat row. In this composition, combat power prevails. Without a tank and healer, such a combination would quickly be defeated. The boy touched the fragment of the petrified hand with his fingers. A blue aura emanated from his hand. He said that they would switch to a combat formation against large monsters, but that the 2 mages would act as defenders rather than melee fighters. Stone walls began to appear from the ground. Stone slabs erupted from the ground in front of the Shadow Squad. If they had the ability to provide support to their allies, then such a combination would be acceptable. An image appeared showing the squad members' stats. Moreover, in this composition, they had an incredible buff, obtained through this strange combination. Ash stared ahead with glassy eyes, indifferent. Moreover, they were skilled warriors, and it wouldn't be difficult for them to destroy the enemy with their firepower. Godhunt stood behind Bodyback, ordering her to restrain the enemy and point a target, which she affirmatively acknowledged. The boy turned to look at the rest of the squad. They abruptly ran to occupy their positions, and the green-haired boy ordered the other 3 to fire. Skal drew back his bow. The girl aimed her crossbow in her left hand. A wooden stand fell to the ground. A huge artillery mount stood before the girl. A monster with glowing red eyes opened its mouth wide and roared. A group of monsters rushed to attack the squad. A large number of steels flew at the enemy, aiming for destruction. The gargoyle covered itself with its forearm to protect itself from the arrows. Godhunt looked at them and said that they apparently couldn't be defeated with regular arrows, adding that he was granting permission to use skills. Skal galloped up at medium range, Old Gold at short range, and Bonus at maximum range. Skal looked ahead at his target. Old Gold narrowed her eyes slightly. Bonus looked ahead and said that permission to use skills had been accepted. The green-haired girl drew her bow. An arrow flew across the battlefield with lightning speed. It struck the monster's head from a great distance. The arrowhead split the beast's skull. Ash looked at the Shadow Squad warrior's attack in surprise and said that she was a good sniper, hitting it right in the head, and thought that was why she was called Skal. Bodyback braced her left foot on the concrete barrier. The girl deftly jumped away from the obstacle and said that they would see how tough these guys were. The gargoyle raised her weapon. A Shadow Squad fighter instantly slipped past the monster. The girl aimed her crossbows at the enemy's back. Shells flew from both weapons, hitting the enemy. 4 arrows hit the monster's back. Bodyback looked at them and said they were quite strong, and that she had no arrows left. The girl jumped away from the monster, adding that nothing could be done, and asked Bonus to cover her. The warrior launched an attack from the artillery unit. The fighter looked at his comrade and told her to duck. Numerous shells flew at the enemies. Flaming arrows rushed toward the gargoyles. The shells exploded on contact with the monsters. Bonus has a passive skill that imbues the fired shells with explosive magical properties. The protagonist looked with pride at his subordinate's magnificent attack and thought it was perfect for mob hunting, which is why I immediately noticed it. 2 monsters burst forth from the burning area. One of the 2 gargoyles was stopped in midair by an unknown force. Bodyback extended her hand in front of her and motioned for him to slow down for now. An aura erupted from her hand. The monster, under the onslaught of her power, was thrown back several dozen meters. The gargoyle extended its clawed fingers to attack. Godhunt instantly dodged the monster's attack. He pressed his palm against the monster's torso. The defeated monster shattered upon impact. Gargoyles, it was simple, pebbles in the hands of a god, 4 gargoyles destroyed in one fell swoop. Ash and Damien watched the battlefield closely. The younger asked, "Ash, these guys are considered mere archers. The protagonist turned to his comrade standing next to him, who added that it was amazing. If he also improved his sniper skills, he would be even more useful to His Highness. The young man replied that there were no half measures in the fight against monsters, and that everyone made a contribution. The black-haired man smiled at his companion and added that he was irreplaceable, and that he had already accomplished much, so he shouldn't worry. Damien looked at Ash with puppy eyes and said that he was his prince. Damien wouldn't be able to acquire the same shooting skills anyway, so it would be better if he put his existing ones to good use. 3 warriors from the Shadow Squad demonstrated their combat skills. The Shadow Squad had handled the defense much better than he thought. An image of the wind artifact appeared, and thanks to it, by the time the 3rd wind artifact activated, they managed to destroy the 5th squad of gargoyles. The protagonist stood calmly in the rear, thinking that everything had gone smoothly so far. Arrows exploded in the sky near hordes of monsters, the boy added. Still, the commander looked down at his tablet and noted that the boss information had updated. An image appeared describing the stats of various monsters, and Ash asked, "What the heck?" He looked up at the sky and realized that this stat only updated after a boss appeared on the field. The black-haired boy calmly looked up at the battle against the gargoyles and added that they were nowhere to be seen. An unknown, colossal object was rapidly falling from the sky. The protagonist's eyes widened in dismay and thought, "This can't be happening." He gritted his teeth in surprise. A huge gargoyle boss fell from the sky onto the battlefield, and the commander ordered everyone to prepare, as the boss was approaching from above. 3 warriors of the Shadow Squad looked up. The shockwave from the monster's landing knocked the fighters off their feet. The girl closed her eyes in pain. Scalp fell from the impact. Bodyback stood in the distance before the gargoyle boss. The monster dug its claws into the ground. Its movements raised dust in the air. The monster straightened its shoulders and growled, "The leader of the Gargoyle Legion." Ash looked at it and shouted that it was the leader of the Gargoyle Legion. The girl looked at him in fear and said he was huge. The arrows fired from Bodyback's crossbows ricocheted off the monster's armor. The boss Morgenstern flew straight at the girl. The leader of the Gargoyle Legion hit the girl with its weapon. Fresh blood streamed down her face. Lucas looked at her and shouted for them to hold on. They were already coming. The boy with blonde hair turned to Ash, who said there should be another one. This time, due to a dark event in the game, there are 2 bosses, meaning there must be another one somewhere nearby. Another leader of the Gargoyle Legion fell from the sky. Ash turned his head to the side and silently wondered where he was, what he was waiting for. A huge monster was flying straight at the wind-blown artifacts. The protagonist said, "Damn it, artifacts!" He looked at them and shouted at Lily to get away. The girl in the wheelchair turned at Ash's cry. A monster fell from the sky before her. She trembled with fear. The eyes of the gargoyle leader glowed with a bright red light. The girl's watch and wheelchair shattered into tiny pieces. The enormous monster looked down in confusion. Ash looked at it and noted that it was there. An information window appeared, stating that the fire skin skill had been activated. Lily was engulfed in flames, and the protagonist noted that thanks to her passive skill, she was unharmed. In a fit of anger, the gargoyle boss swung his enormous mace. The boy added that even Lily couldn't deflect a magical attack. The protagonist pointed his arm in Bodyback's direction and commanded her to help Lily, who responded affirmatively. She held her hand out in front of her, palm open. Lily, completely shocked by Bodyback's magical powers, was thrown back from the monster. Ash turned to Godhunt and ordered him to catch her. The battered Shadow Squad warrior rushed to the girl's rescue and said he had her. He held Lily in a tight embrace. They instantly scurried for cover. The green-haired boy looked at the girl and asked if she was okay. She turned away from him, embarrassed, and said she was perfectly fine. Ash looked at Bodyback and told her to tend to her fighters for now, and she replied that she would do so. 2 of the girl's comrades soared high above the ground, spurred by her magical powers. Ash's 3 closest comrades armed themselves, and the boy announced that the main team was on their way out. Everyone prepare for battle. 2 Gargoyle Legion leaders approached the fighters. Boss monsters behaved slightly differently from regular gargoyles. They were much smarter and far more vicious, eliminating the most dangerous opponents first. For this reason, archers and artifacts were the first to suffer the treacherous attack. An image of Ash's memories from the battlefield appeared. Even now, on the fortress walls, they would try to destroy not the tanks, but the damage dealers first. The protagonist gritted his teeth in anger, thinking that this included him, then added that they would definitely try to kill him, a weak but important commander on the battlefield. Lucas turned to the commander and said that 2 bosses were certainly a huge problem, and asked what to do with the remaining gargoyles. Fiery projectiles exploded in the sky near the gargoyles. The 6th wave of the Gargoyle Legion, the final, 6th squad. The fragments of the wind artifact lay near its base. They had no trouble breaching the defenses, as the wind artifacts had been completely destroyed, leaving the center undefended. Ash looked up at the flying monsters and said he knew how to deal with the 6th Gargoyle squad, adding that they should leave it to him. The man in iron armor looked at him and replied that he would obey, instantly and unquestioningly. That's how much he trusted him. Godhunt knelt beside Lily, who lay on the ground, and said he'd brought the girl out. Ash responded that it was excellent work, adding that Lily would have to handle the matter personally. The man stood next to the girl and asked her what was happening with the remaining artifacts, whether she could launch them. She replied that she could, and as he'd requested, she'd placed them in various locations so they could be used in a pinch. A large artifact hovered near the two mages. From the very beginning, backup artifacts had been planted in various locations just in case. Fortunately, our alchemists had managed to relocate and operate remotely, which allowed them to avoid losses. The protagonist placed his hand over his heart and ordered the girl to immediately begin activating the artifact. It was a magical amplifier, and he was the target. Lily lay on the ground and said she understood, but her legs were damaged, she couldn't walk. The girl shook her head frantically. Ash ordered Godhunt to take her to the artifacts. She asked what that lout was up to again. The commander glared at her and said that now was not the time for whims, that there was a war going on, and that she should pull herself together. The girl looked at him guiltily and apologized. The elf picked the girl up, and the man ordered them to leave immediately. They didn't have time. Lucas and Evangeline stood before him. He ordered them to hold out until the artifact was activated. The blonde boy raised his hand and said to leave it to him, saying he needed an hour. Then he added, "No, he'll buy them 12 hours. The girl looked at Ash and said she thought they'd have finished them all off by then. The protagonist placed his hand on the boy's shoulder and said the Gargoyle boss was a very strong opponent. The boy looked at the two fighters and added that he wasn't like the ones they'd fought before, and that they had to remain vigilant and not let their guard down for a second. Evangeline replied that she was absolutely right, and the boy replied that he'd keep that in mind. Two of Ash's warriors abruptly charged into battle with the monsters. Ash turned to Damien and asked how much ammo he had left. The boy replied that he had 6 for each Cerberus, making 18 in total. The commander asked if that would be enough. The boy's eyes lit up. A huge gargoyle boss stood in the distance. Damien replied that the boss's armor and helmets were a serious problem, and that they appeared to have magical protection. Ash replied that they did. An image appeared showing a pixelated leader of a gargoyle legion waving his arms. Gargoyle leaders wear armor with magical protection, and their bodies also have high physical defense. They'd have to use an unconventional approach to increase it to pure armor. Ash looked ahead. After a physical attack destroyed the magical armor, the boss could be hit with magic. The gargoyle boss's eyes glowed a bright red, but that was easier said than done. It would take time, and naturally, bosses wouldn't stand by and wait. Damien pulled out his pistol, the Cerberus, a magical weapon shaped like a pistol, but its range was shorter than other magical weapons. Ash looked at the boy holding his pistol and thought that first, he needed to focus on rebuilding the team, as Damien himself wasn't suited for close combat. The protagonist looked at Bodyback and asked about the soldier's condition. 3 Shadow Squad warriors lay before the girl, and she replied that most had injuries of varying severity, their weapons also damaged. The boy looked up at the commander, who told him to provide first aid to the Shadow Squad. Damien's mouth dropped open in joy, perking up when he heard he could work as a healer, so predictable. The green-haired girl was kneeling. Ash said that while Damien healed her comrades, she should search for weapons for them, and that he would need their firepower. Clouds drifted across the sky. Raindrops smashed onto the ground. The walls of the fortress were soaked by the pouring rain. The protagonist raised his hand and thought, today, even the weather was against them, incredible. The leader of the Gargoyle Legion stood at a distance from the squad. Both bosses charged, and the 2 gargoyle chieftains charged simultaneously. Shards of the fortress wall lay in a puddle. With every step they took, the walls shook. They looked quite heavy. Lucas and Evangeline stood in the pouring rain. The girl told them to attack. Ash stood impassively in the rain. 2 chieftains advanced relentlessly toward them. The young man with black hair thought he was counting on them. The bosses suddenly charged toward the warriors. The battle pair also rushed into battle. Morgenstern and Mace flew at the fighters. Under tremendous pressure, they held off the gargoyles' attacks. The young man and the 2 abruptly leaped back from their enemies. Evangeline's mouth dropped open in shock and she said he had left a dent in her shield. Lucas remarked that they were strong. An image of the pixelated gargoyle chieftain appeared. This was definitely going to be a challenge. Instead of the standard single boss, we had 2 identical ones. The boss stood in the rain. Lucas dodged the boss's devastating attacks. Lucas and Evangeline, 2 of the best tanks in the game, finally. Lily knelt in front of the artifact and announced that the magic amplifier artifact was ready for use, the moment I'd been waiting for. The artifact glowed brightly, and Ash replied, "Excellent," and that they should activate it immediately. The girl said yes, the magic amplifier artifact had been activated. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that the magical effectiveness for one target character had been increased by 100%, and that he was the target. He looked at his hand with enthusiasm and said, "So that's what it feels like," and thought, "I just feel like I'm capable of anything." An information window appeared describing Ash's skill. A boy stood in the rain, staring at his hand. The monster's eyes glowed golden, and the display announced that the target had been acquired. Rays of sunlight played in the boy's eyes, telling him to kill his comrade. He suddenly clutched his mouth and noted that at that very moment, all magic left his body. An information board appeared, describing the battle stats. The image appeared. Ash remembered from previous battles. He thought that as a species, gargoyles have low magic defense, meaning they are vulnerable to almost any magic. Ash looked ahead and added that, in other words, they have low resistance to mind control. Blood trickled down the boy's fingers from his nose. He noted that if he used a magic booster, it would double his magical stats for a single use. The gargoyle boss's eyes glowed blue, and the window announced success, complete control. The protagonist raised his fist in an enthusiastic gesture and declared that this was his game, the Damned Abyss. A blue aura emanated from the monster's eyes. The subordinate gargoyle chieftain struck his kin with a mace, and the boy said, "Happy flying!" Shards of the gargoyle's armor flew down. Lucas and Evangeline watched in shock as the chieftain struck another, and the girl asked what they were doing. The eyes of the Gargoyle Legion leader glowed blood red. Ash noted that monsters do not forgive betrayal. The monster struck another in the back, and the boy added that the gargoyle chieftains were now swinging their maces furiously, fighting each other. The second monster attacked in response, and they coldly attacked, striking blow after blow with the power of siege weapons. But even identical-looking creatures have their differences. The boss grabbed the other one. He threw it with all his might into a crowd of other monsters. The shockwaves sent gargoyles tumbling off the wall of the stone fortress. Ash noted that it was a perfect landing on the 6th gargoyle squad. The defeated gargoyle boss lay on the ground in the dust. The boy added that he'd been racking his brains for a long time trying to lure them there, and it seemed to have worked, one less worry. The fallen monster suddenly rose. The smaller gargoyles stared at him, mouths agape. They immediately attacked the leader, who had just risen. The protagonist thought a fight had broken out between the monsters, the gargoyles grappling, eager to finish each other off. The second gargoyle boss looked at the first, standing in the rain. The protagonist noted that the second gargoyle leader was on his side, having recovered from his fall. Ash looked at the gargoyles fighting and declared, "This one's ours." Lucas and Evangeline stood directly in front of the leader of the Gargoyle Legion. They held their weapons in hand, and the boy noted that the plan was simple. While the crazed gargoyle was beating the crap out of its subordinates, they would clean the altar for the second boss. The boy looked at his comrades with amusement, and asked if they were feeling any better. Lucas looked at him, and replied that he'd say it was doubly so. The girl also looked at the commander, and said they were going to have some fun now. A red haze emanated from the gargoyle's eyes. The fighters deftly dodged the monster's attacks, and the boy noted that with the number of bosses reduced to one, defending themselves had become easier. The boy and girl gritted their teeth as they spun, and Ash thought the knight still couldn't do much harm to him. Ash also gritted his teeth and added that they needed to somehow remove his armor, otherwise his knights would just continue to fend off this monster together, and he wondered how to do it. His cloak fluttered in the wind. All members of the Shadow Squad knelt before the commander. Godhunt said they were ready for battle, and the boy asked in surprise that they were already ready. The boy stood in the rain and added, "What about their wounds?" They had already healed. The elf lowered his closed eyes and replied that Damien had completely healed them, and they were ready to fight. The protagonist noted that their weapons were damaged. Drops of water fell from the crossbow, and the girl replied that it would be enough for a couple of attacks. Godhunt looked at Ash and said that with their magic, it was possible, and the boy remarked that it had hit. A warrior of the Shadow Squad drew his bowstring back at the enemy. The artillery shells ignited. The arrows, under the influence of Godhunt's powers, soared into the sky, and he told Bodyback that they were also in action. The girl extended her hand in front of her. The entire Shadow Squad launched an attack at the gargoyle. Huge chunks of his armor broke off, and the boy said that was excellent, and that they would destroy it piece by piece. Ash watched the battle calmly, thinking that while the main squad's knights held the boss back, the Shadow Squad dealt damage with physical attacks, and then they destroyed his pure armor with magic. Drops of rain fell from the clouds, and the commander noted that something could still go wrong at any moment. The gargoyle boss swung his mace. Evangeline gaped and said she'd cover him. The girl's foot slipped on the wet ground, and the window informed her that the clumsiness skill had been activated. Evangeline gaped in shock. The gargoyle boss raised his mace. Ash looked at him and called out to the girl. The girl lay on the wet ground and said she'd used too much mana. She clenched her teeth in tension. The guy noted that, fortunately, Evangeline's shield was quite strong, but if they kept this up, chunks of stone broke off the wall. Evangeline was falling into the abyss. Lucas's hand reached for her. The guy was holding the girl by her cloak. He looked at her and said that her hands were always busy. Ash closed his eyes and thought he breathed a sigh of relief, but it was not time to relax yet. A crowd of warriors stood before the gargoyle boss. The guy added that because the tanks were no longer holding back the boss monster, it rushed towards their damage dealers. Godhunt looked at him and told them to open fire and not let it get any closer. Dozens of arrows slammed into the armor of the Gargoyle Legion leader. Ash clenched his teeth in anger and said that the fucking machine was moving like a bulldozer. Godhunt stood in the middle of the battlefield and added that he would try to buy time. A monster's mace was flying at him. He abruptly flew away from its target, instantly finding himself behind the monster. The monster's leg was welded to the ground. Ash thought he had melted the gargoyle's feet, causing them to stick to the ground. The metal magic had been a great help, but in the end, even the versatility of the elves' defensive magic was no match for the giant's overwhelming strength. Cracks appeared in the ground around the gargoyle's foot. He lifted his leg without much effort. Godhunt looked at him with displeasure, and the protagonist noted that no matter how hard he tried to buy time, the gargoyle leader seemed unaffected by his efforts. The leader of the Gargoyle Legion rushed forward, and Ash thought it was the power of a true DD, rushing toward him to kill. Damien began firing his pistol, and the protagonist noted that neither the Shadow Squad's arrows nor Damien's magic bullets were able to stop the attacking monster. He gritted his teeth in anger, and realized that if he did nothing, they were doomed. The Gargoyle Boss swung his mace at Ash, and Ash thought it was the only thing that could stop him now. Lily raised her hands. Ash looked at her in shock. The girl looked at him and told the monster to listen to her, that she was the senior mage of the monster front line. A fire bolt flew straight at the enemy. The charred monster stood in the pouring rain. Two of the Shadow Squad looked at it, and asked if the large gargoyle had been defeated. Drops of water fell on the concrete tiles. Ash looked up at it, and said no, it was still breathing. The left side of the monster's face was burned off, and Ash realized he had changed his priorities. He opened his mouth wide, and Ash noted that this was now the opponent who had used the strongest attack against him, Lily. The girl looked at him in shock and said, "No way!" The commander thought she'd out-aggroed him. Ash looked at her and shouted at her to leave. The girl's knees were on the wet concrete, and Ash realized it was impossible. She didn't even have enough mana to use her fiery skin. The girl stared at the monster bearing down on her, and Ash noted that Lily could only watch the monster rushing straight at her, resigned to its inevitable fate. The Gargoyle Boss swung his weapon. Lily closed her eyes in fear, and Ash added that it had happened at the very last moment. Elf's hair fluttered in the wind. He held out his hand and said it was dangerous. She looked at Godhunt standing before her. His blood gushed out, and she wondered what he was doing. The boy's bloodied hand gripped the Gargoyle Boss's mace. His eyes were bloodshot. In an instant, part of the gargoyle's arm simply vanished. A red core protruded from its belly. Ash noted that he had exposed the gargoyle's core. Godhunt looked at Lily and asked if she was capable of another blow. The girl looked at him. Her hand immediately became enveloped in flames. A fiery magical ball flew toward the leader of the Gargoyle Legion. A crack appeared in his armor. The lifeless body of the Gargoyle Boss fell to the ground. Ash thought the boss monster had suddenly stopped moving. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock and he told Damien that Godhunt needed immediate medical attention. The girl was kneeling in the distance near the gargoyle's body. She leaned over the elf's face and asked him why he had protected her. The bloodied boy lay in the girl's lap and replied that he had acted on common sense. His left hand lay motionless in the blood. The boy added that she was the only one with enough firepower to deliver the finishing blow to the boss monster. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock, and the elf replied that that was all. Lucas and Evangeline ran to Ash. The boy bowed his head before him, and they both apologized and said they were ready to accept any punishment. Ash wondered if he looked like the type to do such a thing, and that knights were willing to pay with their lives for their mistakes. The boy turned his head and said that was enough, and for them to listen to him. He silently thought that, although not without losses, he had ultimately defeated both boss monsters. Small gargoyles landed on the boss's body. The boy noted that thanks to the commander's eye, which had helped him seize control of one of the bosses. The monsters opened their mouths and screamed, and the protagonist added that there were only 40 gargoyles left. The three comrades stood before the crowd of monsters. Ash realized he needed to finish them off quickly. He looked at them and thought that, however, everyone was already quite exhausted. Evangeline and Lucas stood next to each other. The commander thought especially Lucas and Evangeline, who had mostly held back the monster's onslaught. The elf continued to lie on Lily's lap. The boy added that Damien had already exhausted all his mana, and Lily was at the limit of her strength, as was the squad. A swarm of gargoyles flew toward the Shadow Squad. Ash wondered if they could defeat the remaining monsters, given the current situation. The bearded man opened his mouth and shouted for them to aim, then ordered fire. The armored soldiers fired their cannons at the monsters. The shells flew swiftly toward the enemy. Cannonballs exploded where the monsters had been. The man rested his hand on his hip and said that a barrage of fire was no longer necessary, as the monsters would no longer be coming from the south. He looked at Ash and asked if he would mind a little fire support. Ash looked at him seriously. He extended his thumb and said no, and that it was an excellent move. A red flag fluttered on the wall of the stone fortress. Water dripped from the cannon's muzzle. The bodies of the monsters littered the ground, and the boy noted that the hovering gargoyles were no longer visible. Lucas approached the commander and declared that they had won. The protagonist looked up at the sky and thought, naturally, it had only rained while they were fighting, but now it had stopped. Orange flags fluttered in the wind. Armored soldiers stood near Ash, and he realized they were all looking at him. He lowered his head and thought he was sure he didn't want to hear this so soon after his victory, but he had to say it. He opened his mouth and ordered the wounded to be taken to the infirmary, the damage to the equipment and fortress assessed, and detailed reports provided. The soldiers stood near the cannons, and Ash added that even if they had made a mistake in today's battle, their job was to learn from it for the future, and that only then could they become professionals. An image of a memory of recent events appeared. The boy noted that he thought a lot about the mistakes he made in each defensive battle, constantly analyzing what needed to be improved. The experience of these trials was etched into his bones, and that only in this way could a strategy be carried through from start to finish, so that people would stop wasting lives. The rain-dampened fortress stood amid the mountains. The protagonist said that they were growing stronger every day, and this front line was strengthening every day, and just like it, he, too, was becoming a stronger commander. The boy lowered his closed eyes and added that he was immensely grateful to them for helping him become a better person. He opened his eyes. The soldiers and Ash himself raised their hands. The commander declared that enough chatter was enough, that they should prepare the meat and drink, and that today he would be having a drink. He thought to himself that one would think that anyone else had ever had a drink. Lily was kneeling in front of the stretcher carrying Godhunt. Ash noticed that, amid the cheering crowd, he'd seen Godhunt being carried off to the infirmary. The girl watched him go, and Ash added that Lily was sitting on the ground, lost, with a blank stare. Behind her, soldiers stood celebrating their victory. Ash thought it was the end of another defensive battle. An image appeared, listing the battle's results. An image appeared, listing Lily's stats. An image appeared, listing the losses for the battle. Godhunt lay bloodied on the bed. The girl said that everything below the elbow was crushed, a complete mess. The girl stood over him and added that the stage at which magical healing was possible had long since passed. The nurse looked at the protagonist, who asked what this meant and replied that the arm would have to be amputated. The elf closed his eyes. The girl looked at Ash and said she thought they were amputating the forearm, and that the patient had already consented. The morning sun illuminated the castle. The Shadow Squad stood in a row before Ash. He assumed the 4 elven members of the Shadow Squad were standing outside the infirmary, waiting for their commander to undergo surgery. He then explained Godhunt's current condition, adding that he had heard something unexpected. His mouth dropped open in surprise. The elf explained that the captain had already lost an arm 2 years ago during a military operation, and had since received 2 more prosthetics, as well as his name, Godhunt. Bodyback looked into Ash's face and added that, therefore, he would be fine, and that his tainted arms could be replaced with metal ones, and she believed he would be able to fight as well as before. Ash looked at her, disconcerted, and thought to himself, no, it wasn't about his performance. He wasn't some kind of machine. An image of a hand transplant appeared, and the boy noted that even if the broken part was replaced, even if everything worked again, they couldn't pretend nothing had happened. An image of an elf bound in chains appeared, and the protagonist reflected that severe wounds still lingered in the soul, and they would never disappear. The entire Shadow Squad lowered their heads. Ash stood before them and said that if anything hurt, they should tell him, and he would take care of them. He thought to himself that this was what he had told them, and that it was strange to hear it from the commander who had pushed them to the limit in their first battle. The sun illuminated the stone castle, and the boy said that all right, there would be a victory banquet tonight, and that it was a shame Godhunt couldn't attend, but they should definitely eat well and rest well. Bodyback looked at Ash and said that everything was fine, and that they would stay here and wait for the captain to finish his surgery. The boy replied that it was their choice. The wind blew leaves from the bushes. The protagonist said he would order food and drinks, and that although they wouldn't be able to celebrate with dinner, they had done a tremendous job today, and they should remember that. The commander looked kindly at his subordinates. All 4 smiled at him. The boy walked back with his hands in his pockets, and told them to take care of the captain. The girl replied that she absolutely did, and to have plenty of treats and drinks sent to them. She also said that she liked juice. The boy silently thought he should order 3 barrels of juice. The moon hung over the bustling city. Ash opened his mouth and asked how they dared to start when their master hadn't even given a toast yet. The crowd raised their hands and cheered. The protagonist stood on stage and said he would be brief, and that when he said, "Southern Front," they would respond, not to take the prank. The boy raised his beer and said, "Southern Front." The crowd raised theirs and said, "Don't take any chances." The beer in his glass was spilling over. The boy remarked that he couldn't get used to the local booze. Ider was carrying trays. Ash said he had some business with him, and he replied, "Of course." And he could order anything. He placed his hand on his heart and asked if he wanted meat and booze, and if music was needed, he was ready to perform. Ash looked at him and said no, and that he should go to the infirmary and bring food and some vodka. He wondered why he was standing there, and suddenly he was overcome with anger. The boy began to choke the cook and told him to quickly feed all the healers and wounded in the infirmary. The wheel of the carriage clattered on the cobblestones. Ash looked at the girl. Lily was sitting in a chair. Ash stood in the middle of the crowd and asked if they were going to drink normally or continue to play Duvra, and how come they hadn't finished all those kegs yet. People raised their hands, and someone said that, as they'd expected, the third prince was the empire's best drinker. The young man immediately grabbed 2 mugs of beer and told them to line up, saying he'd show them once. Fabric awnings hung over the drunken crowd. The Margrave lay bloodied on the ground. Ash remembered telling the Margrave that if you always mourn the fallen, life will turn into an eternal requiem, and sometimes you need to know how to have a good time. Ash drank to brotherhood, adding that a lord's duties included caring for the wounded and honoring the fallen, so drinking with the living, joking, and having fun was also part of his job. Crowds of people stood in the square. The moon shone in the sky, and Ash thought he was trying to lighten the mood, clinking glasses loudly and laughing. Torchlight illuminated the square, and the protagonist noted that the night of victory was underway. Godhunt's eyes snapped open. He raised his bandaged arm. Lily, sitting at his desk, asked if he was awake. She turned to the elf, who quietly uttered her name. The girl told him the surgery had been a success. He looked at her, and she explained that the fever and pain would linger for a while, and that he would receive a new dose of healing magic tomorrow at 7 in the morning. A bloody bandage remained on the remaining part of his arm. Lily noted that they had removed everything below the elbow, leaving the joints exposed to allow for easier movement of the prosthetics. 4 warriors from the Shadow Squad were sleeping together on the same bed. The girl turned to them and said that the members of his squad had recently fallen asleep, having eaten heavily and had a good time. There was a plate on the nightstand. The girl asked if he was hungry, saying she'd left some food and that he needed a good meal since he'd lost a lot of blood. Godhunt turned to her and asked why she cared about him, and whether she hated him. She put down her pen and replied that she had a question, which was why she'd been waiting for him to wake up. The girl turned to the elf and said that no matter how much she thought about it, she couldn't understand him, so why had he saved her? Godhunt stood before Lily when the Gargoyle leader suddenly launched an attack. Why had he shielded her, taking the blow that cost him his arms? Lily had asked. The elf's hair lay on the pillow. He replied that he'd already told her then that, under the circumstances, her safety was a priority. The girl's mouth and eyes widened in anger and told him to stop talking nonsense and to stop pretending to be a great strategist. The boy raised his hand, and the girl added that it might make sense, but only for their fort, and that there was no reason for him personally to risk his gear to save her, considering the injuries he'd sustained. The Shadow Squad bowed before Ash. The Shadow Squad had only recently become part of the Crossroad defenses. Too early for such sacrifices. Godhunt held the boss's mace in his hands. No one expects the commander of a new squad to sacrifice his own life for the greater good. Even if that were true, there were too many inconsistencies in this version. There had to be another reason. Light filled the room from the window. Lily came to Godhunt to find out, even though he'd suffered so much in her defense. The glass window let in light, and Lily said that it was still his salvation, hadn't he made this decision too quickly, and that there was nothing more burdensome than unexpected kindness. The elf looked at the girl, who asked why he saved her. There were handles on the window, and the boy replied that he could speak frankly. Lily said absolutely, she wouldn't accept any other answer. After a long silence, Godhunt spoke. Lily was kneeling before the Gargoyle leader. The boy replied that the reason wasn't particularly remarkable. As the Gargoyle leader rushed toward her, he was remembering his mother's death. The girl looked at him and asked again about her mother. An arrow had struck her leg, and Godhunt replied that his mother, like her, couldn't walk because the lords had severed her tendon, and she had crawled on her knees her whole life. The elf looked away and added that he couldn't stand up, and when their master beat him, she always shielded him and took all the blows. A bead of sweat trickled down the girl's face. The elf said that when he suddenly remembered this, as they stared helplessly at the gargoyle before her, he remembered the image of his mother. Lily placed her hands on her legs and asked if she reminded him of his mother because of her leg problems. Godhunt asked if it upset her, and she replied that it did. There was a window in the wall. The boy said she herself had asked him to speak frankly, and the girl replied that yes, that was true. She rested her head on her hand and asked if he really had lost her arm solely for that reason. He turned to her and said that, in addition to the rational reasons he had mentioned, his personal emotional motivation lay in the image of his mother, so he thought that explanation was sufficient. The boy climbed onto the bed. Lily said that she was a Citala, that he was more of a rational type, and he replied that he thought she was the more emotional type. The girl turned to him. Godhunt thought he hadn't expected her to look for a hidden reason for someone risking their life to save her. Lily proved more cold-blooded than he thought. An image of Lily and Godhunt's memories appeared. The boy said they could never understand each other. The wounds their races had passed down through generations were too deep to heal. The elf looked out the window and added that despite this, couldn't they celebrate together being alive? The rest of the team drank beer and celebrated their victory. The girl looked languidly at the elf. He turned to her, and she said she hated him. The boy remarked that it wasn't too cruel to say that to someone who had lost his arms protecting her. The wheels of the carriage slid across the floor, and she replied that it didn't matter, and that there was no point in starving while the others feasted. The food steamed. Godhunt asked if it was just water. Lily asked if the doctor had allowed alcohol after the surgery. Lily wheeled the wheelchair up to the bed. The guy replied that he couldn't drink, even though he'd lost his arms. The girl said he seemed to be in the mood for a joke. She placed the glass on her feet. The girl raised the glass and asked if she could clink it. Godhunt asked how she would do it, and Lily replied that she would do it for him. Lily clinked the two glasses together. The guy looked at his glass, slightly confused. The girl handed it to him. Godhunt took a sip. She looked into hers and said it was ridiculous. A legless girl and an armless elf, who simply couldn't attend the banquet, were just hanging around drinking together in a hospital room. The guy looked away and said the evening was unforgettable. He looked out the window and added that he would quickly forget a normal banquet, but this one would linger in his memory for a long time. Godhunt turned to Lily and said that maybe he was being impertinent, but could she please continue to take care of him? The girl looked at him, dismayed. She shoved the booth into his mouth and told him to recuperate quickly, and that while he was healthy, it was easier to hate him. The boy smiled and said he'd rather remain unwell then, and the girl told him to stop talking nonsense with that expression. The two didn't speak again. Lily slowly fed Godhunt some cold vegetables, and Godhunt ate it all in silence. They looked out the window. In the distance, drunken soldiers continued to belt out obscene war songs. The night of victory was drawing to a close. Sunlight filtered through the windows. Ash sat up in bed, thinking he might have overindulged. He placed his hand on the bed and felt someone's presence. He pulled the covers over himself and asked who it was. The man made a disgruntled face and added that he seemed to have woken up with some woman. The human figure was covered with a sheet, and she asked if he was awake yet. An old man appeared from under the covers. The other men woke up from the other beds. The man's mouth fell open and he screamed that he was in purgatory, and why he was being punished. The man sat on the floor and replied that it was just them, the Twilight Legion, and asked if he was okay. The man looked at him in shock and said he was fine and asked if he could ask a question. The man leaned his elbow on his knee. Ash asked why they were all shirtless, and the man replied that he had ordered it. Ash threw off his clothes and ordered the others to do the same. He held his face in shame and wondered if it was the alcohol that was making him so high. Two men stood next to each other and said the evening had been great, and it had been the best drinking session of their lives. Someone's foot stepped on the tiles, and a voice asked if he was awake yet. Ash thought it was Lucas. Lucas stood naked in the middle of the aisle. Clouds drifted across the sky, and Ash yelled at him for not wearing pants. A bead of sweat trickled down the guy's face, and he replied that he'd ordered everyone in his squad to take off their pants. The commander threw off his blanket and thought to himself what a stone bastard he was. Damien lay on the bed, and the boy added that he was ashamed and very sorry. A flashback image of the previous evening appeared, and the boy thought it was probably better not to know what happened here, or he'd die of shame. Ash covered himself with a blanket and said he'd barely gotten over the sight of naked men, and then this. Lucas stood in front of the protagonist and told him he could read minds and that they could go. Ash asked where, and the boy replied, "To the public bathhouse." Water flowed from one tub to another. The boy's mouth dropped open in shock and he asked again about the bathhouse. Holding a basket in his hands, Lucas explained that soldiers needed a place to wash, as they were covered in monster blood almost every day. This bathhouse was originally intended only for warriors. Looking at him, Ash asked if the townspeople had started using the bathhouse as well, to which he replied, "Yes." He suddenly stopped. While examining the building, the boy asked why it was so huge, to which the knight replied that it was so there was enough for everyone. The boys were suddenly taken aback. The protagonist stood quietly and watched them. The startled lord asked if the bathhouse was open to girls. The boys entered, where the prince thought his unrealistic desires would never come true. Sitting in the water, Ash explained that at least the plumbing was fine. The knight approached him and stated that, due to repeated water shortages, they had decided to fix the water supply. The prince then asked if he was going to wash himself. Looking at the water, the boy said he would simply stand there and ensure its safety. That was his job, always and everywhere. The protagonist asked him to stop, as he also needed to wash himself. There was another large bathhouse nearby. Lucas climbed into the water, saying that with the Lord's permission, he would use it. MC suddenly looked surprised. Examining the warrior's back, he asked if he'd had a hard life, then realized Lucas's body was covered in numerous scars, a kind of imprint of all the hardships he'd had to endure. Smiling, the boy replied that everything was fine. Damien was swimming in the pool. He enthused that it was simply amazing. Closing his eyes, Lucas suggested that Ash should forget everything that had happened yesterday. A crowd of people entered the bathhouse. Looking at them, Ash asked what kind of news this was. The crowd of men, looking pleased, said it was time to freshen up. They began to bathe. The embarrassed protagonist announced he would be leaving. The man noticed him and noted that His Highness was also there. He was leaving the Twilight Legion and thought about issuing a decree that saluting was no longer necessary in the bathhouses. We were transported to a restroom in the public bathhouse, where a large crowd had gathered. Sitting on a bench, the prince sighed and declared that he felt much better. Looking away, he emphasized that he couldn't believe they had such advanced technology. He even regretted mocking the fantasy world, because it was quite wonderful. Evangeline noticed the milord. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise and she explained that she lived in the area and often visited the bathhouse. Looking at him, Lily inquired what His Highness was doing there. Evangeline stood before him and explained that she and Lily had decided to bathe together. Sooner or later, you begin to bond with those you fight shoulder to shoulder with. Smiling, the girl declared that this was all true. Watching them, the protagonist thought Evangeline was pretending to be friendly, but Lily was truly the only one close to her in age, and he understood why she was trying so hard to be friendly. Lily turned away from her, and Ash noted that, on the other hand, it was understandable. She was clearly nervous. She wanted to retire, so getting close to the heir to the Margrave's title could be burdensome. Smiling, Evangeline said they would see each other later, as they needed to discuss women's matters. They quickly left, and MC emphasized their heartlessness before asking her to stay with him a little longer. He turned his gaze to the voice that had addressed him. The girl was drying her hair and saying it was a surprise. She would never have thought a royal would visit places like this. She calmly introduced herself as Saint Margaret. Remembering the image of the saint, Ash realized he didn't recognize her at all, perhaps because he'd only ever seen her in a cassock. Sitting before her, the lord asked if she also used the public bathroom, after which the girl asked if there was a law prohibiting clergy from washing. Smiling, Margaret explained that she had performed a complex operation yesterday and wanted to relax and wash up. The protagonist mentally noted that this was true. She had been the one who had operated on Godhint the previous day. Looking around the restroom, MC asked if the operation had been successful, after which Margaret inquired if he hadn't been informed of the outcome, considering he had sent so many people to inquire about the outcome. Looking away, the man laughed nervously and listened as she confirmed that everything had gone well and that Godhunt was now recovering well. The saint recalled how she had treated a man and explained that she had cast a healing spell that morning and then decided to visit the bathhouse. Looking around, the girl remarked that she hadn't expected there to be so many people there, and Ash mused that the siege had only ended yesterday, followed by a party all night, so it was no surprise there were so many people in the bathhouse today. Looking at Margaret, the Lord declared his gratitude for her work and apologized if his soldiers had caused her any trouble. Glancing at the angel, the saint remarked that war was a terrible and cruel thing, but she considered the struggle there, on the front, sacred because its purpose was to protect people. Closing her eyes, the girl added that therefore, washing away the blood and sweat after a holy war was also a worthy pursuit, and it was wonderful that she could take part in it. Smiling, the protagonist considered this sounding a bit pretentious. On the other hand, such an answer was full of inspiration. Looking at the girls, Margaret declared that she had to go, as they were waiting for her. Watching them, Ash emphasized the fact that, contrary to his misconceptions, they were all ordinary people in the good sense of the word. Glancing at the screen with his subordinates, MC silently wondered where the two were, having sent them for water. The disappointed boy said he'd like to have some seek in this world. He imagined a table laden with food and remarked that he'd love to eat a boiled egg with some seek right now. It was pure bliss, and at moments like these, he especially missed the land. The boys returned to him. Taking a bag from under his robe, Lucas whispered that they'd gotten something. He'd bought some boiled eggs from a local black marketeer. The surprised lord wondered who a black marketeer was. Damien held the decanter in his hands and shouted that there was also chilled honey lemonade. The boys, looking pleased, suggested they eat it in secret. Evangeline, smiling, announced that they'd gotten a lot of things. She was on her way there and offered to share with the ladies, since they had a team of 5. The boys began fighting over the food. The decanter sat on the table. Ash, looking pleased, said he felt very good and thought he should spend his free time getting to know this city and all its haunts better. Stowing the bag under his robe, Lucas announced he'd clean everything up. Sunlight enveloped the bathhouse. A screen appeared in front of MC, who told us he'd opened the status window to prepare for the next battle. Frowning, the protagonist finally realized he'd received information about the 5th stage, the most difficult obstacle in the initial stage, the boss wave. He imagined the boss and thought that every wave in multiples of 5 was a boss wave. This would be a mega hard wave, completely different from the ones they'd previously seen. A message popped up saying there was still almost a month until the 5th wave. Frowning, the protagonist emphasized the need to think things through carefully if he was going to pass this stage. The guy arrived and greeted His Highness. Ash glanced at him and asked who it was. The stranger, looking calm, introduced himself as Dion. The puzzled lord mentally noted that he remembered him. It was one of the N-class heroes he'd recently recruited. Imagining the human's outline, the protagonist emphasized that N-class heroes are slightly stronger than regular soldiers but have generally mediocre stats, as was the case in the game, but frankly, he couldn't remember which was which. Imagining information about the second subgroup, MC explained that Dion's group was currently listed as a backup subgroup. Crossing his arms, Ash asked why he'd come. Dion stood before him and declared he had a complaint. Turning around, he explained that a month had passed since the 5 of them arrived, but other than providing rear support, he hadn't given them any meaningful orders, and monsters simply didn't make it that far. The boy, looking serious, exclaimed that they were mercenaries. They needed work to support themselves. The surprised protagonist reflected that Dion had acted arrogant and confident, but he was thinking like a mercenary. Looking out the window, the boy said he didn't care if he looked down on them just because they were young and inexperienced, but he didn't like to grow rusty without ever gaining experience. Placing his hand on his chest, Dion loudly asked for them to be sent to the front lines, to prove they could fight on par with the others. Ash looked at him silently. Crossing his arms, he silently asked him to look at them. Looking at the warriors, the prince thought their stats and skills were mediocre, but their eyes were full of determination. Glancing at Dion, MC added that he was particularly ambitious. Smiling, the lord declared the boy self-assured and daring to spare, then asked him to back up his words with action. The enthusiastic boy cried out that he wanted to duel and fight the members of the main squad. Ash smiled, realizing he'd never expected this. Lucas crossed his arms and called him insolent. Sitting in front of the boy, the prince announced that he appreciated his enthusiasm and that they would do just that, but he would choose the time and place for the duel. Dion then asked when he could expect his decision. The protagonist, looking pleased, declared that they wouldn't drag it out. The fight would happen right now, at the nearest location. Residents walked through the city, discussing the upcoming fight. They ran toward the arena, shouting for everyone to take their places. Spectators gathered on the training grounds. Damien, looking surprised, asked if their comrades would cope without them, to which Lily replied that they could handle it without them. Stretch his shoulder, Lucas declared that they were ready. The mercenaries gathered in a circle and began discussing how they would act as agreed and stick to the plan. They stepped forward, and Ash assumed everyone was ready. Lucas licked the blade and declared he didn't know what they were planning, but he sensed the boys would make short work of them. The protagonist imagined the man's sword flying out of his hands. The boy fell to the ground. MC imagined a warrior with a bomb and explained the rules were simple. The team that defeats all opponents wins. Victory is counted if the opponent can no longer use their weapon, surrenders, or is eliminated. Safety comes first, so attacks or skills that could cause serious harm are prohibited. Holding a small flag, the boy asked them to get ready. The mercenaries rushed into battle. Dion ran at Lucas, asking him to show him their skills, which he had heard so much about. The knight calmly emphasized the fact that a wooden dagger wasn't the best choice of weapon. A blade appeared in front of his face. The boy managed to dodge the attack. Smiling, Dion asked if it was true that a dagger was much easier to dodge. Lucas continued to gain the upper hand in the fight. He furrowed his brow, emphasizing that it was time to end this. Evangeline smiled and commented that the boys had an interesting look in their eyes. Standing before the warriors, she asked if it was true that she looked 4 times more dangerous than that old man. Her eyes sparkled as she remarked that she was about to show them what the Academy's top student, class of 375, could do. She shielded herself from the attacks. Turning around, the boy cried out that they needed to keep up the pressure. Evangeline held them back and asked them to wait a minute. Her leg shook. The enraged girl cried out that the boys had attacked the wrong girl. Gritting his teeth, the mercenary asked where she got so much strength. The girl with the dagger began to move to the side. She apologized with a smile on her face. The girl forced Evangeline to lift her leg. She began to crumble under the pressure of the warriors. Evangeline fell to the ground. She looked upset and shouted that it wasn't fair and against the rules, after which Ash announced that she was out, as he had been defeated. Looking at the mercenaries, the protagonists reflected that even if it was a 2-on-5 battle and the level difference between the two sides was like heaven and earth, they could still be defeated if the team worked together and used the element of surprise. MC smiled and noted that it was a good move. They had done well. The girl, looking pleased, cried out that they needed to help Dion. There was one more knight left. Lucas lifted the boy over his head, asking for forgiveness. The mercenary, looking dumbfounded, announced that this knight was very strong. The warrior calmly ordered the next one to step forward. The boys were terrified by the aura emanating from Lucas. The boy piled the opponents into a pile and shook off his hands, while Ash reasoned that, as expected, the duel ended in victory for the main squad. The boy raised the knight's hand and cried out that Lucas had won. Looking at the boys on the screen, the main character declared that the difference in their levels was insurmountable, as the knight was currently level 37. It had been a hopeless fight from the start. Looking down, Dion declared that he should have realized he was no match for them. Ash approached him, telling him he had done well. The boys listened with smiles as the boy devised a tactic against his opponent and successfully applied it in battle. Most importantly, he had the courage to attack an opponent far superior to him. Clutching his head, Dion listened as Ash explained that this was a crucial trait in fighting monsters. Afterward, Ash reflected that to defeat a true monster, it was crucial to be able to stand firm against an enemy that could be many times larger and stronger. He took the boy by the hand and asked him to stand, apologizing for underestimating them and neglecting them. Standing opposite, the protagonist added that he apologized again in advance. Smiling, MC emphasized that since they had proven their worth, he would use them until his death. Dion was taken aback by this, and the prince noted that it was a bit unexpected, but suddenly people he had previously only disdained had come to his aid. The boys placed their hands on their chests, and exclaimed that they would do as His Highness wished. The joyful boy declared that if he had planned to quietly retire, he would not have become a mercenary, after which Ash explained that from that moment on, the second subgroup, Dion's mercenaries, was considered a strategically important unit. The next day, after lunch, rays of sunlight broke through the clouds. Looking at the projection, the protagonist noted that Dion's mercenaries were being used for farming for the first time. He imagined the squad advancing and explained that this was an autonomous type of reconnaissance, where you could send a sub-squad into an already cleared area. Additional squads would level up on their own, randomly collecting items along the way. Gamers commonly referred to them as grinders. The girl led the squad while Ash explained that since this was the first dungeon for Dion's mercenaries, Evangeline was their guide. Smiling, MC emphasized that grinding was great, and that they should use it more often in the future. It would be perfect between waves. Lucas stood next to him and asked if everything would be alright, knowing that the dungeon under the lake was full of enemies. A vision of Crown appeared in the boy's mind. Recalling their encounter with the enemies, the protagonist explained that they weren't talking about monsters, but rather night crawlers, a hostile NPC faction. The knight calmly noted that if they accidentally encountered them, they wouldn't be able to return safely, then offered to follow them. Sitting at the table, Ash replied that it wasn't necessary, as he had no intention of sending them to the main camp area. He recalled how a stunned Ader had said that squad battles were prohibited in zones 1 through 3 of the kingdom beneath the lake. The protagonist lifted the manager off the ground and listened to him explain that, due to instances of surprise attacks early on during the test period, he had implemented a special protection system for newcomers. An enraged MC asked why Ader hadn't mentioned this earlier, as squad battles open in Zone 4. Covering his face with his hands, the boy warned them to be careful. They would be severely punished for PvP in the initial zones. Actually, every NPC in the kingdom beneath the lake knows this, but only from Zone 4 onward should they be careful. Ash's expression was calm. Placing his hands on the table, he exclaimed that the boys wouldn't cross the main camp's boundaries. Lucas shouldn't ask for reasons, and besides, there was plenty to do in the starting zones. The delighted knight replied that my lord was very perceptive. Looking at the warrior, the protagonist said he hoped all questions were settled. Looking out the window, the main character suggested they go eat, as it was already lunchtime, and asked if Lucas wanted a vacation. Damien walked down the hallway. He opened the door and called for His Highness. The boy tried to catch his breath and reported that Jupiter had regained consciousness. The prince's eyes widened in surprise. The saint stood before the woman. We were transported to the northern gate of Crossroad. The girl entered the city. Smoke billowed from her pipe. A smile crossed her face. Surveying the city, she wondered if this was the very front line where Granny was toiling. Ash burst into the office, shouting that Jupiter was alive. The woman was surprised. She smiled and said they hadn't seen each other in a while, then asked how many days she'd been unconscious. She replied that it had been almost 10, but he was glad to see she was recovering. He pulled a chair closer and asked how she was feeling. Raising a trembling hand, Jupiter said that, frankly, she wasn't in the best of shape. Her mana circuit was still short-circuited, and it would take time to recover. Crossing his arms, MC asked if she thought he'd fully recover. He replied that he would eventually, but she wasn't sure everything would be the same. Putting her hand down, the woman declared that this was the price of blocking several powerful magical attacks. Old age was no fun. A cheerful Ash asked her to eat well and recover. They'd had a hard time without her shock in the recent defensive battle, so she needed to recover before the next one. Jupiter laughed, and noted that she needed to make up for the week she'd missed. Placing her hand on her chest, the woman informed her that she definitely couldn't retire just yet. She still had unfinished business. Sitting in front of her, the protagonist asked if she planned to build a castle, which was why she worked so hard, to which he replied that he was very perceptive. Jupiter glanced out the window. Smiling, she emphasized that building a castle would be wonderful. Ash, looking pleased, explained that he was planning to build a luxury hotel in Crossroad, not a castle, of course, but still nice, and would provide her with free housing. After all, he had a duty to take care of his people. The enthusiastic woman said she'd be happy to stay there, and asked if she'd be the first VIP. She was told that Ash was VIP number 1, and she'd only get the second room, but hers would have a stunning view of the city, as well as complimentary whiskey and cigars. Sunbeams streamed through the window as Jupiter asked what more a mercenary could want. Closing his eyes, the protagonist explained that, imagining the whiskey and cigars in their empty hands, they laughed and discussed how they'd spend their time in a hotel that didn't even exist yet. Raising his hand, MC suggested it was just a mirage, the kind of daydream mercenaries indulged in day after day, but more likely it was because they were just people. Rising from his chair, he added that in any case, she still had time before the next battle. She should get a good rest and focus on her recovery. Jupiter turned to him, watching him go. She asked with a satisfied expression if he'd come to visit without a gift. Sunlight fell on the church as the Lord told us he'd visited Godhand, and met with Saint Margaret before leaving the infirmary. He stood before the saint, who told him Jupiter's internal injuries were severe and she'd need at least a month to recover. The Lord, with a thoughtful expression, emphasized that this was a foolish loss of an SR-class mage. In essence, it meant Jupiter had been suspended for an entire season. After introducing the boss, Ash added that this didn't mean he couldn't use her in later stages if she diligently recovered, but she would definitely be unusable in the 5th, most difficult stage. She'd also have to miss the base camp capture operation, after which he wondered if he could fight these battles without his most powerful mage. He left the church, concluding that his worries wouldn't change anything. Looking at Lucas, the protagonist declared it was time to recruit new members to their gang, then thought that they could only hope the mercenary guild would find a suitable candidate. The boys arrived at the mercenary guild. Closing his eyes, Ash hoped for luck. He kicked the door open. A golden light emanated from the girl into the room. The distraught boy ran toward her, thinking that he didn't care about dignity or reputation. Now was not the time for that. He placed his hand on the table. Frowning, the Lord asked if she was a mercenary. The girl raised her head. Smiling, she apologized and replied that she wasn't one. Standing before her, the protagonist listened as the girl explained that she was looking for someone and had come because her grandmother lived there, but she hadn't shown her face. Imagining Jupiter, Ash realized that only one person came to mind. Standing in the room, the protagonist asked her name. Smiling, the stranger introduced herself as Jupiter Jr., adding that she was named after her grandmother and that he could call her young Jupiter. Looking over the girl's stats, MC silently noted that he never met this character, but she was indeed an SSR. Studying the girl's equipment, he noted that she probably really was Jupiter's granddaughter. She had even inherited the gold rush, and she was also an elementalist. The Lord imagined various condensed energies and explained that, in simple terms, an elementalist is a class of wizard who can manipulate all elements at once. Of course, they are better with some than others. The stunned protagonist declared that these were supreme mages, capable of handling any situation, and that he was obliged to recruit her by any means necessary. Sitting next to her, Ash reported that Jupiter had told him almost nothing about her. He imagined the woman sitting at a table, drinking, and mused that he remembered Jupiter mentioning her granddaughter a couple of times, but never mentioning her SSR rank, though it was unlikely she'd ever seen her rank. Young Jupiter replied that she felt offended, as it was impossible not to brag about such a sweet granddaughter. Glancing at the glass of alcohol, the girl asked her interlocutor to introduce himself. Smiling, Ash gave his name. She was taken aback by the fact that the protagonist was currently the lord of the monster frontline. Placing a hand on her chest, the younger Jupiter apologized for not recognizing him immediately. She never would have thought she'd meet him in a place like this. Her impudence was unforgivable. She looked down and remarked that she hoped the Lord would accept her apology, to which he replied that it was only natural that she hadn't recognized him. MC asked her seriously what she thought about joining his command. Perplexed, she listened as he explained that the front lines desperately needed talented mages like her, then asked if she could lend a hand while she was there. Ash imagined a pile of gold and declared that he guaranteed she would be well paid. Of all the possible rewards a mage could receive on any front or continent, she would receive the very best. Jupiter Jr. stood across from him and thanked him. She adjusted her hat and emphasized that her goal was to meet her grandmother. Smiling, she asked if he could consider his offer after meeting her. Looking around the room, the protagonist explained that her grandmother was currently undergoing treatment in the infirmary. She had recently been injured. Perplexed, the girl thanked him. With a wave, MC wished her a pleasant meeting and asked her to be sure to think it over carefully. She accepted his request with a smile. Lucas stood nearby, commenting that it was interesting. Holding his hand in front of his face, the knight added that it was interesting that she was her granddaughter. She didn't look at all like Lady Jupiter, only slightly similar in her behavior. Imagining the sorceresses, the prince began to reason that they certainly didn't look alike, but their auras were indeed similar, as if they emanated the same spirit. Beads of sweat trickled down Lucas's face. He whispered in the boy's ear that the fact that Lady Jupiter had a child was simply shocking. The knight imagined himself defending the woman and noted that when she spoke of her granddaughter, he thought she was joking. Closing his eyes, he declared that gossip was rude. He imagined Jupiter holding a drunk guy over her shoulder, telling him she looked like she was leading a rather bachelor lifestyle. The news of her having a child and a granddaughter left him stunned. Looking at him, the protagonist remarked that he'd like to know who her husband was, but it was strange to ask, since it was personal, and he hoped she'd be happy to see her granddaughter. Sunbeams enveloped the building. Jupiter's hand trembled. Looking out the window, the woman thought the end was near, and we were told that she understood that her life was coming to an end, whether as a soldier, a mercenary, or a mage. Her gaze was calm. The woman stood in the warehouse. While the plot told us that Jupiter tried to work a little longer and took on any dirty work, she tried her best to earn every gold piece. Her uniform hung on a hanger while we were told that after years of military service, she had finally been dishonorably discharged. The woman walked through the desert, and we were told that she had even been expelled from the mercenary reconnaissance group, driven away again and again from everywhere, so she lived the life of a vagabond for the most part, never staying on any front line for more than 3 months. Jupiter continued to stare out the window as the story unfolded, realizing that, looking back, she'd never felt like she belonged anywhere, but those days were coming to an end. She imagined herself watching a fire and wondering if she deserved a break. Her granddaughter burst into the room. She exclaimed with satisfaction that she'd searched everywhere. The dumbfounded woman asked what the little one was doing there. Stepping forward, Jupiter Jr. explained that her grandmother hadn't contacted her in a while, and she'd decided to look for her, having no idea she'd be stuck in such a remote area for so long. Sitting on the bed, the girl asked if she was happy to see her granddaughter, and what had happened, as if she'd seen death. Squinting, she asked why her grandmother had frozen and if she thought she was going to eat her. The woman was horrified, and while we were being told that this was indeed the case, Jupiter was terrified that a child with the same name as hers would one day consume her. Holding out her hand, the girl asked for money. She asked, looking pleased, why she thought she dragged herself so far. Jupiter Jr., with a malicious smile, ordered the money to be given to her quickly. Holding a certificate for gold coins, the girl asked if that was all. After all, they needed to feed several mouths. Looking at her, the woman apologized, as she'd been injured and unconscious for several days. The sorceress asked if there were other ways to earn money at the front. Opening the box, young Jupiter declared that her grandmother had pulled off many a scheme when she worked for the Imperial Army. Smiling, the girl asked if she had absolutely nothing, as she was a master at such things. The woman looked at her silently. Lying on her bed, she said that one shouldn't underestimate the locals. They maintain order very strictly there, even the walls have eyes, so there aren't many opportunities. She imagined Ash and noted that, first of all, the commander-in-chief, the third prince, his reputation in the capital was untrue. He's more than just a strategist. Sometimes it feels like he sees the future. The girl, looking interested, emphasized the fact that this was the first time she'd heard her admire the commander so much. Jupiter calmly explained that he seemed like a man with many aces up his sleeve. It would be much more profitable to earn money honestly than to be caught in dubious dealings. Closing the drawer, the girl replied that in that case, she thought she should also stay and work a little. She remembered her conversation with the protagonist and announced that she was going to meet her prince. He had recently offered her a job. The stunned woman screamed at her granddaughter not to do that. Watching her go, she added that Jupiter Jr. had promised not to use magic. Showing the scar on her face, the girl asked if she'd only just realized it. The woman was shocked by what she saw. Closing her eyes, she asked her grandmother to gather her strength, as she looked worn out. As she left, the girl said that she'd spent her entire life doing dirty work to earn money. Leaving the room, she added that it was her turn. The woman silently stared at the closed door. Holding her face, she said it was her fault. The carriage was heading to the estate at the end of the workday. The Lord noticed a notification that the autonomous exploration had been completed. He saw that the characters' levels had been increased. Looking over the items he'd received, the protagonist reflected that no one had been injured, and it seemed the journey had gone well, without any consequences. His gaze was interested. He saw that he'd received 12 lesser blood gems. The prince's scream could be heard throughout the city. MC, terrified, wondered if the fifth wave enemies dropped blood gems. He imagined the monsters and explained that blood gems dropped from vampires or their minions, those who were blood bonded to them, monsters of the highest level, and only appeared in the late stages of the game. A terrified Ash began to question what kind of setup this was, why they would appear already in the fifth wave, whether this was a dark event or the game was blatantly mocking him. Lucas glanced at him and asked if Milord was okay and if he was having a migraine again. The carriage drove through the city. While the protagonist thought that if he was right and the next battle would be with the Bloodsuckers, he didn't know if it was even possible to win with their current lineup. Holding his face, MC concluded that it was impossible. They needed more forces, far more soldiers, high-ranking characters, and equipment. His gaze fell on the girl, and he shouted for Lucas to stop the carriage. The carriage suddenly slowed to a stop. Opening the door, the Lord called for the sorceress. Looking at her, Ash declared that she had only two options: either she voluntarily accepted his command, or she would be forcibly summoned. Frowning, the protagonist asked her which she chose. Smiling, Jupiter Jr. asked for a ride. The knight tugged on the reins. The carriage rode toward the estate, while the prince told us that as he approached the mansion, shrouded in twilight, he already knew that hell awaited them. The man sat at the table, while the protagonist told us that hellish difficulty wasn't just a name, it would be a true hell. His face was serious. Furious, the protagonist called out to the ratcatcher. Crown suddenly came to. He was sitting under a lamppost. Looking at the castle, the boy said he'd fallen asleep and couldn't even remember the last time he'd gotten a good night's sleep. He lowered his gaze. Looking at his hand, Crown asked him when he'd started wearing those ridiculous clothes and acting like a clown. He imagined a man with a flute and explained that in a kingdom beneath the lake, there was a fable about a ratcatcher. Rats followed him, while the boy explained that a village had become infested with rats, and the villagers hired a bard to exterminate them. The bard, playing the flute, led the rats and drowned them all in the lake, but the villagers, greedy, didn't pay the bard the promised coins. The children came to the lake, while Crown explained that the enraged bard had started playing the flute again and had lured all the village children into the lake. Holding his face, the boy emphasized the fact that this fable was too much like him. The man approached and addressed him. The warrior stood before him and announced that a meeting of all the Demon King's commanders would soon be held, and it seemed that an audience with the king would be held today. Crown, looking interested, began to mention the audience with the king. Rising to his feet, he announced that he would have to attend. Standing in the moonlight, the boy remarked that, after all, he was a representative of the kingdom beneath the lake, despite the fact that it had been colonized by demons and had fallen into decline. The warrior bowed and asked him to be careful. As he left, Crown declared that if he wasn't careful, he would die, but change wasn't bad either. He walked along the carpeted path past the demons. The monsters watched him, commenting on his shameless foolishness. The Pied Piper opened the gate. He entered the room. People gathered around the table. The monster slammed its paw on the table and cried out that a puny mortal dared to be late for a meeting organized by the Demon King himself. The enraged werewolf asked if humans weren't familiar with the feeling of shame. Sitting opposite him, Crown replied that this was being spoken to by one born from the nightmares of those very same mortals. The stranger sat in front of a chessboard and ordered them to stop cursing, as their jester was well versed in his game. Crown listened attentively, explaining that it was his job to mock, jeer, laugh, and amuse the people. Such was his profession. The king watched his subordinates and remarked that there was a grain of truth in Crown's words, for they were all assembled and crafted from fragments of human nightmares. He added with a serious expression that, however, precisely because people experience eternal nightmares, they could very well become reality. Bowing his head, the jester cried out that everything was correct. A powerful aura emanated from the monster as he asked them to remember that all the people of the kingdom beneath the lake were livestock needed by their army, supplying the nightmares they needed, no different from the cows and pigs they raised. Narrowing his eyes, the Demon King remarked that Crown should be grateful that such a lowlife as the Ratcatcher was allowed to sit at the negotiating table. Lowering his head, the boy cried out that he understood, then reflected that there was no shame in submitting to the power of the strongest. He had endured all sorts of humiliations over so many years, and this was nothing compared to anything. The aura continued to spread, and the king announced that they would then get to the point. As they knew, he had summoned them there because the time had come for the great invasion. Looking at the monsters, he emphasized the fact that one of them must lead the army and invade the human world. The werewolf listened with an enraged expression as they explained that since this was only the initial stage, they would be bringing the ghouls. Holding a glass in his hand, the boy asked for permission. The king turned his attention to him. The boy's face remained calm as we were told that this was the commander of the 5th Rank Nightmare Division, the immortal Nosferatu King Dracula, Celendian. Raising his hand, the monster expressed surprise that the vampire had offered himself as a candidate, as he had wanted to remain uninvolved. Celendian imagined the monster, and explained that humans had killed the Spider Queen. His eyes blazing, he added that he wanted revenge and therefore asked to be allowed to do so. We were shown the monster and told that Olip, the Black Spider Queen, had been a powerful commander, holding the 6th rank, when she was suddenly killed by a conventional cannon blast. There was a bright flash, and the narrative added that it had happened during a reconnaissance mission, a senseless and sudden death that even the Overlord couldn't have foreseen. The monsters at the table began discussing how they had killed Olip, if not for the Nameless One. These fools would already be dead. Extending his hand, the Demon King asked them not to strain themselves so much, as Olip would, eventually, come back to life. The boys listened attentively, explaining that they were unfamiliar with the concept, which was fine with him. It would be extremely entertaining. Celendian bowed when the demon gave him permission. The invasion would begin in 4 weeks, Earth time. Looking down, the boy said he would do everything to the best of his ability. The monster ran in and asked for a report, while the ruler was explaining that the next problem was supplying the entire kingdom with nightmares. Crown was taken aback by the news that the Nameless One had infiltrated the palace. Sitting on the throne, the monster replied that this was expected. The dumbfounded demon cried out that the meeting was over, as they had better lock the kingdom's gates today. He was cut in half. The demons turned their attention to her and said that the Wicked One had even infiltrated the castle. Mumin entered the house and greeted her. Smiling, the king asked if the Nameless One was tired of fighting a senseless battle. Blood trickled down her blade as she explained that this was her fate, to clean again and again, her job to sweep away dust. The girl, with a calm expression, suggested it sounded strange, but she had come to kill them. The Demon King, with a satisfied expression, asked how many years had passed since she learned to wield this sword. Standing opposite, Mumin replied that she didn't know and had long forgotten, after which she heard that no matter how hard she tried, she would never save the kingdom. She would wander this hell for eternity. Light began to emanate from the sword. Narrowing her eyes, the Nameless One declared that she didn't mind fighting for eternity. If this was her mission, she would fulfill it. The jester began to walk toward her. Crown passed her. The Demon King laughed and remarked that the broken and the one who never submits are perfect material for nightmares. As he left, the boy emphasized that resistance was pointless. The nightmare would never end. Holding the blade before her, the girl declared that someone must carry the light. We were shown warriors and told that the Nameless One always thought of those who fell trying to illuminate the darkness of this kingdom. Mumin imagined the protagonist's party, while we were told how she thought of those resisting right now, including Ash's party. The girl, with a serious expression, explained that the light attracts new seekers. She rushed into battle and noted that you never know when the light will shine again. The Pied Piper left, while we were told that countless battles unfolded in the hell of the kingdom beneath the lake, repeated themselves over and over again. We were transported to Ash's estate. MC looked at the delighted children. He looked dumbfounded and shouted for them to calm down. He realized that Evangeline had done a great job. They were taken aback by the request to tell us what monsters they had encountered this time. Looking out the window, the girl asked him not to be too surprised when he heard it. She, too, had never seen them before. Conjuring a frightening image, Evangeline explained that the monsters this time were ghouls. A stunned Ash wondered if these were the hideous monsters that serve and obey vampires, adding that it had been confirmed that the 5th Wave Legion would be composed of monsters blood-related to vampires. Lucas calmly clarified what ghouls were. Pretending to be a monster, the girl claimed they were the living dead, jumping out of the darkness, and she even felt a little scared. Encouraged, Dion said that wasn't true. They were the ones frozen with fear, and Evangeline was protecting them, fighting like a warrior from legend. Confused, the girl replied that something like that had happened and then asked him to stop. The boy began to tremble, saying that if it weren't for her, they would probably all be infected by now. He shuddered at the thought of her as their savior. Evangeline listened contentedly as the squad shouted her name. Closing his eyes, the boy explained that these were monsters with blood ties. Imagining vampires, the protagonist explained that they were vampires. Among the vast variety of stupid monsters in this game, there were rare and terrifying ones. The girl, looking thoughtful, explained that she knew ghouls were monsters bound by blood ties. Ash, looking serious, explained that the next enemy would be a ramia of bloodsuckers, vampires and their minions. He imagined a boy with a glass and declared that they would most likely be led by a high-ranking clan member, a vampire lord, no less. Lucas calmly noted that high-ranking individuals had never appeared on the battlefield before, and that it had been hundreds of years since vampires had been seen. The boys listened with puzzled expressions as he explained that the ghouls they'd discovered this time were most likely part of a vampire clan. The knight stood next to him and wondered if he was being unnecessarily worried about this high-ranking vampire. Ash imagined himself holding a chess piece and explained that normally, that would be the case, but this would be a boss level, and he couldn't shake the feeling that the mysterious evil would only increase the difficulty of each subsequent level. Frowning, the boy emphasized that therefore a high-ranking creature would certainly appear. It wasn't just a guess. He was certain of it. He recalled sitting in front of the monitor and added that while playing the game, he'd encountered all the prominent vampires belonging to the clan. Each of their raids was bloody, merciless, and terrifying. He imagined the boy and said that the most terrifying encounter had been with the Blood Lord, the Immortal King, when Celendian himself had personally entered the fray. Recalling their past opponents, the main character remarked that it was unlikely the clan leader would enter the battlefield on the 5th stage, which was considered the initial stage. The difficulty was already off the charts, but it was better to prepare for the worst. Sitting at the table, MC considered the idea of a raid with Celendian on the 5th stage absurd. Folding his arms, he decided he needed to stop thinking about it. This wasn't the first time. Frowning, the boy emphasized the fact that he could overcome this. That was why he was there. Looking out the window, Evangeline announced she had a question. Pointing at the girl, she asked who it was, seeing her for the first time. Ash glanced at her and declared that she was their new elemental mage, Lady Jupiter's granddaughter, Jupiter Jr., who would be joining the main group as an attack mage. The girl waved and greeted them, remarking that she could be called Yu, or simply Junior. An excited Evangeline asked if she could be called Sister Yu, after which the protagonist explained that she was clearly very happy to have a senior colleague. The boys left the office, and the boy announced that after exchanging pleasantries, he had sent the reconnaissance team away. He couldn't keep them there forever. The girls said their goodbyes. The boy sat silently at the table, listening to the squad shouts. Closing her eyes, the youngest said that they were nice guys. She had heard that the monster front line was a vicious place, and it was a bit surprising to see something like that. Smiling, Ash declared that while war with monsters can be hellish, moments of respite are best lived to the fullest, and then asked if she preferred quieter places. Adjusting her hat, the girl said that wasn't the case. She'd seen plenty, the same young and sweet people gradually losing their smiles and enthusiasm. She imagined a fire and explained that war takes lives, steals property, and it's so sad that even survivors lose the will to rejoice. It's very sad. MC imagined several explosions. The people's faces were exhausted, and as he spoke, he immediately pictured it in his head. Wave after wave, monster invasions following one after another, will exhaust them, and the people on this front, who were laughing and chatting, will turn into a pile of lifeless, exhausted dolls. Looking at her, Ash announced that it was time for her to share her skills. Looking at her stats, he thought that Jupiter Jr. was a character she hadn't met in the original game yet. He had a rough idea of her abilities and stats, but it would be better if she told him more about it herself. Holding out her hand, the girl explained that she was an elementalist, capable of working with most elemental powers, including 3 she mastered perfectly. Creating spheres of mana, she noted that her best elements were water, air, and lightning. Smiling, the younger girl added that she was disappointed, but her achievements were still limited. The only thing she could do with magic was fire volleys. Ash calmly assumed she was referring to her first skill, Elemental Blast, and then asked if the whole point was simply to strike with an element. Clenching her hand into a fist, the girl said she thought that with a little practice, she could discover other ways to use them. She emphasized with a smile that this was all just a modest talent. She was even embarrassed to show it off. Rising from his chair, MC suggested discussing her weekly salary. Closing her eyes, the younger Jupiter noted that she knew her grandmother had been paid a year's salary in advance. As he left, Ash replied that his financial situation wasn't the best. Sitting down on the table, he added that she needed to prove her worth first, and then the money would follow. Smiling, he emphasized that he knew she had abilities she was keeping quiet about, then reflected on one of Jupiter Jr.'s abilities, the Foxhole, which allowed her to reduce and conceal her stats. A notification popped up that the Foxhole was a fallback strategy, providing opponents with false information about their skills in order to have at least some trump card up their sleeves. Ash then added that characters with similar skills were a real nuisance to players because it was impossible to know their exact stats. The girl's expression was puzzled when asked to reveal all her hidden abilities. Placing his hand on the table, the main character added that only then could they discuss more favorable terms for her cooperation. Standing opposite, the girl asked how he knew she was hiding her skills. Jupiter Jr. frowned and stated that no mage, not even her grandmother, had noticed this, to which she replied that he had a good sense for such things. Looking at the projection, Ash remarked that there had to be some kind of system to beat this hellishly difficult game. The girl looked at him, listening as he explained that she should tell him about her hidden abilities, and he would reward her accordingly. Smiling, the protagonist asked if money was her main concern. Watching the screen, MC explained how it turned out that Jupiter Jr.'s true stats were as follows. In fact, she had reached level 35 after completing the second stage of development, and had even acquired a second active skill. Sitting at the table, the boy silently noted that he thought she was still hiding something, but if she was putting so much effort into keeping it a secret, maybe it would be easier to leave it as is. After signing the contract, the girl stated that during the trial period, payment would be made weekly, and at the end of the month, payment for the next 11 months would be made at once. Smiling, the younger girl asked if she had understood correctly, to which she received a positive answer. Ash, looking pleased, reflected that she was eerily similar to her grandmother. Her eyes also lit up when the subject of money arose. They would peck at her brains, but they would negotiate the best terms during the contract, as hiring mages was extremely expensive for him. Looking at the documents, he said the contract was signed, knowing it was late, but he still had a question. Sitting across from her, the protagonist asked if she had ever used magic against a human, after which the girl said she wasn't sure she understood his question. Ash, with a serious expression, stated that he wasn't trying to dredge up her past. It was just that while this was the monster frontier, the next opponents would be humans, which was why he was asking. After introducing the Pied Piper and his squad, the protagonist emphasized that their closest opponents were a squad of nightcrawlers occupying the base camp. They would have to engage in PvP against a similar squad of humans. Just in case, he decided to ask the new mage how she felt about using magic against humans. The girl looked at him and said she didn't understand the question. The protagonist was taken aback by this. Ash imagined the battle and emphasized that all weapons were created by humans to ultimately fight off other humans. The sorcerer sat at the table and explained that using magic against humans was natural. That's what magic was invented for. The first task on the monster front lines was to kill humans. Smiling, the girl remarked that, frankly, she was confident. Looking at the sky, MC thought about how suddenly he realized how different this world was from his own. Imagining graves, he said that this world was extremely harsh, full of wars and deaths. It wasn't Earth. He lowered his gaze. Recalling how he stood before Damien, Ash declared that he still remembered the eyes of a frightened child who couldn't bring himself to shoot a man. That's why he's still worried about such questions. Even in this world, not all people would be happy about having to kill someone. The boy, looking calm, stated that it would have to happen anyway, if the pressure was on. Imagining people, he added that it was necessary to protect them and to learn the true ending. Imagining Crown's face, he noted that if there was no other way out, he would even have to resort to killing his own kind. Killing is rarely a free choice, rather an inevitability when nothing else remains. He stood before the girl and informed her that he'd briefly told her about the Nightcrawler squad's strength. Frowning, the boy asked Jupiter Jr. to be careful, as it was their mages who had wounded her grandmother. Her eyes blazing, she declared that if she'd been there, it would have been the end of them all. Holding the phone in her hand, she asked him not to worry, as they would get what they deserved. She would avenge her grandmother. Ash sighed and said he hoped so. The next day, in the third free exploration zone, flashes were visible on the northern wall of the castle. The sorcerers created a vortex, while the plot told us that the re-exploration of the third zone was being carried out for several reasons, the first of which was Jupiter Jr.'s test, the water of ghoul meaning. Watching this, Ash wondered if this was what it felt like to be in a zombie apocalypse. Smiling, the girl asked if this was enough to prove her skills. Looking at her, the protagonist said that it was true, quite impressive for a battle mage, after which he reflected that she was slightly inferior in destructive power to his grandmother, but she did have a variable attack range, plus, after all, a variety of attributes. He continued walking. A monster's hand lay beneath his feet, after which MC noted that their next task was to determine the type of ghoul. Looking at the piles of corpses, he emphasized that their characteristics depended heavily on their lord's identity. These clearly had the frost attribute, and among the vampire lords, only one possessed such abilities. An image of Celendian appeared in his mind, after which Ash emphasized that there was no mistaking it. It looked like the vampire lord himself was coming to their city. Ash calmly reflected that knowing the enemy's face in advance was better than nothing. The elf took off and called out to his lord. She noted with a smile that they had almost finished exploring the area, after which the lord asked if she thought their task was feasible. Upon landing, the girl replied that she thought it was entirely feasible. Smiling, the protagonist replied that that was excellent, and then reflected that, with this, all 3 objectives had been completed during free exploration. With a slap, the boy exclaimed that everyone had done well and it was time to return. Standing on the wall, the main character emphasized that since the main camp was currently unusable, they needed to return to the entrance to Zone 3 and retreat. Surveying the castle, the prince wondered if the main camp, occupied by enemies, was hidden in the alley behind this square. A night snake squad appeared in his mind. Looking down, Ash mentally asked them to wait a little while, as he would come and reclaim the camp from them. The portal began to form. The boys began to return home. Jupiter Jr. stopped in front of the portal. She began coughing. There was blood on her glove. The girl clenched her hand into a fist. She passed through the portal. A message popped up stating that free exploration had been completed, and Ash had received 2 chests as a reward. He examined the screen with the main squad. A system window appeared with information about the additional squad. 5 days later, the boys arrived at the alchemist's workshop. The elf showed his hand. The guys smiled and said that it was not bad, it looked just like the real thing. Godhint, looking pleased, remarked that he liked it. It was much better than his old prosthesis, much lighter and more comfortable to use. Lily then remarked that it was the most expensive metal they could make in this workshop. The elf, looking pleased, declared himself very grateful. Putting his hand in his pocket, the elf asked how much the prosthesis cost, to which he replied that money wasn't necessary, its value was her life. Confused, Lily asked if he thought the girl would accept money for it, adding that she didn't like being in debt. She slammed the door behind her, shouting, "Godhand should take it and go, she still had a lot of work to do, as per his highness's orders." The elf pulled the glove onto his hand. He placed his hand on his chest and announced that he was fully healed and ready to return to work. Looking at the prosthetic, Ash pointed out that Godhunt had donned gloves and was now indistinguishable from his former self. He'd still like to give him more time to rest, but they were on a tight schedule, and there was nothing he could do, they had to move on. MC, with a serious expression, informed them that he was waiting at the mansion until 9 o'clock. He needed to bring all the members of the Shadow Squad. They were leaving tonight. Looking around the buildings, he noted that the operation would take place at night, so everyone should go to bed early to get a good night's sleep. Watching the elf go, Ash thought Godhunt glanced one last time toward the alchemy workshop and then headed toward the infirmary. The boys arrived at Lily's, and the protagonist explained that afterward, as the senior mage, she greeted Jupiter Jr. and gave her parting words. The girl took her hand. She began to cry, saying that if Her Highness offended her, the younger one could tell her, as she would support her. The sorceress, looking pleased, suggested they support each other, and Ash suggested they create a mages' guild where they could have fun. Lily rode up to the Lord. Clenching her hands into fists, she noted that if necessary, he could always call her to the front lines, as she was ready. The surprised boy accepted her offer, mentally noting that he had said that this time the vampire lord himself was against them. Watching her go, the prince emphasized that it was too early for her to rest. Turning, he noted that it was time for them to set sail. He confidently declared that they would prepare for the offensive. Imagining a campfire, the main character emphasized that the time had come for the operation to recapture the main camp. Evening had fallen. The boys walked toward the estate, saying that they first needed to enter the estate and discuss the details of the plan. A woman stood before them. She said with a serious expression that she had heard they were leaving on a new mission today and wanted to be taken along. The main character, stunned, asked again. He turned his attention to her granddaughter, whom Jupiter had asked to be left behind. The woman approached and claimed it was their fault she was in this state and asked to be allowed to take revenge. She grabbed the boy by the cloak. Jupiter bowed his head and declared that a child shouldn't fight. Ash took her hand and noted that she could barely stand and asked if she really intended to explore the dungeon in this condition. Jupiter looked at his granddaughter and begged her to stop before it was too late. She looked up and said that she had tried so hard, worked so that she wouldn't have to end up in his place. She knew that was why, up until today, she hadn't led the most honest life. Jupiter Jr. grabbed her grandmother and called her. She looked at the old woman and said that she had already signed a mercenary contract, and today was the day of the first operation. Jupiter looks up. Her granddaughter looks at her and asks what all the fuss was about, adding that she's embarrassing both her and herself. She then offers to take her to the infirmary, where she can rest, and they can discuss everything later. Jupiter straightens up and asks Ash if she's completely fine and stronger than her granddaughter. Will they take her instead? The young man looks at her and asks what she means by that. The sorceress turns her head and states that she's requesting a duel, shocking the young man. The two sorceresses stand facing each other. Lucas turns around and insists that Ash should back away. His Majesty thinks that instead of hiding, they should stop them. The girl looks at her grandmother and asks if she should have intervened, and Jupiter replies that yes, she should have, because she's not ready to leave yet. The grandmother breathes heavily and says that if Jupiter Jr. is stronger than her, then there is no point in her staying there, adding that the main thing for a mercenary is skill, and skill is the only thing that matters. The girl exhales. She takes out her wand and says that alright, as she says. Jupiter Jr. points her pipe at her and states that it seems the time has come to demonstrate what she inherited from her grandmother. The old woman clenched her fist and told her not to be stupid, adding that her talent is exceptional, but will it surpass the experience gained over so many years of service? Jupiter looked at her. She throws out her hand and launches lightning. The granddaughter looked at her and concluded that her grandmother is getting old. She launches her lightning. The two lightning bolts collide. They fly into a tree. Ash shouts that his garden is there and thinks that the sorceresses should go and sort things out somewhere else. Jupiter sits down. The duel ended quickly. Blood drips to the ground, and she asks her granddaughter if it wasn't enough. The grandmother looks up and asks why he can't seem to stop taking revenge on her. The girl looks at her and insists that's hardly possible. She passes Jupiter and asks her to return to the infirmary and rest. She'll be back before she misses her. Ash supports the old sorceress and asks if she's okay. Jupiter looks down and asks the boy to take care of her granddaughter. The young man watches his grandmother leave, reflecting on how, despite her condition, she was willing to do anything to prevent her granddaughter from going on the expedition, and asks what happened between them. The boy frowns, thinking that he doesn't know, and there was no time to find out because it was important for them to set out on reconnaissance, according to plan. The setting sun illuminates the treetops. The boy tells Lucas it's time to go, adding that everyone must be ready by now. Ash responds affirmatively. Ash looks at the people and reflects that, despite a slight commotion, all three squads have gathered as planned. An icon with the members of the first squad appears, and the boy says that the members of the first squad have also gathered. A sign with the members of the first additional squad pops up, and Ash continues that the Shadow Squad, led by Godhunt, is also present. A third window appears, and the boy adds that Dion's mercenaries, captained by Dion, are also present, concluding that there are 15 people in total. Ash looks at them and comments on their strategy for gaining control of the main camp, reflecting that this was a record number of people ever sent to the kingdom under the lake at one time. The squad stands before the portal. Sometime later, in the backyard of the Lord's estate, Evangeline and Lucas watch as Ash tells Evangeline to go first, followed by Lucas, and the warriors affirmatively. The witch raises her wand, and the boy says that Jupiter Jr. is next, and her job is magical protection. He then tells her to prepare a spell and go in. The witch replies that they should trust her, and the boy declares that he and Damien will follow. Ash looks at Damien and asks if he's made a decision, and the boy replies that he'll shoot if he gives the order. A gun is slung over the boy's back, and the boy tells him not to overdo it, adding that he wouldn't want to undermine his beliefs, and the boy replies that those aren't beliefs. He lowers his head and states that he's afraid that shooting someone just once will change them forever. Ash places a hand on his shoulder and states that there's no need for that, as with his skills, he can simply disable, not kill. The boy looked at Damien and said he didn't know what kind of sniper he'd become in the future, but no matter what path he chose, he was their team's ace in the hole, and asked him to remember that. The boy smiled and confirmed it. Ash turned around and asked if the men were ready, and they answered affirmatively, after which the boy said they should finish this quickly and ordered them forward. Entering the blue portal, the squad said they'd see each other on the other side. The stone arch collapsed. Frames appeared, indicating a teleportation was in progress and offering advice. The men emerged onto a white stone pavement. They stood in combat stances. The squad stood in an empty marketplace. Ash looked around and thought there was no one there, asking if they were serious. A fire ignited, and the boy continued to think that it couldn't be, adding that it was the other way around. A crossbow rose. The squad was surrounded by men, and the boy thought they were surrounded. He looks away, thinking it's a familiar sight, just like last time. The Pied Piper approaches and says he doubted they'd dare go down that path again, but they proved predictable. He tilts his head and asks why he decided to risk his life and come back, and Ash told him to stop calling him a player, he has a name. The boy looks at his interlocutor and says his name is Ash Von Hyder Everblack, and Crown says he's heard that name before. The sun illuminates the building, and the boy declares that of course he has, since Everblack is a great empire above, and he's the third prince of that empire, and he might bow down if his upbringing allows. The boy looks up, and the Pied Piper says it's that small country in the wilderness, and Ash is surprised. A figure in a black cloak raised his hand and asked how many years had passed up there, that a tiny country had begun to be called an empire, and said that every time he spoke of such things, he felt old. There was a flag in the stone. It had been over 100 years since the Everblack Empire conquered the continent, and it was the most powerful country, ruling half the world. The young man looked at him, wondering if he was calling her tiny, and asked what his concept of time was, adding that he must be over 100 years old. The man looked ahead and said that, in any case, they had had enough of this chatter, and asked if he thought so. Crown raised his hand and said that since they had deigned to visit his base, he would venture to assume they were looking for a quick way to die. A couple of people stood near the cannon. Ash looked ahead and said that by no means, that wasn't part of their plan. Damien emerged from the portal, gun raised. A purple beam destroyed the cannon. A squad of warriors runs out of the portal, shouting that they need to move forward now. Ash tilts his head and asks if he's finally grasping his situation. A couple of people emerge from the portal with an artifact. The man declares that the base was cleared out while he was whistling. The sphere begins to glow. A transparent dome covers the squad, and Ash says that it's his base, so consider the man's base his base. The man smiles and tells him to shut up and get lost, flashing his heels while he's still being kind. Metal structures surround the sphere. It's a rare SR-class water artifact. Energy envelopes the protagonist's group, a barrage barrier device, one of the best defensive artifacts for local battles, slowing enemy projectiles and reducing incoming damage. Crown raised his head and remarked that the heroes were well prepared for the final test. The archers rained arrows down on the heroes, and the antagonist asked how long the men would last. Shells pierced the dome. Lucas held his shield. The knight cut through the arrows. Evangeline raised her head and noted that if they continued to crawl like this, she could easily fight them off alone, and the hero noted that they were doing everything correctly. A bright light illuminated the people. Beams of energy rushed towards the protagonist's group, and the prince noted that it was magic. The girl began to accumulate mana in her hands, and the protagonist shouted her name. Jupiter holds back the enemy mana and says that she was awaiting His Highness's command. The girl's spell penetrates the enemy attack. The energy approaches the mage. Water knocked the enemy off his feet. 2 spells. Jupiter tilted her head and noted that they shared the same element. Someone was holding a weapon. Damien fired. A purple beam erupted from the rifle barrel. The sorcerer looked to the side. The bullet shattered the enemy's shield. Green energy attacked the mage. The girl turned her head and thanked the sniper for the fire's support. The young man scratched his head. Crown looked at the group of people surrounded by a pink field. After exchanging countless furious attacks, an unusual calm had fallen between the two sides. Raising his head, the antagonist acknowledged that the player had prepared better than expected. The young man looked up and replied that his name was Ash, to which Crown sarcastically retorted. Darkness enveloped the city, and the antagonist said he'd met many unusual and talented people like them, down there at the bottom of that hellhole. The antagonist said it made him sad every time, to which the young man looked up and asked why. The man raised his hand and said he always wondered what would have happened if they had met under different circumstances, not as enemies. He added that in that case, he would have bought them drinks and asked them about the outside world, as well as told them old stories, and concluded that he would very much like that. The young man turned his head and said that if the antagonist wanted to surrender and stop resisting, he was willing to make concessions. Crown began to laugh and said that the prince was a jester and clearly knew a thing or two about entertainment, then proposed a deal whereby he would pay for the drinks and the hero would entertain the crowd. The man pulled out a flute and said his deal was impossible, as he was pursuing self-interest. The antagonist looked at the heroes and said that those who seek adventure constantly strive to uncover the dark secrets of this city, and his job was to prevent that. The young man summoned his swords and replied that in this case, nothing could be done and the slaughter would have to continue. Crown raised his flute and told the last player that once he was rid of him, this hell could peacefully plunge into eternal darkness. The interface showed the hero allied units. The prince bowed his head and said he wouldn't allow that to happen. Someone swung a cannon, and the hero, Ash, declared that instead of darkness, it would burn everything, as hell should. Fiery projectiles rained down on the opponents, and the antagonists realized they were being attacked from behind. The man raised his head and ordered the soldiers to use shields. Flames consumed the antagonist's group. The elves stood behind the cannon. The squad leader placed his hand on his chest and declared that they were ready and obeying His Highness's orders. Crown turned and was shocked to see that a separate squad of the hero had already broken through the third zone and reached here on foot. The prince raised his head and declared the antagonist was right, but the man said that was impossible, as no movement had been detected in Zone 3. An image of elves appeared, and the hero assumed they were members of the Shadow Squad, former intelligence agents, adding that they were extremely skilled in covert operations. The young man placed his hands on his chest and replied that he and Crown weren't close enough friends for him to explain in detail. The men surrounded the antagonist squad, and Ash acknowledged the fact that they were completely surrounded. The boy raised his head and said he hoped the man wasn't so impudent as to beg for mercy, but he would still allow him to speak his last words. Crown raised his hands and declared that Ash was an excellent strategist, adding that he admitted defeat, but he had one thing to say. The antagonist bowed his head and said he couldn't kill him. The young man frowned and said he didn't think so. Arrows pierced the enemies' bodies. The man coughed blood. Someone fell to their knees. A foot kicked a flute. The prince looked at the man across from him and asked if he would continue to stand his ground, to which the man replied that Ash couldn't. Crown told the hero to turn around, and the protagonist stared in confusion at the disappearing bodies of his enemies. The mage's body disintegrated into particles. Dark energy rose upward. The young man looked ahead, trying to understand what was happening. The man leaned over and explained that the darkness in the kingdom beneath the lake was deeper than Ash could imagine, and that the inhabitants of this land weren't even allowed to die normally. The boy tilted his head and asked what nonsense the antagonist was spouting. Darkness was enveloping the city, and Crown added that it was true, because the end of this foolish country, which had accepted a curse as a blessing, was the very essence of hell. The young man grabbed the man and asked him to explain it properly. Crown raised his head and suggested that perhaps Ash could reach the deepest darkness of this hell. The prince lowered his head and shouted for the antagonist to stop chattering and explain what he meant. Crown's body began to disintegrate, and he added that if they met again, he would tell them more. The protagonist held dark energy, and a male voice declared that they would meet in the darkest abyss. The young man lowered his head and asked what else this dungeon concealed. The stranger looked at the hero. Dark energy fled from the hero's hands, who thought the enemies they had fought so hard to defeat had vanished like smoke. Ash looked down, trying to comprehend what was happening in this impenetrable hole. Light reflected off the stranger's bald head, and he asked why they had only appeared now. The dwarf clenched his fists, and said that it had been a long time since those bandits had taken over the camp. The stranger tries to understand why it took them so long to deal with them, and Ash looks away and thinks that the man reminds him of someone. The dwarf raised his hammer and declared that the clowns had completely extinguished the fire in his forge, adding that his beloved iron girls had completely cooled off and were shivering. The prince realized it was the magical blacksmith, Kelly Bay. The in-game image of the blacksmith appeared, and the protagonist remembered that he was a regular NPC in the main camp, a member of the ancient dwarven race, and added that 50 years ago, he had gone underground in search of rare ore but remained trapped. The blue stone glowed, and it occurred to the protagonist that the man had a completely friendly disposition, no matter what the player did, because he would be by their side until the very end. Kelly Bay began cursing and demanded that the men immediately restore the lighting in the camp. The knight grabbed his sword and asked if he needed to silence the dwarf, to which the protagonist replied that they first needed to do what he asked. The rubble lay, and the young man informed the group that this camp would now be their base and asked them to light fires and clean up the mess their enemies had left behind. The bald man raised his head and asked the protagonist's name. The boy stood up and stated his name, asking if he could learn the man's name. He assumed he already knew it, but it was polite to ask. His hand clutched a hammer, and the dwarf replied that usually only a trusted comrade in arms had the right to know his true name, adding that the boy looked promising, so he could be told. The man raised his hand and said his name was Kelly Bay, adding that he was the world's best magical blacksmith. Ash thought that anyone who considered themselves the best in the world was a fool, but this character deserved the title. The dwarf was crafting something, and the hero added that only Kelly Bay could make exclusive equipment for SSR-level characters, and that the old man was the only one who could create a special type of weapon. Ash leaned toward the man and remembered that to repel the fifth wave, he would need a weapon that only he could forge at this stage, and realized that flattery was the best strategy. The old man scratched his beard and remarked that, Watching the hero fawn, the prince nodded and affirmed the dwarf's suggestion that he needed something from him. Thinking it was time to move on to business negotiations between the blacksmith and the client, Ash leaned over and said he needed a wholly silver weapon, noticing the old man's eyes widen when he suddenly broached the subject of top-tier equipment. The man sat down on a crate, remarked that it was a bit difficult to make, and asked how many the protagonist needed. The hero turned and said he needed 15, maybe even more. The old man raised his hands and shouted that the hero was crazy to ask for so many pieces of equipment, to which the young man sarcastically retorted that the title of the world's best craftsman was just empty talk. The dwarf looked ahead and added that silver weapons were a high-level item for exorcisms, and that forging even one required a ton of effort. He then inquired why the hero needed them at all. An image of a young man appeared, and Ash replied that the immortal King Selendian was about to attack the kingdom, and he must stop him. The dwarf's eyes widened. An image of a knight and a vampire appeared, and the player reflected that silver was typically used to fight vampires, but for higher vampires, the aristocratic vampires, the double damage effect of silver weapons was halved. Light reflected off a pixelated sword, and the protagonist added that a special silver weapon existed for fighting such opponents, called a sacred silver weapon. The hero remembered that this item allowed him to convert all damage dealt to a vampire into damage that also reduced defense. Fire burned in a furnace, and the prince knew such weapons could only be crafted in a magical forge. Then Ash remembered that these items were usually only needed mid-game. The young man tilted his head and realized that the vampire lord had appeared in his 5th stage, and he decided he had no choice but to purchase high-level equipment that wasn't up to par with his current progress. The old man leaned over and addressed the boy. The man held gold, and the dwarf began by explaining that when he entered this dungeon, he was with his 2 brothers, and that they had discovered rare minerals they never heard of before, which delighted them beyond belief. Silhouettes stand in the passageway, and Kellyby adds that they delved deeper into the dungeon to find even rarer minerals fearlessly. A foot steps on ice, and the man says he hasn't encountered them yet. The dwarves look at the young man, and the old man says they encountered vampire lords, especially Lord Selendian. 2 flames dispelled the darkness. The man lit a cigarette and said their thirst for rare minerals was their undoing. The shadows of monsters reach out to the humans, and Kellyby adds that they encountered vampires in the depths of the dungeon, but when they realized they couldn't do anything to them, it was too late. His hand trembles, and the old man says his brothers sacrificed themselves so he could escape, and he has never descended into the depths since. The man looks at the hero and asks why his brothers sacrificed themselves for him, and the protagonist suggests it was because he was the most capable. Kellyby raised his head and declared Ash right, saying he was the best master craftsman for creating weapons against monsters. The mineral was in the chest, and the bald man replied that it was a piece of sacred silver, mined from the depths of the dungeon thanks to the sacrifice of his brothers, adding that it was silver from another world, fallen with an asteroid. The dwarf stood next to the chest and explained that the hero was asking him to forge a weapon from his brother's sacrifice and asked if the prince understood the value of this request. The prince replied that he certainly did, and then the old man asked how the youth would repay him. The protagonist raised his head and replied that the payment would be Selendian's head, and if the master wished, he could bring him the vampire lord's blood or intestines. It would be excellent revenge to appease the souls of his brothers, as well as a good material for equipment. The dwarf laughed and said he thought Ash was a smart guy, but he turned out to be a real psycho, since he promised to bring Selendian's head. The man furrowed his brow and said he hadn't caught the protagonist's name. The boy tilted his head and replied that he was Ash of the Everblack family, to which Kellyby remarked that he could even detect the ominous scent emanating from the Everblack family. The dwarf touched the chest and declared that he would create whatever the protagonist requested, but 15 was too much, as he didn't have that much sacred silver. The bald man bowed his head and said he could only create 3 weapons, to which Ash agreed. The man signed the contract and added that he would begin preparing to craft the weapons immediately. A system window appeared, informing the protagonist that he needed to obtain the remaining ingredients for the equipment. Fire illuminated the buildings, and Kellyby explained that the elders from the area would likely return by the protagonist's next visit. The dwarf raised his head and said there was no more comfortable place to rest in this dungeon than this, adding that it was good they had destroyed those savage masked thugs. An image of Crown appeared, and the hero wondered if they could truly be considered defeated. A warm light illuminated the room, and the boy asked the old man if he could ask a question, to which the man replied that Ash was not a small child, and if he needed to ask, he should ask. The man turned to Ash, and the hero told the dwarf how exactly the battle with the Night Serpent squad had gone. The prince stood among the vanishing corpses, and the protagonist explained that he had definitely killed them, but they had turned into mist and vanished. He also asked Kellyby if he knew the reason for what they had witnessed with their own eyes. The old man crossed his arms and replied that the creatures were upset because of the curse placed upon them. The protagonist inclined his head and asked for more details, to which the man replied that 3 curses had been placed upon this kingdom. Darkness shrouded the city, and the dwarf began by saying he didn't know the other 2, but he knew one for sure, adding that the rare surviving natives of this land suffered because of it. The hero inclined his head and asked what curse had caused these ghostly creatures to wander the bottom of this lake for hundreds of years. The dwarf leaned in and replied that it was the curse of eternal life. The sun illuminated the buildings, the Crossroad mansion, upon returning from the dungeon. People were sitting at the table, members of all three squads gathered together, tired after the night's battle, but they needed to discuss what they had learned to move on. An image of people disappearing appeared, and the hero recalled that, according to Kelly Bay, after death, all the natives of the kingdom beneath the lake are resurrected in a specific location. Someone stood with a bow, and the protagonist noted that it would take time before they could move again. But no matter how many of them were killed, they would be reborn again and again. The prince bowed his head and said that they neither aged nor died, as if locked in a single point in time. The knight turned and said that ash meant that this curse affected all citizens of the kingdom beneath the lake, adding that only a few of them could move. An image of a city appeared, and the player thought that, judging by its scale, the population was at least several 100,000, while the number of NPCs encountered in the game was limited to a few dozen. The silhouettes of the characters stood, and the hero remembered that in the dungeon you could encounter about 100 NPCs, but more than half of them were visiting adventurers, and the other half were citizens of the kingdom, so there were about 50 at most. The young man raised his head. People stand in front of boarded-up doors, and the prince tries to figure out where the others are. Food lies on a plate. Evangeline raised her head and said it was hard to believe and more like a fairy tale, but she believes eternal life is more of a blessing than a curse. Lucas sits at the table and adds that everyone wants to live as long as possible, but the opportunity to live forever is not a blessing. Damien lowered his head and said he wouldn't want to live forever, and the protagonist joked that he wanted to die quickly. The young man replied that he didn't want to die, but he also didn't want to live forever. He found it very difficult, and the protagonist realized that everyone had slightly different views on life and death. The girl smiled and repeated the words about eternal life. The elves and humans sat at the table. The Shadow Squad and Dion's mercenaries also began to express their opinions on the matter, and the living room quickly became noisy. The prince placed his hands on his chest and tried to understand who could have cast the curse of eternal life. The elf waves to the hero, and Ash thinks the discussion has dragged on, so he orders everyone to disperse, noting that they all needed rest after a hard night. The hero yawns and says they should go too. The girl stands near the table. The young man turns to Jupiter and asks if she's okay. Her hat falls to the floor. The protagonist catches the girl. Jupiter lies on the hero's chest. The prince stands, trying to figure out what's wrong with her. The young man looks at the girl and wonders if she's trying to seduce him, either because he's rich and she needs money, or because he's a known lecher. Then he wonders what he would call their daughter. Jupiter covers her face with her hand and says she suddenly feels dizzy. Evangeline takes a step back and asks why she had to jump on Ash if she was simply dizzy, and Lucas adds that no matter how valuable a maid she is, one shouldn't approach His Highness so carelessly. Damien leaned over to Jupiter and asked if he needed to use healing magic. A nosebleed started to flow from the girl, who insisted she was fine. A hand grabbed his hat, and Jupiter said she'd go and wished everyone a good rest. The door slammed in Ash's face, wanting to suggest Damien at least heal her. The protagonist turned and asked why they were rude to a sick man, to which Lucas replied that he simply hadn't felt it. Evangeline raised her head and said that magic was boiling inside Jupiter, ready to burst forth at any moment. Lucas turned and added that ever since their first meeting, he'd been haunted by the feeling she was hiding something and assumed her magic was simply unstable. An image of the sorceress appeared, and the boy said she'd done a good job, which was why he didn't say anything, but he wouldn't remain silent if it threatened His Highness. Damien glanced away and remarked that Jupiter did indeed look ill, as she smoked a pipe every time she used magic, but someone suggested she simply enjoyed smoking. The herbs burned in the pipe, and the young man replied that it wasn't tobacco, but painkillers. The young man raised his head and remarked that it smelled different, and that he'd seen her fill the pipe with herbs, and the hero replayed in his mind that she used herbs to relieve pain every time she used magic. An image of witches appeared, and Ash asked why his mages were falling ill one after another. The prince raised his head and suggested that studying magic alone wasn't enough. They also needed to exercise and improve their health. Lucas bowed his head and whispered that the protagonist should follow his own advice. Evangeline looked at Ash and said that Lucas was right, as the hero was so pale because he spent all day in his office. The man flexed his biceps, and the girl said that from now on, Milord would be training with them. The protagonist turned around and replied that they shouldn't take on such a responsibility, then shouted for Damien to wait for him. The sun illuminated the palace. The next day in the study, Ash leaned against the desk because of the pain in his legs. An image appeared of the protagonist training, and he himself noted that the nightly duo had him in a pincer movement, forcing him to train all morning, and he thought about how those two trained every day. Someone opened the door and addressed the prince. Ada jumped in the doorway and said that the messenger the prince sent to the capital had returned, and the protagonist asked if there would be reinforcements. The assistant bowed his head and replied that there would be no reinforcements. The player sits in front of the system window. The protagonist sits at the table and writes a letter, because as soon as he learned that the next stage would involve bloodsuckers, he immediately sent a request for reinforcements, and then Ash asked if they could even listen to him for once. Soldiers marched with flags, and the prince remembered that the Empire's main army had captured the capital of Brynberg and was now gradually occupying the rest of their territories. Eider held a letter stating that they could not be provided with troops until the military situation in the west was completely stabilized. The hero turned and said that if they lost the southern front, humanity would be destroyed, and the author of the letter did not understand this. The protagonist looked at the signature and realized it was his brother. The prince tore the paper in anger. The scraps of the letter lay on the table. Ash sat down at the table and said that his assistant had sent another letter, which would be the last, unless reinforcements were sent this time. Ida raised his head and asked what would happen then. The hero bit his lip and replied that he would tarnish his brother's honor so much that he would never be able to cleanse it. The boy recoiled, and the hero thought that if he died, his creator would die with him. A fire illuminated the courtyard, the safe zone, the main camp. The knight glanced away and said there was no sign of the enemy, to which Evangeline added that it was best to remain vigilant, just in case. The dwarf looked at the people and said there were no masked men, as they had no business here. The man crossed his arms and remarked that they had indeed returned quickly, as promised, and the hero thought that, despite his grumbling, he looked genuinely glad to see them, as if he had returned home to his beloved grumpy grandpa. The prince approached the dwarf and said that when he said they had no business here, he meant that the Night Serpent squad would no longer be able to enter, to which Kelly replied in the affirmative. An image of masked men appeared, and the hero asked how that was possible, given their numbers and their power. The dwarf turned his head and said that old Coco had returned. Her hand touched the stone, and the woman tried to figure out if it was okay to place it there. The woman looked away. An old woman runs up to the group, asking if they're new soldiers, and the protagonist notices she looks bigger than she did in the game. Coco hugs the knights, saying she's glad to meet them and not to be afraid of her, as she supports adventurers like them. The woman leans over and asks why they look so skinny. Coco opens a jar and says they need a snack and a chat. The old woman reaches for the food, saying she's made the most delicious jelly for little ones like them. The unknown substance groans. The group looks at the prince, and Ash silently tells them to enjoy it, as they probably won't die from it. The woman smiles and tells them to eat, and the protagonist remembers that Coco can cut anything in half. An image of the old woman appears, and the protagonist explains that this witch wields spatial magic and can cut through space itself, adding that she's an NPC responsible for teleportation. A lantern illuminates the wall. The lamps glowed blue, and the hero added that all the teleportation gates in this dungeon were installed by this old woman. The old woman hugged the knights and said she had cut off Crown's squad and that they would not appear here again. An image of a stone appeared, and the protagonist realized that the thing she had installed earlier was a barrier stone. A fire lit the houses, and Ash realized that this would make the main camp safe from Nightcrawler's squad. The old woman took out some jars and told the people to eat, and the prince noted that new enemies were possible, of course, but Coco, the strongest friendly NPC, had returned, so everything should be fine. The dwarf looked at the stones, trying to figure out what kind of metals they were and what they were for, to which the prince replied that they were for crafting sacred silver weapons, since the man had asked for them. The metal gleamed in the light, and the dwarf realized that the hero had completed the task in just a day and added that he didn't have much time. A system window appeared, displaying a list of the materials needed to craft the weapon, and the player remembered that there was a lot of stuff there. The Crossroad forge stood among the buildings, and the hero recalled that it was there that he had purchased most of the materials, adding that it wasn't for nothing that he had worked so hard to build it. The old man bowed his head and said there were too many. The protagonist leaned over and said it was okay, let the dwarf consider it a gift, and the man replied that scraps of metal from the outside world were amazing. Kelly Bay held up the bags and said he didn't mind, since the forge's destruction had caused a resource shortage. The old man checked the box and said they had 2 ingredients remaining, a premium or high-grade magic core and 3 of each dark crystal. The prince raised his head and said he'd go get them right away, the premium kind, and the dwarf asked if the hero was sure he could find high-grade magic cores. The protagonist stepped forward and said he was sure, telling the old man to get to forging, wondering if he'd actually been planning to use mixed magic poisons, but thanks to Coco's arrival, he wouldn't have to. The hero turned to the woman. Coco handed over some jelly and suggested that Ash might also want some, but the protagonist replied that he wasn't hungry and had something. The young man handed over the key and asked if she could help him open the door, and the protagonist remembered that he'd obtained this golden room key by killing a golden gargoyle during his last free exploration of Zone 3. The woman looked at the key and said the hero had found an interesting item. The old woman approached the door and said she would open it now. The woman inserted the key. A portal appeared before them, and the prince remembered that all rooms opened with this key were single-use dungeons. A golden glow emanated from the passage, and the hero added that the golden room was a bonus dungeon with many useful high-level items. Damien approached the hero and asked if they would be going alone without Jupiter. The prince bowed his head and said that he was going without her today and thought she couldn't be brought along because of the gold rush, and besides, this was a dungeon where a mage wasn't needed. The knight looked down and asked why they needed so many bags. Wouldn't it be better to take weapons? Evangeline added that Lucas was right, since it was unknown what might attack them inside. Ash stepped forward and replied that it was fine, as it wasn't necessary, adding that if they took weapons, they'd only be carrying double the weight and be inconvenienced. The hero turned and promised that all those bags would be filled to the brim, and the weapons would only get in the way. The party entered the portal. A system window appeared, notifying them that teleportation was in progress. The interface advised them to catch goblins. The party stood in a golden room, and someone asked the milord where they were. Ash turned and replied that it was a special room in the dungeon, the Golden Room. Golden monsters emerged from the portal, and the protagonist explained that if they caught a goblin within the allotted time, they could get money. A system window appeared, announcing that an event had begun, requiring the capture of a golden goblin. The girl pointed and said it was running away, and the hero noted the time limit was 1 minute, and there were 3 golden goblins running around the room. The monster was holding a bag, and the player remembered that of all the goblins, these particular ones were especially fond of jewelry and valuables, and they were also very fast and strong. Under any other circumstances, catching all 3 would have been impossible, but there was a catch. The prince raised his head and gave Damien an order. A bullet flew toward the monster. The creature looked away. The projectile pierced the goblin's body, and the player noticed coins spurting out, not blood, just like in the game. Evangeline looked up and said she never ceased to be amazed by their amazing sniper and tried to figure out how he managed to hit everyone. Lucas turned and said that he, Damien, and Milord had known each other since their first battle, adding that they had been through many trials. The hero raised his hand. The knight stood with his sword. Damien sat before the prince. The protagonist looked at the young man. The man bowed his head and said that she couldn't understand such a deep connection. Ash turned and told them to save small talk for later, as time was running out. The monster screamed. Riches scattered in all directions, and the hero told them to grab the money quickly. A system window appeared, informing them that the dungeon had been cleared and there were 5 minutes left until the room closed. The prince walked over and told them to quickly grab everything they could carry, as they would have to leave in 5 minutes. An unknown object glowed. The hero picked up the sphere, and the system announced that it was a standard premium magic core, and the prince knew there would be at least one here, and so the 5 minutes flew by. A portal appeared, and the protagonist said it was time to leave while it was open. The knight held up a sack and said there was still plenty left, while the other added that it was a shame they couldn't carry it all. An unknown cloud appeared, and the protagonist replied that their prince already had plenty of gold and needed to hurry. The creature opened its mouth wide, and Ash tried to figure out what it was. The portal stood still. Having escaped the monster, the men fell to the ground. The knight looked at the prince and asked if he was okay, and the protagonist understood what expulsion meant. The cannonballs lay on the table, and the dwarf said the protagonist had prepared well. The man looked up and said they were excellent orbs, then added that there was one last unusual ingredient left, a dark crystal. Kelly Bay looked at the young man and suggested he knew where to find it. The protagonist turned his head and confirmed the dwarf's words. The prince looks at the city and says the crystals are in the belly of a nearby boss, and he thinks it's time to leave the main camp and visit the next zone, as it's time for free exploration. Clouds have covered the sky. The squad stands with bags, and the hero remembers that upon returning to the estate, he decided to reward the squad members with what they found in the gold room, a kind of bonus for good service. He noted that all 3 were a little stunned, but it was a small reward for their efforts. The bags lie on the floor, and Ash thinks it would be better for the rest of the soldiers to simply add a bonus to their weekly wages, since he decided to hand out the bonus personally to the members of the main squad today. The protagonist stands in front of the building and realizes he needs to stop by the only inn in town, the Med Eddy. A sign hangs, and someone's voice greets the hero. The young man approaches the woman and asks if Jupiter Jr. is here, as she is his mage. Light filtered into the room, and the landlady replied that the girl lived in the farthest room on the 3rd floor. The young man wanted to know if she was there, to which he received a positive answer, as she hadn't come out today. The woman raised her head and added that, come to think of it, it wasn't just today. The girl was lying on the man's chest, and the hero guessed that perhaps she was still unwell, or perhaps she was ill and didn't want anyone to see her like that. Ash turned and ordered Lucas to wait there, as he wanted to speak with her alone. The knight leaned over and replied that if anything happened, he'd been called immediately. The young man knocked and asked if Jupiter was there. Someone was coughing, and the hero was trying to check on Jupiter. Ash grabbed the doorbell and asked the girl to answer, surmising that things were so bad that she wasn't even responding. Her hand was holding a bloody handkerchief, and the man warned her that he was coming in. The girl was sitting on the floor, saying that it was forbidden to come in now. The hero looks ahead. Jupiter turns around, and the player asks what all this means. The prince steps forward and asks how she is. The girl looks at the protagonist, who realizes she has a burn, which is why that part of her face is always covered by her hair. Jupiter covers her face with her hand, and the hero thinks it's too early to think about the burn. The young man clutches his head and asks where all the blood is coming from. Jupiter smiles and asks if Milord has had dinner, and the hero shouts that no one would be thinking about food at a time like this. The two are sitting across from each other, 20 minutes later, in the first floor of the tavern, in the dining room. The girl folds her arms and says she's sorry the prince had to find her like this. She's just a little under the weather. Ash raised his head and said it didn't look like a simple illness, but rather like Jupiter would soon pass away. The girl sat on a chair and said she'd been doing a good job of hiding it. The sorceress bowed her head and said her time was limited, with 3 years remaining at best. The boy's eyes widened. The candle flame illuminated the walls of the room. The girl startled the hero by spitting out blood. Jupiter closed her eyes and said she was joking because the atmosphere had become too heavy, and the protagonist replied that such things couldn't be joked about. Ash bowed his head and asked why she hadn't told him anything. The sorceress put a handkerchief to her mouth and replied that if she had told him, they probably wouldn't have hired her, as no one needed a mage who could die at any moment. An image of Jupiter appeared, and the hero thought he probably would have hired her, as mages were so in demand. The hero's party system window appeared, and the player suggested that he probably wouldn't have made her a member of the main squad, since a main squad should, after all, consist of soldiers capable of fighting in the long term. The girl lowered her head and said she needed money to support her family, as her grandmother, who had long been their breadwinner, had fallen ill, and now she had to earn money. Jupiter placed her hand on the table and added that in such a situation, she had no right to say she was ill and apologized. The sorceress raised her head and told the protagonist not to worry. Although her body looked poor, she would have no problems in battle. Blue energy enveloped her hand, and Jupiter added that she was confident in her abilities and that with the end of the upcoming defensive battle, her probationary period would also end. The girl smiled and said that the prince could see for himself whether her condition was affecting the battle or not, and if she failed, he could dismiss her. The bag rested on the ground, and Jupiter thanked His Highness for the bonus, and his concern for her. The girl bowed her head and asked that Ash not tell his grandmother about her condition. Moonlight illuminated the building. The mercenary guild. Someone holding a cup asked if he was being too generous to an old woman who couldn't work, only lounging. The prince turned and replied that she had been through a lot and deserved this well-deserved bonus. An image of Jupiter fighting monsters appeared, and the sorceress added that although she had caused a lot of trouble, she could proudly say she had made a significant contribution to defending this front. The prince bowed his head and agreed with the woman. Jupiter turned and said she had one request, for Ash to listen to the old woman's whining for a while. An image of a woman appeared, and Jupiter began by saying she often wondered what the hell she'd done with her life, since by the end there wasn't even anyone left to listen to her. The old woman looked ahead, and the hero suggested it was because she was a freelance mercenary. Ash turned and told her she could whine. An old hand poured alcohol into a glass, and Jupiter suggested the prince had probably guessed they were talking about her granddaughter. The woman tilted her head and added that 15 years had passed, but she remembered everything as if it were yesterday, namely, the moment she first met this child. The banner stands in the camp of the Legion of Wizards, belonging to the First Corps of the Imperial Army. 15 years ago, on the northern front of the ever-black empire. The girl tries to light a match and doesn't understand why it won't light. Jupiter sits under a tree, captain of the 2nd Division. Lightning pierced the sky. The girl lit a fire with her magic and remarked that she finally found some use for it. 1st Division Captain Reina approached Jupiter and reminded her that she had asked her not to use magic on campgrounds and wondered what kind of sick person would light cigarettes that way. Jupiter, sitting under a tree, said that only she, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Imperial Legion of Mages, could do that. Reina extended her hand and asked for a light, to which the woman couldn't help but remark that she was getting tired of asking for cigarettes. The 1st Division captain replied that it wasn't her fault they hadn't been supplied for a month. The empty packs were lying in the boxes, and Reina said that only Jupiter had quality cigarettes left, to which the latter shouted that she had been saving them, and wasn't going to share them. The girl hugged her friend and asked for at least one, to which the woman replied that such tricks wouldn't work on her. The man looked ahead. The soldiers greeted their commanders. The women stood by a tree. 2 ladies, casually posing and smoking cigarettes, looked rather gangster-like, but the soldiers' eyes fixed on them were filled with endless respect, for these were the 2 finest fighters in the Imperial Legion of Mages. Jupiter closed her eyes. Reina raised her head. The banner fluttered in the wind. It was thanks to these 2 women that the Legion of Mages occupied a leading position in the Imperial Army, and in the 20 years since the Legion of Mages founding, the Imperial Army had not lost a single battle in which these 2 mages had fought. The 2 ladies walked on, and Jupiter said she noticed something. An image of scarred people appeared, and Jupiter added that many of the commanders had scars on their faces, and some even had noticeable burns. Reina replied that they were frontline soldiers, toiling away for promotions, and that's why they were so battered. The woman turned her head and said they couldn't compare to their wizards, since they didn't even have scars, let alone a tan, since they were stationed in the rear. Her friend responded that such was the role of wizards in wartime. Command provides coordinates, and they merely attack them. Jupiter raised her hand and said that their job was to use magic from a safe distance, adding that it was all calculated and practical, adding that she simply loved her job. Reina asked why she was grumbling then. The medals glittered in the light, and the 1st Division commander said such behavior was unbecoming of a captain, to which the woman replied that she was simply fed up with the other unit commanders turning their noses up at her at every meeting. Jupiter touched her face and suggested that maybe she should get a scar tattoo for the next meeting, to which her friend responded that she was insane. The rare rays of sunlight illuminated the camp, and the girl suggested that maybe that was the reason everyone was avoiding her, to which Jupiter reminded her that she had asked her to behave appropriately in public. Reina looked at her friend and said that His Majesty the Emperor himself had been present at those meetings, while she had been dozing and drooling. Someone ran up to the ladies and announced their names. A soldier stood with a piece of paper and announced that a message had arrived from command. Rare rays of light illuminated the mountains, and the man reported that, judging by everything, an object resembling an enemy military base had been discovered in the foothills north of the base. The First Corps of the Imperial Army was currently invading a small kingdom called Camilla. A map image appeared. The war was in its final stages, but sporadic resistance continued, a legion of mages performing the dirty and tedious task of clearing out enemy guerrillas entrenched in the mountains. The woman held a piece of paper and remarked that they were like ants. You poison them, it seemed, and they'd come back again. The man stood at attention and reported that an order had been received to carry out a pinpoint strike tomorrow at 5 a.m., to which Jupiter replied that they liked to give us nightmares in the morning, but orders were orders. The woman stepped forward and approached Reina with a proposal to move south after the war ended. The 1st Division commander turned and replied that the south was disgusting for 2 old women, to which Jupiter replied that they were 2 influential and wealthy ladies and could have some fun. The woman clenched her fist and suggested she might even be able to pick up some young men, to which Reina replied that only if they were blind. The flag fluttered in the wind, and the 1st Division commander remarked that her Jupiter had earned her place in the bleak and cold north, adding that her thinking was frozen to the core, to which the woman replied that was why she wanted to move south. The captain raised her head and said that when she retired, she would definitely live in the south, lounging around a resort somewhere by a refreshing pool and basking in the hot sun. Reina bowed her head and said that it would be either traveling or buying a resort hotel after retirement. The ladies walked ahead, and the captain continued that it was worth visiting the south at least once in a lifetime, but this story was as far from reality as the distance to the south. The 2 mages chuckled for a while, discussing retirement and old age. Twilight enveloped the camp. The next day at 4 a.m., someone looked at the town and asked if it was really a military base. Reina looked ahead and replied that it didn't look like a military base. Jupiter handed over the telescope and said it looked like an ordinary village. The woman peered through the telescope and added that she saw no cannons or other weapons typical of a military base. The commander turned her head and ordered the soldier to contact headquarters and double-check the information. Someone approached. The soldier stood up and reported that command believed this was a military base. The man bowed his head and explained that the Camelovites' guerrilla tactics were brutal, as they often disguised themselves as civilians. He added that command believed the village had been captured by guerrillas. Jupiter looked away. The woman held a watch and said there were 30 seconds left until the operation began. Reina concentrated energy in her hand. Her friend turned her head and said that if the captain of the 2nd Division wanted to go south, they needed to deal with it quickly. The woman looked at the mage. Command's decision was irrefutable. Energy enveloped her hand, and a voice shouted that there were 10 seconds left until the operation began. After all, this was what she had been doing her whole life. Jupiter extended her hand. If an order is given, it must be carried out. Such is the reality of a soldier. Energy took shape. Lightning struck the settlement. Silence fell over the city. Magic exploded. Reina bowed her head. Green tornadoes attacked the settlement. The young man approached the commanders and reported that the operation had been a success, adding that the rest was in the knight's hands. They would clear out and investigate the enemy base. Jupiter stood against the backdrop of the burning city. The woman leaned over and said she would go as well, as she wanted to personally inspect everything. The captain turned and said that the Legion of Mages was forbidden from approaching the facility, as they specialized in long-range attacks, and if the woman knew this, then what the hell was she doing? Reina kicked the ground and added that if they went and were ambushed by guerrillas, the Legion's combat effectiveness would be sharply reduced. The woman begged the soldier to stop her. The soldier shook his head, but no one dared stand in the way of the formidable mage. Jupiter stood in the middle of a burning street. A child's body lay on the ground. An old woman had been cut to pieces by a table. A silhouetted man held dead children, and the captain realized they were all civilians. The woman fell to her knees. Jupiter leaned over and shouted that there were no partisans here. The mage sat in the middle of a ruined city, and realized they were all civilians, even the elderly and children for the most part. The soldier looked ahead and reported that he had found the captain of the 2nd Division. Reina approached her friend and asked her to calm down. The woman raised her head and replied that she couldn't calm down, since command had given the order without even checking properly. The captain leaned over and said that Camilla's partisans were extremely cruel, and were hiding in every village. Reina closed her eyes and added that they didn't have time to check every house. Flames illuminated the mountains, and a voice explained that it had been 6 months since the war with the kingdom of Camilla began and winter was approaching, meaning that maintaining the front was burdensome for the command, so everyone wanted to finish as quickly as possible. Jupiter looked up and realized they were trying to tell her that if there was a suspicion, they could burn everyone indiscriminately. The child's body lay on the ground, and the mage replied that it worked. The woman raised her head and angrily shouted that she hadn't known that killing civilians was also part of the job. A map appeared, and the commander tried to figure out if Jupiter knew how many countries the Legion of Mages had wiped off the map, adding that she knew how many civilians had been killed in the process. Reina tilted her head and asked if she knew how many of the military bases she had burned over the past 20 years were real. The woman looked up, and that's when Jupiter understood. The commander sat against a backdrop of skulls. She realized what she'd truly been doing her entire life. Reina removed her headdress and said she'd always worked so hard, and now she felt the urge to throw a tantrum. The captain vomited. Magic was destroying the house. In her entire life, she'd never even considered questioning it, simply using it as ordered, getting paid to burn hundreds of people alive. Medals hung on her chest. She was even proud of her work, feeling proud every time she received another medal. The soldier placed her hand to her chest, happy that she could contribute to the development of the empire. The glass of reality cracked, because it all turned out to be nonsense. Reina approached her friend and remembered what she herself had said, war is war. Jupiter raised her hand and said that their task was to use magic from a safe distance, to avoid scars, quite prudently and practically. The captain bowed her head and said that up close, everything was different. The woman sits on the ground, and Reina adds that it's better to just watch from afar, as she has been doing all this time. Jupiter heard some sounds and thought there was a survivor. A hand touched the ground. Someone is coming. The woman stands in front of the church engulfed in flames. Jupiter bowed her head. The child lies among the rubble. The captain lifted a beam and said that she would pull it out now. The piece of wood fell. Jupiter holds the child and tries to understand if she is okay. The woman is kneeling and asking for forgiveness, because all this is because of her. The man looks ahead and asks if this is a rescue team. The priest is standing among the children. The old man bowed his head and decided that they had come to save them, because suddenly a thunderstorm fell from the sky, and he already thought everyone was dead. Jupiter turned her head and shouted that they should not leave the shelter, and asked them to hide inside. The soldier turned and shouted that there were survivors here. Reina approached the people and noted that they had survived such a powerful magical projectile. Her foot touched the ground. The captain bowed her head. The woman looked up and begged the mage not to do that, to which the latter merely asked for everyone to be taken outside. Soldiers were holding a man who was shouting to the children that everything would be fine. The priest was sitting on the ground, and Reina assumed these were all the survivors, to which the soldier replied that there was no one else in the village. The captain turned her head and asked how thoroughly they had checked. The soldier stood at attention and reported that they had checked every building for basements, as the village was located on rocky terrain, and there were no other escape routes. The woman approached the man and assumed he was the priest. The old man raised his head and said to spare them, as the children were innocent, so let the soldiers at least spare the children. The boy sat next to the girl, and Reina replied that whether they would survive depended solely on his answers, so he should answer wisely. The captain bowed her head and asked where the soldiers from the kingdom of Camilla were hiding here. Fire engulfed the church, and the man replied that there weren't any soldiers in the village, as all the young men had long since been conscripted into the army, and none had ever returned, adding that he was telling the truth. The woman stood before the man and repeated the word, truth, to which the priest swore by God that it was the absolute truth. Magic pierced the man's head. The priest's body lay on the ground. The captain bowed her head and replied that she wouldn't believe him even if he swore, as Everblack and Camilla believed in different gods. The woman's hand directed magic at the children, and Reina said she couldn't believe she had to do such a thing. A magical projectile flew. Jupiter stood before the children. The woman blocked her opponent's attack. Blood dripped to the ground. Jupiter raised her head and asked Reina to stop. The children were sitting on the ground, and the woman added that perhaps there had been guerrillas in the village, so it was deservedly burned, but these children were simply civilians. The former friends stood facing each other, and the mage tried to understand why they had to die, when she had already killed an innocent man, and whether it was necessary. The captain closed her eyes and replied that she understood perfectly well who was calling the shots in this war. The two stood before the city, and a female voice said that command had determined that the village was an enemy military base. Magic was destroying the city, and Reina added that in reality, it had been an ordinary village, not a base, and command had been mistaken, and she was now proposing to inform them that they had mistaken civilians for enemies and destroyed them. The captain raised her head and said that even if His Majesty had made a mistake, she was truly going to tarnish his reputation as a commander. The woman stepped forward and asked Jupiter not to make things difficult for them all and to simply get out of the way, as she wasn't doing this out of any affection. The child lay in her arms. Jupiter hugged the girl. The former captain stood up and said she didn't mind tarnishing His Majesty's reputation. A dead body lay on the ground, and a female voice added that she would file an official report on such orders and report that, following a mistaken tip from command, they had burned a village containing only civilians. Jupiter raised her head and said she would not follow such orders. The captain looked back. The soldiers watched the scene unfold, and Reina asked if she would kill her for this, and if so, then the rest of the Imperial Legion of Mages, as well as the rank-and-file melee and ranged soldiers, since she would have to kill everyone who witnessed what had happened. Reina looked at Jupiter, who said she didn't have the guts to do so. An image of two captains appeared, primarily because they were inseparable friends. Jupiter believed Reina simply couldn't shoot her, and that turned out to be true. The woman lowered her hand and told her former friend to do what she knew best. Reina raised her head and said that Jupiter could protest, could vilify His Majesty, could even save these children if she so chose. The captain turned and added that she should remember that soon she would have to take off this uniform and give up everything she had achieved in her life. The woman bowed her head and said that her sudden display of hypocritical nobility wouldn't change anything. The mage left, saying they'd had a good time together, but from now on, it would be better if they didn't see each other again. Jupiter silently watched her departing colleague, with whom she'd shared the ups and downs of the past 20 years. The woman glanced to the side. Behind her stood dozens of orphans, covered in blood and soot. The mage stood before the children, now responsible for their lives. The former captain stood before the judges. Jupiter had nevertheless filed an official complaint against the command. This was the first official massacre of civilians recorded in the military records of the Everblack Empire. The banner fluttered in the wind. It remained the only mistake made by the Imperial Command during the operation to eliminate the partisans of the Kingdom of Camilla, a blemish on the army's reputation, a blemish perpetrated by the Emperor himself. Flames consumed the flag. After that incident, the Imperial Legion of Mages was no longer deployed in partisan cleansing operations. With the end of the Legion's support for the army, the war dragged on far longer than Command had planned. Soldiers look at the burning city. Even after capturing the Kingdom of Camilla, it took years to completely destroy the entire partisan army. Reina stands in front of crates. Of course, Jupiter was soon expelled from the Imperial Legion of Mages and assigned to provincial service. Birds fly. The sun illuminates the port, and a month after the operation, Jupiter was exiled to the smallest coastal village on the Eastern Front. Her hand clutches her uniform. The security unit to which she was assigned had fewer than 5 subordinates, clearly a demotion. The mercenary looks down. She was demoted, but she didn't care. Jupiter stands before the construction workers. She built a large house with all her savings. The woman turned to the children and said they would be living here from now on. The mage knelt before the child and said she had never properly introduced herself. The woman smiled and said her name was Jupiter, and from now on, they would call her grandmother. The moon illuminates the building. The mercenary guild, present day. Ash holds a glass and says she isn't her granddaughter at all. The young man turned and said he thought they were blood relatives, since they had so much in common, to which the old woman replied that she was pleased to hear it. The woman looked down and said she wasn't sure she'd been able to play the role of a proper grandmother. Jupiter stands before the children and adds that she raised them out of guilt, but to put it bluntly, she was the one who condemned them to this life, and she would like to atone for her guilt toward these children, but it seems she's never been able to do so properly. An image of a girl appeared, and the mage noted that Jupiter Jr. was a very talented child and surpassed her in abilities alone. The hero remarked that this was indeed the case, as the SSR level is awarded to geniuses whose abilities far exceed the ordinary. Energy accumulated near the girl's chest, and the old woman added that because the girl received a powerful lightning strike as a child, her body was greatly weakened, and now every time she uses magic, she expends her own life force. The mage stands with the staff, and the woman said that if not for her, the younger girl could well have become the greatest sorcerer in the history of the world. The girl stands with flowers, and the voice added that she may have even lived a happy family life in that small village, but that day 15 years ago, she burned both of those possibilities. What the woman did cannot be undone or changed. The old woman holds a glass and says that, frankly, she is afraid of her. A candle illuminated the wall, and the young man asked why she feared it, to which she replied that if one day she asked for what she had taken back, she would. An image of the sorceress appeared, and the woman tried to understand how she could possibly repay him, since every time she met the child's gaze, the thought burned her so much that she wanted to sink into the ground. The prince bowed his head and realized he couldn't utter a single word, so he simply sat and listened to her story. Jupiter looked ahead, and the hero realized that for him, as a third party, this was too complex a problem to speak about, and he didn't even dare offer a solution, given his own situation. The light reflected off the metals, and the old woman said that he was truly proud of his service, but at the same time, he hated what she had to do. A photograph of a shattered Jupiter appeared, adding that, intoxicated by her role as a soldier, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Magical Legion, she had compromised her moral principles and become part of the destructive machine of war, and she hated herself for it. Someone poured alcohol into a glass. The woman turned to the hero and advised him not to get carried away by his roles, namely, that of the third prince of the empire, that of a commander, that of a lord, so that they might not consume him. The young man looked up at her, who continued that his essence was different, and that he should live as he is. Jupiter bowed her head and told the prince to listen to her old-fashioned moral advice just once. Empty bottles stood on the table, and the hero noted that Jupiter's advice had touched him deeply, like liquor burning his esophagus. An image of the real protagonist appeared, and he tried to figure out who he really was, a prince or just another player, and which life he was truly living. The mercenary looked at the boy and thanked him for listening to her whining, as she felt much better now that she'd spoken her mind, adding that she would talk to Jupiter Jr. The girl smiled, and the woman added that, after all, she was her granddaughter, who had inherited her name, and suggested that if he told her everything frankly, perhaps she would find an answer. Moonlight fell on the old woman's face, wanting to believe it. The young man bowed his head and thought that he, too, sincerely hoped so. The carriage pulled away from the sorceress, and the hero thought that, no matter how their story ended, he hoped they would leave each other with no cause for regret. Lucas brandished his sword. A few days later, the first silver weapons arrived from the forge. The hand clutched the sword, and the man added that the blade had good balance, and the system window reported that this equipment's damage was doubled against undead. The boy raised his head and said he'd tell the blacksmith to continue, adding that Lucas should consider this sword a model and use it with confidence. Evangeline raised her spear and asked if it was really safe to use, as it looked expensive. The girl lunged. The boys clapped, and the girl said they shouldn't react so violently to her every action, and the hero thought it was simply amusing to watch her react to their reactions. The prince stepped forward and asked Evangeline if she was proficient with a regular spear, to which the blonde replied affirmatively, as the basic principles were similar, and she had earned top marks in all weapons tests at the academy. The man bit his lip when he heard the girl say she could handle a long sword, and replied that he doubted it and suggested she try it. Blue and green energy surrounded the knights, and Ash said they would talk later and that they should start gearing up. The prince drew his blade and said it was time to explore the new area. A system window appeared, indicating that teleportation was in progress. The interface displayed advice that the main camp had many forks and that they should boldly explore various directions. The men emerged from the portal, and the hero thought that only the main squad should be used for this exploration. A system window appeared with the main squad composition, and the player added that they would be the ones fighting Celendian, meaning they needed to be properly leveled up. He realized it would be great to level them up before receiving his ultimate this time. Pixel Lucas stood there, and the young man remembered that the ultimate could only be obtained at level 50 with the third choice of development tree, but even his most highly trained characters were far from the required levels. A system window appeared, showing Ash and Damien's levels, and the protagonist realized that the only ones with a chance of gaining a new skill were he and Damien, since at level 35 you can change the development tree and learn 2 new skills, but for now, they had to stop there. The witch glanced away and noticed that the people were back. The woman approached the people and said that they had lost even more weight since their last meeting, and she wanted to give them something tasty, to which the hero replied that they had just eaten. The prince approached the old woman and asked where the dwarf was, to which Coco replied that he had gone into the dungeon to get some materials. The young man glanced to the side, wondering if Kelly Bay, as a permanent NPC, was usually there, watching over this place, and how could he possibly leave his position. The flames were burning in the furnace, and the player realized that Kelly Bay was higher level and much stronger than them, meaning he was unlikely to die. The hero walked forward and said he had a request for the grandmother, to which she assumed he wanted a jelly bean, but the protagonist refused, saying he wasn't hungry. The man stopped before the inscriptions and asked the witch to remove the seal. Coco lowered her head and said that this passage led to an enemy with a terrible reputation, and that this path could also break his heart. The hero turned and replied that everything would be fine, as his heart wasn't so easily broken, to which the old woman added that if the protagonist didn't win, he wouldn't be able to return, meaning this was a one-way trip, and asked if he was ready for that. The prince raised his hand and said he could definitely win, to which Coco recalled Kelly by saying he was quite good, and she thought he was. The woman touched the symbols and said she'd be waiting to hear the story of their adventures. The hatch opened, and the hero thanked the old woman and remembered that this passage was named after the champion's path. A system window appeared, showing the layout of the levels. The player remarked that while it sounded cool, it was just the name of the passage. He added that it was a secret path that allowed them to get directly from the main camp to level 5, bypassing level 4. They were currently on level 3. However, the monsters on level 5 were much stronger and more challenging, even though they'd summoned them there themselves, which begged the question of how they were going to get through it. An image of a coliseum appeared, and the hero replied that of all the options at the moment, it was the easiest place to go, since dungeons and bosses are designed in such a way that victory is often determined by knowing your enemy and being able to exploit that knowledge. In other words, tricks and gimmicks work wonders. The hero stands before the squad, remembering that he carefully briefed his team members before going there. Ash stands before the hatch, and the system informs him that passing this route disables all skills, as well as any escape route when attempting to avoid combat, and only the truly brave can accept this challenge. The player turns and asks if the team is coming. The squad looks at the hero, who notices their expressions are unimpressed. Even Lucas realizes this is expected, as it's physiologically determined. The torch falls into the hatch. The light dissolves into darkness. The hatch glows, and the hero says it's not very deep. The prince stands on the ladder and says he'll go first, but the knight tries to stop him, saying he'll go first. Ash descends the ladder, thinking that if the darkness had a will, what it tried to do, and it feels like it's even reaching his ears. His foot lands on the step. Unknown images surround the hero, who realizes that as he descends, the darkness seems to gain the ability to speak. Under the gaze of the darkness, the player descends the stairs and finds himself so terrified that every step is an effort. The young man's eye glows, and he understands that he must move forward, for this is the only way forward, and he has no choice but to leap into this darkness, as if into lava. A torch illuminates his foot. The prince grips the stairs and realizes that as soon as his feet touch the ground, the sounds of the darkness ceased. His hand holds the torch. The hero looks into the darkness and declares that this is the path of a champion, recalling that speedrunners, striving to overcome the Empire's defenses in the shortest time, often broke through the Colosseum. Someone touched the ground. The young man turned and asked Lucas if they were continuing. The man raised his head and asked the hero to take a break. The knight sits by the wall, and the hero says they'll wait for everyone to come down. He's thinking about why he didn't ask Lucas about what he saw and heard, because even his passive, the unyielding commander, couldn't help. A hand touches the warrior's armor, and Ash hopes each of them will survive this ordeal. The young man falls to the ground. Damien cries and screams that he's so guilty, begs him not to hit him, and also apologizes for being the only one left alive. The hero approaches the boy and tells him to come to his senses. The prince touches the boy's hand, who tells Lucas to take his hand too. A woman's foot touches the floor. Jupiter looks up and says it's very interesting that the curse works this way, adding that it's somewhat archaic, but very interesting. The prince looks at the girl and notices that her legs are shaking and suggests an earthquake, to which the sorceress replies that the mage's body is simply weak, not that she's afraid. The men, sitting in front of the torch, hold hands, and the hero calls Jupiter to join them, thinking that this really helps. Evangeline lands on the ground. The girl's eyes widen and she screams that her body is covered in goosebumps, suggesting that she's afraid. The squad looks at the girl. Evangeline drops her shield and asks to be taken to them. The torch lies on the ground. Damien looks up and says he feels better. The hero closes his eyes and says that the young man is still afraid and suggests that he sit a little longer, as there's nothing shameful in being afraid of the damned darkness. He asks the boy to stay strong. The party began to encourage the young man, and the protagonist realized that by using Damien as an excuse, they were ridding themselves of their fear. Then the protagonist realized he didn't understand the full depth of their wounds, nor the causes, which were surely rooted in the past. The party held hands, and the player realized that this was precisely why they were here, to overcome their fears and hunt monsters together. They walked down a large corridor, and the protagonist explained that after resting for about an hour at the entrance, they moved on, adding that they had to travel from the main camp to the Colosseum on the 5th level. In other words, they had a long journey into the depths of the dungeon. The hero raised his hand, remembering that thanks to this, he was able to thoroughly explain the mechanics and intricacies of the Colosseum to the party members. Ash looked at the stairs, trying to figure out how long they had been walking along this long passage, but the important thing was that they had finally reached its end. The boys looked up, and the prince said there would be no curses this time. The young man turned and said it was time for them to go. A silhouette emerged from the hatch. Lucas turned and helped the protagonist climb up. The hero looked through the hatch and told the remaining members of the squad to hurry. The man looked around and said he thought they were in enemy territory. The prince looked away. The stranger raised his head and noticed that there were many new gladiators in the arena. The stone began to glow. The spotlight turned to the side. Ash covered his face with his hand, trying to understand what was happening. Beams of light were directed at the group of heroes. Level 5, Fiery Colosseum. The girl looked up and said that my lord didn't say they would end up in the arena, to which the protagonist replied that he himself hadn't known that. The hatch slammed shut, and the hero tried to figure out why the hatch cover was in the middle of the arena. He never really noticed it in the game, as it was something he took for granted, just a gameplay moment. The stranger raised his hands and shouted that he'd forgotten the last time he'd had guests. The gladiator king, Jackal, looked up and said it was worth the wait. The young man clenched his teeth in anger. The jackal spread his arms and said he understood everyone had been waiting for this for a long time, and were probably starving. He offered to skin the guests and rip out their entrails. The dwarves sat in the arena, and a voice announced that the jackal's Colosseum had been ceremoniously opened. The man extended his hand and announced that the first duel of the day would be for a squad of worthless humans. The knights raised their heads and told the jackal to watch his mouth. The creature stood before the gates, and the announcer said the monster had waited a long time for this day. The paw stepped on the ground, and Jackal assumed that it was probably insanely hungry. A monster entered the arena, and the host announced it was a chimera and asked who would survive and devour the opponent today. A window appeared with the task of defeating a level 45 chimera enemy. The interface displayed the team's elimination odds. The prince looked at the window and realized they were betting 1.01 to 100. The squad walked through the tunnel, and the hero remembered explaining to his squad mates on the way here that the Colosseum had a unique betting system. The goblins looked at the arena, and the hero added that each of the 100 goblins seated in the hall was given one vote, and they voted for who they believed would win, and based on the results, a winning odds ratio was created. 99 goblins bet on the chimera to win, and the player explained that the odds of victory were 99 to 1. The system window reported a 1.01 to 100 chance of elimination. The goblin smiled, and the hero added that the system simply blocked 100 to 0 odds. In fact, that's the lowest possible odds, since they all thought they had absolutely no chance of winning. Ash turned around and said it was offensive to be disregarded. The chimera charged at the humans, and the prince asked Damien to lend him the queen, while the player thought that, whatever the case, the key factor was the elimination odds ratio. His hand gripped the gun, and the protagonist realized that only the first attack would benefit from the damage multiplier. A system window with the odds appeared, and the hero explained in other words that the chimera's first attack would be 1.01 times stronger than normal, while their team's attack would be 100 times stronger, meaning the side that seemed weaker could have an advantage on the first strike. The prince took aim, thinking this was the trick that would help him conquer the Colosseum at this stage. He announced with a smile that he would now receive a surprise one-shot kill, with damage increased by 100 times, only on the first attack. The chimera charged at Ash, and Jackal told the audience to look at these puppies, trying to fight off the ravenously hungry chimera with a toothpick in their hands, as the chimera's flesh was tougher than the frost giant's hardened skin. The man extended his hand and added that even with the 100-fold damage increase, the boys only had a toothpick and couldn't harm it. The player looked away and asked Jackal to be quiet. A beam of energy passed through the chimera's body, its fragments falling to the ground. The hero stood before the torn chimera's body and noted that Jackal had finally shut up, adding that even in the game, he'd been chattering nonstop. The young man raised his hands and declared it a thrill, realizing he'd absorbed the entire experience of the boss monster all by himself. The jackal looked down. The protagonist looked up and asked what the second battle would be like, as he was very interested. A window appeared with the quest to defeat the level 46 Frost Giant General. The interface reported a 1.11 chance of elimination for the giant to a 10 chance for the heroes. The monster roared, and the host explained that this opponent was straight from Jotunheim, on the 7th floor, the commander of the Frost Giant Squad, the Frost Giant General. The man clenched his fist and declared that today was his chance to demonstrate the full force of his wrath. A purple beam obliterated the opponent, and the hero noted that the opportunity had been lost. The prince looked up and realized the odds of victory were 90 to 10. A window appeared with the quest to defeat the level 47 Black Dragon's daughter. The interface showed a 1.25 chance of elimination for the dragon to a 5 chance for the human squad. Jackal raised his hand and announced the next opponent, the daughter of the Black Dragon who nearly destroyed the world. Light illuminated the monster's body, and the announcer added that she had 8 wings and 6 pairs of legs. The creature stood, and the man added that she had 5 tails, one of which was severed. The dragon looked at the hero, and Jackal explained that she was still strong and whether she could surpass her father. A purple beam cut through the dragon, and the hero noted that she couldn't even dodge a magic bullet, and the odds of victory were 80 to 20. A window appeared with the task of defeating the level 48 Goblin God. The interface showed the goblin's chance of elimination at 1.43, compared to the hero's 3.33. The axe left a mark on the ground, and a voice shouted that he truly hadn't intended to release this monster until now. The goblin sat in the stands, and Jackal explained that this was the god of war of his dear goblin friends. The monster stepped forward, and the man explained that he had 8 weapons in his hands, which he could easily use to shred enemies to pieces. The projectile tore a hole in the monster's body. The goblins began to mourn the captain, and the protagonist noted that the odds of victory were 70 to 30. A window appeared with the task of defeating a level 49 Fallen Blood. The interface showed a 1.66 chance of elimination for a Fallen Blood, compared to 2.50 for humans, and the young man realized that a family of bloodsuckers had emerged. A light illuminated the cage, and the host announced that the owner had just captured several fresh monsters in the area. Someone was sitting in the cage, and the man added that monsters of this level were extremely ferocious. The monsters raised their heads, and the protagonist realized that they were talking about fallen vampires. An image of the creature appeared, and the player explained that vampires, deprived of human blood for a long time, gradually degenerate, losing the ability to speak in their minds, and eventually transforming into something more like an animal. The monster charged, a vampire outcast, a fallen of blood. The prince took aim. The projectile missed the fallen. Purple light illuminated the creature's neck. The vampire jumped aside, and the protagonist realized he would burst from the slightest breath, and even with only a 2.5x damage increase, it would be more than enough. The prince raised his head and said enough of the tricks and suggested practicing on a second monster. The hero stood before the bodies of his fallen enemies and recalled that among the vampires he had faced, ghouls were the most powerful, and the fallen of blood, a monster of a higher level, would be an excellent example to study. The knight leaned over and replied that he had been expecting this invitation from the hero, and the young man realized that the odds of winning this round were 60 to 40. The party charged, and the protagonist realized it was time to show the goblins, who hadn't yet figured it out, who was truly worth betting on. The girl pokes the defeated opponent with her finger. The prince looks down and comments that his stats were high, to which Lucas replies that his movements were too simple, perhaps because he was a fallen vampire. Someone poked the monster's nose, and the hero thought that the former vampire, possessed of nothing but bloodlust and instinct, no matter how fast and strong he was, his movements were too predictable. The young man turned and asked the host if he would have someone stronger. The jackal raised his hands, saying it was incredible and adding that it was time to unleash the freshest, most powerful monster they had ever captured. A window appeared with the quest to kill a level 50 vampire. The interface showed an even chance of victory. The young man lowered his head, thinking that he would finally meet a true vampire he could fight. Someone stepped forward, and the host said that no one had ever seen such a vampire, as he had once been an aristocrat and trained young bloodsuckers. The jackal raised his hand and said he was tired of making speeches and should just go and fight. Spotlights illuminated the man, and the jackal declared him an impoverished vampire. The ghoul raised his head and said the host wouldn't get away with this. The man looked down. The vampire clenched his fists and said that the jackal was only allowed to play in this arena because the great commanders tolerated his existence. But he was from the family of Lord Selendian, a great Nosferatu. The man clutched his head and uttered Selendian's name in horror, to which the ghoul added that he had no right to do this to him. The monster's hands flew upward. The vampire looked away. An aura enveloped the jackal's body, who told the monster to shut its mouth and assumed the vampire thought the man would tremble in fear upon learning he was Selendian's subordinate. The hand lies on the ground, and the presenter adds that if he was caught and brought here, then he's just expendable material in the jackal's coliseum and doesn't care what family he's from. The warrior raised his hand and said that if he utters another word, he'll tear down his fang tower and ordered him to fight properly. The man bowed his head and asked if the vampire understood. The monster stares ahead with a blank stare. The people stand behind the enemy. The hand begins to move. The man pulls the hands back to himself with blood and says he doesn't know who they are or where they came from, but he has no appetite right now, so he'll just have to kill them. The hand fused with his body. The ghoul turned his head and added that if they don't resist, he'll do it quickly and painlessly. The prince holds his wand and tells the vampire to forgive them, because they'll have to kill him. The protagonist raised his head and said that this was his first encounter with a real vampire, and added that he has to start somewhere. The hero turned and said that before they deal with the Fanged One, 3 squad members showed signs of being okay, and Ash asked who missed being spanked. He grabbed Jupiter's hand, but she didn't understand what he was doing. Blue energy enveloped the girl's body, and the system reported that damage from the primary attribute had been increased by 20% for 3 minutes. People smiled. Ash leaned toward the sorceress and said that this only worked once a day, so he wouldn't be spanking often, so Jupiter shouldn't ask him about it. He thought about using buffs too often, lest he get addicted to them. The girl recoiled, and Ash realized he looked like a pervert. The ghoul bowed his head and hissed that the people had gathered here and were still daring to mock the vampire, and if they desired a painful death, then they could begin. The monster charged, declaring that he would suck every last drop of their blood. The prince raised his head and announced that the enemy was advancing and everyone needed to prepare, then recalled that vampires were distinguished by 2 main attributes. An image of blood appeared, and the player explained that the first attribute was blood magic, adding that this ability allowed the player to use their own blood, as well as the blood of others, as a source of magic. A red aura enveloped the muscles, and the protagonist explained that the second attribute was physical superiority, a regenerative ability that far exceeded common sense, as well as physical strength that far exceeded that of humans. The vampire skill system appeared, and the hero recalled that most vampires preferred to develop only one of 2 skill trees, but if they leveled up even 1 tier of both, the result would be a monster of catastrophic strength. Someone cut the man, and the hero realized he had neglected both blood magic and physical skill. The ghoul stood surrounded by people, and the young man noticed that everything around him was covered in nothing but the enemy's blood. The monster was breathing heavily, and Ash thought that it might seem like victory was already at hand, but that wasn't quite the case. The wound regenerated outside the creature's body, and the player remembered that the vampire's innate regenerative ability had been astounding, and then tried to figure out how to kill him. The prince turned and asked the young man if he could see his core, to which Damien replied that he could, but it felt like this vampire's entire body was made of blood. An image of the vampire's core appeared, and the gunslinger added that the core wasn't fixed in place. It gathered and then spread throughout the body. The hero tilted his head and wondered what to do. A pixelated knight attacked the enemy, and the player remembered that vampire raids in the game begin somewhere midway through, and there are usually artifacts that suppress regenerative abilities, as well as a blessed silver sword always at hand. The ghoul looked at the humans, and the hero realized they were only just beginning their journey, lacking the necessary artifacts or holy weapons. The protagonist tilted his head and realized they couldn't deal enough damage at once, so there had to be a better way. The man smiled and noticed the boy staring at him. The monster leaped at the human, declaring it would drink his blood. The player looked up and realized it had been choosing the most suitable target for the blood, thinking it must be due to its low level. The ghoul opened its jaws wide. An arrow pierced the enemy's head, and the hero realized that if he so openly shouted that he thirsted for his blood, he would be right. Damien stood with a crossbow, and the protagonist added that doing so would attract the attention of his companions. The knights raised their weapons and shouted that the enemy was targeting their majesty. The weapons pierced the man's body. The youth looked ahead and realized that this was it. The soldiers had abandoned the monster because the hero had ordered them to leave their weapons in the vampire's body. The man pulled the arrow from his cheek and said that the prince had disarmed his men, making it easier for him to devour them. Then he sarcastically asked if the hero had considered that such an attack could mortally wound the vampire. Ash raised his head and shouted the sorceress's name. The girl twirled her wand. Jupiter extended her hand and said she understood what the hero wanted from it. The weapon in the vampire's body began to spark. Lightning struck the man. Magic was damaging the ghoul's body. Damien looked forward and said what he saw. The arrow pierced the monster's red sphere. The man fell to the ground. The prince stood before the ashes of his opponent, and realized that he was a bit weak for a vampire. But his plan was good. The arrow lay between the halves of the sphere, and the hero realized that attacking with a combination of silver weapons and magic helped Damien locate the core and fire, thus establishing the basic tactic for fighting vampires. The young man looked up. The jackal landed in the arena and declared the gladiators worthy and acknowledged their strength. The man bowed and declared that they deserved to fight him, the king of gladiators. A window appeared with a quest to defeat the level 75 king of gladiators. The interface showed no chance of elimination. The protagonist turned to the jackal and remembered that this was the final boss of the Colosseum, the final battle. Goblin corpses lay in the stands, and the hero understood why there were no elimination bets. The man drew his blades and declared that this duel should be entirely his, so he got rid of the extra eyes, and the player remembered that the jackal's special ability was to dodge the first attack. An image of the gladiator king appeared, and Ash remembered that, regardless of whether there was a betting odds, there was little counter to such a bonus, and a level 75 opponent meant a fight with him was doomed to failure. A dark aura enveloped the man's body, who said it had been many years since he stood in the center of the Colosseum arena. A muscular foot stomped on the ground, and Jackal asked the people to show him their fighting spirit. The man lunged, and the hero remembered that the reason he had come here anyway was because. Jackal raised his hand to strike, and the hero continued that he had a way to neutralize this boss. The young man looked at the man. Jackal's eyes widened when he heard that Everblack hadn't forgotten him, and asked him to repeat it. The prince stood before the gladiator, and repeated that Everblack hadn't forgotten him. The figure sits before the emperor. In reality, the Jackal is an agent sent by the Everblack Empire decades ago, an unfortunate character who was kidnapped while exploring the Colosseum dungeon and spent all these years alone. Lucas shows the token, and the hero explains that in the game, it was possible to avoid this battle by using an item, a relic of Prince Ash. He adds that in this case, the Jackal mistakes Lucas for a member of the royal family and lets him go without harming the party. A ruse. The man's leg begins to tremble, and he asks the nobleman to state his name. The player picks up the token and reveals himself as Ash Everblack, the third prince of the empire. The sword falls to the ground, and a voice declares that this cannot be. The gladiator sits on the ground and says that for many years he believed he was forgotten, thinking the empire had forgotten him, and he tried to forget them. The boy lowered his head and replied that even if Jackal forgot Everblack, the empire would never forget him. The prince placed his hand on his chest and added that even if the empire forgot him, he, Ash, would always remember him. The man began to cry and said that the time he spent here had not been in vain. The hero stands next to the man and realizes that seeing Jackal so sad and happy had given him a slight pang of guilt, but now he simply needed to remember him. People stood around the gladiator, and the hero explained that he had come up with a multitude of reasons for being in the Colosseum, and Jackal, without a moment's hesitation, took his word for it. The man placed his hand on his chest and said that if the protagonist remembered his name, that was enough, and the player noted that as soon as the boss mode ended, Jackal became a regular NPC. An image of a screaming Jackal appeared, and the hero realized that they were indeed the same person. The prince glanced aside and asked if the man would help with future dungeon exploration. An aura enveloped the gladiator's body, and the protagonist realized that Jackal was an incredibly powerful level 75 character, and if he could recruit him, or at least use him for a bit, things would be much easier. Lanterns illuminated the Colosseum, and the man replied that since he had become a gladiator, his body now belonged to the Colosseum, meaning that he could wield his power here, but outside the Colosseum, he was helpless. Jackal bent down and apologized, and the hero realized he should apologize and roll his lip back. Light illuminated the gates, and the hero asked Jackal if there were any dark crystals here. The man bowed and said that there were, and the protagonist could name as many as he needed. An image of a pixelated Jackal appeared, and the protagonist remembered that if they avoided him in the game, he would turn into an NPC merchant and sell dark crystals, but this time they could get them for free. The prince holds the crystals, and the player realizes that this material is necessary for crafting higher items, and this is the first time they've seen them in person. The protagonist placed the item in their inventory, and realized that they finally had all the materials to create the holy silver weapon. The man scratched his head and asked if His Majesty needed anything else, adding that he was embarrassed to say so, but he was very powerful in this area, so they should just tell him what was needed. The prince turned his head and asked if there was a place to take a nap. The protagonist's squad was breathing heavily, and the protagonist replied that his men had worked hard and now they needed to rest. The girl sat on the bed and said she was ready to sleep on a hard floor. Jupiter raised her hands and said there were even beds here. Inside the Colosseum, the gladiators' quarters. The girl smiled and said the protagonist was incredible, having managed to turn such a powerful enemy into an ally with just a few words. The guy looked up and said he didn't know how to respond, thinking he wasn't amazing, just following the quest script, though he could have thanked his bright mind for remembering all of this. Evangeline curled up in the blanket and asked if they would sleep in the same room. The protagonist sat down on the bed and said they would all share the same room, since there were no others here. The girl added that there were 2 ladies here, and the hero asked where the ladies were in this room. Evangeline lay on the bed, and the hero said he saw a small caterpillar there. Jupiter spat out blood, and the protagonist called her an incessant hacker. The girl got out of bed and asked why he was a caterpillar, to which the hero replied that she wouldn't hurt him. Evangeline held a pillow and told Ash to hold on. A red aura enveloped the protagonist's body, and he declared that he would teach the brat respect. Lucas entered the room and said that he and Damien had washed up. The girl beat the prince with a pillow. The protagonist covered his head with his hands and ordered Lucas to save him. The man grabbed the pillow and replied that the order would be carried out. Evangeline covered her head with her hand, saying that 2 against 1 wasn't fair and called Jupiter for help. The girl looked away and declared that she was remaining neutral, to which the girl shouted that if she helped, she would sleep with her. The sorceress levitated a pile of pillows, and the prince replied that it wasn't fair, since she had recruited the mage. Evangeline responded by saying that they had started it, and the protagonist added that she had left him no choice. The protagonist tried to call Damien, who was already asleep in bed. The blankets flew down. The prince and Lucas lay on the ground, and the knight apologized for letting the lord down. The player raised his head and said Lucas wasn't to blame, but that it was all the fault of the evil duo. Jupiter laughed, and Ash realized he'd never seen her do it sincerely. Evangeline hugged her friend, and the protagonist noted that, unlike the smiles she'd shown before, this one was genuine, suggesting she'd opened up to them a little. The protagonist sat at the computer, and someone asked where he'd been and if he'd become a popular streamer while he was away. He replied that of course he had, since he was having surgery soon. The young man smiled, and a viewer wrote that everything would be fine and hoped he wasn't stressing out too much. Ash's eyes widened. The girl turned her head and said, "If anything hurts." But before she could finish, the prince interrupted her, saying he was fine and then asking why she wasn't sleeping. Moonlight filtered into the room, and Jupiter replied that she'd slept briefly, asking if he was alright and suggesting that the protagonist was extremely tired, which was why he was having nightmares. The boy bowed his head and said there was one thing he regretted, which was why he often had this dream. The girl bowed her head and said that everyone said that, and the hero tried to find out if others had the same. Jupiter turned and replied that it was the same for her, because she regretted many things and they often appeared in her nightmares. Evangeline was asleep. Lucas pressed his hands together, and the sorceress noted that most of them were sleeping peacefully. The hero bowed his head and noted that everyone was fast asleep. The ceiling was shaking. The jackal opened the door and turned to the protagonist, telling him he should get out of bed. When the hero asked what had happened, the man looked up and replied that a vampire invasion had begun. A crowd of monsters was running. The giant swung his mace. The monsters scattered from the impact. Dragons spewed flames. Ash looked up and realized the monsters were squabbling among themselves. An image of a vampire appeared, and Ash thought the ghoul they'd killed yesterday was just the dregs of their society, but more likely, he really was one of Celendian's subordinates. The jackal approached the hero and said that even though it would be the Legion's army, this was still his territory, meaning he wouldn't let them pass, and the hero asked if he could handle it. The man looked up and replied that he'd seen worse, adding that the title of Gladiator King wasn't given lightly. The jackal stepped forward and said no one knew when things would escalate. The man opened the hatch and said they'd better take the underground tunnel to quickly get back to where they came from. The hatch creaked open, and the man declared that they had conquered this place, and the champion's path was currently opening in the opposite direction. The jackal glanced aside and told the men to hurry, as while His Highness was here, he wouldn't be able to give everyone a dressing down with peace of mind. The heroes descend the stairs. The man looks at the youth and says he's very grateful for him remembering the name of such a petty man like him. The jackal kneels and says the protagonist's words were his salvation. The youth raised his head and said his words sounded as if he were about to die and asked him to be careful. The man raised his head and replied that he was simply speaking from the heart, adding that next time, he could give them a fitting reception. The man lowered the sack and said he looked forward to meeting His Highness again. The jackal, closing the hatch, wished the heroes luck. The party stands. The prince holds the sack, thinking that it truly felt like a farewell before death. The young man turned and said they weren't ready to feed the vampire silver and lightning just yet. Fog enveloped the heroes' party. The protagonist took a step and noted that it was colder here than yesterday. Damien stopped and agreed with the hero. Jupiter looked ahead. Lucas drew his sword and said that something was approaching directly ahead. A silhouette was walking toward the humans. Someone took a step forward. The protagonist tilted his head. A Nosferatu stood before the humans, and the hero realized it was Lord Celendian. The boys saw the silhouette in the tunnel before them. Ash's eyes widened, declaring it was the Vampire King. The boy with red eyes looked at them, assuming it was Celendian. He spoke, asking for forgiveness. The vampire appeared behind them. Shards of something fell from his hand. Evangeline's eyes widened, not understanding what had happened. The boy looked at the object, asking what it was. Lucas turned, shouting for his lord to watch out. The characters circled above Celendian's head. Jupiter Jr. began casting a spell, declaring that she would detain him. The vampire's eyes glowed a bright red light. The girl's magic began to fade, after which she declared that this couldn't be happening. A whirlwind behind the protagonist sent Jupiter flying backward, throwing him back. The boy approached the young man and offered to talk. Ash tensed, hearing him say he had many questions for him. The vampire was much larger than the young man watching him. When he told him that Celendian had stared at him with piercing scarlet eyes, it was the look of a child observing captured insects, and it sent shivers down his spine. The boy frowned, considering that appearances shouldn't deceive him. This monster was actually hundreds of years old. Celendian looked closely at the young man and asked if the player was ready to talk. The boy replied that he was Ash, and the boy asked again. The protagonist looked at him with a serious expression, explaining that his name was Ash von Hyder Everblack, wondering why everyone kept calling him player, while ignoring his name. The boy raised his hand to his face, affirming that it was true, he had a name, and the young man asked again, listening to the answer that he, too, probably didn't ask for a name when he saw a bug, did he? Celendian looked at his interlocutor, saying that in any case, he apologized, as he had been impolite, hadn't meant to offend the young man, and had no intention of causing any harm. The hero's friends were sitting on the floor to the side when Ash inquired about what it was. His friend lay unconscious as the vampire pleaded for understanding. It was hard enough to start a conversation with him without killing him, and for now, he just wanted to talk. The boy stared at him intently, thinking that if it were up to him, they'd all be dead already. He didn't know why, but one thing was certain. The boy calmly watched Ash as he considered that this bastard wasn't here to kill them. If he was holding back for their sake, there was no reason to deny him a conversation. The young man began to sit in the lotus position when asked what he was doing. Ash looked at him, replying that he was sitting down and inviting him to sit too, asking that he didn't know what he wanted to talk about, but talking standing up was a bit awkward, wasn't it? Celendian lowered his gaze. The boy sat down across from the hero. The boy raised his hand, asking what topic of conversation had inspired him, school, career, puberty, whatever. The vampire replied that he had no idea, saying there was one thing he wanted to ask. The boy looked him in the eye, wondering how he'd killed Orlop. The prince asked again, receiving the answer that she was the commander of the Black Spider Legion and mother of all spiders, Orlop, the queen of the tarantulas. The boy stared ahead, muttering that he couldn't remember anything, lost in thought. A bloodthirsty monster with red eyes was shown, as Ash wondered if he was talking about the queen of the black spiders they'd killed during the very first defense, if she was the queen of the tarantulas, not just a boss. The queen was among a pile of other spiders when the young man explained that the tarantula queen was a title given to the biological mother of all arachnid monsters, and he thought the creature only existed in the game files, as it hadn't appeared in the story. Ash looked serious as he explained that, according to that bastard, such a monster had already been trained, so that's why she wasn't dying, she was the Legion commander. The boy looked at his companion, noting that he seemed to remember, and the hero replied that of course he did, since he almost died back then. The queen stared at the green orbs when the vampire explained that Orlop didn't usually fight on the front lines personally, but it was breeding season, and she needed to feed on human flesh and despair. The young man declared that it was yuck. The vampire calmly stared ahead, explaining that she was dead. They said Ash killed her with a cannon. The boy grinned, saying that was indeed the case. He considered that, to be more precise, it was Damien who killed her, not the hero. A broken object lay on the ground, and the prince asked if it was true that he had killed the spider, and if the boy had come for revenge. Celendian asked again. The vampire smiled, asking if it was because of some spider, but he was just joking. Unknown figures were depicted at the table, where the boy recounted how he had told his master that he wanted to fight for revenge, but that wasn't the point. He had never felt compassion for that vile creature. The heroes sat across from each other, and when the boy asked why, the vampire replied that he wanted to die. The boy raised his hands in despair, saying that he had said he wanted to die, that he wanted to face death. He looked at his palm, explaining that 500 years had passed since he was reborn here, and the vampire was searching for someone who could kill him again. The hero frowned, wondering what he meant. Reborn, kill again. Celendian scratched his throat with a claw, declaring that no one could kill him, let alone wound him. The wound on his neck healed instantly when he explained that Orlop had been a Legion commander just like him, and the cause of her death had been completely unexpected. The boy replayed the events that had befallen the queen, talking about being nothing more than a human cannon, and it occurred to him that if they could kill Orlop, then perhaps they could kill him too. The vampire extended a bloody hand, asking if he could kill him, if he could free him from his endless slumber. Blood dripped onto the coffin as the question arose of whether he could return him to the realm of eternal darkness. Ash stared at him, his mouth hanging open. He clutched his knee, wondering what kind of nonsense this was, whether he could kill him, asking what kind of idiotic questions were these. The young man rose to his feet, explaining that he'd come here from the start to kill him, that he was here to rip their throats out, burn them to ashes, and scatter them to the winds, that this was what he lived for. The battle was shown, and the hero reflected on how he remembered well how hundreds of his comrades had fallen, their blood dripping from the monster's claws and jaws. Madness was written all over the prince's face as he exclaimed that he would kill Celendian, let him have no doubt about it, and not just him, but all the boy's comrades, his family, and his damned overlord, too. The protagonist held the elf in his arms, recalling how he vividly remembered the broken Margrave, who had dedicated his life to fighting monsters, slowly dying in his arms. Ash screamed in rage that he would kill every last one, absolutely destroy them all, sparing no one. The young man looked at the blue flames. As the story told him, he remembered everything. Over 3,000 bodies piled up in a heap, with a blue flame in the middle. A depiction of cannons on a fortress was shown, as the young man exclaimed that this was why he was here, on the front lines. This was the only goal he must achieve, even if it meant risking his own life. Bright lights shot into the sky, a solemn cannon salute. The crowd sang, as the choir described the heart-rending melody. The young man bowed his head before the crowd as the story described the ringing silence of a moment of silence. The man clenched his teeth. It was Ken. Beads of sweat appeared on the young man Thane's face. Blood flew from the boy's mouth. It was Ron. The girl was surrounded by monsters. They were talking about Gia. A spear pierced the chest of the fighter peak. The fighter bowed his head on a pile of corpses as they spoke of the countless others who had perished, whose names hadn't even sunk into memory. Ash clenched his fist, thinking about what he remembered well, and why it was his duty as a commander to hate them with all his soul. The boy stood before the vampire sitting on the floor and told him not to worry. He would kill him, and not because he asked, and to think instead about what he would scream in his death throes. The vampire smiled, commenting that he was pleased to know. The boy rose from the floor, saying that even if his approach seemed pretentious, he was still happy. That was true hatred. He shook the boy's hand, saying he couldn't understand it. Celendian raised Ash's hand, noting that he was a worthless creature, ready to do anything to kill him, and asked what motivated him. The prince threw his hand away, replying that it was self-evident. The hero wondered if the little bastard would take any pleasure in tearing his head off in the game every time. The boy looked at the boy, urging him to sharpen his fangs and crawl to the walls of his castle. Ash gritted his teeth, approached, and said he would take responsibility and put an end to his unhappy life. Celendian smiled, saying goodbye. The girl approached him, declaring that she hoped his boyfriend wasn't just empty talk. Lucas and Evangeline prepared for battle. The boy commented that it looked like the prince's men were planning an ambush, advising them to control their tempers and save their resolve for the appointed date. The young man, gritting his teeth, insisted they stop, saying that if they tried to attack him now, they'd be screwed. The boy stood to the side when he addressed Ash. Magic swirled around him as he spoke of his eager anticipation, hoping he could truly kill the vampire. The boy watched silently as he vanished. He narrowed his eyes, arguing that if he so yearned for death, he should commit suicide, but it seemed that wouldn't work, since he was asking to be killed. The prince lifted Lucas, exclaiming that he shouldn't get upset over the difference in their strength. Their fangs were sharp enough. His friends lowered their heads when he declared they could handle the task. Ash looked ahead, saying they were returning. They had a lot of work ahead of them, a lot. The hero looked at the blacksmith, exclaiming, "What is this?" The man held up a branch, explaining that it was devil's mistletoe, which grows only in the deepest levels of the dungeon, also known as mistletoe. He explained that it was a rare material, obtainable only in later stages. Ash's eyes widened, explaining that it was a cursed branch, and if he used it to craft equipment then. The blacksmith smirked, knowing he knew. The man clutched the magical branch in his hand, noting that it could be used to create a cursed blade that would dramatically reduce the regeneration of any enemy it struck, and there was no better gift for bloodsuckers than this. The sword was shown as the prince explained that, according to Kelly Bay, the holy weapon would have a regeneration-reducing effect, making it the most powerful weapon against vampires. The man's hand was bandaged when the hero inquired if he had been injured while trying to retrieve it. The blacksmith clenched his fists, asking what he meant, explaining that he had simply fallen and hurt himself, and had picked up the branch on the way here. The man raised his hand to his beard, concluding that this was all he could do. Kelly Bay's eyes widened, exclaiming that the boy simply had to kill these creatures. The young man noted the serious expression on the blacksmith's face, having lost all his brothers to Celendian. A notification popped up stating that autonomous exploration had been completed and a reward had been received. A second message stated that the main squad had earned experience. Crossroads estate. A glow was visible in the window as the hero explained that upon returning from the dungeon, he began sorting through the items he'd collected this time. The boy sat on his bed, holding something in his hand, wondering if it worked and if it was the last item. He looked at his hand, wondering if the Shriek set was complete. The system window indicated it was a level 30 Shriek glove. The notification mentioned the Shriek set item for me. When 3 items were displayed, the young man wondered why, of all the possible sets, he'd only managed to fully complete the Shrieks. He examined the item carefully, wondering what they were hinting at, and in any case, he was grateful for it. The boy recalled the request for the blacksmith, trying to push away the thought that, if he thought about it, there were still items left over from the forge. He figured he'd collect everything and hand it over immediately. In the system window, the young man selected the Dungeon Escape teleportation scroll, figuring that after putting away the extra items, he'd immediately visited the next location. The door opened, and someone announced a player had arrived. Ida saw Ash at the door and asked what brought him to the bedroom, to which he replied that they needed to discuss something. The hero looked around, realizing he'd never been in this room before. He looked away, wondering what suited him. A chess set sat on the table, and he pondered how this place was so uninviting that it was hard to believe anyone lived here. Aside from the paperwork he handled for work, it was completely empty. Ader, opening his mouth, asked if Celendian had come to him in person, and received a reply that he had, and what that could mean. The hero recalled his encounter with the vampire and mentioned that he hadn't had any problems with that psycho this time, but he didn't want anything like that to happen again, asking if she could explore the dungeon in peace. Ash placed his hand on his belt, saying that if it had been an ordinary monster, he wouldn't have said a word, but the Legion commander was overreacting. The boy considered giving him a reward, perhaps that would speed up the process. Ader raised a finger to his mouth, explaining that the Legion Lord was leaving his territory to meet the player in person, a clear violation of the game's rules. The young man asserted that this world was real. A chessboard was shown as he continued to explain that monsters and people, the kingdom beneath the lake and the empire, as long as it all existed in real time, anything could happen, asking if the prince understood. The hero looked ahead, answering yes, thinking about how he, too, had done many things that were unacceptable in the game. He remembered Damien with a sack on his back, mentioning how he carried 6 magic guns at once. The boys stood a distance from the vampire, as he explained that nothing guaranteed they wouldn't be attacked again in enemy territory. A message from the game about the end was shown, with the hero mentioning that this could lead to the end of the game. Ader looked at the system windows, asked the prince for a minute, and said he would add a few simple features to the achievement store. Ash clicked on the window, listening to the explanation that if he purchased and used them, it would help prevent similar events, wondering what was there. The message said he was in an exclusive store. The boy looked at the system window, reading about the emergency landing, saying something like that would be useful too. The young man watched intently, explaining that there was no need to expect help from the system, only a warning, wondering if he should just run away as best he could and whether escaping would make any difference. Ader looked at the prince, asking if it was better than nothing. Ash explained that it really was better than nothing. The boy tapped the screen, thinking, okay, he'll buy it. The hero held the stone to his neck, thinking it seemed to have worked. Ader adjusted his glasses, saying that even the Lord might seem like a threat for now, but... The boys looked at the silhouette when it added that it was entirely possible he could use this to his advantage in the future. If a boss monster could visit him in a dungeon, then perhaps the opposite would happen. Ash's eyes widened, hearing that he could also visit him. He thought that was it, in that case. The young man raised a finger, adding that it was entirely up to him how he used it, so he wouldn't block the system from doing so. Ader smiled, saying that the next stage would be full of challenges, but he trusted the prince to see it through. The hero listened to the good luck wishes and thought that this brat was acting more like a developer than usual. The next day, at the Crossroad Forge, Jupiter held the armor in her hands, exclaiming, "This is it!" A notification appeared stating that it was restored level 35 gold armor. The woman looked at the hero, asking if she could try on this luxury, to which she replied, Of course. A magic orb was depicted when it was said that this was good equipment, but it had a catch, the gold rush debuff. Jupiter stuck out her tongue when the guy said that since she already had this cholera, she should wear it. The woman held the core in her hands when the message announced that the kit was complete, a set of squeals for me. The young man said they would invest everything in their mage. She silently opened her mouth. Jupiter looked at the orb, saying how grateful she was to him, but the woman was in no shape to go to the front lines. The woman looked away, asking about all this equipment, whether she could give it to her granddaughter. A view of the house at night. The girl sat on the bed, clearing her throat. She looked at the bloody handkerchief, thinking that this time the pain was much worse, probably because she had been hit. Young Jupiter remembered the last battle, realizing that she had learned a lot. She recalled the vampire's red eyes, thinking that the vampire lord's dispelling spell was simple, yet it also contained a profound magical principle. The girl clutched the handkerchief, thinking that if she studied it, she could make it her own. It was said that she had had an epiphany. Jupiter Jr. felt her magic reach a new level. She looked at the handkerchief in her hand, wondering how she could use it even if she obtained it. The plot spoke of death, which she already faced, becoming even closer. The man shouted, telling her not to even consider studying magic, saying that if she hadn't studied it, it was questionable how long she could live. The young man wondered if it would be an extra 10 years, or perhaps 20. The woman closed her eyes, realizing these were futile thoughts. Jupiter Jr. noticed the door, where someone called her. The girl opened it, saying that the prince had arrived. The woman smiled, talking about that damned hemoptysis, always at the wrong time. Blood was pouring from her mouth. Jupiter Jr. looked to the side, saw her grandmother, and exclaimed. She lowered her handkerchief. Jupiter was stunned, watching what was happening. She could hear calls for her grandmother to wake up quickly. The sun illuminated a house in a field. 10 years ago, the Eastern Front, the ever-black empire, the countryside. The girl opened her eyes wide, shouting for her grandmother to wake up. Because time was running out, she needed to have breakfast and go to work. Jupiter opened her eyes, looking ahead questioningly. The younger woman asked what was wrong, if she had had another nightmare, to which the woman replied no. She rolled over and asked to sleep because she'd been called out on an emergency call the previous night, and hadn't returned from work until late that night. The girl looked at her, asking if she was going to work, to which she was told no. A village by the water was shown, telling how the grandmother was the captain of the village guard, and even with a low salary, her job was the family's only source of income. Food was on the table when she was told to get up quickly and get ready for work, and that tomorrow would be on the table, otherwise she'd be late again or go hungry. The story told how she'd simply like to rest for a week, but that was impossible. Jupiter yawned, saying she was tired, and asked if the little one could feed her. The girl repeated the question, saying that she was the child. The younger one placed her hand on her waist, listening to how she'd be a good grandmother who worked hard, and when she asked for food, the girl replied, "What else can you do?" Young Jupiter offered food with a spoon, asking for a word. Her eyes sparkled when she asked if the food was tasty, as she'd cooked a little less this time. The grandmother, chewing, replied that her granddaughter was a terrible cook. Sunbeams streamed through the window as the girl suggested her grandmother cook for herself, to which she replied that she didn't know how. Jupiter sat at the table in uniform, and when it was mentioned that specially trained people prepared her food, the grandmother was completely unsuited to housework. She didn't know how to cook, clean, wash, or anything at all. The granddaughter held out a spoon, asking what she could do. Jupiter closed her eyes and said she could cast a spell. When the girl mused that as a grandmother, she was completely incompetent. Jupiter held up her uniform, saying goodbye. The granddaughter looked at her, holding a plate. The girl was asleep. Food was boiling in the pot. Jupiter hugged the youngest, telling her she was an angel and how lucky she was to have her. The girl opened her mouth, asking the silly old woman to leave. She extended her hand. The old woman didn't understand the gesture. The girl asked for money, saying they were all gone. Jupiter was stunned, asking what was going on. After all, she had given her money recently. She replied that she even remembered how many children there were in the house, asking how they could survive on that money. The old woman looked at the children as they explained how she had saved 10 children that day, and even without taking into account the money and the costs of treating the aftereffects of the magical attack, the cost of food and clothing alone was impressive. She opened her empty pocket as they explained how their savings had long since run out, and the guard commander's salary barely covered food, thinking how the next paycheck was still a long way off. As the door closed, there were shouts about how the money was gone anyway and they needed to earn it or steal it. The younger one raised her hand, shouting for her to go earn it, and the grandmother smiled in agreement. Outskirts of town, a guard post. Jupiter entered the building as the soldiers greeted the captain. The woman hung up her jacket, telling them there was no need to bow and scrape. No one was watching, so they should relax. She sat down at the table, checking if everything was quiet. The young man replied that it was. The guy had been sitting behind bars when they were talking about the child smuggler they'd caught yesterday, but otherwise, everything was quiet. He grabbed the bars and urged the boys to think carefully. If they just closed their eyes, he'd give them 40%, no, 50% of the loot, asking if they agreed. The old woman picked her ear, listening to the man explain that it was obvious you couldn't make much money in this backwater, and wondering how much money he could make for a little freebie. The woman realized how much noise there was. The heroine slammed the table, listening to him say he was happy with his work, and she was happy with the free money. The woman walked around the room, listening to the guy talk about his clients, who would be pleased to receive their goods, and everyone would be happy and content. The young man sat in the cage, saying that the captain, especially, didn't know what a mage like her could be doing in this hole, so he should think about the offer. Right now he was only involved in small-time smuggling, but with the help of a mage, he could start playing for the big time. He felt a jolt of electricity and screamed. The old woman kicked the cage, shouting for the slug to watch his mouth. The woman clenched her teeth, claiming she was Jupiter, a former captain of the Imperial Legion of Mages, a lightning Jupiter, and even if she had no money, she'd rather starve than smuggle. The man fell backwards, calling for his mother. She wondered what the hell was wrong with him. Why was this bad luck always like this? The woman took his jacket, ordering them to keep an eye on this runt, as an investigator from the capital would arrive tomorrow. She'd go for a walk around the village and check everything out. A blue leg lay by the water, and the woman wondered, remarking that they'd just recently been carried from the shore. The men were lifting the body when one of them asked to take it from this side. The grandmother looked ahead, thinking about how this place was becoming unsafe. They were talking about how just 5 years ago this had been a quiet, peaceful rural town. Warriors watched the explosions as the story of the Empire's campaign of conquest, which had spawned countless war refugees, was told. The turmoil along the borders alone had repercussions even within the Empire. People smiled at each other as they thought about simply wanting to raise these children in a peaceful and quiet environment. It was said that money was running low, and the job of captain of the guard was becoming increasingly tedious. Jupiter suddenly felt the urge to smoke. The woman put her hand in her pocket as they explained that she had quit long ago, due to life with children and a lack of money. The heroine strolled along the embankment, thinking that even Jupiter can decline. Crates were shown as someone thought about cigarettes, and it seemed as if tobacco was among the confiscated contraband. The woman noticed a spark off to the side. She clenched her teeth, wondering if it was magic, cursing. The hand that had grabbed the knife lay on the ground. A woman ran down the road, asking the youngest if everything was all right. The girl, trembling, called for her grandmother. She watched two charred bodies, listening to the story of how these people had suddenly burst into the house and said they would kill them if they didn't give up their money. The girl was so scared she didn't even know what she was doing. People were behind the girl as they talked about how the eldest of them all, Jupiter Jr., wanting to protect her brothers and sisters, had awakened the powers of a magician within her. The grandmother, hugging her granddaughter, told her that everything was fine, she was doing well, and that she shouldn't be afraid. The woman's eyes widened, realizing she was coughing. Blood was streaming down the youngest's face when Jupiter asked what it was. Blood was pouring from everywhere when she declared she wasn't feeling well. Clouds filled the sky above the building. Someone was healing a girl's chest, explaining that it was a temporary measure, not a cure. The little girl lay on the bed, lost in sleep, while they explained that the magic left in her heart from the moment of the blow had created scars, and each time they reopened, cutting off blood flow. This was a major problem, as she had magical talent, but because of the scars, she would not be able to use her magical power. The man looked at the grandmother, saying that she was on the brink and would hardly live much longer, and she knew this. All children suffered from such an affliction. The grandmother tensed, asking how to help her live at least a little longer. The young man wiped his hands, declaring that she needed to be taken to the capital's main temple, to show her to the high priest, and perhaps they would offer them a first-class miraculous healing spell. The man looked at her, saying they needed money and it wouldn't come cheap. The woman responded by asking where she got the big bucks. The guy decided to suggest they accept the inevitable. He said he thought she didn't have long to live, so at least feed her something tasty. The grandmother turned her back, hearing about being skin and bones. It was said that Jupiter was lost in thought. The granddaughter lay on the bed while the story was told about how she always believed she had taken responsibility for the children, but hadn't she ultimately made their deaths slower and more painful, since she couldn't cure them, let alone even provide them with a decent living. The woman clenched her fist, thinking about that damn money. The village shore was revealed that night. Someone banged on the bars. The guy leaned back, seeing the woman's silhouette before him, and asked what it was. The girl was holding a cigar in her hand. The woman extended her hand, beckoning the worthless man over, offering to discuss what he'd recently mentioned. Wooden boxes were shown. A few days later, a house was shown. 3 unknown sacks lay there as Jupiter Jr. looked, asking what they were. The woman smiled, declaring she'd earned some money. The grandmother called the children, showing them what she'd brought. The children surrounded the sacks, discussing the dolls inside, dividing them among themselves. Jupiter held a book in her hands, mentioning that she'd wanted a book, noting she'd brought several. The girl took it, thanking her grandmother, saying she'd enjoy reading it. The youngest tucked it under her arm, saying something to her grandmother. She looked into her eyes, wondering if she'd done anything wrong, right? She asked where she'd gotten all that money, since payday was still a long way off. It spoke of a sensitive child's mind. The woman raised her hand, asking if her grandmother had ever been a bad person. She actually had plenty of money in her emergency fund. Sunbeams streamed through the window as Jupiter told her to think about nothing and read her book. Her grandmother placed her hand on her head, suggesting they cook dinner together today, or she'd be starving. The girl smiled, agreeing. The younger one reached into her pocket, asking her grandmother if she couldn't cook either. Jupiter declared she wasn't a good cook, but she needed to try harder. The children rejoiced at their toys when they talked about their clumsy attempts at cooking dinner in the kitchen. The house echoed with children's laughter. It was a rare night of plenty. Jupiter stood at the porch of the house. She was smoking a cigar as they told her about how she'd smoked for the first time in a long time and couldn't stop. The woman felt guilty for the first time for helping with the smuggling, and the cigarette helped her cope with the anxiety of the crime she'd committed. The door opened as the girl called her grandmother. The woman turned around, asking what had happened, saying it was cold and to come inside. The girl declared she wanted to show her something. She was channeling magic, releasing it from her palms, saying that from that day on, she could make them move as she pleased, and that she seemed to have a talent for magic. Jupiter tensed, watching this scene and remembering what the young man had said. The younger one clenched her fists and declared that when she grew up, she'd be like her, a great magician like her grandmother, and make a ton of money, and then the other children would. Jupiter grabbed her by the shoulder, yelling at her not to even think about studying magic. The girl asked why. The angry grandmother exclaimed, looking at her, that she was already well fed and had a roof over her head, wasn't she? She should promise, look her in the eye, and tell her she wouldn't study magic. The younger girl looked at her grandmother indignantly, declaring that it was hard for her to raise them all. Jupiter's eyes widened as she listened to her grandmother talk about wanting to grow up quickly and help her. The grandmother hugged the girl, telling her she could handle it, that she should think only of herself, and that everything would be fine. The woman trembled, telling her not to worry. The story told of how the time of plenty was short-lived, lasting less than a few months. 2 silhouettes stood among crates as the story revealed that the Imperial investigators had proven themselves to be professionals, and Jupiter's smuggling operation had been exposed. A large building was shown as the story revealed that the decisive piece of evidence was the fact that all 10 children had received first-class magical treatment in the capital for a demoted soldier, a treatment that was unaffordable. A man was being interrogated in a dark office as the story continued about how the investigators, sensing something was wrong, had come to the village to investigate, and the smugglers detained on the spot had named Jupiter. It was reported that the investigation had been quickly concluded, and the woman had admitted her guilt. The document bore a red seal, indicating her conviction for abuse of power. A military jacket lay in the crate, a reminder of Jupiter's dishonorable discharge, a lifetime of service to law and order, and such a useless end. The woman held the crate in her hands, reflecting on her own guilt. It was said that she regretted nothing. Someone was healing a little girl, and it was said that if she hadn't been smuggling, the children wouldn't have received the treatment they needed, and perhaps they wouldn't have been born. Jupiter, hands in her pockets, watched the ship, wondering where she could earn a living now, wondering if she could become a fisherman. People approached her, calling out to her and welcoming her to a life of freedom. A woman looked him in the eye, asking why he'd come to mock her, but the young man replied that he wasn't stupid enough to insult a magician. A port was shown, where the young man spoke of not beating around the bush, offering Lady Jupiter a mercenary position. She asked again, and was told about a mercenary who would collect whatever was ordered for money. The woman gritted her teeth, clarifying that he was offering Lightning Jupiter a job as an assassin. The young man raised his head, insisting it wasn't an errand, but rather a hound in the service of a lucrative enterprise, asking if she needed money. He reached into his coat, saying that he who feeds many mouths must work. He closed his eyes, opening the case, and said that if she was as experienced a fighter as they said, then working as a mercenary would bring her very good money, urging her to join him. The woman frowned silently. She took a cigar, to which he replied that it was an excellent idea. The man lit his cigar and spoke of being welcome to the ranks of mercenaries, addressing Lady Jupiter. The family sat on the porch, and the grandmother said that she only knew that he and they were heading west. Apparently, there was some kind of local war there. The granddaughter turned to her and asked if she really had to go, or if she could stay, as she was afraid without her. Jupiter turned and replied that she would earn money and return immediately. She had nothing to fear. The girl looked at her, and the plot noted that Jupiter Jr. understood that her grandmother had to leave, but she couldn't help but worry. The family looked at the sky and discussed how she had been having frequent nightmares lately. Jupiter rested her head on her granddaughters and added that today she would prefer a good dream to a nightmare. Afterward, they both fell asleep under the moonlight. The sorceress walked through the desert, and the plot revealed that this was how Jupiter's journey in search of battle began. The mercenaries' earnings weren't as good as she had hoped, conflicts were frequent, but mostly, there was peace and quiet. In a memory, she received a chest of gold, and the narrative added that Jupiter soon ceased to be a discerning mercenary, forced to take on any dirty work. In another memory, she crushed a man, and the narrator remarked that the soldier's honor she had fought for lost all meaning in the face of the need to provide for her grandchildren. Blood splattered her medals, and the narrative explained that by tearing her reputation to shreds, selling and discarding it, Jupiter forged a new one. The woman stood with a cigar in her mouth. She had become a soldier obsessed with money. Gold flashed in her hands. She became someone willing to do anything for it. The girl picked up a ladle, and the narrator recounted how Jupiter Jr. had been a trusting and gentle child. But after shouldering the responsibility for the lives of her brothers and sisters, she gradually became strong and stubborn. The girl ran after a bandit. Most of the neighbors her grandmother turned to for help refused to help Jupiter Jr. On the contrary, many demanded repayment of debts, threatened her, or even harmed her. The blonde stared at the recipe book, and the narrator explained that the girl quickly had to become strong, as well as insightful and ruthless. She decided to master the magic her grandmother had forbidden her to learn, so she could protect her brothers and sisters. Several spheres appeared above her hand. She herself understood perfectly well that magic was her only outstanding talent. She was incredibly surprised by these spheres, and the narrator added that it was all she had. Jupiter Jr. stood on the shore, and the narrator reported that 10 years had flown by in the blink of an eye. Jupiter and her grandchildren had become distant not only in body but also in spirit. Envelopes and a piece of paper lay on the table, and the plot added that, aside from the occasional letter, they barely communicated. Yet Jupiter faithfully sent money, and her younger sister sent letters. An official letter appeared in her hands, and soon the girl grew up and became an adult. The younger Jupiter looked at the letter, and the narrator explained that, already a mage, she remembered that day 15 years ago, everything that happened on that very day, and she understood perfectly well what Jupiter had done. The woman stared at the letter. Then she tossed it into the rest of the pile, and the plot noted that the original Jupiter had aged and become afraid of her granddaughter. The sorceress looked down silently, even though she had raised them, but at the same time, she had caused deep wounds that would never heal. In the present day, a light shone from the tavern window. The protagonist sat at a table with two girls. Ash grimaced, thinking he just wanted to give away the gear and have a good time. Who knew he'd end up caught between two fires, forced to chew food he couldn't refuse. At that moment, the hostess appeared and shouted out another gift, all on the house. Our hero looked at her satisfied face and thought he understood she was just trying to make a good impression, but he really couldn't be bothered anymore. Jupiter began cutting meat and asked if she really intended to continue working as a mage. Ash turned abruptly. The woman looked ahead confidently and remarked that she was vomiting blood every day, only hastening her death, yet she still wanted to continue casting spells. Jupiter Jr. smiled broadly and replied that living her life as a mage was her dream, and that it was delicious. The mage's gaze tightened and remarked, "For you, this isn't the life of a mage, it's certain death." Our hero grimaced when he told her that giving up everything and staying home was, in her opinion, life. At least she'd live longer that way, while she was only hurtling toward death. Everyone dies eventually, she just had a shorter time. Jupiter Jr.'s gaze tightened when he asked if she intended to die before her. Then she smiled and replied that it wasn't such a bad idea. Grandmother glared at her. She immediately moved her leg and said she was taking it back. She looked at the bag and noted that she would use all the equipment he'd given her herself. Jupiter was still sitting in the chair, and her grandmother added that there was no point in giving it to a child whose goal was to die before her. At that moment, the woman decided to leave the room. The protagonist turned in surprise and asked how she was. However, Jupiter Jr. opened her mouth and explained that she wasn't her grandmother. She'd never considered her grandmother. Our protagonist remembered sitting with a friend at the bar and musing that since he'd only heard a few stories about their past, he had no right to interfere. A bloody rag lay on the table, and our protagonist remarked that Jupiter was probably right after all, if magic only made her feel worse each time. The woman looked at him and noted that in the upcoming defensive battle, his opponent was a vampire lord. Without her, he simply couldn't cope. Our hero turned to her and thought that it was true. Now was not the time to play the hero. On the contrary, no matter how much blood she vomited, he needed her 100% commitment in the upcoming fight. Jupiter wiped her mouth and declared that everyone on this front was risking their lives, and she was no different. She abruptly pushed her chair aside. Then she stood up. Jupiter turned and asked if he would pay for dinner. Ash smirked and wondered if she really thought he would demand money from someone like her. He immediately glanced at his reflection and added that, come to think of it, Kim Ash didn't have much in the way of family problems either. A week later, a fireplace was burning near the house. Lucas glanced at his sword and remarked that it was superb, the best sword he had ever held in his life, and the blacksmith replied that this was the first time he had held such a weapon, and of course, it was the best he had ever seen. A system screen about this sword appeared, and our hero explained that the deadly, Prefix meant the weapon had the highest level of regeneration resistance. Ash stared at the screen with a smile, thinking that doubling damage, plus defense penetration, and even regeneration reduction, this was vampire extermination forged with one purpose in mind. At that moment, Evangeline appeared, asking for her spear. The man took the spear and remarked that this was a rather complex request. Wouldn't it be easier to simply forge something new for her? The protagonist presented the spear and explained that Evangeline's holy weapon, the cross spear, had been modified by adding a silver blade to its tip. He was able to use this trick because this wasn't a game, but real life, so they get the effects of specialized equipment plus the effects of a holy weapon. The girl stared at her weapon and cried out in surprise. Our hero turned to her and asked if she had any other requests, and she replied that it was a bit heavier, but that was for the better. The blacksmith put his hand to his mouth and announced that it was a cavalry lance. He should bring it back later. It possessed immense power. It would be difficult now, but when he had all the necessary ingredients, he would unlock its true power. Evangeline began jabbing the lance at the knight, and our hero mused that Kelly Bay, as always, wanted to study the character's SSR equipment better. After all, he would be the one upgrading it later. Damien, in turn, examined the holy arrows. The blacksmith gritted his teeth and noted that the man had a keen eye, as if his eyes could see the weapon. The man began fingering the arrows. Then he smiled broadly and remarked that he was using them for their intended purpose. At that moment, Kelly Bay pulled out a crossbow and announced that it was a gift. He had some mistletoe left, so he did so. An information screen immediately appeared. Ash stared in surprise, wondering if such status effects even existed in this world. Then he turned to the blacksmith and asked if it was too rich for a gift, and he replied that he'd made it from leftover branches, and he couldn't throw it away. Ash reached into his pocket and declared that it was still too expensive. Kelly Bay grabbed his hand sharply and shouted that he didn't need payment. He expected a different payment for all the weapons he'd crafted. Our hero pictured the vampire and mused that it was Selendian's head. All the materials obtained after defeating the vampire lord had been promised to Kelly Bay. The blacksmith stared at our hero, who added that, of course, if he paid now, the point of paying later would be lost. The man abruptly turned and shouted that he'd said enough, so let them go and kick their asses. Ash looked at the blacksmith and thanked her for everything. Then he turned to the squad and thought that now they were armed, all that remained was to figure out a strategy. Our hero smiled and said that when they returned to Crossroads, they'd stop by the forge to pick up Evangeline's armor. The girl jumped up, and our hero added that he'd ordered something since she was tanking there and needed stronger armor. Evangeline blushed and asked if it would be pretty. At that moment, an enemy information window appeared. A loud scream echoed through the city. Evangeline glanced at her armor and shouted what it was, and our hero replied that he knew she'd appreciate it. He'd spent a long time choosing her armor, carefully considering everything. The girl grabbed it and asked what this monstrosity was, and our hero replied that she was being too rude. He should be grateful the armor was strong. Ash immediately introduced the golems and explained that they were, in fact, the result of researching the armored golem fragments recovered from the golem raid during the third wave. At that moment, a system window appeared, and our hero added that golem plates provide protection from physical and magical attacks, but they are very heavy, hindering movement and reducing attack speed. The next screen announced a passive skill, and Ash explained that, however, Evangeline has the trait Unstoppable. This trait provides 100% resistance to movement restrictions. Instead of a movement speed penalty, it makes the character incredibly resistant to magical damage and defense, making it the best possible armor for Evangeline in the early and mid-game. The girl began to attack it, and our hero mentally noted that a tank should be as agile and indestructible as cockroaches in a dorm. A sign for a forge hung on the wall. Evangeline clutched her face and tearfully declared that her dream of a beautiful fur suit of armor should rest in peace. Our hero clenched his fist and shouted that it wasn't beauty that mattered in armor, but practicality. It might look a bit bulky, but at least it was durable. The girl presented the armor of her dreams and declared it simply beautiful, a knight's pride, with a luxurious shine and a magnificent helmet. Then she lowered her head and asked if our hero could promise her one thing. Ash grinned, hearing that when it came time for her next armor, let it be beautiful, and thought, to be fair, her final armor, Snow White, was truly beautiful. He immediately pictured her silhouette, and added that she looked so cool in it that she could easily grace the game's promotional posters. At that moment, Evangeline gritted her teeth, hearing our hero give his word, and for now, they needed to deal with the vampires, and shouted that she would crush those bloodsuckers into dust. Then she struck the knight in the chest, and our hero announced that a meeting would be held that evening to discuss tactics for the upcoming siege and await them at the manor at 6 o'clock. The bright sun shone down on the forged building. It was already evening, and our hero stood outside the mansion. He quickly turned his head. Then he glanced at the sorceress and asked what she was doing there, and Jupiter replied that she'd mentioned rumors spreading across the continent. Ash looked at her and asked again, and the woman added that she meant that the monster front pays very well. Hadn't she said she tells everyone about it when I want a drink? A memory from the bar immediately popped into our hero's head, and he thought about how a few months ago, when he and Jupiter had met at the mercenary guild, she'd said she was spreading word among the mercenaries across the continent that the new commander, His Highness the Third Prince, was quite generous, Ash remembered Jupiter's joy at the bar and said he didn't know if she'd said it on purpose to stop him from grumbling about her drinking, but he'd ultimately supported the idea because he thought it would be beneficial in the long run. At that moment, 4 warriors appeared, and Jupiter announced that her former comrades had joined in after hearing about this. The sorceress grinned and suggested that perhaps they should form a squad, calling themselves veterans. These guys were experienced, strong fighters who had fought in many brutal wars, and they would be useful. Her hands trembled after our hero's remark that she hadn't fully recovered from the magical explosion yet, and he couldn't send her to the front lines. She replied that she'd heard their opponent in the siege would be a vampire. An experienced mage would definitely be useful in such a situation. Ash stared at her silently. The treetops appeared, and Jupiter remarked that she'd been working for a long time and knew her limits well, so she wouldn't let herself be completely exhausted. Then she looked at him and asked for a chance. The woman opened her mouth and asked for a chance to prove to herself that she could still be useful. Ash watched her silently. Rays of light fell on the mansion, and our hero noted that he'd need to order 5 more servings. The strategy meeting over dinner would begin soon. A few hours later, everyone gathered in the dining room. Jupiter Jr. raised her cup angrily. Her grandmother also looked at her intently. After a moment, both girls looked away from each other. Ash smiled and remarked that he'd originally intended to suggest dinner, and then discuss strategy. He then rolled up his sleeves and added that since they'd arrived early, he suggested they discuss everything now and then eat, though he couldn't guarantee it wouldn't ruin their appetites. At that moment, Evangeline opened her mouth and shouted that even the apocalypse couldn't stop her appetite. The protagonist slapped the chalk on the board and announced that they'd begin then, letting the chef briefly explain the upcoming operation before bringing the appetizers. He then shouted that he'd start with the most important thing. The boss monster, the vampire Celendian, had a health bar of 1000. He immediately slammed the chalk on the picture. Evangeline was stunned by this information. Lucas glanced at the board and said he meant to say that the powerful vampire lord would need to be killed 1000 times. Then he recalled how they'd met the lord on the street. The entire squad's eyes widened in shock. Ash turned with a smile and remarked that it was certainly impossible to kill this monster 1000 times, so they must find another way. Our hero presented the bloody blades and explained that vampires are creatures that, by sucking the blood of others, absorb their life force and convert it into their own, and that a vampire lord is the one at the top of their food chain. He then introduced the lord and added that he owned the lives of the entire legion as if they were his own. Ash, with his back turned, decided to add that he didn't know, but Celendian's vampire legion had already been destroyed once. Ash imagined the lord sitting in a pile of corpses and explained that, even though all his subordinate vampires had perished, Celendian, left alone, did not abandon his own, because a lord is responsible for the lives of his subjects. Our hero completed the drawing of the vampires on the board and explained that Celendian had divided his powerful life force into 1000 parts and distributed it to 1000 fallen minions, restoring them to life. Thus, Celendian's life force was divided among the entire legion. A legion of vampires appeared in his mind. Ash strained his gaze and noticed a legion of 1000 vampires approaching. Until every single ghoul was destroyed, they would not be able to kill Celendian. A silhouette of a vampire lord appeared in his mind. Our hero began drawing a line and declared that, simply put, it was useless to fight Celendian directly. A moment later, a plan appeared on the board, and Ash added that he would use a trick to isolate and tie up Celendian, while they and the rest of the soldiers would destroy the legion of vampires. Our hero immediately crossed out the lord and announced that after that, they would attack the lone Celendian and win the war. That's the general outline. Our hero quickly wiped the board and added that he would now explain how to actually fight vampires. He then picked up the chalk and noted that he would detail tactics for each enemy type, so prepare to listen carefully and memorize. It was time for a lecture from a genre guru and a fan of empire defense in particular. Our hero looked at the window and told them to remember that their blood and flesh are what fuel them. Evangeline raised her hand and called our hero. The girl looked at him and asked if they could continue after dinner. Loud cries could be heard from within the building about how she could even think about food when they were talking about the upcoming defense. A light shone from the window, and our hero explained that after 3 hours, his passionate lecture on strategy had finally concluded. Everyone in the room froze in surprise, and our hero added that they all sat there, pale-faced, having lost their appetites. Damien looked at him and asked if they were sure they could handle it. This enemy was clearly stronger than any monster they'd ever faced. Ash introduced the vampire lord and noted that the brat had clearly demonstrated his immense strength, but that was a dungeon, his base. He then introduced the castle walls and added that this time the fight would be on their territory, so his stats would be scaled back according to the 5th wave, and that would be fair. The elves stared at our hero, and he remarked that he wanted them to remember all the battles they'd fought. He would be limited to the surface, while they weren't. The difference was easily surmountable, more than enough. The protagonist recalled all the enemies and added that all the previous battles had been brutal and seemingly impossible, but they had prevailed. Ash confidently stared ahead and declared that this time would be no different. He was confident of it, confident in his strategy, and confident that they could pass this stage. He then glanced at the entire hall and added that he wasn't at all sure everyone present would survive this fight. Our hero's eyes widened. An image of Lucas appeared before him next to a corpse. Ash clenched his teeth and thought about pulling himself together. This time, things would be different. Then he stared straight ahead and added that he wouldn't let this happen. He immediately looked at Lucas and mentally noted that he wouldn't leave him alone. They would save everyone who could be saved. Our hero slowly lifted his fork and noted that there were only 9 days left until the defense began. He then stabbed the fork into the meat and added that now that they had finalized their strategy, all that remained was training. Our hero held out a piece of meat and shouted for them to gather their strength. Starting tomorrow, he would push them to the point of exhaustion. A thread on the chandelier twitched. The butler and maid looked up at the trembling body. The Scarlet Mansion stood in the middle of the kingdom's dungeon beneath the lake. The butler and maid looked at his feet and wondered if he tried to die again. A pale Celendian stared ahead. The butler looked at him and asked if it had worked, if it might help him get down. He removed it and added that he might try another method, as removing it every morning was tiring. Celendian looked at him and asked if he hadn't used a different method last week. What if he'd gone straight to the bathroom? The maid closed her eyes and heard him say that he'd have to clean the bathroom too, since that would have been more comfortable for him. In the next shot, the Lord was lying in bed and heard him say that the most comfortable time was when he tried to starve to death, since he didn't have to clean anything or cook anything. At that moment, the maid started pointing. It was quiet outside, and the butler noted that Beta was trying to say that the most unpleasant method was the one where he threw himself off the roof. She felt terrible because she'd spent so long tending those flower beds. Celendian lowered his head, and the narrative noted that the Lord tried to die every day, but failed each time, for 2 main reasons. He then began cutting his neck and sitting among the vampires, and the narrative added that he possessed immense regenerative powers and an infinite number of lives scattered throughout the Legion. Celendian looked at his hand and muttered, "When will this miserable life end?" It was true torture, living a life he couldn't end on his own. His palace stood in darkness, and the Lord added that the people of the kingdom beneath the lake, striving for immortality, had ultimately fallen into a terrible trap. Alpha straightened his suit and remarked on the irony, and the Lord replied that he simply never desired to live forever. Then he placed his hand on his chest and added that after a long and chaotic life, it seemed as if it would end at any moment, and he would fall into eternal slumber. But by the king's will, he had been resurrected here, 500 years having passed since then. A chandelier hung in the room, and a voice asked if he would be able to die this time, speaking of the upcoming campaign. Celendian gritted his teeth and asked if they thought the people could fight back. Beta smirked and heard that, besides, they had spent many years gathering strength for this overwhelming wave. The Lord stood silently and heard that no offense meant to him, who was about to die, but he felt they were beyond his power. Alpha bowed and asked him to be his lord forever and ever. The man parted his lips and replied that this time the enemy was not so simple. He then introduced our hero and added that this man named Ash, even when they met face to face, never looked away from his gaze, radiating hatred. Immediately, dark silhouettes appeared in his mind, and the Lord added that Ash was very similar to the great men of the past who had once killed him. Celendian placed his hand on his chest and mused that his heart hadn't fluttered like this in a long time. Perhaps this time it would. In his mind, our hero glared at him, and Celendian thought he needed to sharpen his fangs and crawl to the walls of his castle. He would take responsibility, and put an end to his unhappy life. Perhaps this man would be the one to kill him. At that moment, the doors opened. Alpha stood by the door and announced that the army was at full readiness, and he was to lead them. The Lord stared ahead silently. Beta stepped forward, and the narrative explained that he had languished in the kingdom beneath the lake for 500 years, all that time using nightmares as material to build up his forces. A vast army of vampires stared ahead, and the narrative added that hundreds of vampires and thousands of ghouls had joined him, led by other lords who had been with him in this nightmare, the legion expanding without ceasing. Celendian stepped forward. Then he stared at the army, and the narrative noted that, ultimately, these were Celendian's main forces, 1,000 of the best, those with whom Celendian had shared his life. The vampire lowered his head and announced that they awaited his command. The Lord stared at him and said that he hadn't been above ground in a while, and what the departure route was, through the kingdom's main gates. The vampire's mouth fell open and he noticed that the Nameless One was blocking the main entrance. Celendian turned his gaze and considered the Nameless One. The girl looked straight at him. She was the last person in the kingdom beneath the lake, single-handedly holding back the monsters in this hell. This woman truly embodied nobility and honor. Celendian smiled and remarked that fighting for so long without giving in was the burden of her responsibility, when she could have simply given in and lived like everyone else. His city was silent, and the Lord added that even the Nameless One's resistance had its limits. For the past 500 years, she had held back most of the waves single-handedly, while they sat quietly and grew stronger. This time, she would not stop them. Dark silhouettes stood all over the square, and the Lord noted that the entire army, save for the main legion, was waiting in the northern central square. In a short time, they would begin to break through the main entrance, serving as a human shield against the Nameless One. The Lord turned his head and announced that the main force would pass through the main entrance and head toward the people. All the other waves always emerged in the same manner. The vampire gritted his teeth and declared that it was embarrassing to admit, but yes, there was always the bait of meat, and only a small core force was allowed to lead the kingdom. He then imagined a field ablaze and added that if not for the Nameless One, the human world would have been attacked by far more monsters each time, and perhaps she would have been destroyed long ago. Celendian stared straight ahead and noted that tens of thousands of monsters weren't needed to destroy the human world. A legion of them was more than enough. The vampires looked at him with smiles. The Lord looked at the army, and thought that 10 vampires and 1,000 ghouls were more than capable of unleashing hell on earth. Then he lowered his head and said it had been a long time since he'd breathed fresh air. At that moment, a memory of ghouls being killed appeared. The vampire opened his mouth and screamed for her to be killed, for her arms to be torn off and her blood to be sucked dry. The girl clutched her sword and declared that they were all simply a mistake, the sin of this kingdom. Then he slashed at the ghouls. The girl looked ahead and shouted, "Where are they going? Let them leave their nightmares in this kingdom under the lake." Celendian turned his head and remarked that it was one of the few weapons that could end his life. He then added that it was fascinating. One of the ways Celendian had tried to die was by direct confrontation with the Nameless One. But even if he died at her hands, the king would always bring him back to life. The dark silhouette began to crack, and the Lord added that the king usually didn't care about the death of his commanders, unless it was at the hands of the Nameless One. The girl turned sharply and called out to the Lord. Then she stared at him and asked where he was going. Celendian looked straight ahead and replied, "To the ground, of course." At that moment, the doors opened, and the Lord added that he couldn't bear to deal with this hellish tragedy alone forever. Eventually, time would consume it too, and it would disappear. The girl quickly ran toward him and shouted at him to stop if he left. At that moment, ghouls appeared before her. At the foot of the mountain, a lake murmured peacefully. Celendian stood in front of the bushes and declared that the air here was insanely clean. He immediately took a step up the stairs. Then he sat down on a step. The Lord leaned on his hand and declared that it was time to destroy the world. A moment later, an army appeared around him. A notification appeared announcing the start of the 5th wave. The temple stood quietly at that moment. Ash turned to the girl, heard what had brought him at such a time, and replied that people visit the temple for a variety of reasons, but the remedy is always the same: prayer. Then he stared at the statue and thought that he wasn't religious, but wanted to pray for success. Then he confidently stared ahead and meditated that may victory in the coming battle be theirs. May as many people as possible survive. The girl turned abruptly. Then she stared at the bag and asked, "He didn't come for healing, so what was the purpose of this donation?" Our hero looked at her and replied that she once said that the war here on the monster front was sacred. Margaret closed her eyes, and our hero added that protecting people from monsters was a sacred cause. Our hero looked surprised and said he'd dare ask him not to shy away from this holy war and join the fight. Margaret looked at him, and our hero reflected that the conditions for hiring a saint were to visit the temple and make offerings, reaching a certain amount through donations, and he just made the final required payment. Margaret looked at the temple stairs and noted that she was just a village girl with no skills other than caring for the wounded, and she had no strength to fight. Ash looked at her and remarked that the most effective way to heal the sick was to prevent their injuries. He then added that they could do it if he were nearby, letting him lend them his healing power. They really needed it. The protagonist introduced a female icon and explained that her skill set focused on healing and defense. The best area healer in the game was the R-class heroine, Saint Margaret. The girl placed her hand on her chest and asked what she should do. Our hero was already standing in Zone 4 and mused that it was morning, 2 days before the next wave of attacks. He had arrived in the kingdom beneath the lake, bringing all 4 squads with him. He immediately introduced the dungeon system and added that over the past week, they had cleared all the 4th level zones. Ash looked at the vampire corpses and explained that the dungeon was teeming with ghouls and blood fallen, and that the boss monster was a vampire. All squad members had accumulated enough experience to fight the bloodsuckers. The soldiers stood at full combat readiness, and the protagonist explained that Dion's squad, all of whose members were in rank, had improved significantly. He also looked at Jupiter's squad and added that the veterans, a group of older mercenaries who had recently joined, had quickly adapted to fighting monsters, as befits seasoned fighters who had been on the battlefield for years. Ash turned to his soldiers and announced that, of all the dungeons in the kingdom beneath the lake, they had completely cleared the 4th zone. All accessible dungeons had been cleared. He had done everything possible. He immediately looked at the walls and announced that the equipment preparation was complete, and traps and artifacts had been installed on the fortress walls. Either they would survive this stage, or they would survive. At that moment, notifications appeared. Our hero stared at them intently. Then he looked at his warriors and announced that there were 2 days left until the defensive battle, and they should rest until then. Immediately after, a flurry of notifications appeared about the leveling up of the entire army. Our hero looked at his army roster and realized he was going through a long list of 20 names one by one, because it was unknown how many of them would survive. Ash glared down furiously. On the last night before the attack, a light was burning in the barracks. A candle on the table was still burning. The mercenaries gathered in a circle and explained that they'd only taken their chance, that they hadn't always been appreciated in the past, that they'd been used as human shields, and the plot noted that before reaching the monster front, these 5 had endured all manner of hardships as mercenaries. A scene of a rock falling on a cliff appeared, and the plot added that as rookies, they were often sent on the most dangerous missions precisely because they were rookies. Lacking talent and exceptional abilities, they were forced to take on the dirtiest work. Then a flashback appeared, as our hero looked at them, and the narrator reported that Prince Ash recognized their true value. The protagonist was different. He not only gave them a chance, but seeing the potential of the Dion mercenaries, invested in them, provided them with good armor and expensive silver swords. In the very next frame, the mercenaries were in shining armor, and the plot added that in their entire career as mercenaries, only here, on the monster front, had they been treated best. Dion's heart was filled with loyalty to our hero. The young man looked at them happily and noted that they needed to show His Highness how to defend themselves in the upcoming battle, how well they could fight. They might not get another chance, and they would succeed. Then he raised his fist and shouted that they needed to do it, that they needed to talk about what they would do with this huge amount of money once they earned it. Another mercenary smiled and said that if he succeeded, he would probably invest in some business. His dream was to try his hand at big business. The girl also smiled and remarked that she was saving for a wedding. Her boyfriend was waiting for her in their hometown. The long-haired man lowered his head and said he wanted to send the money to his parents. He hadn't been the best son. Another mercenary grinned and shouted that he wanted to pay for his little brother's education at magic school, and maybe he'd be able to feed him when he grew up. Dion froze at that moment and remarked that his dream, compared to theirs, was simply laughable. Then he imagined a bottle in his head and explained that on his first day as a mercenary, he'd been desperate for a drink because he couldn't sleep for ages. But the price of booze was too high, and that day he missed out on a brand of whiskey that was incredibly expensive. Then he scratched his head and explained that it was so expensive that he still hadn't had a chance to try it because he was stingy with the money. But when he made enough money, he planned to drink a bottle a week. Everyone in the building laughed at his dream. After all, you should dream bigger. At that moment, Dion held up his hand and remarked that it didn't matter. Then he grinned and added that they needed to give it their all. They would succeed, Dion's mercenaries, a future legend. The next moment, everyone raised their hands and shouted for their dreams. Light was also shining from the Shadow Squad's quarters. The elves lay on their beds and shouted that they had the day off. No need to go into the dungeon. Ash had ordered everyone to rest today. Bodyback looked at them with a smirk, and the plot reported that she had wanted to calm the excited children, but changed her mind and decided to remain silent. They truly hadn't enjoyed a proper rest in a long time, so it was no surprise that the trio of archers were thoroughly enjoying the day. Then she turned her head, wondering where Godhunt was. She slowly walked outside and heard someone tell her not to worry, he would cover them. Then she spotted Godhunt around the corner, shouting that if it was in his power, he would. The boy turned sharply and asked why she was here instead of resting inside, and she replied that she just wanted to get some air. And what about him? Who was he talking to? The elf stared at her and noted that he wasn't talking to anyone. He was alone, talking to himself. At that moment, other elves appeared and shouted what they were doing here together. They had something to eat, something tasty, and he was hungry. Godhunt smiled and remarked that they were hungry, so maybe they should go and loot the kitchen. Then he and the children headed off. Bodyback bowed her head at that moment. The boy turned to her and asked her not to lag behind, that she needed to eat too. Tomorrow would be a difficult day. Today she needed to eat well and gain strength. The girl rushed after them. At that moment, a light came on in Damien's room. The ropes on the crossbow tightened. The boy closed his eye, and the plot noted that Damien had been practicing his instant aim this whole time. He pushed the crossbow aside, thinking that if only he could do it a little faster, he would be more useful to His Highness. The plot then revealed that Damien suddenly felt dizzy. He'd been practicing in his room all day. Damien quickly left the room. Coming around the corner, he saw the saint, who was saying that she simply wanted to do what she had to do. The girl looked away, and he added, "Let him tell her what's best." Damien looked at her silently. The next shot showed the Med Eddy Tavern. Screams could be heard from the half-open door. The girl's eyes turned red, and she noted that the formula was almost ready. Jupiter Jr. threw up her hands and shouted that she just needed to hold on a little longer, just a little longer. At that moment, Jupiter appeared in her head, asking if he really wanted to die before her. The girl immediately lowered her hands. Then she began to tremble and remarked that she didn't want to die. There was already a pool of blood on the floor, and the sorceress remarked that it was impossible to achieve goals without effort. The next moment, particles began flying around the room again. Light was also on in Jupiter Sr.'s room. The woman was sitting on the bed, and the plot revealed that she hadn't yet fully recovered from the magical blow. However, since Jupiter had used magic despite her condition, her body hadn't reacted well. The sorceress pressed a cloth to her nose and thought that this was what she felt every time, and that even after such intense pain, she still wanted to remain a mage. Then, a vision of her granddaughter appeared in her mind, replying that it wasn't all that bad. She looked out the window and wondered why she hated her so much, no matter how much she hated her. Then she confidently stared ahead. At the same moment, warriors were training on the training ground. Lucas struck forward, and the plot revealed that ever since the day they lost to Celendian, Lucas and Evangeline had trained every day, Lucas learning to break through Evangeline's defenses, and Evangeline learning to repel Lucas's attacks. The girl's eyes lit up, and the plot added that at first the score was tied, but at some point, Evangeline began to win, fully developing her fighting instincts and blocking or dodging all of Lucas's attacks, never missing a beat. Her eyes glowed brighter, and the girl began to think she could feel every possible outcome with her skin. 3 knights' silhouettes appeared, and the plot revealed that Evangeline stood on the threshold of an epiphany, a revelation, the result of the experience accumulated through crossbows, passed down from generation to generation. A bright flash appeared before her face. A moment later, the girl was thrown into the wall. She suddenly looked up and asked what it was. A burning Lucas stood before her, and Evangeline said she couldn't avoid it even with her senses. She hadn't even really seen anything. The girl stood up and asked what kind of attack it was. Lucas adjusted his hair and replied that they would call it a desperate move. Ash stared intently through the telescope. Clouds were moving across the sky. They immediately began to darken. The protagonist's gaze intensified and noticed them approaching. An army of vampires appeared on the horizon. Celendian waved his hand in greeting. Ash gritted his teeth and noted that he was dead. Then he turned and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. The warriors quickly prepared themselves for battle. One of them began to pray. Another looked at a photograph of his family. The warriors gritted their teeth and trembled. Our hero turned his head toward the army and wondered if this was the vampire lord's personal army. At that moment, the ghouls began to push forward. The fallen bloods also opened their mouths. The vampires stared at the castle with smiles. General Alpha grinned as well. Beta merely closed her eyes. The vampire lord sat on his throne with a smile. Ash looked confidently in their direction and thought, lest he worry. The Twilight Legion looked ahead. Lily and Margaret's squad stood calmly in place. Dion's mercenaries also began to prepare for battle. The Shadow squad stood calmly in place. The veteran stood nearby, and Jupiter smoked a cigar. The main squad confidently stared ahead. The human army looked ahead intently. The vampire army moved ever closer to the castle. Our hero gritted his teeth and wondered if they thought they were a match for them. The monsters advanced. Their eyes glowed blue. A crowd of creatures advanced. Frowning, the hero shouted that they were advancing, to prepare for defense. The soldiers stood near the cannon. They began to aim it. The cannons were pointed toward the battlefield. The vampires stood at attention. Smiling, Celendian ordered the first group to advance. The monster opened its mouth wide. Suddenly, the creatures rushed forward, and a Wave 5 notification appeared. The monster's eyes lit up. The soldiers frowned, looking at them. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist shouted that he would be brief, that they would win. The fortress came into view. The creatures ran forward, and it was heard that they were in the kill zone. Shells erupted from the cannons, and Ash shouted for all units to fire. The cannons began firing. The shells slammed into the monsters. Corpses lay on the ground, and the hero thought about how the cannon's explosions had quickly reduced the ghouls to a bloody mess. The knights looked ahead, and he added that neither he nor the soldiers felt joy, because they all knew it. A glow appeared around the creature. Black particles appeared on the monster's hand. The creatures began to regenerate, and the thought arose that such an attack could not kill them. A glow appeared around the vampire, and it was said that the life of the deceased creature was immediately returned to Celendian, who then returned that life to his subordinate for regeneration. The boy looked ahead, and the hero thought that all 1,000 monsters, like zombies, being part of the Blood Clan, shared their strength and life with Celendian. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist pondered that to stop this, they needed to destroy the cores of these monsters, one by one. Looking at the battlefield, the vampire said that after so many years, he expected more. Smiling, he added that, worthless ones, this would be too easy. In the old days, even that had been much more difficult. The boy turned his head and asked if human tactics had deteriorated while they were trapped. The girl smirked, hearing that no, perhaps they simply hadn't encountered a real army of monsters in all these years. Looking straight ahead, the cult leader heard that they might not even have to participate. The monsters rushed forward, and it was heard that if the ghoul army managed to approach the castle walls, the humans would have no chance of victory. The thought occurred to him that the Bloody Legion currently numbered 1,000 lives. The knights stood before the monsters, and the vampire mused that by killing an enemy and consuming their blood and flesh, they could gain an additional life. The more enemies they killed, the more lives they gained, while humans only lost lives, and it was at that moment that the outcome of the battle was decided. The creatures fled through the explosions, and Celendian mused that this was why fighting the ghoul army was best done from a distance. But from the outside, it seemed like the current human defensive tactic was simply watching and doing nothing while the ghoul army approached. Looking ahead, the boy muttered that something was wrong, to which he was asked what he meant, and he replied that it couldn't be that simple. The hero stood before the vampire, and he heard a voice asking, "Isn't it so easy to defeat the man who killed Olip?" The Spider Queen appeared, and the boy asked if perhaps he had overestimated the enemy. She had been killed by a cannonball, hadn't she? Perhaps an ordinary man had simply gotten lucky and killed the spider. Alpha smiled and said that soon they would find out whether it was the luck of a pathetic man or the remarkable skill of a great man. The monsters were rapidly approaching the wall. The creature dug its fingers into it. Frowning, the soldier shouted that they had reached the fortress walls and were beginning to climb. Raising his eyebrows, Celendian wondered if that was all. Shells were flying at the creatures, and he added that he only had cannons and arrows. Seriously, he would give up his fortress so easily. Animal corpses appeared. Frowning, the hero shouted, "Come on!" The soldiers held crates in their hands. Looking ahead, the vampire wondered what was there. Animal carcasses were falling from the walls. They fell to the ground. Alpha looked at them in confusion and asked what they were doing. The monsters looked at the carcasses, and the thought occurred to them that ghouls were always hungry monsters. They began devouring the animals, and the hero wondered if they craved meat, like vampires craved blood, something they couldn't live without. Alpha, putting his hand to his face, muttered, "Idiots." And the protagonist thought that the older the vampire, the better able he was to control his instincts. The creatures ate meat, and he added that this didn't apply to ghouls. They were animals driven mad by the blood and flesh laid before them. Looking straight ahead, Alpha remarked that he hadn't even imagined how cleverly they'd spotted their legion's weak point. Quite a feat. To which the cult leader replied that usually in wars they put more emphasis on physical fitness. Looking down, he added, "But whatever, it doesn't change anything." Bones lay on the ground, and Celendian thought that they were merely carcasses of livestock. The ghouls would make short work of them in seconds. The vampire's gaze froze, and he thought that if this was all he could do, he was simply delaying the inevitable. An explosion thundered in front of the fortress. Putting his hand to his face, the vampire said, "The guns again." Even though they knew it wouldn't work. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Raising his hand, the cult leader said they weren't rising, to which Alpha asked what that meant. A glow appeared near his hand, and he said he had no idea what exactly they'd done. Smiling, Celendian said 300, their cores destroyed. The monsters' corpses lay near the fortress, and they heard the sound of the weapon firing. Raising his hand, the hero shouted that they wouldn't rise again, they'd done it. Smiling, the protagonist thought he had no idea how much he'd gone to such lengths to solve this problem, the damned piece of shit. The method for destroying a ghoul's core had been known since the first playthrough of the game. Scenes from the game appeared, and the thought occurred to him that, in a nutshell, he needed to plunge a silver sword into its stomach and then use a magical attack. The creatures advanced, and Ash considered that, but with a whole legion of them, such a feat would be extremely difficult, so he decided to cheat. The shards lay on the ground, and he added that they were silver dust and scraps left over from the forging of silver weapons. A glow emanated from the carcass's mouth. It was said that they had been carefully stuffed into the carcasses of livestock, which were used as bait. Images of people appeared, and the hero considered adding a magical attack to this, and the deed was done. The mages needed to conserve their mana, as they would need more against real vampires, so they prepared. The soldier stood near the cannon, and the thought occurred to him that the artifact was water-based, a magical cannon created by removing all SR-level magical cores. Looking at them, the protagonist thought he was working like a charm. Looking at the battlefield, he added that he now understood that the vampire was second-rate. He had prepared diligently. The monsters rushed forward, and Ash reflected on how he deliberately allowed their army to approach, even though he knew it was futile. He'd fired numerous regular cannonballs. The shells exploded in front of the monsters, and he added that if they'd realized what they were planning, they might have acted differently. But they were naive enough to walk straight into a trap, so they rushed for the walls. The creatures' corpses lay on the ground, and the hero thought that's why he'd gathered them together and destroyed 300 lives at once. Smiling, the protagonist wondered what would happen next. The vampire stood still, and he added that a third of the legion's lives had vanished in an instant. In such a situation, the enemy was already considering their next move. Grinning, the vampire said, "This is it." His eyes lit up, and he added that this is where you can truly experience the thrill of battle. The creatures rushed forward, and the thought occurred to him that they were still not giving in, so he sent out another squad. The hero watched them, thinking that even after they had demonstrated their strength, they were still pushing forward. Frowning, he added that they should be prepared for the consequences. He would burn them all to ashes, leaving them no chance. The soldiers began loading their shells at the command. Enormous shells flew toward the monsters, and it seemed they should be stuffed like geese for a feast. Explosions erupted in front of the monsters, and the protagonist wondered if these were special combat shells filled with silver shavings and powder. The creatures' bodies began to regenerate. They could be heard reviving, letting them show them there was still gunpowder left in their flasks. Holding the sphere in his hands, the mage declared that it was absolutely true. Standing still, she added how long she had waited for the opportunity to once again defend these walls. Gritting her teeth, Jupiter shouted that she had no intention of resigning. Lightning began to strike the monsters. Their bodies incinerated, and it occurred to him that the ghouls, covered in silver powder and shards, had suddenly collapsed. The creatures rushed forward, but the survivors continued to approach despite everything. Looking to the side, the protagonist asked if everything was ready. Standing near the structure, Bonus replied that it was true, and if she just said it, they'd be wiped out. Ash added, "Excellent then, fire away, don't spare the shells." The girl looked ahead. Arrows began to fly from the fortress walls. They struck the monsters, and the hero thought the silver arrows plus the magical explosion had a deadly effect. The remains lay on the ground, and he thought the combo of Jupiter's magical attack and Bonus's silver arrows had instantly wiped out more than half of the attackers. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist thought there were still the other half. The monsters ran forward, and he added that these were also fallen blood, vile creatures. Despite their bodies being torn to shreds, they still clung to the fight. Looking at the boy, Ash turned and said to shoot exactly 5 of the fallen, so as not to stand out too much in terms of strength. Holding the crossbow in his hands, Damien replied that he'd carefully adjust the power, to which the hero wondered if his movements had become more precise. Had he really been training alone? The arrow flew straight at the monster's head. The shot pierced several monsters. Smiling, the young man said that 5 were ready, to which the protagonist replied, Good job. The boy's gaze froze in place, and the thought occurred to him that he'd completed the task within seconds of receiving the order, but demanding to kill them all would be too much. Damien looked away, hearing that the boy had done well, and that he should rest for now, to which he responded approvingly. Ash mused that if his 1,000-mile eye had been stronger, he would have destroyed the entire game. The soldiers dropped the cattle carcasses on command. The elves raised their weapons upon hearing the command to be ready. The creature's eyes lit up. Frowning, the hero commanded fire. The arrows flew straight at the creatures. The cannon pointed toward the monsters. A devastating explosion thundered in front of the fortress. Standing still, the protagonist reflected on the fact that the second group was almost destroyed, only the remaining ones. The creatures were climbing the wall, and he added that the 5 surviving fallen blood had been scaling the walls from the very beginning, not even glancing at the carcasses of the livestock. The humans fought the monsters, and Ash thought that the knights defending the fortress weren't idle either. A glow appeared around the weapons, suggesting that double damage, ignoring defense, pure damage, and a healing reduction effect. In short, the real vampire slayers were concentrated here. Lucas smiled and recited the score. Looking at him, Evangeline asked if the winner would receive a nighttime snack personally from His Highness. True, the hero thought he didn't recall giving his consent. The boy's eyes widened and he said that in that case, he already had 5 points, and the protagonist added that he'd be willing to whip up sandwiches for them any day. Frowning, Ash wondered if he'd feed them so much they wouldn't fit through the doorway. A view of the fortress opened up, and the thought occurred to him, just let them stay alive. His heart began to beat faster. The vampire placed his hand on his chest, and the hero mused that Celendian longed for death, seeking an enemy to end his long and tedious life, but that didn't mean he'd give in. The rope lay on the floor, and the thought occurred to him that he believed it was more noble to end his own life than to knowingly give it to an enemy. People fought among themselves, and it was said that this was why he never surrendered and showed no mercy to his opponent. The knight swung at the monster, and the protagonist considered dying in honorable combat, putting everything he had on the line, facing a worthy opponent in a duel to the death, without any tricks or concessions. The vampire's eyes blazed brightly, and the protagonist thought that this was his idea of a perfect death. Celendian looked at the battlefield, and Ash added, seeing his army die like insects beneath the castle walls. The corpses of the creatures lay on the ground, and the hero thought about the feeling of their lives not returning, feeling them like grains of sand slipping through his fingers. The vampire smiled broadly. It was said he had waited for this moment for hundreds of years. Looking straight ahead, he shouted that he hadn't had such fun in a long time. The monsters exploded from the shells, and the thought crossed his mind that he had discarded the lives he had saved like trash, that such was the nature of a death match. Why had he almost forgotten this feeling? Celendian, his eyes wide, shouted that they should just look at this waste of lives. He couldn't believe he'd finally experienced such satisfaction. Alpha closed his eyes and said that if he was happy, then so were they. Narrowing his eyes, the vampire said that it wasn't enough. Corpses lay on the ground, and the hero thought that the first group had been destroyed beneath the fortress walls. The second had managed to scale the fortress walls, but they, too, had been killed. Smiling, the cult leader said that he should bring down all who remained, let them make away with their lives, as always. Alpha grinned and responded approvingly. Beta stared ahead silently. Extending his hand, the vampire shouted for the third group to prepare. Frowning, he added, for the battle, let them carve a path through the ice and corpses. The bodies of the creatures lay on the ground. It was said that the second group had also been routed. Looking through the telescope, the hero wondered what he was going to do now. 60% of his army had already perished. Aiming the telescope, he added, his nerves are getting the better of him, aren't they? The vampire grinned broadly. Gritting his teeth, the protagonist wondered what he was laughing about. He'd lost 60% of his lifespan. Was that even a reason to laugh? Looking at him, the soldier shouted that they were going straight ahead. The army of monsters charged forward, and the thought occurred to him, why not? They'd seen how the previous 2 groups had perished. The creatures were rapidly gaining speed, and Ash thought, isn't it obvious that a mindless attack would only increase the casualties? It was pointless. Gritting his teeth, the hero wondered why he wasn't changing tactics. The creatures rushed forward, and he added, as if to say, let him kill them all. Why were they continuing to rush into the trap, as if begging for death? Frowning, Lucas shouted that they were already close, and that he should give the order. The protagonist glanced to the side and thought, yes, now was not the time to think. The cannons began firing, and a voice called for them to open fire and hold them off. The ballistas began firing shells. The girl glanced away, hearing a command to fire as soon as they finished reloading. The man stood behind the structure. Arrows flew toward the monsters. The creature raised its head. They began to rapidly gain speed. The monster kicked the ground. Suddenly, the creatures leaped upward. Shells began to explode in the air. The hero gritted his teeth and asked, what the hell? Then he thought about the third group, which contained many ghouls with extremely tough skin. Blows flew at the monsters, and he added that they had attacked, taking the onslaught of silver arrows, but they didn't hold out long and were torn to pieces in the air. But the troops behind them suffered no significant damage. The creature stood still. They dodged arrows, and the protagonist thought the agile and fast creatures were beginning to break through. The monsters opened their mouths wide, suggesting they had buffers in there as well. A glow appeared around them, indicating they had cast a rage buff on the entire group. The creatures' eyes lit up, and Ash wondered why the ghouls, who had previously been walking on 2 legs, were now running on all 4s. Looking down, the hero wondered if this was some kind of zombie shooter. Where did they get such monsters? The situation had changed slightly because of these creatures. Magic spheres appeared, and a command was heard to fire and use all available artifacts. The monsters were attacked by the artifacts. A bright beam erupted from the cannon, and the protagonist wondered if the automated defense turrets, previously inactive, had also joined the battle. The battlefield came into view, and he added that even that wasn't enough. Looking away, Ash thought they needed more magic. Jupiter was wiping blood from her nose, and the hero wondered if she was pretending everything was fine, but as it turned out, she couldn't handle sustained fire. Turning around, the protagonist said he was afraid she'd have to intervene. Jupiter Jr. smiled and replied that she too thought it was her turn, to which Ash asked if she could handle it, the thought dawning on him that this woman had an important role to play in the fight against the vampires. Frowning, the hero wondered if they'd be making a mistake by involving her in the fight now. Looking away, the mage said not to worry, she wanted to warm up anyway, even intended to ask him to. Ash looked at the woman, hearing that she should wait. They'd agreed that for now she would be doing the bulk of the damage, and why? The hero turned his head and replied that she urgently needed healing. There was still a long battle ahead. The elf looked surprised when he asked how long the recharge would last, to which she replied that it would be over in a minute, and the protagonist said fine, as soon as everything was ready, to give Jupiter Jr. the signal. The monsters rushed forward. They leaped up. The creatures began to climb the wall. Damien frowned, hearing the suggestion that he should finish off the remaining fallen, to which he responded approvingly. Lucas and Evangeline glared ahead. Looking straight ahead, Dion heard the sound of them moving to close combat, telling them not to let them break through. Smiling, he said that it was finally their turn. They would show those ghouls where the crayfish hibernate. Looking at him, the hero replied that their job was defense, that they shouldn't overdo it and take unnecessary risks. It was all clear, to which they responded approvingly, and he thought it was good that these newcomers were obedient. The creature climbed the wall, and he heard the sound of monsters approaching. They should stop them. The creature's eyes lit up. As she struck, the girl shouted, "Wonderful, plus 5 points. Looking down, she added, "Excellent, 6 points. After hitting the monster with his elbow, Lucas said that didn't count. She'd only scored 1 point. Looking to the side, Dion shouted that it was time for them to go, too, like they'd been training. The mercenaries rushed forward. A blow landed on the monster. It began to fall, and the thought occurred to her, excellent, everything is going well. Eyes wide, the elves shouted that they were ready to fire. Projectiles began to fly at the creatures. 2 spheres flew near the bull. Smiling, Jupiter Jr. said that she would show them how to use lightning. A view of the sky opened up. Rain began to fall on the asphalt. The monsters looked up. The creature opened its mouth wide. Lightning suddenly struck from the sky. The bolt struck the monsters, and the thought occurred to her that the ghouls had received a real combo attack of water and lightning. Spheres floated around his hand, and the hero reflected on the true mastery of an elementalist, the ability to use multiple elements simultaneously. They usually have a specific, stronger element as a specialization, but it can be enhanced by combining different elements. The girl pressed her hand to her face. Dark smoke rose. Jupiter looked at him in amazement. Looking straight ahead, she praised the mage. Jupiter Jr. suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Turning her head, she asked what she had just said. The girl smirked slightly. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that they should put their family squabbles aside for later, to focus on defense. This wasn't the end yet. The ghouls crawled along the wall, and Ash wondered if they had scaled the castle wall, finding themselves in a blind spot for magical attack, and had gotten quite far. The man frowned and responded, hearing the appeal. The soldiers stood at attention, and the hero thought that, frankly, he didn't want to send regular soldiers into close combat. Their mortality rate was significantly higher than that of heroes. The creature crawled upward, and the protagonist added that he didn't want to send them to be torn apart by vampires either, but that was part of the strategy. The soldiers fought the spiders, and the thought occurred to him that, frankly, he didn't want to see anyone die anymore. Clenching his fist, Ash thought that he understood, a front line can't exist without casualties, so. The hero glared and shouted that the monsters climbing the fortress walls were the last of the third group. Let them kill them all, and then thought about how he had given the order to attack. The knights grabbed their weapons, and it was heard that His Highness had commanded them to go forward and destroy them. The men rushed toward the ghouls. A sword was thrust into the monster's head. Looking at the corpses, the protagonist thought that almost all the fallen bloods and ghouls were dead, fortunately without serious injuries. The monsters' bodies lay against the walls, and he added that at this point, they had destroyed most of the Blood Legion. If this continued. Damien frowned and turned. The skeleton's eyes lit up. People were advancing. The vampire smiled, and he heard the other monsters begin to move. Ash looked at them in surprise. Celendian sat on the throne, and the thought crossed his mind that the vampire lord had begun an attack. Frowning, the hero thought he simply didn't understand. The men's eyes lit up, and he added that no, they always advance in waves, that's just the way the game works. Bodies lay near the fortress walls, and the thought crossed his mind that this had gone too far. Until they destroyed 99% of the entire army, he'd been sitting idly by, and only now, at the very last moment, did he decide to act. The characters appeared, and the protagonist thought that everything was happening exactly like in the game. It was simply the certainty that despite all the stupid decisions, he could still win. Looking straight at him, Ash added, "Okay, you can always ask with a knife to your throat." Stretching his hand forward, the hero shouted that as soon as those damned leeches get close enough to cross swords, let them fire, open fire now. Shells flew through the air. The girl kicked the ground. She crouched low. Suddenly, she leaped up. The girl swung her weapon. She delivered a sharp blow. A powerful explosion thundered in front of her. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked what the hell was going on, then thought to himself that she had repelled the entire artillery barrage with a single swing of her axe. Beta grinned, the thought crossing his mind that she was physically the strongest in the Legion, a vampire who had completely maxed out the strength branch of her skill tree, like a living, impenetrable tank. Beta landed on the ground. She lowered her head. Smirking, Celendian said, "Excellent work, they'll move on." Clenching his fist, the protagonist thought about the impudent little brat, sitting there smiling, as if this were some kind of child's play. Standing next to the cannon, the girl heard the sound of full fire. Let her give them hell. Shells flew out of the cannon, which Ash assumed were explosive silver arrows. They flew forward rapidly, the thought crossing his mind that if they were destroyed, silver dust would cover their heads, as they were trying to stop it. The monster extended its hand forward. The arrows suddenly stopped. His eyes widened. The hero thought he'd actually stopped them. The vampire grinned broadly. The arrows began flying backward. Turning his head, the knight asked how that was possible. The projectiles were flying straight at them. Frowning, the protagonist shouted that the arrows were flying backwards, telling them to be careful. Looking at him, Lucas replied that it was dangerous here. The projectiles began to explode. People lay on the ground. Ash gritted his teeth, hearing that he hadn't been hit, to which he thought things hadn't been that bad in the game. The monster was putting on its glove, and he added, "What exquisite work with magic!" In the real world, Alpha is the most powerful blood mage in the Legion. This lunatic had pumped up the blood magic skill tree. Looking at the knight, the hero asked how many they'd lost, to which Lucas replied that they were still counting, but fewer than they thought. Holding on to the handrail, the girl said that she turned it on because the situation was urgent. The hero winced and thought about the SR artifact, the anti-missile barrier, the best artifact for defending against shelling in local wars, slowing enemy projectiles, reducing damage. Looking away, the girl asked if she'd done everything correctly. Raising a finger, the protagonist replied that it was perfect, then thought that it had minimized the damage. The man clutched an arrow. Frowning, the elf said that they needed to send the wounded to the rear, to which he was told they understood and should wait a bit. The protagonist turned his head and addressed the girl, to which she responded. Furrowing his brow, Ash said to take care of the wounded, paying special attention to Bonus. They might need her again on the front lines. Margaret closed her eyes and responded approvingly. A bright glow appeared above her. The knight raised his head. Looking to the side, the saint said to bring the wounded here, to help whoever was free. The knight responded approvingly, and the thought occurred to him that thanks to Margaret, the wounded were able to receive urgent care, and finally, the man stepped forward. The creatures approached the fortress walls. The hero watched them silently. Frowning, he asked if he could ask something. The monster smiled and responded approvingly. Corpses lay before the fortress, and he heard a voice asking why he had initially simply sent the ghouls away and let them die, why they simply stood and watched while their subordinates died. The creatures smiled, and the thought occurred to him that he completely misunderstood his tactics. Boss Celendian, Alpha, and Beta were fine, but ordinary vampires could be sent in with the wave. Looking up, the leader said he was asking strange questions. The hero looked at him in confusion, hearing that he ate at the same table with dogs, to which he repeated the question. The collar lay on the floor, and it seemed as if his previously fallen subordinates were like hunting dogs to them, vampires. Celendian sat among the corpses. It was said that of course he loved and valued them, so much so that he was willing to share his life force with them. They were his loyal and courageous army, fighting side by side against the enemy. A dead monster appeared, and the Lord remarked that, after all, they were just dogs. How could one sit a dog at the same table with oneself and feed it the same food? Looking at it, the protagonist said, "The food he was talking about." To which Celendian asked, "What?" He held out his hand and added, "It's them, humans, that's their food." The knight gritted his teeth in fear, hearing that a man weak enough to be killed by a dog was dog food, but if he survived his dog's attack, then at least he had proven himself worthy of respect. Smiling, Celendian said they should rejoice. The soldiers froze, hearing that they had all been given the honor of being their food. Gritting his teeth, the hero asked what he meant by "How?" Looking straight at him, Damien heard the address addressed to him. The protagonist glared and said, "Whoa, wipe the smiles from those fanged faces." Aiming his weapon, the boy responded approvingly. Suddenly, an arrow flew forward. Stretching his hand out in front of him, the mage said, "Just watch, they're doing something that won't work again. Humans are so stupid." The arrow cut his arm. Frowning, he asked again, Gritting his teeth, the boy shouted. Too fast. Beta swung her weapon sharply. The arrow fell to the ground. Smirking, Celendian asked what he was doing, unable to stop one arrow. Alpha looked at his hand and replied, no, it was something else, to which he was asked what it was. A glow appeared around the arrow, and it sounded like an unusual silver arrow, very dangerous. Several arrows flew forward rapidly. The vampires smiled, asking what the arrows were, so pitiful. Suddenly, the arrows pierced them. His eyes widened. The young man exclaimed that these truly were unusual arrows, that they really were from another dimension. Holding the arrow in his hands, he added that yes, it was sacred silver, but that wasn't all. It seemed to contain devil's mistletoe as well. The Legion leader smiled and asked. He used the rarest sacred silver and mistletoe to make the arrows. Quite impressive. It seemed he'd gone to great lengths to kill them, but it still wasn't enough. Purple projectiles shot forward. They began piercing the monsters, causing Celendian to assume they were magic bullets. The vampire's body fell to the ground. The leader's eyes widened and he declared that it was undoubtedly so. A projectile erupted from the cannon. The youth frowned. Suddenly, Celendian stopped the shot. He held back the attack with his hand. Waving his hand, the leader declared that the magic inherent in Orlop was a weapon forged from the essence of the Nightmare Legion commander, a nightmare slayer. Smiling, he added that it was a weapon that could truly kill him. A view of the fortress walls opened up. Shots flew at the vampire. They explained that their basic tactic for fighting vampires was to first strike with silver, then finish him off with magic. Damien was breathing heavily, and the hero thought he alone could combine this in his attack. Looking at him, the protagonist said, "Excellent work, let him rest a bit." To which the young man responded approvingly. Looking at the battlefield, Ash thought he was about to make his next move. Standing next to Celendian, the monster said that he would then cut a path through their walls. Smiling, the leader responded approvingly, then gave the command. Alpha bowed and replied that he would do as he commanded. Frowning, the hero shouted that they were coming, and to do everything possible to stop them. The archers began firing their weapons. Beta parried their blows, wondering if these pathetic creatures really hoped to resist them. Taking a step forward, she added that if they were going to shoot, at least they should use the special arrows their sniper had. Suddenly, the girl leaped into the air. She flew over the fortress walls. The knights opened their eyes in fear, and the thought occurred to them that at that moment, when the monsters, having drawn level with the people, fixed their gaze on them, emotions that they had not yet experienced were reflected in the people's eyes. Beta soared before them, amidst a mixture of bewilderment, primal terror, and a sense of impending death. Smiling, she thought that if she had the chance, she'd have a field day mocking them. Tears streamed from their eyes, and the girl added that the pleasure they derive from humans isn't just from drinking their blood and brains, but also from the sweet taste of the tears they shed as they begged for mercy, trembling with fear. The stitches on her throat showed, and it was said that, unfortunately, Beta had long since lost the ability to speak. She gripped her weapon tightly, thinking that the war had only just begun, and she had plenty of time. The man's eyes lit up, and the hero thought it was to revel in the torment of the humans. The vampire swung her weapon, and he added that for now she was simply doing her job. Suddenly, Beta struck the wall. The man frowned and shouted that the enemy was attacking, and that they should prepare for battle. Looking at the walls, Alpha said, "Excellent work." Monster body parts flew into the air, and he added that it was his turn. Suddenly, a huge block of ice appeared. A bridge of ice appeared in front of the vampire. He took a step forward. Looking at it, the knight asked why he had created a bridge out of corpses. The soldier stood before him. Alpha smiled and said, "Let them make way." Celendian stood still, as if making way for the Lord. Grinning, he said, "Excellent, well, time to ascend to the top." The fortress gates suddenly opened. The boy looked away in confusion. The hero slowly walked forward. Alpha turned his head and thought he had opened the main gates, right then, in the midst of a siege. The protagonist looked away and shouted for them to set the table, to which they responded approvingly. A bottle sat on the table. The knight pushed back his chair. The gates suddenly closed. Ash stood by the table. Holding onto the chair, he motioned for him to sit down. Smiling, the hero added that they'd have a drink and chat. Celendian's eyes widened in surprise. People were seated at tables, and the protagonist thought that during the last meeting he'd given his soldiers clear instructions. Battle tactics were revealed, and it was heard that he prepared a special method to isolate and bind Celendian. Frowning, the protagonist said that they and the regular soldiers must destroy a legion of vampires during this time, and then thought that the secret weapon capable of isolating and binding Celendian was none other than. They sat facing each other, and the thought occurred to him that a special command, available only in boss stages, called Commander's Conversation, was available. The protagonist frowned and thought that, fortunately, it had worked. He sat at the table, the thought occurring that it was 100% likely to be used in the game, but when he looked at him like he was an idiot, he admittedly felt embarrassed. The characters looked at each other, and it was stated that when the Commander's Conversation command is activated, the commanders of both teams cannot engage in combat for 10 turns. They sit opposite each other and negotiate for all 10 turns. The monster said something, and the thought occurred to him that the ability description said that during this conversation, one can learn the world's lore secrets, or even change the course of the battle itself. A character image appeared, and the protagonist reflected that in the standard game, Lucas is the commander, so this command is practically never used, since he can't eliminate the SSR-class knight on the front lines. Holding the bottle in his hands, the protagonist mused that, for now, he is the commander. Since he isn't the key fighter, he can afford to delay Celendian for 10 turns, and that's a big advantage. As wine poured into a glass, he added that 1 turn in the game was roughly equivalent to 3 minutes in real life. Looking at the chapter, Ash thought he could remove the vampire lord from the battlefield for 30 minutes this way. Looking at the glass, Celendian asked if they should clink glasses. Pouring the drink, the hero replied that they weren't that close, to which the lord replied that he was being rude, even though he'd invited him. The vampires advanced. Turning his head, the Legion leader said that he didn't mind. Watching life wither like a flower while sipping wine was quite poetic. Closing his eyes, the protagonist agreed. There was nothing better than drinking and watching monsters like them die. Smiling, the boy asked why he believed in them, and his soldiers, so much, to which Ash replied that he absolutely did. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sitting here with him, right? Looking at him, the hero said he should wait a bit. His men would easily deal with his monsters without him. Frowning, Lucas shouted for them to retreat. The soldiers began to run away, shouting for retreat. The character lay on the ground, the thought dawning on him that in a battle against vampires, the number of people doesn't matter. Quite the opposite. Falling victim to a vampire would only give him an opportunity to replenish his vitality. The hero looked at the knight. It was said that it was therefore better to withdraw the regular soldiers from the battlefield and leave only the elite squad. Ash gave this order, and Lucas agreed. Evangeline frowned. Hearing that they were acting according to plan, the hero squad forward, to which the protagonist assumed Lucas had relayed the order to the regular soldiers to retreat, while he himself prepared to lead the main squad into battle. Taking a step forward, the monster said, "How many?" Stretching his arms out to his sides, he added that it was a veritable feast, and the hero considered the possibility that before the regular soldiers could retreat, the vampires had already reached the walls. Smiling, the boy remarked that the humans from the kingdom beneath the lake were like corpses, disgusting in taste, to which they replied that they would drink their fill of fresh blood. The humans looked at him with fear, and it was heard that they were already here, running. The knight glared and considered that they couldn't allow them to attack the regular soldiers, but at the same time, they couldn't protect everyone. The creatures stood still, and the thought arose that their key troops would have to make sacrifices. The humans fought. It was said that they had been training, prioritizing the killing of Alpha and Beta. There was no point in reconsidering their strategy now. After all, they were just 5 regular vampires. Lucas took a step forward. Dion's eyes widened and he shouted that he should leave it to them. Frowning, he added that stalling and distracting the regular vampires had originally been their job. They could handle it. They trained diligently. Looking at him, the knight considered that this was true, but the situation was unplanned. The monsters stood still, and he added that they would have to not only fight 5 vampires but also protect the retreating soldiers, increasing the difficulty of the task several times over. The young man glared ahead, wondering if it was a good idea to entrust this task to Dion's mercenaries, who were still inexperienced. A heroic image appeared, and Lucas wondered what he would do if he were in his place. Clenching his fist, he added that he couldn't rely on other people's decisions forever, like a child. Standing before the fighters, the knight shouted that, as temporary commander, he ordered them to act according to His Highness's strategy. The weapons dragged along the ground. Beta slowly advanced.